Chapter 1. Andre, surnamed in, given name to lie, no courtesy name. A native of Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province, People's Republic of China. Born in the year 1987, he passed away in 2012. Occupation, a recluse. Cause of death, a car accident. A sports car, allegedly traveling at a speed of 70 miles per hour, transformed him into an aerial acrobat in an instant, while simultaneously thrusting his consciousness into an abyss of endless darkness. This morning, a fellow reader informed me that there was already a consensus on the international HP fan forum regarding the lineage of Qiuzhong, asserting that he must be either a half-blood or a pure-blood wizard, and could never be a muggle. I must admit that the author did not adequately prepare the material, and I sincerely apologize for any confusion this may have caused. However, the Muggle identity of Qiu plays a significant role in the subsequent plot, and the outline has been meticulously planned. Thus, it cannot be altered any further, I hope, for your understanding. With a bow, I retreat, covering my face in shame. Straining to open his eyelids, heavy as if laden with lead, Andre's consciousness began to awaken from the boundless fog. He blinked laboriously, his pupils, long deprived of light, gradually acclimated to the soft illumination. Wasn't I supposed to be hurled away by that damn sports car? Where's this place? Before he could discern his surroundings, a melodious voice, imbued with immense delight, suddenly resonated in his ears. "Oh, thank Merlin, Andre, my darling, you have finally awakened." Before Andre could collect his thoughts, a warm embrace filled with a floral scent enveloped him tightly. He felt a few warm droplets fall upon his cheek, landing on his lips, imparting a faintly salty taste. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, darling, are you all right?" The owner of the embrace seemed to regain her composure, gently releasing Andre and helping him recline back onto the bed. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s, exuding an air of innate nobility. Her watery eyes sparkled with boundless surprise and tenderness as they gazed upon him. "Darling, do not be afraid, Mother is here." As Andre beheld her visage, his trembling lips involuntarily uttered these two words, but dizziness surged once more, and amidst the lattice exclamations, Andre's consciousness plummeted back into the abyss of darkness. Standing in the dark, he perceived a glimmer of white light shooting forth from the infinite distance, merging seamlessly into his body. This was the consciousness originally inherent to this body. As the white light integrated within him, he gradually comprehended the identity of this body and his surroundings. Andre Camichael, the sole son of Count Stephen Camichael, head of the Camichael family, aged 6. 2 days prior, while learning to use a flying broomstick, he accidentally collided with the wall of the family estate, falling into a state of unconsciousness, and without a sound, he was replaced by Andre from another world. The Camichael family is one of the most renowned ancient families in the British wizarding community, possessing immense wealth and high status, enjoying great reputation and standing within the wizarding world. The current head, Count Stephen Camichael, is known for his wisdom and shrewdness, further advancing the family's legacy. As the sole heir destined to inherit this ancient lineage, Andre Camichel's esteemed position is self-evident. So, I have actually arrived in the world of Harry Potter. Since heaven has granted me this opportunity for rebirth, I shall fully integrate into this world and live happily. Time passed without his notice, and the white light completely merged into Andre's being. His consciousness regained control over his small frame, and he opened his eyes once more. In addition to the lady from before, a handsome man in his 30s, tall and dignified, stood at the foot of the bed. His light golden hair and azure eyes, combined with his striking figure and noble demeanor, epitomized the quintessential Hollywood heartthrob. Yet, within this magnificent man's eyes shone boundless joy and tenderness. Upon seeing Andre awaken, he anxiously inquired, "Andre, my child, are you feeling better?" "Father." Having absorbed all the memories from his birth, Andre felt no aversion to this title, however. His throat felt parched, and his energy waned, rendering his speech less than fluid. "I am much better." Noticing his lack of vigor, the man's eyes revealed a sense of urgent concern. He withdrew his wand from his sleeve, tracing an intricate pattern in the air while uttering, "Revive quickly." Suddenly, An inexplicable surge of power coursed through Andre's body, invigorating his limbs that had previously felt feeble. He attempted to prop himself up with a nearby cushion, pondering inwardly, is this the power of magic in this world? How truly marvelous! Darling, do not rush, lie still. I shall have Clark prepare some porridge to nourish you. Irina Camichael, Andre's mother, the very lady in question, spoke hastily, gently pressing him back into the soft velvet mattress, and called out, Clark, with a soft pop, a house elf with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and a neatly wrapped pillowcase materialized before them, bowing deeply to Irina Camichael, so low that its nose nearly touched its toes. Clark is at your service, madam. What are your commands? Prepare some porridge. Andre needs to replenish his strength, Irina instructed. Also, please order a dozen quick recovery potions from Street Mungo's. They may benefit Andre. As you wish, madam. Clark bowed deeply once more. With a soft pop, he vanished without a trace. All right, my dear. It is a relief that Andre has awakened. Do not worry with our family's medical prowess. He will surely be fine. Stephen Camichael gently patted his beloved wife's back, offering soft reassurances. Indeed, Andre, it is a relief to see you well. Mother was quite worried. Fear not, mother, I am quite well now. I simply feel a bit hungry. Andre replied in a smooth London accent. Rest assured, allow me to eat something and then take another nap. I shall be fully recovered by tomorrow. Having consumed the warm porridge brought by Clark and bid farewell to his caring parents, Andre succumbed to slumber once more. My head feels heavy. It must be that the mental power from the confluence of two souls is particularly potent. I shall sleep for now. I just need to allow my body to adjust. The next morning, Andre awoke from his dreams, the memories of both Andres seamlessly merging. The spiritual powers of the two souls appeared to have fused as well, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and sensitivity, as if no movement within a 10-foot radius could escape his notice. Drawing upon his prior memories, he called into the air, Clark. With a pop, the house elf appeared without delay. Clark, please fetch me a set of casual clothing. It would be quite disrespectful to meet my parents in pajamas. Andre rubbed his head and instructed. Of course, young master. I am delighted to see that you have fully recovered. Clark efficiently fulfilled the request. I sincerely apologize. Young master. Clark neglected to prepare suitable attire. Please feel free to punish me. Additionally, according to today's schedule, the master and mistress will have breakfast in the dining room first, followed by family matters in the parlor. You may proceed to the D. However, 2 years later, as Andre crossed the threshold of 8 years, the Camichael couple gradually began to harbor concerns. It was not due to his eagerness for knowledge, but rather because, during the crucial 2 years from 6 to 8, when the innate talents of young wizards typically awaken, Andre Camichael had yet to experience a single surge of magical power. Generally, gifted young wizards would manifest their first magical outburst during these years, thereby affirming their potential for mastering the arcane arts. The absence of such an event could signify that Andre was at risk of becoming a squib. As the sole heir of the illustrious Camichael lineage, Andre could not afford to be a squib. Such a fate would inevitably lead to the decline of the Camichael family. In the realm of wizards, a squib could never uphold the grandeur of a family legacy. Deep in the family library, Andre was engrossed in reading an analysis of animal transfiguration when he suddenly heard a soft pop. Clark, donned in a pillowcase, materialized beside him, bowing deeply. Young master, your parents request your presence in the drawing room. Clark's voice was as respectful as ever, yet Andre detected a hint of peculiarity. His parents had never interrupted him during his readings before. With the unfinished tome tucked under his arm, he approached the family drawing room, where the Camichael couple sat, their expressions tinged with gravity. Irina Camichael beckoned him. Come here, child, sit beside your mother. Placing the book on a small table, Andre settled quietly beside his mother, his manners impeccable and demeanor poised, leaving no room for criticism. He cast a questioning glance at her. Andre, it is this. Irina Camichael seemed to be gathering her thoughts, each word appearing to be a laborious endeavor. Your father has some matters he wishes to discuss with you, which is why you were summoned. Ahem. Count Camichael cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he began. Andre, you are aware that our Camichael lineage spans centuries and is among the most ancient families in the British wizarding world. Your ancestors have produced dozens of renowned wizards, including over 20 recipients of the Merlin Medal. Indeed, Father, Andre interjected. The Camichael family possesses a glorious tradition, and our illustrious forebears have established our honor and reputation through their diligent efforts. I'm immensely proud to be a member of such a family. Yes, Andre, Count Camichael nodded. As you know, every head of the Camichael family boasts considerable magical prowess. And you, my child, he paused to sip water, have yet to exhibit a single magical outburst by the age of 8, which is quite unusual and has caused both your mother and me great concern. So that was the matter at hand. Andre felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. In truth, due to his extraordinary mental fortitude and a steadfast commitment to acquiring knowledge and honing his magical skills through reading, he had long since organized the burgeoning magical energy within him, ensuring that he would not succumb to a chaotic magical outburst. Straightening his posture, he replied, Father, if I can successfully cast magic, would that not prove I am not a squib? Certainly, Andre. If you can perform magic normally, it would indeed confirm your status as a competent wizard, Sir Camichael responded without hesitation. Do you wish to cast magic? However, you do not even possess a suitable wand. Oh, dear father, I do not require a wand to demonstrate my abilities, Andre replied with a carefree smile, exuding confidence and composure. He uttered a few syllables softly, tracing intricate patterns in the air with his right hand, and pointed to the hefty tome on the table. The thick, dark-covered book rose silently from the surface, hovering steadily 2 feet above the table. Irina Camichael gasped in disbelief. Oh, wandless magic. Merlin above. Andre, how did you accomplish that? It is not difficult, mother. Lacking a wand, I merely exerted some effort to master the art of wandless magic, Andre replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely performed a trivial feat. In fact, this is the extent of my ability with wandless magic. Oh no, my dear, do you realize how challenging wandless magic is? Even a most basic levitation charm. You are truly a genius. Lady Camichael remained entranced, her voice brimming with surprise and pride. Witnessing the spectacle, Stephen Camichael also broke into a joyful laugh. I told you, every Camichael is a magical prodigy. Andre, you have truly astonished me. To perform wandless magic at 8 years old, you are destined to become the most illustrious wizard in the history of the Camichael family. With Christmas approaching in just a few days, what gifts do you desire this year? Father, if I could receive a fully automatic cauldron and permission to study potion making in the potion room starting next year, I would be most delighted. Of course, if I could also have a custom Nimbus 1997, this Christmas would be absolutely perfect. Andre mischievously winked, boldly making his requests. You can imagine how torturous it is for a so-called genius, endowed with ample theoretical knowledge, yet deprived of practical opportunities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Andre's existence at the Carmichael estate was as delightful as the laughter of the day, gracefully resonating between heaven and earth. During the 3 years from the age of 8 to 11, he busily traversed the library, the potion room, the herb cultivation chamber, and the Quidditch pitch, continually enriching and enhancing his knowledge. As the days passed, the memories of his admission to Hogwarts drew ever closer. On a morning in early summer, following a recent rainfall, the air was thick with humidity, almost palpable to the naked eye. Andre Carmichael sauntered into the dining hall, a hefty leather-bound tome tucked under his arm. Ah, Andre, you have arrived. The Earl of Carmichael greeted joyfully, waving a large envelope. Guess what this is? Andre cast a fleeting glance at the envelope, needing not a second look. The emblem surrounded by the lion, serpent, eagle, and badger was exceedingly conspicuous. With a smile, he replied, Dear Father, I presume this is the long-awaited acceptance letter from Hogwarts? Indeed, my child, Lady Carmichael interjected with a smile. You have reached the age for schooling, and the term begins on September 1st. Therefore, we have arranged a shopping trip to Diagon Alley today. What do you say, my dear? The Earl of Carmichael snapped his fingers. Clark, no need to prepare lunch. Come along with us, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Clark promptly appeared. Is there anything else you require? Oh, nothing at all, Andre replied with a chuckle, winking. Perhaps you could assist me in preparing a large trunk. I imagine we shall acquire quite a number of items. After breakfast, the Earl of Carmichael, accompanied by his wife and Andre, disapparated to the public apparition point in Diagon Alley. In a sense, this area could be likened to a bus station for muggles. My dear, perhaps we should first take young Andre to the robe shop. He requires several new uniforms. The family exited the public apparition point and strolled along the cobblestone path towards one of the most splendid shops in Diagon Alley, Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin's Robes, new term discount season, 20 off Hogwarts robes. Andre, you stay here for your robes while your mother and I procure some other items for you. The Earl instructed in a low voice. In truth, Andre was no stranger to this establishment. He had visited numerous times over the past few years. Though the Carmichael family's everyday attire was typically crafted by a private tailor, rendering visits here rare. Ah, young Andre, it has been a while. How are the esteemed Earl and Lady Carmichael? A middle-aged witch approached him briskly, her warm smile reminiscent of sunshine. Thank you for your concern, Madame Malkin, Andre replied. Bowing gracefully, his demeanor impeccable. I have come today to order a few Hogwarts uniforms. Ah, young Andre is to attend Hogwarts as well? With a flick of her wand, several measuring tapes sprang into action, wrapping around him to take measurements, while pins whizzed through the air to secure the appropriate sizes. Time flies, does it not? It feels like just yesterday that I was studying at Hogwarts with the Earl and his wife, and now their child is preparing to embark on the same journey. Thank you very much, madam. Andre beamed as he received the new robes. Just as he was about to settle the bill, the doorbell jingled, and another small figure entered. It was a young boy, with tousled black hair and a pale face, his bright emerald eyes obscured by a pair of round glasses bound with tape, exuding an aura of shyness. Hello, madam. I would like to order a few sets of school robes. Ah, yet another new student? Madame Malkin chuckled. Andre immediately connected the boy's appearance with a mental image he had conjured, offering a broad smile and extending his hand. Hello, I am Andre Carmichael. Also a new student at Hogwarts this year. Pleased to meet you. I am Harry Potter. A pleasure to meet you. Andre, the little boy replied, momentarily taken aback, firmly shaking his hand. Unexpectedly encountering the famed savior, Andre's enthusiasm soared, and he decided not to rush in search of his parents, opting instead to engage in casual conversation with Harry. So, you are the renowned boy who lived? What an honor to meet you. Andre mischievously began to tease the young savior. Have you considered which house you might be sorted into? Actually, I am not very familiar with the school, Harry admitted. Could you enlighten me about the different houses? My parents both passed away, and no one has ever informed me of such matters. Oh, I am truly sorry, Andre responded. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Each house possesses its unique characteristics and outstanding individuals, and it is said that sorting largely depends on one's personality and choices. Typically, it mirrors your parents' traits. Oh, I do not even know where my parents graduated, Harry lamented. My uncle and aunt are muggles and have never spoken of magic. By the way, which house do you hope to be sorted into? Me? Andre pondered. Perhaps Slytherin, though its reputation is not the best. As you know, harmful elements can emerge anywhere. However, my father graduated from there, and he wishes for me to follow in his footsteps. Alternatively, Ravenclaw, which is my mother's house. It symbolizes wisdom and learning, and those who enjoy acquiring knowledge and understanding the world often find themselves there. I truly adore reading. And what about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? Gryffindor is renowned for its bravery and valor. It attracts those who love adventure and exploration, eager to break rules and express individuality. It is the largest house, and the current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, is an alumnus. Hufflepuff is characterized by its steadiness and practicality. They do not seek the limelight and seldom become the focus of the school, yet their strength and depth are undeniable. Well, this is quite a conundrum, Harry said, furrowing his brow. How will they sort us? Will they conduct a psychological test? Pardon? A psychological test? What is that? Andre frowned. Being the sole heir of the Carmichael family, he could not appear overly familiar with Muggle affairs. A peculiar type of questionnaire. It is said that once completed, it reveals one's personality. Ah, how fascinating. Muggles truly are clever. Of course, we would not employ such a method. It is far too slow, Andre laughed. But I must say, Muggles have indeed invented many marvelous ways to live without magic. Then, how will the school determine our houses? Harry inquired, curious. At that moment, the voices of the Carmichael couple called from outside, prompting Andre to bid farewell to Harry. Oh, I apologize. Please allow me to keep you in suspense for now. My parents are calling me. See you at school. He grabbed the completed robe and dashed out of the shop. Goodbye. Harry waved. Several measuring tapes swirled around him, giving him the appearance of a strange octopus. Ah, we have acquired robes, hats, gloves, cauldrons, telescopes, potion ingredients, textbooks. Oh, Andre, you will need a wand. Perhaps we can also procure a pet. An owl, a toad, or a cat. What do you prefer? Lady Carmichael checked off items on a list sent by Hogwarts. Muttering to herself incessantly, the Earl and Andre followed her with resigned expressions, their faces etched with the familiar agony of accompanying a wife or mother on a shopping excursion. Surely, this sentiment was shared by many wizards and Muggle men alike. Clark trailed behind them, guiding a trunk that had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, floating in midair. In truth, even with its 30-fold increase in capacity, the trunk was nearing its limit. Mother, I am only in my first year. I cannot bring a broomstick. Andre couldn't help but interject. Even a Nimbus 2000 can only be kept at home for sweeping. Furthermore, the astrolabes, ancient runes, and divination books you purchased are beyond my needs. I am but a first year. Ah, my dear, I know. Lady Carmichael parried the query with a nonchalant air, evidently still luxuriating in the boundless elation of a shopping spree. There, you see, we've arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, the most preeminent wand emporium in all of Britain. Go on, now, and select your companion. A peal of chimes heralded Andre's entrance into Ollivander's wand shop. The diminutive establishment was replete with wands, stacked in a haphazard fashion from floor to ceiling, their number likely reaching into the thousands, if not tens of thousands. The sheer volume of wands, amassed toward the roof, gave the impression that they might topple onto him, eliciting a sense of awe. This, then, was this world's arsenal and armory combined. Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. A mellifluous voice suddenly echoed as a diminutive old man emerged. Greetings, Mr. Ollivander, Lord Carmichael intoned. This is my only son, Andre Carmichael. He's to attend Hogwarts this year, and I've brought him to select a suitable wand. Ah, yes, Ollivander's voice was unexpectedly gentle, imbued with a drawn-out cadence akin to a sigh. I recall you, Lord Carmichael. And you, Lady Carmichael. Both of you, Hornbeam, Phoenix Feather. One 13.5 inches, the other 12 inches. 2 wands, crafted from the only 2 feathers yielded by the same phoenix. Surely, this is no mere coincidence. He then turned his gaze toward Andre. Young sir, pray tell, which hand do you favor? The right hand, Mr. Ollivander, Andre replied. He extended his right hand, and with a snap of Ollivander's fingers, a tape measure sprang to life, nimbly assessing the dimensions of his right hand, while Ollivander himself began retrieving wands from the mountainous piles. Try this one. Holly, Thestral Tail Hair. 11 inches, quite suitable for transfiguration. Andre accepted it, but before he could so much as brandish it, Ollivander snatched it back. Now try this one. Ivy, Dragon Heartstring, possesses considerable power. The moment Andre received it, it was once again wrested from his grasp. Oh, we certainly have a discerning gentleman here. No matter. Ollivander is assuredly capable of fulfilling your needs. Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander, Andre interjected. Might I be permitted to select a wand myself? Mr. Carmichael, in truth, it is not merely the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander's words were cut short by Andre. My apologies, Mr. Ollivander. But might I try the wand in the 11th box from the left on the 3rd row from the top? Oh, very well. Ollivander extracted the box, retrieving the wand. Hawthorn, Unicorn Hair, 14 inches in length. An excellent wand for casting spells. Also quite adept at potion making. Andre drew his wand, feeling an extraordinary harmony between his powerful spirit and the wand itself. Tendrils of magical energy flowed through the wand, forming a flawless circuit, as if it were an integral part of his being. A warmth surged at his fingertips, and a portion of magic erupted from the wand's tip. With a whoosh, hundreds of wands hovered silently in the air, perfectly aligned like soldiers standing in formation. It was truly marvelous. Even at the checkout, Ollivander could not help but express his astonishment. I have witnessed countless individuals selecting wands, yet never has anyone cast such a mature and formidable spell on their first attempt. Absolutely never. Indeed, Ollivander, Count Stephen Camichael replied proudly. Andre will become yet another illustrious wizard in the history of the Camichael family. His talent is unparalleled. You are absolutely right, Count. Ollivander finally ceased his admiration. That will be 20 for galleons. Having left Ollivander's, the family ventured to the Magical Menagerie pet shop, eager to select a pet for Andre. The Magical Menagerie was undoubtedly the most bustling shop in Diagon Alley. Hundreds of owls flapped their wings in cages piled in a corner, while mice leaped energetically within their enclosures, showcasing their vitality. A few cats nimbly navigated through the crowd, occasionally eliciting startled gasps from young girls. Two-tailed salamanders crawled lazily, and toads hopped joyfully in their tanks, relishing their lunch. Andre, what sort of pet do you desire? Mrs. Camichael inquired gently. Choose freely. Consider it a gift for your schooling. Upon entering the Magical Menagerie, Andre's gaze was firmly captured by a large bird cage. Inside was not an owl, but a magnificent eagle. Although still youthful, it exuded the majestic spirit of its ancestors soaring through the skies. It lazily preened its deep black feathers, regarding every patron with a piercing gaze. Mother, I wish to have that eagle, Andre declared. I shall name it Plunk, Shadow Swift. What do you think? But Andre, you can only take an owl, Mrs. Camichael reminded him. Eagles are not permitted. Ah, I can resolve this issue, Count Camichael interjected. Since this is a gift for Andre, let him choose what he desires. I shall speak with Dumbledore. Thank you, father. Andre paid 50 galleons and acquired the Scandinavian Shadow Swift Eagle. Upon opening the cage, his potent spirit instantly connected with the intelligent creature. It flapped its wings and perched upon Andre's shoulder, snatching a piece of jerky from his hand. With their shopping concluded, they prepared to return home and get ready for school. The final days of summer seemed to vanish in an instant. The blazing sun lost its once dominant power overnight. Now lazily hanging in the sky, Andre recalled the previous day, lying leisurely beneath the shade of lush trees, savoring his homemade, swiftly frozen, all-natural vanilla ice cream, while directing Clark with a spell to conjure a gentle breeze. Alternatively, he could have been soaring on his Firebolt 2000 over the Quidditch pitch, relishing every second of the exhilarating flight between earth and sky. Yet, how had the school year arrived so suddenly? September 1st crept in silently, and the Camichael couple accompanied Andre to King's Cross Station, offering numerous reminders that made the previously composed Andre feel increasingly anxious. All right, Mother, I understand. You needn't worry. Oh, no, my dear, I must repeat myself. You must ensure that Plunk brings back letters every day. I will miss you dearly. Oh, no problem, Mother. Bidding farewell to his reluctant parents, Andre grasped his small suitcase and entered King's Cross Station. Plunk had already flown off to Hogwarts, requiring no concern from him. Upon stepping into the station, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Hi, Harry. Andre greeted warmly. What a coincidence to see you again. Andre. Harry Potter's face brightened, his anxious demeanor easing as if he had found a lifeline. Thank goodness I ran into you here. Do you know how to get to platform 9 3/4? Harry. We ought to thank Merlin, for the Lord has no part in our affairs, Andre replied with a slight smile. So, you cannot find the way to the platform? Has no one told you how to enter? Oh, indeed not, Harry said, scratching his head in frustration. His already messy hair appeared even more disheveled, revealing the lightning scar on his forehead obscured by his fringe. Don't worry, Harry, Andre said, noticing his discomfort. It's quite simple. Do you see the wall between platforms 9 and 10? Do not fear, just run straight through. I'll go first, you follow. Andre and Harry, taking advantage of the bustling crowd, made their way to the wall, feigning to lean against it for a moment of respite before effortlessly passing through. Oh, how wondrous it was. Harry marveled at the Hogwarts Express, which was belching thick clouds of smoke. The platform was teeming with people, cats weaved through the throngs, while parents shared their final embraces with their children. An owl, in a rather unceremonious manner, dropped its droppings onto a wizard's hat, prompting him to curse loudly, creating a scene of delightful chaos. As the Hogwarts Express began its journey, Andre and Harry struggled through the crowd, eventually locating an empty compartment where they settled down. Harry, panting heavily, attempted to hoist his large trunk onto the luggage rack. With a gentle smile, Andre extended his right hand and softly uttered a few incantations. Miraculously, Harry's trunk levitated and landed with a satisfying thud upon the rack. Remarkable, exclaimed Harry. Andre, is this magic? You are truly impressive. It's nothing, Harry, Andre replied, his ever-present warm smile illuminating his face. This is merely the most fundamental of spells, one you will soon master yourself. As they sat together, Andre retrieved an ancient tome on the origins of magical text from his bag, while Harry gazed out at the passing scenery. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open to reveal a tall, lanky boy with a shock of red hair and a face speckled with freckles. "Hello, may I sit here?" "All the other compartments are full," he asked shyly. Andre did not lift his gaze, seemingly absorbed in the world within the pages of his book. Harry merely nodded, saying, "Very well, please proceed." Andre superficially perused his book, yet his mind wandered back to his previous life, recalling his memories of reading Harry Potter. Indeed, this is Ron. Thus, the Gryffindor triumvirate is still missing one. Noting that Andre had not lifted his gaze, Ron introduced himself to Harry. "Hello, I am Ron Weasley. You may call me Ron." "Harry Potter. Please call me Harry," Harry replied. "Andre Carmichael," Andre added in turn. "Ah, I know you, the only son of the Carmichael family," Ron exclaimed, as if suddenly recalling something. He pointed at Harry, stammering, "Huh, Harry Potter? You are the boy who lived?" "Yes, I am indeed Harry Potter," Harry answered with a hint of exasperation, brushing aside his fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. "It is a pleasure to meet you. You have no idea how famous you are," Ron shouted with uncontainable excitement. With a resounding thud, the door to the compartment swung open once more, and a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth entered. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger. Has anyone seen a toad? Never lost one." Her tone carried an air of superiority, accompanied by a shy boy who lingered behind her. Andre furrowed his brow, shook his head, and returned to his reading. The triumvirate was complete. Andre felt an inexplicable sense of pride, as if witnessing a moment of historical significance. "Oh, who were you just discussing as being very famous?" the girl asked. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced over and spotted the conspicuous scar on Harry's forehead, her excitement growing. "Oh, you are Harry Potter. I've read about you in so many books, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord." "Oh, actually, I am not," Harry began, but before he could finish, the compartment door was forcefully pushed open once again. A handsome boy with short, light blonde hair entered, flanked by two burly companions. He extended his hand to Harry. "Hello, Potter. I am Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. It is a pleasure to meet you. I presume you will choose your friends wisely." He cast a disdainful glance at Ron. "Ah, the fateful encounter." Andre observed the unfolding drama with growing amusement. However, Ron was far from calm. He lunged at Malfoy with ferocity. "Malfoy, how dare you insult me?" In an instant, he was upon the unprepared Malfoy, and a scuffle ensued. Crabbe and Goyle rushed to assist Malfoy, while Harry, utterly bewildered by the situation, found himself repulsed by Malfoy's tone. Seeing Ron outnumbered, he attempted to intervene, but ended up receiving a few punches himself. Sighing, Andre drew his wand. "Stand aside." With a resounding thud, the five of them were flung apart. It was only then that Malfoy noticed Andre. "Andre, what are you doing here?" "Draco, I am merely an unfortunate bystander caught in the fray," Andre shrugged. "Enough of this fighting. Go change into your robes. We are about to arrive." Having crossed paths at a gathering of noble families some years prior, Andre and Draco Malfoy had, through correspondence and subsequent meetings, fostered a cordial friendship. With Andre's intervention, Malfoy found himself disinclined to persist in his importunities. "Very well, Andre. Until we meet again." With that, Malfoy, accompanied by his two acolytes, departed. Andre, with a mere flick of his wand, conjured a pristine robe for himself. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, so this is magic." Harry and Ron, consumed with envy, were left with no recourse but to retreat to the lavatory to change. By the time they emerged, the somber silhouettes of mountains were cast upon the landscape, and the train, decelerating, had arrived at its destination. Andre and his companions disembarked from the carriage, guided by Hagrid, the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. After the customary journey across the Black Lake, they arrived before the majestic castle of Hogwarts. There stood a tall witch clad in a striking emerald green robe. "Professor McGonagall, here are this year's first-year students. Not a single one missing," Hagrid proclaimed in his coarse, gravelly voice, which remained remarkably dry and rugged despite the dampness of the rainy day. "Thank you, Hagrid," Professor McGonagall replied, her expression revealing no emotion. Andre, aware of her extraordinary accomplishments and reputation in transfiguration, coupled with the descriptions he recalled from the original text, increasingly perceived this professor as a formidable figure. "Very well, children, follow me," she instructed, raising the lantern and leading the first years in a single file into the grand hall. Andre swore he had never witnessed such an astonishingly grand hall. The space here was evidently far more expansive than the castle's exterior suggested. A clear result of an expertly cast stretching charm. If all the furnishings were removed, one could easily hold a miniature Quidditch match within. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the scale of the school based on his recollections from the original text and years of reading in this world, he was still taken aback. The other young children appeared even more overwhelmed. However, they were not granted the privilege to linger in the hall. Professor McGonagall ushered them into a nearby small room to await further instructions. "Did you see that? What a magnificent place!" exclaimed one child, marveling at the floating candles. "By Merlin, it's so beautiful." The small room echoed with such exclamations, a cacophony of awe. Andre remained composed, quietly anticipating the forthcoming sorting ceremony. Beside him, Harry nudged him in the ribs. "Hey, Andre, tell me, how does the sorting work?" "Yeah, come on, spill the beans. I heard it's quite a rigorous test." "I've memorized everything. I wonder if it will be enough." Hermione chimed in, her competitive spirit ignited after witnessing Andre's magic on the train. "It's quite simple." Andre smiled at the thought of Ron's brothers intimidating him during the sorting process in the original story. "You just need to wear a hat, and it will determine where you belong." "Oh," two gasps echoed in response. Ron cheered in relief, while Hermione sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, a series of pearly white figures floated unsteadily from the walls. "Ghosts!" a child screamed. "No, it's spirits." This was the display of superiority from the children hailing from wizarding families. Over a dozen ghosts appeared in a single file before the first-year students. Among them was one with bloodstains on his robe, his expression vacant and his eyes hollow, sending the surrounding students scattering in fright. Malfoy stepped forward, addressing him. "Pleased to meet you, Sir Barrow. I am Draco Malfoy." "Oh, another little Malfoy." Barrow sighed, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Only Andre Malfoy and a few others stood their ground, unyielding. Barrow slowly surveyed the group. "It is a pleasure to see you all. I hope you acquire the knowledge suited to your respective houses. Now, let us proceed." Barrow's final words were directed at the ghosts. He seemed to hold considerable status and authority among them, as none voiced dissent. Instead, they silently formed an orderly line and glided seamlessly through the opposite wall. At last, Professor McGonagall reappeared, holding a long scroll of parchment, undoubtedly the list of first-year students. "Everyone, line up and follow me." Andre and his companions once again entered the resplendent hall, where all eyes converged upon them. A few first-year students appeared somewhat discomfited by this attention, shrinking back as if to conceal themselves in order to escape the discomfort of the moment. Andre's gaze fell upon the sorting hat, perched upon a three-legged stool. It appeared exceedingly ancient and worn, its greasy surface almost gleaming. He found it difficult to envision how his somewhat fastidious nature would react to donning such a hat. Certainly, it would not evoke pleasant sentiments. A fissure split the side of the hat, resembling a mouth, from which it began to sing, succinctly introducing the characteristics of the four houses, bowing to each of the four long tables in turn before falling silent. The sorting ceremony had officially commenced. "All right, children." Professor McGonagall's voice always carried an air of detachment and coldness, making her seem rather unapproachable. He was not a particularly competent primary school teacher, Andre mused quietly. "I will call your names one by one. When your name is called, step forward and wear the sorting hat, which will reveal to you your assigned house. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor," the first years replied in unison. McGonagall nodded with satisfaction, approached the sorting hat, and called out, "Hannah Abbott." A rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids stumbled forward and donned the hat. Moments later, the hat proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." Applause erupted from the right table, and a kindly ghost, whom Andre recognized as the resident ghost of Hufflepuff, nodded in approval. Then Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The names continued to be called, until at last, it was time for someone familiar. Hermione Granger. The hat hesitated for a moment before declaring, "Gryffindor." She dashed towards the Gryffindor table, where nearly headless Nick and her fellow students welcomed her with applause. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. With an aristocratic grace, Malfoy approached and placed the hat upon his head. Almost instantaneously, the hat shouted, "Slytherin." He sauntered contentedly to the table adorned with silver and green, where Crabbe and Goyle awaited him. Next came Harry Potter. A low murmur swept across the great hall, like the sizzle of tiny flames, as nearly every gaze turned towards Harry, causing him to falter slightly. Yet, he too donned the hat. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers, many excitedly banging on the table and stomping their feet. The Weasley twins raised their cups in song. We have Potter. We have Potter. Thank Merlin. We have Potter. Finally, it was Andre Carmichael. He approached with composure and placed the sorting hat upon his head. Oh, what do I see? A resolute spirit, an astute intellect, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Without a doubt, Ravenclaw. Andre was exceedingly pleased with the outcome as he leisurely approached the Ravenclaw long table and took a seat. The prefects of Ravenclaw, accompanied by the entire student body and the resident ghost, the Grey Lady, warmly welcomed his arrival. He caught sight of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy, greeting them with a wave as he awaited the commencement of the feast. With the sorting concluded, the first-year students settled at their respective house tables, quietly anticipating the headmaster's speech and the onset of the banquet. Dumbledore rose to his feet. Despite his towering stature, his lengthy white beard cascaded onto the tabletop. His striking blue eyes sparkled behind crescent-shaped spectacles, instilling in Andre an inexplicable sense of pressure. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before we commence the feast, I wish to impart a few words. Nincompoops, sniveling, dregs, twist. Thank you all. Dumbledore then resumed his seat amidst a resounding applause from the 4 long tables. Andre joined in the clapping, yet he distinctly heard Terry Boot inquiring of an upperclassman, "Is our headmaster, a bit?" He pointed to his head. "Not quite right?" The upperclassman, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Perhaps his behavior is not always comprehensible, yet he is undoubtedly the greatest wizard of the present age, bar none." With Dumbledore seated, the once empty golden plates before everyone suddenly filled with a splendid array of food, encompassing everything from bread to cheese, accompanied by jugs of pumpkin juice and sizzling steaks that caused the table to creak ominously, raising concerns that they might unexpectedly fracture at any moment. Andre dined with an elegance befitting the standards of noble etiquette, a skill that had nearly become second nature to him. Concurrently, he devoted a portion of his attention to conversing with his fellow classmates. "Both my parents are muggles," exclaimed Stuart Ackerley, "when Professor Flitwick visited my home. He nearly terrified them into submission. I never imagined I could become a wizard." "My parents are half and half," Lisa Dupin interjected. "My mother only discovered my father was a wizard after they were married, and she was quite startled. However, she later realized that having a wizard for a husband is indeed a fortunate affair. At least, you don't have to do much housework. Magic takes care of cooking and cleaning." "Andre, are your parents wizards?" inquired a senior seated beside him. This senior had previously introduced him to various facets of Ravenclaw House, leaving a wonderful impression on him. She was none other than Cho Chang, the Belle of Ravenclaw. In fact, he had recognized her as he approached the Ravenclaw long table after the sorting ceremony, yet he hesitated to initiate conversation. It was Cho who took the initiative to engage him, her words gentle and her tone melodious, making one feel as if enveloped in a spring breeze. Cho was an extraordinarily beautiful Chinese girl, her figure slender, skin fair and flawless, with long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall, complemented by a perfect visage and an ever-present, gentle smile that exuded an aura of scholarly charm, stirring the hearts of those around her. It was only in her presence that one could truly comprehend why she was regarded as the most popular girl in all of Ravenclaw. "Yes, senior. Both my parents are wizards. I have always had a passion for reading and learning. It is truly a stroke of luck to be part of Ravenclaw." "Just call me Cho, Andre," she replied with a smile. "Our house hasn't won the House Cup in years. With your addition this year, we must strive harder." "All right, Cho." Andre finished the last sip of his pumpkin juice and relaxed. "By the way, do you enjoy playing Quidditch?" "Of course. Quidditch is my favorite sport. Unfortunately, I was only a first year last year, so I wasn't allowed to join the house team. I do hope to qualify this year," Cho said with a hint of regret, then brightened. "What about you, Andre?" "Quidditch is my absolute favorite activity," Andre replied, his enthusiasm palpable. "I have been learning to play since I was 6. I've been flying for 6 years now. Sadly, first-year students aren't permitted to bring their brooms to school, so my Nimbus 2000 has to stay at home." "Andre, you are so fortunate. The Nimbus 2000 is the latest broomstick. I only have a Shooting Star 260. But even with it, I will still be a top seeker at Hogwarts." Cho's face radiated confidence, leaving Andre momentarily speechless. "Yes, Cho. You will undoubtedly become the finest seeker. I believe in you." "Thank you. There will be Quidditch tryouts in a week. You must come to cheer for me." Cho's smile was as bright as the sun. "Absolutely." As the students set down their cutlery, the clattering of plates and utensils gradually subsided, and soon, all food and remnants vanished in an instant, restoring silence to the hall. Professor Dumbledore stood once more, I am delighted to see everyone well fed. Now, I have a few announcements to make. Dumbledore's tone was grave, tinged with an air of authority. All students held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest remains off-limits to students. All first years and some older students should take heed of this. His stern gaze swept over the Gryffindor table, lingering momentarily on the Weasley twins. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested me to reiterate, please refrain from casting spells in the corridors during breaks. The list of prohibited items can be found in Mr. Filch's office. Students in need may consult it. His gaze passed over the Weasley twins again, and Andre understood their mischievous nature, observing them make faces as they sat comfortably. Additionally, the selection for Quidditch players will commence in the second week. Students aspiring to join the house team should contact Madame Hooch. Did you hear that, Andre? Cho winked playfully at him. Lastly, I must warn all of you. If you wish to avoid unfortunate and painful demises, do not enter the corridor to the right of the 4th floor. Cho, what lies there? Andre asked, feigning ignorance. I have no idea, but it's best not to find out, Cho replied, shaking her head in confusion. You may not have much time. The Ravenclaw library will be sufficient to occupy all your spare energy. She smiled slyly. Now let us sing the school song, and then the prefects will escort the first years to their dormitories, Dumbledore announced loudly. The students sang the school song in a rather disorganized tune. Andre noticed that Cho sang to the melody of Spring River, Flower Moon Night. But it was indeed quite beautiful. The prefect stood up with authority, beckoning the first years. Goodbye, Andre, Cho whispered. Andre smiled faintly, nodded in farewell, and followed Prefect George Gerard back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Gerard led them to a brass knocker shaped like an eagle. He turned back and said, First years, remember? This is the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. If your wit is insufficient to answer its riddle, you shall remain outside for the night. So study well. He knocked on the knocker. A voice inquired, What is the one thing in the world that never ceases? Time, Gerard answered. Correct. The common room door swung open to welcome them. The first years filed into the common room, barely having time to admire the beautiful blue and bronze silks and the starlit ceiling before the prefects ushered them off to their respective dormitories. Andre's luggage had been delivered by the house elf. After a brief exchange with his roommates, he drew the cerulean bed curtains and drifted into slumber against his pillow. The following day, Andre awoke early. He had always been a light sleeper in unfamiliar beds, and though Hogwarts evoked a sense of home, it still disturbed his rest. Without disturbing his slumbering roommates, he donned his new robes and made his way to the dining hall. Harry and Hermione spotted him from afar and waved him over. He returned their greetings with a smile. Ron's complexion was pallid, but he offered a polite nod. Andre, did you sleep well last night? Harry inquired cheerfully. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did the Ravenclaw bed not suit you? I'm a bit sensitive to new beds. I didn't sleep very soundly. But I'll adjust in a few days, Andre replied with a smile. Well, he is the sole heir of the Camichael family. He has probably never resided in such humble accommodations, Ron interjected, his tone tinged with acidity, his words sharp and stinging. To sleep soundly, he'd likely require 20 layers of velvet quilts, like the princess in the Muggle fairy tale. Ron, Harry exclaimed, seemingly uncomfortable with Ron's sarcastic tone toward Andre. However, Andre, with his composed demeanor, did not take Ron's words to heart, letting them pass like a fleeting breeze. Turning to Hermione, he greeted her. Good morning, Miss Granger. It's a pleasure to see you again. You may call me Hermione, Andre, Hermione said with a smile. Otherwise, I'll have to call you Mr. Carmichael, which would make me quite uneasy. Very well, Hermione, Andre responded with his signature smile. You'll be attending Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class later, won't you? A friendly reminder. It's best to eat a hearty breakfast. One does not want to be caught daydreaming on McGonagall's account of hunger pangs. It would not be met with understanding. Is Professor McGonagall very strict, Andre? Hermione asked worriedly. I wouldn't want to bring discredit to Gryffindor. Rest assured, Hermione, Harry said anxiously. If you were to bring discredit to Gryffindor, I dare say Gryffindor would be in the negative today. Andre laughed heartily, saying, You're absolutely right, Harry. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, being the head of Gryffindor, will not make things difficult for you. With that, he bid farewell to the trio from Gryffindor and made his way back to the Ravenclaw table, taking a seat beside Chio. Did you not sleep well? Chio inquired, a playful smile curving her lips. Insomnia is indeed a formidable foe for Ravenclaw. Lacking sufficient energy in class can lead to reprimands from the professors. Fear not, Chio, Andre replied with a sly grin, producing a crystal vial from his robe pocket. Energy potion. I brewed it myself, and its quality far surpasses those mediocre concoctions available on the market. He then tapped his wand lightly against his eyes, erasing the dark circles beneath them. Now, is that better? An energy potion. That's part of the third-year potions curriculum, isn't it? Andre, you are truly a genius, Chio exclaimed sincerely. Perhaps you will be the first Ravenclaw to earn points from Professor Snape. Hee, I certainly hope so. I am confident that my potion-making skills are on par with anyone else's. Just then, a commotion arose as Plunk, the magnificent swift shadow eagle, swooped into the great hall amidst a flurry of owls, his imposing figure particularly noticeable. He landed on Andre's shoulder, swiftly snatching half a piece of bread from his plate before hopping onto the table, proudly lifting one leg to indicate the letter tied to it. Andre, your swift shadow eagle is truly splendid, Chio said, gently stroking Plunk's feathers and filling a dish with milk for him. Is his name Plunk? What a powerful name it is. The swift shadow eagle tilted his head back in delight, casting a sidelong glance at Andre, then rubbed his head against Chio's smooth, porcelain-like palm, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Andre wore a face of frustration, venomously squeezing out a few words between his teeth. Ungrateful. He lowered his head and began to read his family's letter. His mother reiterated her incessant nagging in the correspondence, while his father reminded him not to forget to make friends at school, urging him to uphold the family's honor. Suddenly, as he was amusing himself with prank, Chio raised her head. Your first class is with Professor Flitwick, right? You must perform well and earn plenty of points. Ravenclaw has been without the House Cup for far too long. This year, we must strive to reclaim it. Indeed, Chio, I shall do my utmost, Andre replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face like the warmth of spring. Professor Flitwick was a diminutive wizard who had to stand atop a pile of books to see over the lectern and address his students. As he was the head of Ravenclaw, the freshmen felt little restraint, and the classroom was filled with a joyful atmosphere, given that they had just enrolled. And many of the new students hailed from Muggle backgrounds with no prior knowledge. The first lesson focused on the fundamentals of spell theory, posing no difficulty whatsoever. Andre made quite the impression. The theories he discussed were self-taught endeavors from when he was merely 6 or 7 years old, and he had mastered them thoroughly, possessing answers to nearly every question. By the end of the lesson, he had secured 10 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick was exceptionally exhilarated, encouraging the newcomers to strive for this year's House Cup, aiming to break the long-standing dominance of Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Transfiguration class offered a surprising delight compared to the Charms lesson. As the Ravenclaw Eagles entered the classroom, they did not find Professor McGonagall present. Instead, a tabby cat was perched on the lectern. Everyone assumed it was a lost pet of a student, but Andre surprised everyone by stepping forward and bowing respectfully to it. His roommate, Stuart Ackerley, was perplexed and quietly inquired about his actions, to which Andre merely smiled and shook his head, indicating that he would soon understand. The bell for class rang, and nearly everyone was astonished that the notoriously punctual Professor McGonagall was late. Only Andre wore a knowing smile, his gaze fixed intently on the overlooked tabby cat on the lectern. The cat leapt down, its form twisting in midair, and by the time it landed, it had transformed into the serious-faced Professor McGonagall. The Eagles were taken aback and spontaneously erupted into applause. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased. Mr. Camichael, you have earned 5 points for Ravenclaw. Her words sparked a low cheer among the Eagles. I am curious how you discerned my animagus transformation, as the others were oblivious. Professor, Andre stood and replied with a solemnity befitting the moment. You are one of the few registered animagi of this century, and certainly deserving of our remembrance. He added with a grin, moreover, the pattern around your animagus's eyes bears an uncanny resemblance to your glasses. Excellent, Mr. Camichael. Professor McGonagall rarely smiled, but a hint of one graced her lips. Now, let us commence today's lesson. The Eagles felt quite disheartened to learn they were still far from mastering such advanced transfiguration as animagi and were instructed to practice the most basic transformations instead. Professor McGonagall handed each of them a matchstick and asked them to attempt transforming it into a needle. Only Andre succeeded effortlessly, earning 2 more points for Ravenclaw, while only Lisa Dupin managed to make the tip of her matchstick appear slightly sharper before class concluded. Andre excelled in his studies, single-handedly securing over 30 points for Ravenclaw in just 2 days. His scholarly reputation swiftly spread, subtly positioning him as a leader among the first-year students of Ravenclaw. Professor Snape's potions class is regarded as the most daunting subject by students from all houses, with even some from Slytherin acknowledging it as perhaps the most arduous experience in the world. Meanwhile, the first-year Eagles, led by Andre, were making their way to the subterranean classroom. Andre discovered that the memories of the original work from his past life had diverged. Ravenclaw did not attend potions class with Hufflepuff, but rather with Gryffindor. However, this revelation did little to alleviate the fears of the young eagles regarding potions class. In the dimly lit underground classroom, the magical light sources emitted a feeble white glow, barely illuminating the workstations of the young eagles and lions. The damp air rendered any sense of pleasure unattainable, leaving the students, who had long feared the notorious Severus Snape, feeling increasingly breathless. Snape, swathed in his black robes, strode into the classroom with a stern countenance, resembling a dark cloud, his eyes scanning the students with a piercing gaze, sharp as knives. The classroom fell instantly silent. The previous murmurs reduced to a haunting stillness. Much like Professor McGonagall, Snape possessed an uncanny ability to instill silence in the classroom without uttering a word. He produced a roll call and began to take attendance. Upon calling out Harry Potter, Snape seemingly flipped a switch, unleashing his acerbic tongue. "Ah, yes," he remarked, "Harry Potter." The illustrious newcomer. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a silky quality, smooth and serpentine, reminiscent of a vibrant, venomous snake. No one dared to laugh, though. All heads bowed low, fearful of meeting Snape's gaze. He drew his wand and tapped the blackboard, which illuminated with the details and key points for the potion to be brewed that lesson. Turning to face the students, he declared, "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." Snape's thin lips moved as he spoke. "Since there will be no foolish waving of wands here. Many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the enchanting essence of a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame, releasing fragrant wisps of aroma, nor the wondrous power of a liquid coursing through one's veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death. But one condition must be met. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter." The potion master's unique charisma shone through this brief introduction, captivating many. And it seemed for a moment that Snape was less repugnant. Andre keenly observed that Hermione Granger, inspired by Snape's words, straightened her already erect posture and leaned forward, eager to draw closer to the blackboard. Moreover, she was the only one, apart from him, brave enough to maintain a steady gaze upon Snape. It appeared she was more than eager to prove her talent and intellect. "Potter," Snape suddenly inquired, startling Harry, who lifted his head. "Pray tell, what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind went blank. He was not Hermione, capable of reciting the entire book verbatim. Hermione, meanwhile, raised her hand high, yet in Snape's eyes, she seemed invisible. Just as Harry contemplated giving up, he heard Andre's voice whispering in his ear. "It's a potion of death sleep, a powerful sedative." Harry promptly recited the answer. Snape's brows furrowed further as he pressed on. "Potter, if I were to seek ambergris, where would I find it?" Andre's voice echoed again in Harry's ear. "Professor, ambergris is found in the stomach of a whale." Snape's face betrayed a flicker of surprise. This was the first hint of emotion he had displayed since the class began. "Why aren't you writing this down?" The eagles and lions dutifully pretended to take notes, heads lowered. "Potter, tell me, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Snape's voice grew increasingly silky, his gaze sweeping the classroom, landing particularly on Hermione and Andre. "There is no difference. They are collectively referred to as aconite." At this moment, Snape's eyes finally caught sight of Andre's lips moving. "Mr. Camichael, due to your actions, Ravenclaw loses 2 points." No eagle dared to contest this ruling. The only sound in the silent underground classroom was the rustling of quills across parchment. They eventually began brewing the potion for scabies, a task Andre had mastered at the age of 8. The surrounding eagles benefited immensely from his expertise, as it seemed that no matter what missteps they made, Andre could always rectify their brews. When he was the first to complete his potion, presenting a bottle gleaming with an amber hue, Snape begrudgingly awarded Ravenclaw 3 points. However, it was evident that Snape's mood remained sour. Harry's potion did not fare well, and Snape seized the opportunity to deduct 2 points. Neville fared even worse. In his partnership with Seamus, he had turned Seamus's cauldron into a chaotic mess, emitting thick clouds of green smoke. Gryffindor suffered significantly in potions class. After the lesson, the Eagles maintained a sense of satisfaction, proud of Andre Camichael for having scored positive points in Snape's class, but the Lions were far less pleased, particularly Harry, whose face was stormy enough to drip water. "Thank you, Andre," Harry said hurriedly as he approached. "If it weren't for your assistance, I would have been in dire straits today." "Not at all, Harry," Andre winked. Professor Snape's class requires our collective effort. Do not hold resentment towards him. If anyone wishes to see you unharmed, he is certainly among them. Andre, what do you mean by that? Harry asked, bewildered. Facing a professor who openly displayed his disdain for him, Harry found it hard to feel any goodwill. Nothing, Andre replied, flashing his usual smile, leaving Harry unable to decipher his expression. Look, Ron and Hermione are coming to find you. I must take my leave. He waved and disappeared up the stone staircase. What did Andre's comment truly mean? As Harry walked towards Hagrid's hut, he pondered over Andre's words, feeling perplexed. Stop thinking about it, Harry. Camichael must have misspoken, Ron shrugged. He probably accidentally added a not. If anyone wishes to see you harmed, he is certainly among them. That makes sense, Hermione added, feeling a headache coming on. All right. Stop dwelling on it. Fong has come to fetch us. Ahead of them, a large black dog galloped joyfully towards them. The cloud of gloom lifted from the faces of Gryffindor's golden triangle, replaced by smiles of joy. The long-awaited flying lesson had finally arrived. With the first-year students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff gathering in the clearing, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, awaited them, surrounded by an array of broomsticks. All right, children, she called. Stand next to your broomsticks, place your hands above the bristles, and shout up. Madame Hooch's gray hair framed her face, her bright, sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of a hawk. Even her voice seemed to carry the coldness and sharpness of the wind. Andre's fingers traced an arcane pattern within his robe, uttering a few low syllables as he discreetly activated the summoning charm, a spell whose intricacies had long eluded him. Given his nature, he favored stability over change. Uncertain whether the broom would heed his call, he opted for the more reliable, albeit cumbersome, summoning charm. Under the influence of magic, the broom, unable to resist, obediently leapt into his grasp. As he surveyed the scene, he realized that obedient brooms were a rarity. Some lay lazily on the ground, rolling about without a care, while others remained utterly unresponsive, refusing to budge even slightly. Among the unfortunate was Miss Lisa Dupin, whose broom showed no signs of movement whatsoever. Perhaps you should issue a stern threat to your broom, a soft voice suggested to Lisa Dupin. She complied, and indeed, the broom promptly leaped into her hands, eliciting a broad smile from her. Madame Hoke instructed them on the proper flying posture and urged them to prepare for takeoff. Once I whistle, you must kick off with all your strength. Remember, put your all into it, she emphasized. At the sound of the whistle, dozens of flying brooms soared into the air. A truly magnificent spectacle. The first-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff gleefully darted through the skies. Andre noticed many faces were still tense, jaws clenched in anxiety. After all, it was their inaugural ascent. He felt a sense of superiority, blissfully oblivious to the reason he had assumed this body. Suddenly, a startled cry from Terry Boot caught his attention from behind. He turned to find a tiger owl hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. Panic ensued, sending a wave of screams through the air. The tiger owl, a large raptor with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, was known for its incredible speed and carnivorous nature. Its uniquely structured wings produced a sound akin to a tiger's roar when it swooped down, striking terror in the hearts of all, even seasoned wizards, lacking advanced flying skills and extensive combat experience, would find themselves in dire peril if confronted by a tiger owl alone in the air. While these formidable creatures did inhabit the forbidden forest, they were nocturnal by nature and would never venture into a flying lesson to attack students. Yet, absurdly, such an improbable event had indeed transpired. In that fleeting moment, everyone shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Andre did not dwell on his thoughts any longer. Instinctively, he halted midair and changed direction, provoking a collective gasp as he charged towards the tiger number 1. The wind tousled his golden hair, and his black robe clung tightly to his form, accentuating the graceful curves of his physique. He paid no heed to these distractions. His gaze fixated solely on the descending tiger number 1 and the stunned expression of Terry Booth. He propelled his flying broom with increased velocity, seemingly intent on colliding with the tiger number 1. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd, mouths agape, while glistening tears began to well up in the eyes of several girls, who believed Andre was poised to shield Terry Booth with his own body. Andre was certainly not the sort of person to be daunted. As he propelled his broomstick forward, he silently cursed the school's unreasonable policies. If only he could bring the Nimbus 2000 to school. With its exceptional acceleration, braking, and maneuverability, he could have easily yanked Terry Boot from that perilous broom, instead of resorting to this antiquated clean sweep 7 for such a difficult maneuver. At a distance of approximately 20 feet from the tiger owl, which for two objects flying at high speeds was merely a fleeting moment, he suddenly pressed down on the broom handle, diving 3 to 5 feet before swiftly pulling up, using all his strength to hurl himself off the broom and into a near-inverted position in midair. At that very moment, the tiger owl hovered directly above him. With a powerful kick, he struck the owl in its abdomen, causing the fierce creature to veer off course, blood spewing from its beak. He then landed back on the broom, quickly adjusting it to a level flight. In this swift maneuver, he had not only sent the tiger owl soaring away, but also caused Madame Hooch to drop her wand in shock. The owl erupted midair, a dazzling spray of crimson bursting forth. The little eagles and badgers cheered, and Terry Boot embraced Andre tightly upon his landing. "Thank you," she said, her voice choked with emotion, still somewhat shaken. Madame Hooch hurried to escort her to Madame Pomfrey. Nonetheless, Andre's heroic feat swiftly became the talk of the school. Later that evening, as he returned from the library to the Ravenclaw common room, he had barely settled down when Autumn Zhang rushed over, pulling him along. "Come with me, Andre. Professor Flitwick wishes to see you." Professor Flitwick sat in his office on a specially elevated chair, waving his wand to conjure 3 cups. "Tea, coffee, or pumpkin juice, Mr. Carmichael?" "Green tea will suffice, thank you, Professor." Andre sensed the underlying intention behind the professor's summons. With Harry around, even breaking the mold could be beneficial, sparing him the rigors of the Quidditch trials. "Ah, Miss Zhang, you prefer green tea as well?" "Yes, thank you, Professor." "Well, Mr. Carmichael." Professor Flitwick seemed to struggle to find the right words. "Ravenclaw has not basked in the glory of the Quidditch Cup for quite some time. While we pursue wisdom and knowledge, it would be a source of pride for even the Lady Ravenclaw to see the Academy Cup and Quidditch Cup adorning our house's crown." "Indeed, Professor." Andre was now entirely certain of the professor's intentions. "You displayed unparalleled skill in today's flying lesson. Madame Hooch's praise fills me with pride." "You flatter me, Professor." "I merely sought to ensure my classmates' safety," Andre replied with his characteristic smile. "Precisely. Our Quidditch team has lost a beater this year to graduation, and Captain Phileas has long wished for me to find a replacement. I would like to inquire if you would be willing to join." "But, Professor, first-year students are not permitted to join the Quidditch team." Andre feigned innocence. "Wouldn't he that cause you trouble?" "Ah, you may not be aware, but yesterday Professor McGonagall received permission to enlist Harry Potter into the Gryffindor Quidditch team, so Ravenclaw can certainly recruit you," Professor Flitwick said with pride. "Very well, Professor." Andre eagerly acquiesced. Internally, he was already reveling in delight. "In that case, I would be honored to serve the house team." "Splendid, Mr. Carmichael," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. "Miss Zhang will also be joining the team as a seeker, and you can train together." "Of course, Professor, rest assured." He turned to Autumn, finding her smiling at him. A slight grin crept across his face as he recalled their breakfast promise. "Let us do our best together." After potions class that day, Harry sought out Andre, pulling him aside. Andre was perplexed. "What's up, Harry?" he asked, struggling to recall the plot of the original story and calculate the date. Vaguely suspecting the reason behind Harry's urgency, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "You're not asking me to help you break any school rules, are you?" "How did you know?" Harry looked at Andre as if he were some sort of demigod. "Well, I had a bit of a run-in with Malfoy during flying class, but it turned out in my favor." Andre nodded, grinning at Harry. "So, I agreed to a wizard duel with him tonight at midnight in the trophy room. You know, it's never locked." "Okay, and then?" "Ron will be my assistant, but I'm worried Malfoy might pull something." "I know you're strong. Could you come along to prevent him from cheating?" Harry appeared hesitant, unsure if the renowned scholar Andre would be willing to flout school regulations. "Not a problem," Andre replied decisively. "I'll be there to help you. You can count on me." At 11:30, Andre quietly rose from his bed, donned his robes, and slipped out of the common room into the corridor. "Invisibility," he whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. With a flick of his wand, he cast the invisibility charm, and his form vanished, leaving the corridor tranquil once more. Well versed in the original tale, Andre was aware of Malfoy's intentions and stealthily positioned himself around the corner outside the trophy room. Soon, he spotted Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville sneaking along the wall, their movements resembling those of thieves on a heist. Watching Harry and the others remain concealed within the trophy room, he refrained from dropping the invisibility spell. Understanding that his familiarity with the story was a significant advantage he would not foolishly abandon, Harry quietly waited in the trophy room, wand at the ready. anticipating Malfoy's potential ambush. Minutes ticked by, yet Malfoy never appeared. He is too scared, Ron declared proudly. He wouldn't dare show up. I even invited Andre. Harry replied, perplexed. He promised he'd come, so why isn't he here? Harry, don't be naive, Ron scoffed, lifting his chin. How can you trust someone like Camichael? You've definitely been duped. That coward wouldn't dare venture out at midnight. Ron, you're wrong. Hermione interjected promptly. Andre not showing up means he is adhering to the rules. You're the ones breaking them. Just think of how many points Gryffindor would lose. Just as Ron was about to retort, they suddenly heard the voices of Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, approaching from the adjacent corridor. The four Gryffindors felt their hair stand on end. We've been sold out, Ron murmured under his breath. Harry raised his wand. Run. The four of them stumbled out of the trophy room, only to encounter Peeves causing mischief along the way, and they dashed into the corridor leading to Charms class. Andre maintained his invisibility charm and followed closely, discreetly tracing a few symbols with his hand, pointing at the door at the end of the corridor, Alohomora. Harry and the others burst through the door, and Hermione quickly shut it behind them, allowing them to exhale in relief. Turning around, they were greeted by a three-headed dog that filled the entire space, 6 gleaming eyes fixed upon them. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over them, and faced with the threat of death, the four chose to confront Filch without hesitation. Harry instinctively reached for the doorknob. Don't, Harry. Do you want to summon Filch? Andre revealed himself, having dispelled his invisibility. Andre, how did you end up here? The four exclaimed in astonishment. I've always been here. Enough chatter, he said, tossing the invisibility cloak he had brought to them. You all need to leave. I will handle this. Harry and his companions donned the cloak and departed. Andre turned to face the henchman of Lewis. He withdrew a flute from his possession. Knowing the plot brings such joy. At last, the trio comprehends Lewis's main storyline. Once Hermione was out of danger, her innate ability to sense magical environments and her inquisitive nature kicked in, leaving Harry and Ron quite overwhelmed. Haven't you noticed? Even when she speaks to herself, there's an air of authority about her. Did you not see what that creature was standing upon? What? Harry asked, puzzled. What else could it be but the floor? It's a trapdoor, Hermione insisted vehemently. It's clearly guarding something. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to grasp the source of her fury. You nearly perished. If you wish to be expelled, by all means, continue testing your luck. Hermione stormed off in anger. Maybe. Ron sighed. It sounds as if we forced her to break the rules. Harry mused, not paying attention to Ron's words. In truth, he was lost in thoughts of the day Hagrid took him to Gringotts. Perhaps that was the object Hagrid had retrieved. Indeed, where could be more secure than Gringotts? Aside from Hogwarts? Perhaps he should inquire with Andre, who had lingered there longer and might possess greater insight. With a heart full of doubt, Harry turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Andre managed to calm Lu Wei down and, having employed the invisibility charm, silently returned to the dormitory without disturbing anyone. The following day, Harry approached him. As he returned the invisibility cloak, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Andre, you were with us the whole time yesterday, weren't you? Thank you so much. Without you, we might not have made it back. Of course, I was invisibly following you. You simply did not notice, Andre replied nonchalantly. That large dog didn't harm you, did it? Harry inquired, surveying Andre for any signs of injury. Not at all. After you left, I also departed invisibly. I can perform the invisibility charm without needing that, he said, gesturing to the bundle containing the cloak. Andre, you are quite remarkable, Harry exclaimed. This is advanced stuff. Isn't it? In truth, the invisibility charm was a closely guarded secret of the Camichael family, not something just anyone could learn. Not only could it render one invisible, but it could also eliminate any trace of scent. Ordinary disillusionment charms would not detect it. Harry, you will learn this one day, Andre said with a gentle smile. Do not lose heart. You will surpass others. Harry hesitated and asked, have you noticed anything peculiar? Indeed, I found it rather strange, Andre replied. That dog was standing over a trapdoor. Perhaps the school is guarding something beneath it. That must be it, Harry thought to himself. Hermione was right. The treasures from Gringotts were likely hidden beneath. As he observed Harry deep in thought, Andre smiled with delight. Harry, I have class, so I must leave now. Goodbye. Andre. During breakfast that day, Cho appeared particularly serious. Andre, listen, I have something very important to discuss with you. Cho Zhang frowned slightly, looking helplessly at the young man before her, who was obliviously devouring his steak with impeccable noble etiquette. Can't you be a bit more serious while I'm speaking to you? All right, Cho, Andre replied. after swallowing the last sip of pumpkin juice. He elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, instantly reverting to his usual composed and mature demeanor. You must be referring to tomorrow afternoon's Quidditch practice. Rest assured. I will take it seriously. He flashed a charming smile and winked at Cho. We promised to work hard together, and I would never forget my promises to you. Cho was amused by his playful demeanor, feeling a warmth spread within her. The next morning, as per tradition, countless owls swooped into the Great Hall, delivering letters or packages while seeking a few cornflakes or roast potatoes. Among them, 6 owls conspicuously carried a long package together. They landed on the Gryffindor table, dropping the package, which was so large that it knocked over several milk jugs and scattered plates of bread and cornflakes across the floor. Oh, Harry exclaimed, covering his face. Can't they train the owls for better delivery accuracy? In truth, they were quite precise. Ron grabbed the package, noting the attached note that declared it belonged to Harry Potter. As he unwrapped it, a sleek broomstick rolled out. Harry, it's a Nimbus 2000. Ron stammered excitedly. This is the best broom this year. No, it's the absolute best broom of the year. Professor McGonagall must have really invested in this. Gryffindor's captain, Wood, rushed over. Fantastic. Harry, with this, we will surely win the Quidditch Cup this year. Ron clutched the Nimbus 2000 tightly as Gryffindor team members lined up to admire it, as if it were the Quidditch Cup itself. Humph. Draco Malfoy sneered disdainfully from the Slytherin table, turning to Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain beside him. Don't worry. Next year our entire team will be equipped with better brooms. My father has promised. What an exceptional broom, isn't it, Andre? Cho's eager gaze was fixed on the Nimbus 2000 at the Ravenclaw table. It's hard to imagine how we would compete with Gryffindor using a Comet 260 against that. Fear not, Cho, Andre replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. There is no need to worry. We will prevail. That afternoon, under a clear sky with a gentle breeze perfect for flying, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team gathered for practice, including the 2 new members, Cho and Andre. The team captain, Phileas, with his thick golden hair and tall, slender frame, was extremely agile and an exceptional chaser. All right, he said, I'm glad we finally have enough players for Quidditch. Today, we are primarily welcoming our new teammates, Cho and Andre. He led the applause, and the other players followed suit to welcome the newcomers. This morning, Gryffindor's Potter received a Nimbus 2000, but that S of little consequence. Phileas began to bolster their spirits. Quidditch is a team sport and does not solely depend on the quality of the seeker's broom. He glanced at Cho. Besides, we have a top-notch seeker. Oh. And a top-notch broom. Andre joyfully interjected, as if stating an undeniable fact. But Andre, I only have a Comet 260, Cho said, her face reddening with embarrassment. No. You have one now, Andre said, seizing Cho's hand to feel its delicate warmth, then placing his own broom into her grasp. Cho's eyes widened. Oh, Merlin, a Nimbus 2000. She exclaimed in disbelief. My parents sent it to me when they heard I joined the Quidditch team. See, now we have no reason to lag behind Gryffindor, do we? Andre smiled. But, Andre, this is yours. I can't take it, Cho hesitated. You are the seeker. You need it more than I do, don't you? Andre gently patted her shoulder. I'm merely a beater. A Comet 260 is sufficient for me. You wouldn't mind lending me your Comet 260, would you? He feigned shock at her potential refusal. Oh no, of course not, Cho said, a bit flustered, and then offered him a big hug. Just so you know. It's only a loan. Thank you, Andre. Haha. Phileas beamed with delight. Now we have no excuse for losing any matches. Let us commence practice. He kicked the box of balls, releasing 4 of them. The golden snitch sipped away, disappearing in an instant. I asked Professor Flitwick to charm the balls. The golden snitch will only fly above the training ground and 1T escape, while the 2 bludgers will automatically target Cho. Andre, your first task is to protect her from being hit. Cho mounted the Nimbus 2000, while Andre took to her Comet 260. The remaining team members ascended, each holding a bat, forming a circle around the training ground. The bludgers began their automatic assault on Cho, but such an attack posed no threat to Andre whatsoever. His extraordinary mental fortitude, combined with years of rigorous Quidditch training, enabled him to effortlessly analyze the trajectory and velocity of the bludgers. With his protection, Autumn pursued the charming figure of the golden snitch with remarkable ease. Phileas, sensing that the intensity of the attack was insufficient, issued a command. 2 additional bludgers were sent into the field, while the other team members charged in from various directions. Armed with their bats, they aimed the bludgers towards Autumn. She caught a glimpse of the unfolding changes on the pitch, hesitating momentarily. In that fleeting instant, the golden snitch darted away gracefully, vanishing from sight. Don't worry, Autumn. I am here, Ender reassured loudly. He exerted every ounce of his strength to deflect the four bludgers, causing the errant balls to create chaos among the other players. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the mountains surrounding Hogwarts cast extensive shadows over the Quidditch pitch, signifying that the training had spanned an entire afternoon. With each passing moment, Autumn grew more adept with her Firebolt 2000, her form in the air becoming increasingly agile and graceful. The flying range of the golden snitch diminished. And finally, after a daring dive, she firmly seized it in her grasp. Simultaneously, Ender swung back with a powerful strike, knocking Phileas off his broom. Very well done, Phileas exclaimed, his voice ringing with praise. The other players quickly cast the levitation charm, allowing him to land unscathed. I believe we shall be the strongest Ravenclaw team in a decade. All right, everyone, disband. Time for dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Let us go together, Ender. Autumn beamed. I must properly thank you. How about a kiss, Autumn? Ender, shedding his serious demeanor from the game, flashed a mischievous grin. As the term progressed, classes gradually fell into a routine. The number of purely theoretical lessons dwindled, while practical components began to increase. Many courses required students to write essays, resulting in a growing number of individuals congregating in the common room after dinner, with seats becoming increasingly scarce, particularly those near the fireplace. Andre remained remarkably at ease. In fact, he was truly an anomaly. In the words of his roommate, Stuart Ackerley, this fellow was certainly not an ordinary wizard. I mean, his speed in completing assignments was akin to merely copying answers. He was not alone in feeling this way. As Andre increasingly found himself assuming the responsibilities of a tutor in the Ravenclaw common room, regular visitors such as Stuart Ackerley and Lisa Dupin often relied on him, and his homework frequently circulated as a model among peers. Ah, the legend of the brother, he mused with pride. Indeed, this phenomenon extended beyond just the first years. Many recognized that Andre's prowess surpassed the norm. So, Andre, do you know which muscles contract in a muggle's arm when they lift weights? Inquired Phileas. Andre, could you explain the connection between the Centaur Revolution and the Goblin Uprising? Asked Clinz, a third-year Ravenclaw student, emphasizing the importance of his expertise in the history of magic. Andre, may I interrupt? A gentle voice arose from behind, and Andre, weary from the barrage of questions, turned to see a captivating smile. Autumn, what is it? He perked up instantly. A group of burly boys paled in comparison to the gentle beauty of Autumn. Engaging in conversation with Ravenclaw's most popular girl was undoubtedly the best way to rejuvenate his spirits. Well, Andre, Autumn appeared slightly bashful. Her exquisite features seemingly brushed with a hint of blush, rendering her even more alluring. I'm having some trouble understanding the animal transformations taught in transfiguration class. And Professor McGonagall won't allow me to borrow books from the restricted section. Could I trouble you to explain it to me? Oh, Andre sighed internally, though his face betrayed none of his thoughts. Of course, dear Autumn, it would be my honor. In addition to his nightly academic exchanges with Autumn in the regular class schedule, Andre found himself with ample leisure time, almost enviable. Not to mention his near-zero expenditure of time on assignments. On numerous occasions, Stuart Ackerley had discovered that while others were just finishing class, Andre had already nonchalantly completed his homework, and even Quidditch practice demanded little of his hours. As an exceptional beater, Andre's presence on the field marked the onset of nightmares for his opponents. Others are hell, sighed Phileas, who was regarded as the authority on Muggle studies among Ravenclaw students. Though this position was gradually being ceded to Andre. Andre, you should take a break. If you don't rest, we'll all be forced to take a break. Andre cheerfully sat in the stands, cheering for his teammates during practice, primarily for Autumn. Occasionally, he joined the support group organized by Lisa Dupin and Terry Boot, which consisted of the majority of the first-year Ravenclaw girls, rumored to have aspirations towards upperclassmen and students from other houses. Following this, he enjoyed a meal with the lovely Autumn. In truth, Andre had never wavered in his pursuit of advanced magic. He had completed self-study of all the textbooks from Hogwarts 1st to 7th year, and, indeed, his current performance could effortlessly secure a flawless passing of the N.E.W.T.S. He had thoroughly explored the entire collection in the Ravenclaw library. Once he was certain there were no omissions, he set his sights on the restricted section of the library, which was said to harbor many rare tomes not found in the Camichael family library. However, he soon discovered this endeavor was not easily attained. I'm sorry, Mr. Camichael. I cannot permit you to borrow this book. I believe the level of transfiguration is far too perilous for a first-year student. Professor McGonagall firmly declined him. My apologies, Mr. Camichael, added the plump Professor Sprout. who was not as accommodating outside the classroom. Herbology is a science that emphasizes foundational knowledge. I do not think it prudent to expose first-year students to such complex concepts at this time. So, I'm afraid, it seemed that even their house head was less accommodating. What might Professor Flitwick say? Ah, Mr. Camichael, I am delighted by your keen interest in charms. However, I sincerely hope you might redirect some of your time towards Quidditch practice. A match is imminent after Halloween. Ravenclaw has not lifted the Quidditch Cup in over a decade. Andre retreated once more. As for others, could he expect Snape to assist Andre with a book loan? As for Quirrell, perhaps others found him easy to converse with. But Andre had never contemplated the notion of tempting fate before Voldemort. Thus, only one path remained. When conventional means of acquiring knowledge faltered, Ravenclaws were unafraid to employ any reasonable, albeit unconventional methods. For Andre, this posed no significant challenge. Well, borrowing books cannot be deemed theft. Chanting the mantra from the depths of his eastern soul, Andre cast an invisibility charm and wandered through the quiet confines of the restricted section without a hint of guilt. He murmured Lumos, and the tip of his wand erupted with a gentle light. It was a typical phosphorescent glow, cool yet stable and soft, without flickering. He began to examine the available volumes one by one, deftly slipping them into a bag enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. The following morning, he yawned through breakfast alongside Autumn. Concerned for him, Autumn inquired if he had not slept well, only to be met with the bold declaration from this shameless fellow. Autumn, I thought of you last night and could not sleep a wink. Andre professed with heartfelt fervor, though his incessant yawning marred the rare atmosphere. Honestly, Autumn exclaimed, both exasperated and amused, tapping Andre's head. Make sure to rest well today. Thus, free of any mental burden. Andre flipped through advanced animal transfiguration during history of magic class, as Professor Binns could hardly remember his name, as drowsiness enveloped him. He shamelessly propped up the hefty tome to shield his face and succumbed to slumber. Days spent immersed in the fragrance of books passed swiftly. And before Andre could finish the box of books he had pilfered from the restricted section, Halloween arrived unceremoniously. Suddenly, the castle was adorned with an array of Halloween decorations. Thousands of hollow pumpkins floated in the air, their flickering candlelight dancing through the carved, ghastly faces, creating an eerie ambience. Countless bats flapped their wings, swirling through the great hall like ominous clouds. Oh, Harry remarked, I detest bats. They bear a striking resemblance to Snape. With the arrival of the festivities, spirits soared among everyone, except for Snape, whose mood grew increasingly grim, and even Andre found no favor in potions class. After charms class, Andre chatted with Steward Ackley and others as they made their way to the dining hall for a sumptuous dinner. His vast knowledge, graceful demeanor, and warm-hearted, helpful nature had garnered him a loyal following within Ravenclaw and throughout Hogwarts, rivaling even Autumn Jang's popularity. As he walked down the stone steps, he suddenly felt a jolt on his shoulder. Before he could turn, a mass of unruly brown hair filled his vision. Oh, I'm so sorry, Andre. I didn't mean to. Hermione mumbled, her head bowed, clutching her heavy bag, her voice tinged with a noticeable quiver, as if she were on the verge of tears. She seemed reluctant to lift her gaze, tightened her grip on her bag, and hurried away. Andre did not dwell on Hermione's unusual behavior. In fact, he was quite preoccupied. The Quidditch match against Hufflepuff was rapidly approaching, scheduled for after Halloween. This would be Autumn Chang's debut, and while he felt no apprehension, Autumn was under considerable pressure. During breakfast, she had admonished him in an uncharacteristically stern tone, insisting he assist her with a special training session that afternoon. Moreover, Andre found it impossible to decline her request, did he not? Thus, after a quick lunch and a brief respite, he set aside thoughts of Hermione and made his way to the Quidditch pitch, where Autumn was already waiting. The weather had begun to turn chilly, particularly in England, where the combination of dampness and cold could be quite unbearable, penetrating to the very marrow. Quidditch, requiring high-speed aerial maneuvers, made one feel even colder. Autumn was clad in a noticeably thicker black robe, adorned with a blue and bronze scarf, her long, silky black hair pulled back into a ponytail, gripping a Nimbus 2000, exuding a spirited elegance. Let us commence, Andre, she declared, her usual gentle demeanor replaced by a remarkable decisiveness on the Quidditch pitch. Mounting her Nimbus 2000, she soared into the air, beginning to spiral in the wind. Andre kicked open the crate, unleashing a golden snitch and 4 bludgers that whirled into the air, emitting sharp, piercing cries. He retrieved his bat and, with a powerful push against the ground, launched himself into the sky on his Comet 260. Although the training session consisted solely of 4 bludgers, they had been specially enhanced by Andre. The wind-breaking charm allowed the bludgers to defy atmospheric resistance. Making them swifter and more agile, the vanishing spell rendered them invisible until they came within 20 feet of the players. Beyond that, Autumn had to rely solely on her hearing to track the bludgers or place her full trust in Andre. The efficacy of this training proved remarkable, prompting Andre to silently thank his father, Count Carmichael, for the advanced Quidditch training methods he had gifted Andre last Christmas. Despite the enhancements, Andre found himself increasingly frustrated. The Comet 260, no matter how powerful his spirit and quick his reflexes, could not quite match the speed of the Nimbus 2000. The maddening sensation of being unable to catch up to the bludgers, which were tantalizingly just ahead, drove him to fury, prompting him to cast the wind-breaking charm upon himself. Regardless, Autumn was thoroughly pleased with the training session. Although she had been struck by a bludger once, her reflexes had significantly improved, and she had grown more familiar with the Nimbus's characteristics. "Well, Andre," she said cheerfully, "I now have confidence that I can defeat any seeker from any house, including Potter." After changing out of their wind-tossed and bludger-battered robes, they made their way to the Great Hall to partake in the Halloween feast. The golden platters were laden with a variety of delectable dishes reminiscent of the start-of-term banquet, while the suits of armor in the corridors sang merrily, and ghosts occasionally glided through the hall, enhancing the festive atmosphere. However, when Andre's gaze swept over the Gryffindor table, he was surprised not to find Hermione among them. Where could she be? He observed the Gryffindors jubilantly celebrating Halloween, with Harry and Ron among them. The Weasley twins had conjured a type of trick candy that, when chewed, created a ghostly visage on one's face, which was immensely popular. A sense of unease crept over him as he struggled to recall the plot of the original story. Phileas and Autumn Chong sat to his left, along with the Ravenclaw Quidditch players such as Clintz. They were animatedly discussing the impending Quidditch match. "We are bound to win," Phileas exclaimed, clapping Andre on the shoulder over Autumn's head. "We have the Nimbus 2000, and Diggory certainly does not, right?" On his right, Stuart Ackerley was mumbling about the day's charms class, lamenting his failure to master the levitation charm, a disgrace for a Ravenclaw of his caliber. Suddenly, the doors to the hall were flung open, and Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in a turban, stumbled in, pale and visibly shaken, as though he had experienced a great fright. Ignoring the astonished gazes of students and faculty alike, he rushed to the front of the hall, directly to Professor Dumbledore's seat. It was as if a floodgate had opened in Andre's memory, and he suddenly recalled what was to come. A troll. In the dungeons. "I thought you should know," Quirrell stammered before collapsing unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, filled with the shrieks of girls. Dumbledore was forced to cast a piercing whistle with his wand to restore order. "Prefects, escort your house students back to the dormitories immediately." His voice was calm and steady, betraying no hint of panic. The prefects promptly stood to direct their respective houses. "First, your students, follow me," Penelope Clearwater called out, her voice ringing clear as she led the Ravenclaw first years. "Quickly, Andre," Autumn urged, grabbing his hand. "We must make haste back to the tower." "Oh, Autumn, I have some matters to attend to," he replied, patting her hand to soothe her anxiety. "Do not worry. I shall be fine." He flashed a bright smile and navigated through the throng of students, making his way toward the Gryffindor table. Andre edged his way into the Gryffindor throng and tapped Harry on the shoulder from behind. He seemed to be in earnest conversation with Ron. A hint of anxiety etched upon his face. Ron's complexion mirrored the same unease. "Oh, Andre," Harry exclaimed, turning to him with the fervor of one who had found a savior. "You're just in time. What's amiss?" Andre inquired, feigning ignorance. "Where's Hermione? Do you know of her whereabouts?" "She's absent from the feast," Harry blurted out, his words tumbling over each other in a rush of concern. "She seems quite distraught. The girls say she's been weeping in the lavatory all afternoon." "Oh, dear, she's unaware of the troll's presence." He seized Andre's arm. "Andre, join us in searching for her. Something dreadful might befall her." "Certainly," Andre responded with a shrug. "However, we'd best avoid Mr. Percy Weasley's gaze, lest you face dire consequences. And I, of course, must evade Prefect Clearwater." The trio painstakingly navigated through a throng of flustered Hufflepuff students, making their way toward the girls' lavatory. En route, they narrowly avoided a collision with Snape, who was ascending to the third floor rather than joining the other professors in the dungeons. Fortunately, Andre was present. He cloaked Harry and Ron with the invisibility cloak and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Snape remained oblivious, hurrying past them. Having evaded Snape, they continued their hurried pace. But before they had gone far, Andre raised a hand, halting Harry and Ron in their tracks. "Smell," he commanded. "Smell what?" Harry and Ron sniffed the air, and an utterly repugnant odor assailed their nostrils, prompting them to reflexively cover their noses, loath to remove their hands. It was a fusion of an unkempt public convenience and fetid, unwashed socks, permeating every crevice and causing them to wrinkle their brows in disgust. "Troll!" Andre exclaimed. "That must be a troll." They darted to one side as the hulking, grotesque monster lumbered into view, dragging a massive wooden club. At that moment, a terrified shriek echoed from the adjacent room. "That's Hermione!" Harry cried. They had arrived at the girls' lavatory. Hermione emerged from within, her hair more disheveled than usual. Her eyes swollen and red-rimmed, her face still bearing traces of tears. Her gaze fell upon Andre, who was clutching his wand, and she seemed to blush with embarrassment at her disheveled appearance, averting her eyes. However, as her gaze shifted to the enormous feet and then swept upward to encompass the entirety of the troll, her complexion turned ashen. Even without Quirrell's announcement, Miss Know-It-All could effortlessly identify a troll. And, of course, she was acutely aware of its formidable nature. The troll's dim, beady eyes also caught sight of the four diminutive figures, and it emitted an excited growl, which reverberated through the corridor like a muffled thunderclap. It lumbered toward them, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously, eroding the three Gryffindors' mental fortitude. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were on the verge of despair. The only spell they had mastered thus far was the levitation charm, and it was difficult to imagine that a troll would be intimidated by such a charm. As for hand-to-hand combat, even Gryffindors, known for their courage and daring, were not foolish enough to believe that a few first-year students could physically contend with a troll unless they were all part giants. Andre vividly recalled that in the original tale, Ron effortlessly dealt with the troll using a levitation charm. However, he had always harbored doubts. Could such a diminutive wizard truly wrest control of the troll's hefty club? Moreover, could he accurately strike the fatal spot at the back of its head? Perhaps it was the protagonist's aura that granted him such confidence. But Andre would not dare take that risk. "Harry." Andre tossed him the invisibility cloak. "You two hide. I'll handle the troll." "No, Andre, you'll die," Harry exclaimed. "I know you can be invisible. You should hide as well." "That won't work. The troll's hearing is far more acute than a human's. If we all hide, it could find us by our breathing in mere moments." Andre replied resolutely. "Don't worry. This creature poses no threat to me. Hurry and conceal yourselves, or it will be too late." Harry reluctantly nodded, and Hermione cast a worried glance at Andre, while Ron surprisingly refrained from making any odd remarks. They retreated into the girls' bathroom, silently vanishing beneath the invisibility cloak. The troll's small eyes lost sight of the other three, and in confusion, it shook its head and lumbered toward Andre, slowly raising its massive club. Andre turned to face the approaching troll. For someone of his skill, the troll was not particularly daunting. He merely feared injuring Harry and the others, as it was his first encounter with such a colossal creature. A sight only seen in books, and a certain nervousness was understandable. He raised his wand. "Dueling curse," Andre pronounced firmly. This was one of the more powerful offensive spells available to students, yet the troll's thick hide exceeded his expectations. The sharp wind blade merely grazed the troll's leg, carving a shallow gash that oozed blood without exposing bone. Clearly, it was just a superficial wound. Thus, ordinary attack spells proved ineffective. Andre dodged a thunderous blow and rapidly contemplated his options. The fire-making spell and the thunderous strike should suffice, but these were dark arts, and their commotion would undoubtedly attract Dumbledore's attention. He wished to avoid excessive ostentation. Similarly, he could not resort to the killing curse. A standard stupefying charm would require at least 3 of him to incapacitate the troll. Damn that magical hide. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from the original story. He raised his wand and shouted, "Broomstick 2000, come forth." In the dormitory, Cho was worried about Andre when she saw the Broomstick 2000 on her bedside suddenly levitate and break free, soaring toward the exit. She hurried after it, but the broom flew too swiftly and vanished in an instant. Besides her, only Andre could summon this broom. She admired Andre's remarkable summoning spell while feeling puzzled about what could have compelled him to utilize a flying broom. The Broomstick 2000 whizzed through the corridor, arriving before Andre, hovering as if awaiting his ascent. Andre deftly leapt onto it, propelling himself into the air. The troll noticed the small figure before it suddenly take flight. Viewing it as a provocation, and furiously swung its club, but could not land a blow on the lightning-fast Andre. With a graceful dive, Andre swooped beneath the troll's arm, executing a sharp turn, and the back of the troll's head came into view. Mighty impact. He aimed his wand at the troll's vulnerable spot and unleashed the spell. It struck like a battering ram, sending the troll crashing to the ground with a thundering splash. "It's over. You can come out now." Andre spiraled down to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. In the corner, Harry, Hermione, and Ron peeled off the invisibility cloak. "Andre, that was outstanding. You flew brilliantly," Harry exclaimed sincerely. Returning the cloak to Andre, Ron gazed at him with admiration, while Hermione rushed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace, nearly squeezing the air from his lungs. "Oh." Hermione. Footsteps echoed down the empty corridor. Professor McGonagall rushed in, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. Upon seeing the sprawled troll, disbelief clouded their faces as they turned to regard the trio. "Professor, we dealt with the troll," Andre said, spreading his hands with a radiant smile. McGonagall shifted her gaze from the fallen troll to Andre's beaming face, then to Snape and Quirrell, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. After all, Andre and Harry appeared entirely unscathed, lacking even the slightest sign of injury, save for Hermione's reddened eyes. Snape's ominous gaze swept over them, to which Andre responded with a warm smile. Quirrell, clutching the front of his robes, gasped for breath and sat down abruptly on a toilet seat. "What on earth are you up to?" McGonagall's expression was far from pleasant, rivaling Snape's in severity. Her typically stern visage bore deeper lines, emanating an air of authority. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" The trio's earlier relief evaporated, replaced by a dread that could cost Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione suddenly realized that she would rather face a 15-foot troll again than confront an enraged McGonagall. Yet, with no other option, she raised her hand. "Professor." Her voice trembled slightly, but she pressed on. "Please forgive us. They came looking for me." "Miss Granger?" McGonagall's eyebrows shot up, clearly taken aback. The astonishment was mirrored in Snape and Quirrell's expressions. After all, Hermione Granger, known throughout Hogwarts for her adherence to rules, hardly seemed the type to engage in such reckless behavior. "I'm sorry, Professor." Hermione's voice had regained some steadiness. "You see, I had read about them in books and knew quite a bit. I wanted to try to defeat it. Andre and Harry were just worried about me, which is why they came to find me." "Oh, foolish girl." McGonagall shook her head. "How could you possibly think you could handle a troll armed only with knowledge from books? You could have died here." "I'm sorry, Professor." Hermione lowered her gaze. "I was too reckless. If it weren't for Andre, I might truly have perished today." "Oh, Mr. Camichael?" McGonagall was visibly surprised. And Snape and Quirrell turned their attention to him as well. "How did you manage to fell such a massive creature? If I recall correctly, you're only a first year?" "Yes, Professor." Andre displayed no trace of panic or unease, only a consistent, calm smile. "I was fortunate enough to read an introduction to trolls in a book, which mentioned their aversion to common magic, yet highlighted their greatest weakness, their hindquarters. I lacked the capacity to confront the troll head-on. I merely utilized the broom to position myself behind it and struck." He patted the broomstick 2,000 that remained hovering beside him. "Ah, I recall Professor Flitwick mentioning you, Mr. Camichael." McGonagall regarded him thoughtfully. "It seems you found an exceptional chaser for Ravenclaw. Thank you for your kind words, Professor. It is an honor." Professor McGonagall once again turned her gaze towards the trio from Gryffindor, her expression somewhat softened this time, no longer as imposing as before. "Miss Granger, due to your recklessness and ignorance, Gryffindor has been deducted 10 points. And you, Potter and Weasley," she paused. "You are indeed fortunate. It is rare for first-year students to emerge unscathed from a troll's clutches. Each of you will lose 5 points for Gryffindor." Turning to Andre, she continued, "Mr. Carmichael, you too shall lose 5 points for Ravenclaw." "Oh, no," Hermione lamented, while Harry and Ron wore equally glum expressions. "However, Potter, Weasley, and Mr. Carmichael, due to your commendable concern for your classmates, you each earn 2 points. Mr. Carmichael single-handedly defeated the troll, securing 20 points for Ravenclaw. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore." "We are quite fortunate," Ron suddenly remarked as the Gryffindor trio made their way up the stone steps to their tower. "He flew brilliantly, didn't he, Ron?" "Hermione, did you see that?" Harry exclaimed, still reminiscing about Andre's impressive flying skills. "I would wager that even Frank Johnson's moves pale in comparison to Carmichael's," Ron said with admiration. "You know he is the seeker for the Richard Cannons. His spell work is remarkable," Hermione added thoughtfully. "Certainly not the level of a first-year student. I read that trolls possess a natural resistance to magic. Ordinary spells typically have no effect on them. His first spell injured the troll, and the next one knocked it out cold. Oh, and let us not forget the rather splendid summoning charm." "All right, Hermione, we know he is strong," Ron replied, exasperated. "I think the important matter now is not to dwell on the recent battle, but rather to change into our robes and enjoy a cup of hot cocoa." "Oh, Merlin, I am truly hungry," Harry shrugged, while Hermione rolled her eyes at the ceiling. When Andre entered the Ravenclaw common room, clutching his Nimbus 2000. Everyone else had already gone to bed. The spacious room was nearly empty, save for a figure in robes sitting by the fireplace. It was Cho. "Oh, Andre, what happened?" she asked, approaching him and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "The broom was suddenly summoned away. I thought something had happened to you. Was there a need for it?" She gazed intently, seemingly searching for any non-existent injuries on him. "Nothing to worry about. Just had a little tussle with a troll, and incidentally, earned some points for Ravenclaw." Andre replied nonchalantly. "Merlin, you are only a first year. How could you dare confront a troll?" Cho grasped his shoulders and shook him lightly. "Are you truly unharmed? Quidditch is just around the corner. You must ensure your strength." She attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, but her eyes betrayed her concern. "Rest assured," Andre said, taking her hands gently and giving them a reassuring pat. Cho lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing, wanting to withdraw her hands but unable to do so, allowing him to hold them. The blush on her fair complexion was striking, shining like a layer of rosy paint under the morning sun. "We will win, Cho, trust me." When Cho lifted her eyes, she saw the glimmer of determination in his. From that day forth, Hermione, Andre, Harry, and Ron became good friends. In truth, when someone is willing to face a troll alongside you, there is little reason not to forge a friendship. Ron ceased his cold demeanor towards Andre, after all. In a sense, Andre was his savior. Harry could not sing enough praises of Andre's flying skills, eager to train with him. Yet, before he could bring it up, the first round of the Quidditch Cup for the year commenced. As November rolled in, the weather grew increasingly colder, and the common room's fireplace became the favored gathering spot for students. The potions class, held in its damp underground classroom, provided yet another reason to be dreaded. The Quidditch pitch began to frost over, and Madame Pomfrey was kept busy tending to the steady stream of students suffering from colds. Hardly able to keep her feet on the ground. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Andre once again demonstrated his formidable imagination in the realm of magic. He extracted flickering flames from a heating charm, encapsulating them within a crystal sphere, thereby creating hand warmers. As long as the young wizards charged them with magic daily, they would provide a continuous source of warmth throughout the day. This invention was met with unanimous approval from the Ravenclaws, who preferred the cozy confines of the library to engaging in sports. The one gifted to Autumn was specially crafted, adorned with a beautiful Ravenclaw eagle design. It was, in fact, an automated charging magical array. As the routine Quidditch practices intensified, Phileas' demeanor grew increasingly irritable, prompting Andre to cast calming charms on him on several occasions. Following the conclusion of the Slytherin versus Gryffindor match, the Ravenclaw team was set to face Hufflepuff. This was Autumn's inaugural match, and she felt a twinge of nerves, her appetite for breakfast waning. In contrast, Andre appeared unfazed, finishing his meal swiftly, grasping Autumn's hand with one and gently patting her back with the other, soothing her anxiety. Autumn managed a faint smile in response. Phileas paced restlessly, urging the team members to consume an adequate breakfast. Despite his evident agitation, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Keeper Clinz attempted a few jokes, yet they fell flat, while Chaser Helen repeatedly smoothed out the wrinkles in her robe, desperately trying to quell the tumultuous blood racing through her veins. Eventually, they finished their meal, seized their brooms, and made their way to the Quidditch pitch. A cluster of Ravenclaw students surrounded them, while others had already taken their places beside the field, ready to cheer for their team. Led by Phileas, they entered the arena, with Autumn trailing behind, Andre holding her hand. Across from them, the Hufflepuff team had also arrived, their seeker being the talented Cedric Diggory. The stands were packed with spectators, predominantly clad in blue robes, leaving Hufflepuff supporters to cling tightly to their quarter of space. Andre scanned the crowd, spotting Harry, Ron, Hermione, and their friends waving a banner emblazoned with "Andre will prevail," featuring an eagle that shimmered and changed colors, likely a creation of Hermione's artistic flair. In the Slytherin section, Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson brandished blue banners, while the burly Crabbe and Goyle unfurled a long sign that proclaimed "Andre, you are the best." The Ravenclaw section was a vibrant display of support for both Andre and Autumn, erupting into thunderous cheers as the pair emerged hand in hand. "All right, captains, shake hands," announced Madame Hooch, the referee for the match. Once the captains completed their handshake, all 14 players soared into the air, circling above. With a swift kick, Madame Hooch released the quaffle from its box, the golden snitch darting away in a flash. The bludgers hurtled toward the players in the air. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the sky, and the match commenced. "Ah, the match has begun," exclaimed Lee Jordan, the commentator for the event. One of the highlights of the match was Ravenclaw's seeker, Autumn Zhang, who possessed a Nimbus 2000, the finest broom in the world this year. Jordan, Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Oh, my apologies, Professor. What I meant to convey is that Ravenclaw has welcomed 2 new players this year, Autumn Zhang as seeker and Andre Carmichael as beater. Regardless, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team has contributed a handsome young man and a charming lady to the school. Lee Jordan, Professor McGonagall began using the amplification charm. My apologies, Professor. Lee Jordan hastily returned to the matter at hand. Now, Ravenclaw's captain, Phileas, has possession of the quaffle, charging toward Hufflepuff's goal. Ah, a splendid Sellingar spin. He has bypassed Hufflepuff's keeper, Saline Altita. Ravenclaw leads 10-0. The blue sea of supporters erupted in jubilant cheers as Phileas circled the field, excitedly pumping his fist in celebration. Saline Altita initiated play, tossing the ball to Chaser Rex. Now it was Hufflepuff's Rex charging toward Ravenclaw's goal, with Clins rushing out to cover the angle. Ah, splendid. Clins has intercepted the quaffle and passed it to Heidi. She begins to accelerate. Heidi tucked the quaffle under her arm, urging her Nimbus 2000 to pick up speed. However, a bludger came hurtling toward her, striking her left side with force, causing her to tumble midair. She struggled to maintain her balance on the broom, but the quaffle slipped away. Ah, Hufflepuff Sanchez delivers a precise blow. The 2 Ravenclaw beaters have strayed too far from Heidi, failing to provide adequate protection. Now Hufflepuff's Pacino has possession. Oh no, Pacino has been struck by a bludger, his wrist emitting a pained cry, and he can no longer hold onto the quaffle. The quaffle returned to Phileas's hands, who easily secured Ravenclaw's second 10 points. A magnificent strike, executed with great precision by Ravenclaw's new beater, Andre Carmichael, a first-year student who, like Gryffindor's Harry Potter, was specially recruited for his exceptional flying skills. His performance thus far has proven worthy of Professor Flitwick's trust. Lee Jordan's voice resonated through the air. Oh, look at Cedric, Lee Jordan exclaimed. He is diving. Has he spotted the golden snitch? Cedric Diggory plummeted from the sky, leaning over his Nimbus 2000, desperately urging his broom to accelerate. The golden snitch twinkled just ahead of him, yet suddenly, a bludger collided violently with his broomstick, thwarting his descent. As he struggled to stabilize, the elusive snitch vanished from sight. What a timely intervention. Andre Carmichael's strike has saved the team. If Cedric had captured the snitch, Ravenclaw would have been doomed. Lee Jordan declared passionately. Andre sat quietly on Comet 260, gliding at a moderate pace as he sought an optimal angle. To ensure Ravenclaw's triumph, a numerical advantage was imperative. Hufflepuff's beater, Sanchez, suddenly launched a bludger towards him. His formidable mental prowess instantaneously delineated a trajectory. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, perhaps billiards would suit him as well. He raised his bat and swung with fervor. Poor Pacino, struck by Camichael's bludger, was sent tumbling from his broom. Alas, Ravenclaw could only muster 6 players. The azure sea of supporters erupted once more in raucous cheers, while Andre's entourage rejoiced. No, it was not yet over. Andre persisted in his search for opportunity. 20 minutes later, Rex 2 had been dislodged by Camichael, leaving Ravenclaw with only the batter John Sanchez, goalkeeper Celine Arteta, and seeker Cedric Diggory. Ravenclaw bombarded Hufflepuff's goal with relentless fervor. Another goal. Ravenclaw led with a score of 240-0. Lee Jordan's voice was weak, for any commentator would struggle to muster enthusiasm for such a one-sided contest. In stark contrast, the stands were a boiling sea of blue. Andre, you are the best. Andre, you are the strongest. Andre, you are our idol. A rhythmic chant began to resonate among the spectators. The Ravenclaws were nearly delirious. They had never experienced such a resounding victory. Now the score stood at 280-0 in favor of Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan dutifully announced the score. But the next moment, his voice rose in excitement. Cedric and Qiu Zhang were both diving. Cedric held a favorable position. Yet the performance of the Nimbus 2000 was incomparable to the shooting star. Qiu steadily closed the gap on Cedric. The golden snitch danced ahead, as Cedric and Qiu kicked their brooms with all their might, leaning forward and extending their hands. Then, once again it was Camichael, his bludger striking Cedric with precision. Poor Diggory, leaning precariously, could not maintain his balance on the shooting star and plummeted. Qiu Zhang paid no heed to the fallen Cedric Diggory. She trusted that Andre would resolve that issue. She stretched her hand further and successfully clasped around the golden snitch. Indeed, Qiu had seized the elusive prize. Let us congratulate Ravenclaw on their astounding victory of 430-0. We must also express our gratitude to Hufflepuff. Their relentless efforts provided us with a spectacular match. And certainly, even more remarkable was Andre Camichael's batting prowess. The members of Ravenclaw formed a single line to parade around the pitch, waving to the audience below. The blue sea surged, expressing their exhilaration. Then, they spiraled gracefully down to the ground. As Andre touched down, Chio rushed toward him, with one hand gripping the light wheel 2000 and the other entwined around Andre's neck. She pressed her warm lips against his. "Thank you, Andre," she whispered softly in his ear. "This is my way of expressing gratitude, so don't get the wrong idea." Her smile was playful and radiant. "Andre, Chio, you both excelled brilliantly. Congratulations." Cedric Diggory approached them, extending his hand. Andre set down the Comet 260, took Chio's hand with his left, and shook hands with Cedric using his right. "I will continue to strive for success and seek revenge next time." Cedric winked at him, gesturing toward Chio. "You are indeed a fortunate fellow, Andre." A radiant smile graced Andre's face. As December arrived, the weather turned increasingly frigid. Plunkett had been enduring the tempestuous blizzards to deliver letters, which greatly dampened its spirits. Each time it landed on the Ravenclaw table, it would emit sharp cries, bouncing about restlessly. Even Andre found it challenging to soothe the creature, aside from autumn. The fervor brought by Quidditch had yet to dissipate. Yet the weight of academic pressures bore down relentlessly upon all the students. Even Ravenclaw, renowned for its scholarly pursuits, found itself somewhat overwhelmed. By the hearth in the common room, a throng of students was perpetually engrossed in their studies, and Andre frequently found himself among them, primarily in the role of a problem solver. After all, there was little in the first-year curriculum that could truly confound him. Andre, might I borrow your paper on the alchemical properties of mugwort root extract for reference?" Terry Boots sighed deeply, lifting his gaze from a pile of hefty tomes. "With 11 inches of content, I dare say Professor Snape is intent on driving us to despair." "Indeed," Stuart Ackerley chimed in, barely lifting his head, only able to glimpse a golden tuft of hair bobbing behind a mountain of books. "Professor McGonagall's detailed analysis on the transmutation of inanimate objects is utterly exasperating. I can barely muster a third of the required length." His tone was laden with profound fatigue. "Andre, do lend a hand, my friend." Andre waved his wand, and 2 sheets of parchment fluttered out of the dormitory, landing on the desks of Terry Boot and Stuart Ackerley. "Don't worry. There are still more than 6 months until the final exams. However, there are less than 3 days left to submit assignments." Chio emerged from the girls' dormitory, her backpack bulging with a considerable weight. "Andre, help me practice the barrier charm." "All right." Andre accompanied Chio Zhang to an empty classroom, where they began their practice. He summoned several birds as practice partners, directing them to charge at Chio, who skillfully used her wand to cast the barrier charm and fend them off. During a break, Chio pulled out 2 bottles of pumpkin juice, handing one to Andre. "Are you going home for Christmas?" "Of course, Chio," Andre replied with a smile. "If I don't return, my mother will have Prunk send me a howler. To be honest, I miss them a little." "Yes, I'm going home too." Chio tilted back her head to gulp down the last sip of pumpkin juice, then pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Don't forget to write to me." "Again." "Sigh." Andre waved his wand again, somewhat resigned. Before him, Chio was increasingly letting go of her composed demeanor. "Don't worry, you will receive an unexpected gift, I promise." After disembarking from the Hogwarts Express and bidding farewell to Chio, Andre spotted his parents eagerly awaiting him in the crowd. He walked over and embraced each of them warmly. Clark appeared beside him with a snap, readily taking on the task of handling the luggage. "Andre, how have you been at school?" Earl Carmichael maintained his usual elegance, despite the joy evident in his eyes. "Darling, you've lost weight." Lady Carmichael tenderly cupped his face, her concern apparent. "Have you been eating and sleeping poorly at school? I told you to take more food with you, but you didn't listen. Now you're suffering, aren't you?" Irina, although Andre has lost a bit of weight, he's much stronger now. "He is the backbone of the Quidditch team," Earl Carmichael remarked, clearly well informed. "Last time Lucius saw me, he praised him highly, hoping that Draco would learn some flying skills from Andre. Andre is just as exceptional as I was back in the day," he concluded. "Come on." "Who took 3 attempts to join the Quidditch team?" Lady Carmichael gently took Andre's hand, unflinchingly exposing her husband's exaggeration. "Darling, let us head home." Carmichael Manor buzzed with activity as house elves scurried about in a flurry, while Lady Carmichael navigated between the kitchen and bedrooms, directing the elves to prepare the rooms and cook dinner. Earl Carmichael led Andre back to the study, where he brewed 2 cups of tea. "Andre, is everything all right at school?" "Everything is quite normal, Father," Andre replied, setting aside his customary polite smile for a serious tone. Aside from a few individuals seemingly plotting something related to Voldemort, everything else is as it should be. Yes, my child, it is still normal. But soon it shall not be. You are referring to the Philosopher's Stone, aren't you? Andre, you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Earl Carmichael inquired, surprised yet composed. Well, the way it's being handled is clearly indicating to the Dark Lord that there is something valuable here, coupled with the reports of the Gringotts' theft and Dumbledore's close friend Nicholas Flamel. It's not hard to deduce, is it? Andre shrugged, expressing disdain for the ineptitude of the wizards. Quite inept, yet exceedingly perilous, wouldn't you agree? Earl Carmichael sipped his green tea. Knowing it is a trap, the Dark Lord has no other choice. He has become too weakened. What do you think, Andre? He asked his son. In truth, I do not wish for the Dark Lord to perish. In fact, he cannot truly die. Andre spread his hands. Dumbledore's reputation is too great. Should he succeed in vanquishing the Dark Lord, the focus would then turn towards us. He pressed his lips together, a slight smirk appearing. He has endured much, truly. After all these years managing Hogwarts, isn't it merely to ensure he isn't undermined when he seeks to take control of the Ministry of Magic? The Dark Lord is simply a tool for him. Should he succeed, our lives would not be much better than during the Dark Lord's reign. Go on, Andre. Earl Carmichael narrowed his eyes, lifting his teacup. I believe that as long as the Dark Lord remains alive, it is essential to maintain the current pressure that the White Wizards exert upon him. After all, the White Wizards operate within the rules, while no one knows what that Madin would do. However, we must not allow the White Wizards to gain too much power. Andre's expression turned cold. At this moment, no one could associate him with the cheerful Andre of before. The disparity in demeanor was too great. The pureblood aristocracy holds unparalleled influence over the Ministry of Magic, a fact that neither Dumbledore nor the Dark Lord can rival. I have heard that the number of Aurors in the Ministry is currently insufficient. Indeed. Earl Carmichael raised an eyebrow. I have heard that there have been recent incidents of werewolves attacking Muggle civilians, and signs of unrest among vampires as well. I believe the Ministry must take action in response. Andre shifted the topic, as if mentioning a completely unrelated matter. For instance, Mr. Arthur Weasley, I've heard he has been performing excellently as the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, being one of the few Muggle experts in the department. Perhaps having him lead an investigative team would be a wise choice? I recall you mentioning that your younger brother, my uncle, one of the Carmichael family, Uncle David, was killed by him. He was quite ruthless when casting the killing curse, wasn't he? Against werewolves, vampires, and dark wizards. Simple words of prowess can incite overwhelming intent to kill. Mind your demeanor, Andre. Earl Carmichael smiled lightly, seemingly having disregarded the previous remarks. Though there was a glint of sharpness in his narrowed eyes. The White Wizards are not fools, nor is the Dark Lord. Some matters need not be elaborated upon too finely. Also, David Carmichael's allegiance to the Dark Lord has no bearing on the Carmichael family anymore. Such words should not be spoken outside. He paused. You must hone your composure further, Andre. Yes, father. Andre bowed deeply. However, Uncle David did join the Dark Lord's ranks to protect the interests of the Carmichael family. We must remember his contributions to our lineage. Moreover, it is not for others to judge the members of the Carmichael family. Do not rush, Andre. All accounts are duly noted. The blood of pure bloods will not flow in vain. You are merely 11, still in school. It is crucial to establish a solid foundation. Be observant at school. And engage with Draco and the others more. Earl Carmichael's smile was radiant. By the way, in a few days, there will be an incident in the village of Tansoston in Yorkshire involving dark wizards and werewolves attacking muggles. A wizard named Lucius Malfoy will orchestrate this attack. Of course, Mr. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix will only be aware that this is organized by the fugitive Death Eater, Cafus Easton Blanche. At that time, Mr. Arthur Weasley will be investigating an incident involving a bewitched man injuring someone. This incident was reported to the Ministry last week, but due to their busy schedule, they had to trouble Mr. Weasley to take a look. Quite the unfortunate coincidence, isn't it? Of course, father. Having just returned from the verdant jungles of Albania to the bustling and beautiful England, the Dark Lord is quite eager to take responsibility for this event, as it would aid in restoring his lost prestige and rallying his former followers. Likewise, the Great White Wizard is equally inclined to attribute this unfortunate incident to the Dark Lord's treachery, thereby attracting a greater number of fervent supporters to his banner, and elegantly replenish the water for the Earl of Camichael. You are quite astute, and I take immense pride in having a son like you. The ancestors of the Camichael family would also feel honored by your presence. The Earl of Camichael beamed with satisfaction. Serendipity often bears the mark of inevitability. During the 11 years of the Dark Lord's absence, most of the serendipitous events could serve as a testament to this adage. Our families, the Camichaels, the Parkinsons, the Malfoys, and other pureblood families have exerted tremendous effort, even to the point of bloodshed and sacrifice. Henceforth, it shall be your generation that must bear greater responsibilities. Indeed, Father, I shall heed your teachings. Everything for the family. At that moment, the voice of Lady Camichael echoed from outside. My dear, and enter. Are you not yet finished with your conversation? It is nearly time for dinner. Come down quickly. For the black truffles and caviar will lose their allure if left to cool. Very well, enter, let us descend. Otherwise, your mother may very well dismantle my bones. The Earl of Camichael rose. By the way, there shall be a luncheon tomorrow featuring English and French wizarding families. You should accompany me. After all, every nation houses individuals akin to the White Wizard and the Dark Lord, and in many matters, international cooperation is essential, is it not? As you wish, Father. On December 23rd, shortly past 10 in the morning, Parkinson Manor buzzed with activity. Guests appeared via apparition or the Flu Network. When Earl Stephen Camichael arrived alongside Ender, two noble gentlemen approached with purposeful strides. The Earl greeted them with firm handshakes, and Ender respectfully acknowledged them. Stephen, welcome to my home. The gentleman at the forefront exclaimed warmly. Oh, thank you, Lance, my old friend. Your hospitality compels me to endure Irina's weight loss regimen every time I return. The Earl replied with a smile, directing his gaze to another gentleman. Lucius, you have arrived even earlier than I. No, Stephen, it is you who are tardy. Lucius Malfoy retorted with a reserved smile. And Andrew is here as well. Draco has been singing your praises since his return. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Lucius. Andrew replied courteously. In truth, Draco surpasses me in excellence. It is merely his humility that prevents him from fully showcasing his talents. Ah, Stephen, your son is far more intelligent than you. Lucius Malfoy chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is fortunate that I married the astute Irina. Earl Camichael proudly lifted his head. And observing Lucius Malfoy's chagrined expression, Ender discreetly noted this juicy tidbit in his mind. The four men entered the manor, where Clandestine Parkinson was busy introducing Stephen Camichael to representatives of French wizarding families, while Ender naturally gravitated towards the gathering of younger ones. There stood Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass, and two unfamiliar young ladies with long silver hair, who appeared to be sisters. These must be the Delacours, he mused internally. Continuing forward to greet each in turn. Draco, Pansy, good morning. Ah, Daphne, and Astoria, it is a pleasure to see you. He then turned towards the presumed Delacour sisters. Good morning, ladies. It is a delight to make your acquaintance. I am Ender Camichael. You may simply call me Ender. Ender, you have come as well, Pansy exclaimed with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is Fleur Delacour, and this is her sister, Gabrielle Delacour, both daughters of Monsieur Delacour. The Delacour sisters curtsied gracefully. Good day, Mr. Camichael. Please, call me Fleur, Gabrielle. Their English was impeccably standard, yet laced with a hint of French accent, and their husky voices rendered them even more melodious. Andre harbored a quiet perplexity, according to the original text. The Delacours were supposed to possess Vila blood, so how could they be classified as a pure-blood family? Aware that the occasion was inappropriate for such musings, he suppressed his doubts and engaged in polite conversation with those around him. Andre, your performance against Hufflepuff was truly remarkable, Draco exclaimed during their idle chatter. Taking down 4 opponents in a single match must be one of the finest achievements at Hogwarts in nearly a century. Oh, is that so? Fleur Delacour expressed her curiosity. I would never have guessed you were such an exceptional chaser. Truth be told, most of the credit does not belong to me, Miss Delacour. Andre raised a glass of red wine. I am fortunate to have 6 outstanding teammates, and our tactical coordination is quite refined. The opposing team has undergone significant changes, which greatly limited their performance. It will not be so easy for them to win next time. Just call me Fleur. Andre, you are far too modest. Fleur Delacour replied with a radiant smile, her beauty dazzling even someone like Andre, who was accustomed to the allure of autumn. The delicate charm of autumn and Fleur's striking beauty were clearly of different realms. He resolutely steadied himself, daring to meet Fleur's deep blue gaze. Fleur, I wonder what the most popular sport at Beauxbatons is? We aren't particularly familiar with the trending activities in France, Andre said, steering the conversation elsewhere with a smile. Many of our classmates enjoy indoor 10-pin bowling, which muggles seem to refer to as bowling. However, I personally prefer Quidditch. It is decidedly more masculine. Wouldn't you agree? Fleur responded with a laugh. Andre, what are you contemplating? Pansy inquired curiously, noticing his serious demeanor. In fact, I am pondering an important question, Andre replied solemnly, as if delivering a verdict. Muggles in England are enamored with football, kicking balls into goals, while Hogwarts favors Quidditch, tossing balls through hoops. Meanwhile, French gentlemen, referring to Muggles, prefer to frequent upscale clubs, honing their bowling skills with beautiful ladies, and yet Beauxbatons students have taken a liking to a remarkably similar indoor 10-pin bowling game. Why is that? Well, that is an intriguing question, Pansy mused. Do you know the answer, Draco? Malfoy shook his head in confusion. Pansy, Draco, Andre is pulling your leg. Fleur laughed merrily. In fact, Muggles in France also enjoy the sport known as football. She mischievously winked at Andre, prompting him to cast a calming charm upon himself. Moreover, both British wizards and Muggles love bread, while their French counterparts relish milk. The connection might be something even Hogwarts Muggle Studies professor could not elucidate. Father, isn't it said that the Delacours family boasts a lineage of magical creatures? How can they still be considered a pure-blood family? Upon returning to the Camichael estate, Andre posed this question to his father. Indeed, all of our wizarding ancestors possess some trace of magical creature blood. If they did not, you would be nothing but a thorough Muggle. You do understand that, don't you? The Earl of Camichael asked with interest. Yes, but that is quite different from marrying a magical creature, isn't it? In truth, Fleur's grandfather did not marry a Vila. Rather, his wife possessed Vila lineage, which merely awakened temporarily, the Earl of Camichael elaborated. Is bloodline awakening akin to that of an animagus? An animagus is a form of bloodline awakening. It is a consciously induced and controllable awakening. However, this method is exceedingly arduous, and few succeed. Presently, there may be only a few dozen registered and unregistered animagi in the entirety of the British wizarding community, the Earl sighed. In fact, our Camichael ancestors also had those who awakened as animagi, most of whom were avian magical creatures. This must be the hereditary trait of our family. Thank you, Father. Andre nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. On the 24th, Andre secluded himself in the library, permitting only Clark to deliver meals, deliberately withholding the nature of his activities from the Camichael couple. Even during Christmas Eve dinner, he revealed nothing. The Earl of Camichael seemed to sense something and, rather than pry into his son's mysterious behavior, offered him a knowing smile. On Christmas morning, Andre awoke punctually. His habit of being particular about beds had long since faded. Although the comfort of home far surpassed that of the school, the allure of Christmas gifts far outweighed the temptation to linger in bed. After all, he was still but an 11-year-old child, and certain instincts could not be extinguished. He swiftly donned his clothes and made his way to the Christmas tree in the dining room. There, a vast array of parcels had already accumulated, forming a small mountain of gifts, numbering no less than 50. He crouched beneath the tree, eagerly unwrapping each gift one by one. Draco sent a detailed account of the principles behind the rare transfiguration potion. Pansy gifted a handwritten compendium of magical creatures from Eastern Europe. Daphne presented an unpublished manuscript on the prospects of herbalism and potion making, and Astoria provided a compilation of studies on ancient magical texts from oracle bones to bronze inscriptions, rich with exotic characteristics. Such remarkable books. At Hogwarts, Andre was renowned for his erudition. His friends were well aware of his passion for books, often selecting literature as their Christmas gifts. Given the wealth and resources of noble families like the Malfoys, choosing a few rare editions was hardly a challenge. For several consecutive years, he had received books as Christmas gifts from the Malfoys. Good morning, Andre. Merry Christmas. Have you begun unwrapping gifts? The Earl and Countess of Camichael appeared in the dining room, embracing each other. Yes, Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad, Andre replied with a cheerful smile. I will be heading out shortly, but I will certainly return before dinner. Very well, Andre, do take care, the Countess said, her voice always so gentle. What have you received? Mostly books, as you know, Mother, Andre replied with a resigned shrug. The Camichael couple chuckled, fully aware of their son's interests. Indeed, Andre. The Earl paused, prompting Andre to look up. Did you succeed yesterday? Yes. Father, everything went smoothly without a hitch. Andre smiled, a hint of pride surfacing. What riddle are you two discussing? The Countess inquired, puzzled, as she observed the shared smile between father and son. Oh, it's nothing, Mother. Andre quickly shifted the topic, redirecting his focus to the remaining parcels and continuing to unwrap them one by one. Oh, These appear to be different. They are not just books. Andre began to open the gifts from Harry and the others. Harry had sent a pack of fizzing whiz-bees, Ron a jersey from the Richard cannon firing team, his favorite squad, and Hermione had gifted a large assortment of sugar-free snacks. Being the child of dentists, Hermione likely excelled in making those. To expect her to present chocolates or other sugary confections is likely more unrealistic than hoping Hermione will refrain from speaking in class. Most of the students from Ravenclaw gifted him books or handmade trinkets, for instance. Phileas presented a model of a Firebolt 2000 that could soar through the air while playing the Ravenclaw House Song and the Victory March. Surprisingly, the gifts from the Delacours sisters were buried at the bottom, indicating their early arrival. Perhaps it was due to France being situated further east than England, leading to an earlier delivery by Owl. Andre speculated that Paris lies in the UTC-1 time zone, while London is in the UTC-0 zone, resulting in a 1-hour difference. Upon unwrapping, he discovered a beautifully crafted set of Quidditch equipment. Oh, Andre slapped his forehead, envisioning the mischievous smiles of Fleur and Gabrielle as they wrapped gifts back home in Paris. After clearing these packages, only 2 remained unopened, suggesting they were among the first to arrive. One contained a vault key from the Cormichels. Andre, you are now of school age and ought to possess your own secrets. This is the key to your Gringotts vault. From this year on, the funds and operational profits within will belong to you. Merry Christmas. With love, your father and mother. Thus, the final package awaited him. He opened it to reveal a crystalline orb, within which a tiny figure flitted about. She rode a Firebolt 2000. Her sleek black hair tied back in a spirited ponytail, flashing him a dazzling smile. Andre, I made this for you. I hope you like it. Merry Christmas. On Christmas Day, Autumn rose early. She first descended to the dining room to enjoy a delightful breakfast with her parents before ascending to unwrap her gifts. She picked up the parcels piled beside her bed, unwrapping them one by one to savor the treasures within. She relished the feeling of being cherished and cared for by her friends. The reason she, rather than another, had become Ravenclaw's most adored girl likely stemmed from her gentle kindness, her attentiveness to others, and her unique ability to recognize their merits. The gifts were diverse, and she gleefully organized books, trinkets, ornaments, jewelry, and cosmetics into neat categories. Among them, Cedric Diggory had gifted her an exquisite sapphire necklace that was unmistakably valuable, accompanied by an effusive letter. However, she furrowed her beautiful dark brows, feeling it inappropriate, and resolved to return it at a later time. Yet, as she reached the end of her unwrapping, she realized she had not discovered the package she had most eagerly anticipated. A wave of panic washed over her. She rummaged beneath the bed to ensure no package had been overlooked, then meticulously examined the remnants of the opened parcels, confirming that none bore the name Andre Cormichel. Each was clearly labeled with its origin, and not a single one was unsigned. She collapsed onto her bed, her mind swirling with thoughts, uncertain of what this signified. Feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest that rendered her breathless, she grasped the sapphire necklace, hoping to verify her earlier observation that the signature should belong to Andre Cormichel rather than Cedric Diggory, but regrettably, her eyes confirmed her fears. She had not erred. Clutching the necklace, she sat in a daze, her mind seemingly blank. Autumn remained seated on her bed, not contemplating anything, feeling utterly lost, until a sudden pecking sound at the window jolted her back to reality. Startled, she opened her clear black eyes, gazing out with hope, only to find not the familiar sight of Plunk, but a strange black raven clutching a large package in its talons. Disheartened, she placed the sapphire necklace on the bed and approached the window to open it, watching as the raven entered her room. Unexpectedly, instead of dropping the package on the floor, the raven hovered in midair, clutching the parcel. Then, as if inflating a balloon, the raven's form began to distort, expanding until it morphed into a human shape. Ultimately, the person she had missed the most stood on the floor, smiling at her, holding a large package. Autumn's eyes widened in astonishment, and she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing herself tightly against him. Breathing in his familiar scent, her heart, which had felt suspended in the air, finally settled. Andre felt utterly at a loss. With his right hand clutching a package, he could only pat her back with his left hand, chuckling softly in her ear. Chio, if you don't let go soon, I might just be suffocated by you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Chio flusteredly stepped back a few paces, realizing the situation, and playfully scolded. Why did you take so long to arrive? Who delivers Christmas gifts on Christmas morning? Andre chuckled softly, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. It's merely to showcase my animagus transformation. I succeeded just yesterday. And I couldn't come last night. I came right after breakfast today. As you Chinese say, a gift of a goose feather from 1,000 miles away is light in weight, but heavy in sentiment. Don't you want to see what I've brought you? Qiu snatched the package from his hands. My gift, of course. I shall unwrap it myself. The first gift was a certificate. A certificate for a flying broom. So, Andre, does this mean the Firebolt 2000 is now mine? Qiu exclaimed joyfully. She had spent most of the semester riding the Firebolt 2000, having grown accustomed to its exhilarating speed, and she was delighted to truly own it. More importantly, this Firebolt 2000 was a gift from him. Suddenly, she recalled something. Do you have a new broom? Oh, of course not, Qiu. The Firebolt 2000 remains the finest broom in the world. I came here hoping to shamelessly request a gift from you. What do you desire? Could you possibly give me the certificate for your Comet 260? Andre grinned mischievously. Certainly. Qiu replied with a giggle as she retrieved the certificate from her drawer and handed it to him. Trading the Comet 260 for the Firebolt 2000. I've made a splendid deal. But, she added, you mustn't lose it. You still need to ride it for next semester's Quidditch match. No switching brooms. Not a problem. Then Qiu pulled out the second gift, a massive book with a leather cover and copper edges, so sturdy it could serve as a weapon. However, there was no title on the cover, indicating it was likely a homemade book. She flipped through the pages and gasped softly. Every page contained a photograph of Andre riding a broom, whether diving, ascending, or executing advanced flying maneuvers like the Salinger spin and the Lansky feint. Each image was accompanied by detailed explanations of the techniques. Each time Andre demonstrated a move, he would turn his head and flash Qiu a radiant smile. Andre Camichel's flying tutorial. Qiu, there is no other copy in the world. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Andre. Qiu smiled, casting a quick glance at him before retrieving the third and final gift, a small brocade box. Her movements suddenly stiffened, and trembling, she opened the box, exhaling in relief as it did not contain what she had imagined. Instead, it held a pair of teardrop-shaped sapphires, deep as the ocean and shimmering as if reflecting starlight, sparkling with magical luminescence that indicated they were enchanted with calming spells. The moment she saw them, Qiu was overwhelmed with immense joy. These are for you, my princess. Andre gently wrapped his arms around Qiu's waist from behind. Though separated by a layer of nightwear, her touch was as delicate as if she had no bones. Smooth and inviting, stirring something deep within him. May I help you put them on? Qiu, blushing with shyness, nodded. Andre carefully clasped the earrings onto her earlobes. They are exquisite. He marveled at her bashful demeanor, involuntarily sighing. They were meant for you, Qiu. He had no chance to utter a second phrase. As Qiu's arms coiled around his neck like a serpent, her warm lips silencing any further words. Their lips met softly, exploring the depths of their burgeoning affection, both savoring an endless well of happiness. After a long while, Andre finally emerged from the blissful reverie, realizing he was seated on Qiu's bed, his right arm around her waist and his left embracing her delicately sculpted shoulder. Qiu rested her head against his chest, her cheeks still flushed with a lingering hue of embarrassment, an enchanting sight. I like you, Qiu. I like you too, Andre. The two shared their heartfelt confessions in quietude. Suddenly, Andre felt something hard pressing against his thigh. Picking it up, he discovered a sapphire necklace. Who gave this to you, Qiu? He inquired with a smile. How generous. The delicate figure in his arms tensed momentarily. It was Cedric Diggory. I didn't intend to accept it. I was planning to write a letter to return it. Her words rushed out in a flurry, eager to clarify the necklace's origin, fearing Andre might misunderstand. The flush on her cheeks paled slightly at the thought. I never expected he would gift me something like this. Recalling the events from the original story, Andre chuckled. I certainly believe you, Qiu. You are simply too captivating. Diggory remains undeterred. However, let us return it to him when we get back to school and help him move on. Qiu relaxed. No need to wait. I'll write the letter right away. Just tell him my boyfriend is upset. She said playfully. Very well, Andre chuckled, patting her shoulder. Just as he was about to say something further, a knock echoed from the door. Qiu, are you in there? A voice called out. Yes, Mom. Qiu replied loudly. Then I shall take my leave. Qiu. See you at school, Andre whispered, releasing her as he gradually shrank in size and transformed into a raven, flying out of the window. Qiu then approached the door to open it. Upon entering, Qiu's mother immediately noticed the earrings dangling from her ears and the sapphire necklace carelessly thrown on the bed. Oh, Qiu, who gifted you the earrings and necklace? They are beautiful. Have you secretly started dating someone? She teased with a mischievous smile. Of course not. Qiu blushed, shaking her head. I have no feelings for the owner of that necklace. I was about to write a letter to return it. If there's no interest, it is indeed inappropriate to accept such lavish gifts. Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement, then suddenly asked, what about the owner of the earrings? Mom, stop it. Chiyo protested, though her eyes darted toward a small black dot in the sky outside the window. As the Christmas holiday came to an end, students returned to school in droves. Ravenclaw's once empty study room was once again filled with life. Some were engrossed in writing essays amid heaps of parchment. Others practiced transfiguration with teapots on their desks. And a few gazed vacantly into the fireplace. Naturally, wherever young boys and girls gathered, even in the wise Ravenclaw, one could not deny the presence of certain individuals, like Andre and Chiyo in that moment. Upon returning to school, Chiyo Zhang's supporters were notably despondent. In truth, anyone who discovers that their dream partner belongs to someone else cannot be in high spirits. From the very first day back, the Ravenclaws realized that their most beloved girl had been claimed. The moment Chiyo happily strolled into the common room with Andre, even those who had mentally prepared for their closeness could not help but feel their hearts shatter like glass. Equally disheartened was Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. After the Quidditch match, he found himself smitten with the beautiful and gracious Chiyo Zhang. He had specially enlisted the help of Ravenclaw classmates to investigate Chiyo and Andre's relationship, only to learn that they were merely very good friends. Seizing the opportunity of Christmas, he boldly confessed his feelings to Chiyo, only to receive the sapphire necklace returned intact, accompanied by a letter in which Chiyo delicately but firmly declared her relationship with Andre. In the corridors, Chiyo and Andre were invariably seen with their fingers intertwined, so closely that not even a single piece of paper could fit between them. In the common room, their seats were always pushed together, exchanging whispered secrets and soft laughter, which left many Ravenclaw students, particularly their distinguished tutor Mr. Andre Carmichael, feeling quite discontented as he became Chiyo Zhang's personal possession. However, none of this affected Harry, who was enchanted by the sense of happiness bestowed upon him by the mirror of Eris discovered over the Christmas holiday. Hermione was greatly incensed, partly because they had yet to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel, and partly due to her concern for Harry's nightly escapades. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Dumbledore himself told you it was just a mere illusion, Hermione exclaimed, her anger palpable. With the holiday so long, why haven't you devoted some time to finding out who Nicholas Flamel is? In fact, I have searched, but found nothing, Harry lamented, raising his hands in surrender. I've scoured through all the significant magical figures of the 20th century, yet there is no mention of him. Oh, can't you ask Andre? The scholar of Ravenclaw, perhaps he might know. Hermione suggested. Don't be foolish, Hermione, Harry dismissed her idea. Right now, he and Chiyo are so inseparable that a third person would hardly dare intrude. If I were to disturb them, Andre would undoubtedly retaliate. Maybe you could try? You are a girl. It would be easier for you, he proposed. No need. I feel the same as you do, Hermione replied. Indeed, ever since the first day of their return. When she caught a glimpse of Andre embracing Chiyo beneath a ginkgo tree by the Black Lake, whispering sweet nothings, a pang of bitterness surged within her, prompting her to avoid them as much as possible. For Hermione to witness their intimacy and remain unperturbed was more arduous than torture. I've studied their schedule. Chiyo Zhang has a charms class tomorrow morning, and Andre is free. He should be waiting for her in the library after class, and we can inquire then, Harry proposed. All right, that shall have to do, Hermione nodded in agreement. Strangely, the thought of Chiyo not being present filled her with a sense of delight. The following day, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stealthily made their way to the library, neglecting their studies, merely searching for a familiar face. They endured Madame Pance's baleful glare as they settled across from Andre. Hey, Andre, do you have a moment? We have some questions, Harry whispered. Finally, you're here, Andre stood, suggesting, let us step outside to talk. So as not to disturb anyone. Once in the corridor, Hermione anxiously asked, Andre, have you ever heard of Nicholas Flamel? Nicholas Flamel, Andre stroked his chin, contemplating his words. Of course, I have heard of him. He is the greatest alchemist of our time, a close friend of Professor Dumbledore, over 600 years old, and, most importantly, the sole current possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The trio immediately seized upon the key phrase. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, is a miraculous alchemical creation. Andre's expression radiated reverence and longing. It can effortlessly transform metal into pure gold and concoct the elixir of life. One might say whoever possesses it holds boundless wealth and life. Of course, there is only one in existence today. Thank you, Andre. Hermione expressed her sincere gratitude. In fact, we suspect that Snape might be attempting to steal it. There's a philosopher's stone at school? Andre feigned astonishment. Harry quickly covered his mouth. Don't shout, Andre. We're merely speculating, but it's quite plausible. Unlikely, Andre insisted. Shaking his head. He certainly knew who was behind it, but he could not divulge that information. Harry, you don't understand Snape. He has no need for such a thing. He once attempted to get it through Fluffy, that three-headed dog. Harry continued. He even got bitten in the leg. I heard him confessing to Filch. So, Harry, Andre fixed his gaze on him. If you were injured while trying to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from that dog, would you be shouting it from the rooftops? The trio from Gryffindor fell silent. But Andre, Snape was watching Harry during his first Quidditch match, cursing Harry's Nimbus 2000. Attempting to bring him crashing down, Hermione stated earnestly. This at least indicates his malice towards Harry. Not just curses, even counter-curses require focus. And I have more authority on this matter than you, Hermione, Andre replied with exasperation. Do you truly believe that if Snape wished to harm Harry, he would choose to do so in front of thousands of spectators, letting him fall from his broom? Any student who knows the levitation charm could safely catch him. If you want to argue that he intended to create a diversion, I could accept that. However, before Harry could respond, Hermione tugged at his robe. Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Please trust me, Andre solemnly stated. Many times, the truth diverges from what you perceive. I do not know what led you to this conclusion. But I must assert that based on my understanding of Professor Snape, he would never commit such an act. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, it's been a while. A cheerful voice chimed from behind them as Chio approached, naturally intertwining her arm with Andre's. What are you discussing? Hermione's lips twitched. Nothing, she said, leading the retreat. What is going on, Andre? Chio inquired, turning to him, her clear eyes shimmering with evident affection. It's truly nothing. We were just chatting, my dear, Andre replied, lowering his head to kiss her lips. Come, let us go have lunch. Heartfelt thanks to the Dark Knight, classmate ZYF, for the generous donation. The long-awaited Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin finally arrived. With Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson absent from the Slytherin team, this iteration of Slytherin was entirely unfamiliar to Andre. The drawbacks were clear. He and Chio had to sit properly with their teammates on the bench, listening to Phileas explain their opponents 3 times a week, including team composition, common tactics, and countermeasures. He had to sacrifice his time with Chio, wasting sunny afternoons on Quidditch practice. The sole silver lining was that he no longer had to hold back. Andre once again dominated the arena. Together with Chio, their couple's synergy was unstoppable, proving utterly insurmountable for Slytherin. Slytherin found themselves losing points rapidly, their seekers unable to approach the golden snitch. They were completely at a disadvantage, passively enduring a relentless onslaught. Their plight pathetically dire. When Marcus Flint resorted to his usual tactics, attempting to use his physical advantage to collide with Chio, Andre suddenly unleashed a fierce counterattack, sending the Slytherin captain straight to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary with a well-placed bludger. The other Slytherin players suffered collateral damage, inadvertently sharing in their captain's misfortune. Though they may not have wished to defend their captain, who was nearly knocked off his broom by Andre's fury, Andre exerted all his prowess. A fellow Ravenclaw beater also adeptly directed the ball towards him, resulting in the silver-green-robed players having to remain ever vigilant for the potential presence of a bludger from any direction, ensuring they stayed firmly on their brooms. Consequently, by the time Chio caught the golden snitch, Slytherin was left with only one seeker and one chaser on the field, their keeper having been angrily dismissed by Andre, a testament to his agitated state. As the Ravenclaw team descended amidst the cheers of their supporters, Phileas and the others busied themselves in celebration of yet another resounding victory. Meanwhile, Andre, his expression darkened, sped away on his Comet 260 towards the departing Slytherin players. Chio, filled with concern, quickly sought Phileas's permission to follow Andre in an attempt to soothe his rage. Phileas, understanding the situation, granted the couple leave, buoyed by the victorious mood. Feeling amenable to any requests, the Nimbus 2000 was as swift as a shooting star, and Chio soon found herself racing after Andre, rounding the corner of the castle and disappearing into the shadows. In truth, Andre was not so easily provoked. His display was partly a performance intended to reveal a more unguarded side to Dumbledore, and partly due to the news he received from the tracking charm he placed on Harry, indicating that Harry was in motion. He needed to conclude the game swiftly. As he rounded the corner, the stormy expression on his face faded, replaced by his usual languid smile. He dismounted from his Comet 260, waiting for Chio's arrival. Just as Chio understood he was not truly enraged, he knew she would inevitably follow. Andre, what's wrong? Chio asked with concern as she dismounted her broom. I placed a tracking charm on Harry. He has gone into the Forbidden Forest. Time is of the essence, Andre replied, urgency in his voice. Please put the comet in the broom shed, dear. I must pursue him. Harry cannot be in danger. All right. Although worry etched on her face, Chio resolutely chose to trust her boyfriend. She gently embraced Andre before taking the broom. Please be careful. I'll wait for you in the common room. Rest assured. Cloaked in an invisibility charm, Andre glided silently through the forest, spotting Harry crouched on a beech tree not far ahead. In the clearing beyond, two figures clad in black robes and hoods conversed in hushed tones, undoubtedly Snape and Quirrell. Must he draw closer? Snape is no fool, and even cloaked, I might be detected. His translucent figure began to distort as a black raven appeared from the void, flapping its wings and alighting on a nearby thicket, causing the surrounding sounds to sharpen into clarity. Snape cast a glance, but paid it no mind. I believe the matter of the Philosopher's Stone is not suitable for students to know, he said. His voice as smooth as silk yet imbued with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. No, Severus. I don't understand why you feel the need to discuss these matters with me, Quirrell stammered, a hint of panic evident in his voice. Do not tell me you have yet to find a way to subdue Hagrid's great fool of a dog. Snape's piercing gaze bore into Quirrell, seemingly intent on exerting greater psychological pressure. Oh no, I don't know. Do not feign ignorance, Quirrell. I know you are well aware of my meaning. You wouldn't wish to be my enemy, would you? Oh, certainly not, Quirrell moaned, on the verge of collapse. Very well, Quirrell. I shall be anticipating your secretive little schemes. I hope you contemplate to whom your loyalty should be pledged, though I harbor doubts regarding your possession of such a thing. He tightened his cloak and strode purposefully away from the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell remained rooted in place, seemingly lost in despair. Once Harry departed, Andre unfurled his wings and soared to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Reverting from his animagus form, he returned directly to the Ravenclaw common room. The common room was brimming with butterbeer, an array of snacks, and several noise-making trinkets. Banners declaring Ravenclaw's victory and Andre's brilliance sparkled above the fireplace, captivating the eye. Clearly, Ravenclaw must have discovered at least one secret passage to Hogsmeade to procure such refreshments in a timely manner. Oh, Andre, you're back, Chio exclaimed, rushing towards him and enveloping him in a hug. She leaned close and whispered, how was it? Are you all right? Of course, I'm fine, Andre replied, planting a light kiss on her cheek before greeting Phileas and the others. Everything is as it should be. No incidents. Then I can breathe easy. Everyone has been waiting for you. We won against Slytherin by 360 points. Professor Flitwick is practically delirious with joy. Ravenclaw is leading the House Cup. Chio's radiant smile illuminated her face. Andre. Kleins approached, thrusting a cup of butterbeer into his hand. Join us. Your rage for your lady has left countless Ravenclaw girls envious of Chio. Thank you. Let us celebrate. Andre wrapped his left arm around Chio's slender waist, raised his cup high, and proclaimed, cheers. For Ravenclaw. Cheers. For Quidditch. A multitude of voices thundered in response. Dear readers, please allow me this chapter to express my boundless discontent over Hermione marrying Ron, Fleur marrying Bill, and Harry taking Ginny as his bride. It's a bitter pill to swallow, and I must voice my grievances. The fervor brought by Quidditch was soon overshadowed by the unending weight of textbooks and assignments. Apart from a singular anomaly like Andre, no Ravenclaw could maintain their composure under the impending pressure of final exams looming in less than 3 months, not even Chio. She increasingly tugged Andre along to practice spells and transfiguration or to the library for assignments. Even her enthusiasm for Quidditch training waned. Oh, I can hardly believe it. Once, when Andre encountered Hermione in the corridor, she was shouting at Harry and Ron, there are only 10 weeks until finals, and you think we have plenty of time? Yes. Hermione, Ron replied weakly, there are still 10 weeks. There are only 10 weeks left. Hermione retorted angrily. Do you not realize we have 8 subjects to study for? Oh. I haven't even reviewed the Centaur Uprising yet, and I still need to memorize the potion for the calming draft. As she spoke, she quickened her pace, and then bam. Oh, I'm so sorry, Andre. A hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes upon realizing Chio was absent, quickly replaced by a wave of joy. Are you all right? Oh. It's nothing, Hermione, Andre chuckled. Just don't yell at Harry and Ron so loudly. They might get earaches. Hermione's face flushed deeply, resembling a radiant ruby, as her eyes began to dart around, revealing her acute embarrassment. Haha, just a joke. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He departed with a light-hearted step. Observing his direction, Ron pondered aloud, is he heading towards the Slytherin common room? Oh, it seems he has formed quite the camaraderie with Malfoy and Parkinson, Harry replied, though I find it perplexing that Andre would willingly associate with someone like Malfoy. TCH. Merely a pureblood aristocrat, Ron retorted with a hint of disdain. A group that believes their lineage confers superiority, all staunch supporters of the Dark Lord. No, Ron. Hermione quickly countered, the Camichael family has never aligned with the Dark Lord, and Andre is a genuinely good person. He is a Ravenclaw, not a Slytherin. Is he not, Hermione? Ron stared at her, perplexed. You don't mean to suggest he's Autumn's boyfriend? Don't jump to conclusions, Ron. Hermione exclaimed. We must hurry to the library. If you don't submit your essay by tomorrow, Snape will tear you to shreds. In truth, Ron's suspicions were not unfounded. Andre indeed made his way to the Slytherin underground common room. There, he joined Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne Greengrass. They exited the castle through a secret passage and arrived in Hogsmeade, where Andre and two other adult wizards, who had been waiting, guided the remaining three through apparition to a small hill near the village of Clandestine in Yorkshire, where Lucius Malfoy awaited them. Brother Andre, you have arrived. A strikingly beautiful blonde girl with a cold demeanor exclaimed as she approached him, linking her arm with his. This was Astoria Greengrass. 1 year younger than Andre and not yet of school age, brought here directly by Lucius Malfoy. We have been waiting for you. Uncle Lucius is about to commence the offensive. All right, children, Lucius Malfoy clapped his hands to capture their attention. I have gathered you here to familiarize you with some of the endeavors our families have been engaged in over the years. It is time for you to gain some insight. He gestured towards the village at the foot of the hill. Arthur Weasley is a loyal servant of Dumbledore. Yet he possesses the identity of a pureblood family. This has caused us considerable distress. The Dark Lord has suffered repeated failures, his power significantly diminished, while the Light Wizards seem to be enjoying themselves a bit too much. Hence, this operation. He beckoned, and a man approached. This is Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolves and a steadfast ally of our families. Mr. Greyback will assist us in executing our mission today. Greetings, Mr. Greyback. Andre and Malfoy saluted with a hand to their chests, bowing slightly, while Pansy and the Greengrass sisters curtsied. Greyback hurriedly returned the gesture. Soon, we will establish the final line of defense to prevent Weasley from fleeing, Malfoy emphasized. Some family members will coordinate with Mr. Greyback's subordinates in the village. And if they cannot detain Weasley, the task will fall to us. Also, he glanced at Andre. Andre, I know you are a rare magical talent, but unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using the killing curse. It is preferable for Mr. Greyback to deliver the final blow. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, I understand, Andre nodded. Suddenly, flames erupted in the village of Tansaston. Arthur Weasley was quite displeased, as he had to work overtime on a Sunday. However, due to the severe shortage of personnel in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, he, as the head, had no choice but to lead by example. The incident involving the rubbish bins injuring muggles had been reported long ago, but he had yet to address it, and today he intended to rectify the situation. He operated from outside the village, planning to find the injured muggle, Kenny Evans, to ascertain the details. However, shortly after entering the village, several houses suddenly ignited in flames. Oh no! Arthur Weasley reacted swiftly, drawing his wand and bracing for any danger. In the next moment, a dark figure lunged at him. Werewolf! His wand emitted a red light, causing the werewolf to momentarily pause, seemingly injured, but the next instant, it roared in fury, arching its back. He waved his wand, preparing to cast a powerful spell to eliminate the beast before him, when suddenly he sensed danger. A green light narrowly grazed him. He quickly turned around. Dark Wizard. Upon seeing the cloaked figure, his alertness peaked. Death Eater. 2 more figures in black robes emerged from behind a burning house. Arthur Weasley felt a chill run down his spine, knowing he could not afford to linger in battle. Yet, in such a chaotic environment filled with erratic spells, attempting to apparate was akin to courting death. He decisively fled towards the village's outskirts. If he could reach the hills and use the trees for cover, escaping would be relatively easy, he thought, his feet moving swiftly as he dodged the spells flying towards him. He needed to relay the news of the Death Eater's presence to Dumbledore as quickly as possible. Despite the turmoil, he demonstrated considerable combat prowess, though disheveled. He successfully reached the base of the hill. He sighed in relief, preparing to slip into the woods to apparate. However, he was suddenly struck down. A chorus of youthful voices accompanied by a mature male voice rang out simultaneously as he was flung sideways, crashing heavily onto the ground. The last sight he beheld was the cold, stern faces of Lucius Malfoy and 5 young witches and wizards. along with the imposing figure of a massive werewolf charging towards him. Pain surged through his neck as he closed his eyes. Upon returning from Yorkshire, Andre and Malfoy remained silent, quietly returning to their respective common rooms. None of the classmates they encountered along the way had the slightest inkling that they had just been involved in a murder. As a member of the aristocracy, one must be prepared to make ruthless decisions. Andre had long since come to terms with this reality. Moreover, his relationship with Ron was not particularly strong. Thus Arthur Weasley's demise held little emotional weight for him. Everyone has their own stance, their values and interests. He might lament the loss of such an exemplary wizard as Arthur, but nothing more. Having swiftly adjusted his mindset, when he stepped into the Ravenclaw common room, a warm smile once again adorned his face, transforming him back into the charming Andre Camichael, admired by girls across all years at Hogwarts. He approached Autumn, taking a seat beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Andre, don't be silly, Autumn chided playfully. I'm still working on Professor McGonagall's essay. It's due tomorrow. She turned to him. Where have you been? I didn't see you all afternoon. Oh, nothing much. Just feeling a bit down with exams approaching. I went for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest alone, he replied with a smile, taking her delicate hand in his and gently caressing it. Her arm, akin to sculpted jade, was soft and delicate, adorned with a sapphire bracelet he had gifted her for Valentine's Day. Autumn's hand was a work of art. I feel much better now. He had no intention of revealing the events that had just transpired, as she was not yet considered a member of the Camichael family. He was always discerning about what to say to whom. Moreover, he did not wish to involve this enchanting girl in such events. Burdened by his family's legacy, he felt unable to escape, choosing instead to bear these responsibilities alone. Although he understood that if he were to candidly elucidate the entirety of the situation, Chio, despite her aversion to taking a life, would still comprehend and embrace him. The reason Chio had become the most adored girl in Ravenclaw, rather than another Hermione, was her ability to uphold her principles while exhibiting greater maturity, tolerance, and empathy. She could effortlessly discern your helplessness and gently mend your wounds. Thus, Andre found himself unwittingly ensnared by her charm. Andre, let's find another opportunity to practice spells and transfiguration together. Chio intelligently refrained from broaching the subject further. With the exams approaching, I still lack confidence. We should also devote more time to potions. Being with this girl never felt awkward or dull. All right, Chio, Andre chuckled lightly. I promise to find the perfect place for us. Andre took Chio's hand and led her to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, where a tapestry depicting a troll beating a hapless Barnaby hung upon the wall, yet no door was in sight. We have arrived. Chio, Andre paused, a smile gracing his lips. Andre, where is the place you mentioned? Surely you do not mean this corridor? Chio surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of any room that resembled a vacant classroom for practicing spells or brewing potions. I see no place where I can freely practice my spells. You haven't made a mistake, have you? I am certain, Chio. Just wait a moment, Andre replied, pacing back and forth before the tapestry, silently reciting in his mind. I require a space for practicing spells and transfiguration, as well as potion brewing. Suddenly, a smooth door materialized upon the wall. Andre stepped forward, grasped the handle, and inclined his body slightly. Welcome, beautiful Chio, to the Room of Requirement. This room is called the Room of Requirement? Chio inquired, stepping through the door with a hint of perplexity. Before her lay several long tables, one cluttered with an array of assorted trinkets and another showcasing various models of cauldrons, ranging from manual small ones to large, fully automated heated stirring cauldrons. In one corner, a pile of mats was stacked, designed to cushion anyone who might be knocked off their feet while practicing spells. 3 grand bookshelves stood neatly against the wall, filled with tomes on spells, transfiguration, and potion making. Oh, Andre, this room is simply marvelous, Chio exclaimed. Can it provide all the spaces we desire? Indeed, Chio, Andre said as he followed her into the room, shutting the door behind him. From the corridor, the door silently vanished from sight. This is the Room of Requirement. I believe it to be the most wondrous chamber in Hogwarts, perhaps even surpassing the headmaster's office. No matter what kind of space you seek, simply visualize the characteristics you need while pacing back and forth 3 times before the wall adorned with the tapestry of the troll beating Barnaby, and it shall manifest before your eyes. Quite an extraordinary place, I assent it. Chio turned, her smile radiant. It truly is splendid, Andre. Perhaps after we practice, we might have a date here. She mischievously tilted her lips, causing Andre's heart to skip a beat. Chio leaned closer, far too close. allowing him to count every strand of hair that fell across her forehead. The students of Ravenclaw noticed that Chio and Andre appeared in the common room with increasing rarity, often disappearing after classes, leaving their peers to speculate about the power of love and where they might be clandestinely meeting. Led by Stuart Ackley and Lisa Depand, the first-year students surrounded Andre, demanding he extend his tutoring hours for their benefit. Considering it was not an opportune moment to publicly reveal the existence of the Room of Requirement and wishing to preserve a little secret between himself and Chio, Andre reluctantly signed a series of unequal treaties. Actually, it's rather nice. Everyone believes in you, and you should help them, Chio said with a smile in the Room of Requirement. She turned to stir the potion simmering in the cauldron, spinning clockwise 3 times before adding half an ounce of finely ground porcupine quills. Andre rose from the mat, retrieving the wand that had been cast aside. Despite his evasive maneuvers, he had still been struck by Chio's disarming spell and fell heavily. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, he remarked. Let us depart, Chio. The healing potion requires an additional 6 hours to brew. They exited the Room of Requirement and descended the stairs. Midway down, Ron burst around the corner, colliding with Andre and causing him to stagger. What is the matter, Ron? Andre inquired, furrowing his brow at Ron's alarmed expression. He sensed that news of Tan Saston had likely reached them. I don't know, Ron replied, shaking his head. Professor McGonagall just rushed over to inform me that I must go to Professor Dumbledore's office immediately. He panted, brushed off his robes, and continued to run past Andre. A heartfelt thanks to the Dark Knight, student ZYF, for their unwavering support, celebrating the arrival of the first scholar in this book. As a novice author with little experience, it is profoundly moving to receive genuine support for these humble words. I can only strive to write well in hopes of not disappointing everyone. The following morning, Andre arrived at the dining hall as usual. Chio tenderly cut his bread, poured his milk, and even prepared toast, jerky, and a milk dish for Prunk as well. Since Christmas, she had seamlessly embraced the role of girlfriend, meticulously attending to every aspect of Andre's life. Andre, with matters weighing on his mind, offered her a faint smile before gazing towards the long table of Gryffindor. Remarkably, Ron Weasley was not seated alongside Harry and Hermione. Instead, he was huddled with Percy, George, and Fred. Their faces bore an unmistakable pallor, and Ron's eyes were swollen and red, enveloped by an unspoken tension that hung heavily over that section of the Gryffindor table. Those seated nearby either hastily devoured their bread and departed or silently shifted to another seat, clearly unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere. After breakfast, the students gradually exited the hall, heading to their respective classrooms. Andre patted Autumn's hand, signaling her to proceed, while he pursued the flow of Gryffindor students and caught up with Harry. Harry, do you know what has happened to Ron and the others? Harry glanced around and pulled Andre into a corner. Mr. Weasley has passed away. Yesterday afternoon, Professor Dumbledore summoned him, Percy, George, and Fred to his office to deliver the news. Andre's face mirrored a look of astonishment. Oh no, is it true, Andre? Indeed it is. Mrs. Weasley had intended for them to return to the burrow first, but Mr. Weasley fell victim to a werewolf, and it is said that dark wizards were involved. Professor Dumbledore deemed Hogwarts the safest haven and decided to keep them here. Harry's expression darkened. Oh, my transfiguration class, he exclaimed, waving his hand. See you later, Andre. I dare not be late for transfiguration, or Professor McGonagall will have my head. With the confirmation of Arthur Weasley's demise, Andre felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Since Dumbledore had attributed the culprit to a werewolf and dark wizards, they were still safe. Regardless of Dumbledore's suspicions, he could not overtly implicate them. Most importantly, Arthur Weasley was one of Dumbledore's most significant allies within the Ministry of Magic. His death represented a considerable blow to the forces of light. The Easter holiday passed quietly, far less eventful than Christmas. After all, the exams loomed closer, and the teachers assigned piles of homework, anxious that their students might not succeed in the final assessments. Andre was indifferent, yet Chio's earnestness rivaled that of Hermione. Throughout the entire holiday, they remained by the hearth in the common room. Bored, Andre perused the fascinating study notes he had unearthed from the Ravenclaw library. Within each tome, he consistently discovered intriguing little spells or potion recipes, all the fruit of their predecessors' research. This piqued his curiosity regarding the Half-Blood Princess Potions textbook, and he contemplated retrieving it from the underground classroom whenever an opportunity arose. Andre, there is someone from Gryffindor looking for you, announced Stuart Ackley as he strode into the common room, a playful glint in his eye. Hermione Granger is seeking you. He winked at Andre. Go on, Andre, urged Chio, her head buried in her work. She was diligently reviewing the key points of the locator spell for her Charms Level 2 assignment, eager to document her insights. So engrossed that she wished for an extra pair of hands. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Andre recalled the original text, he began to grasp the situation. He nodded towards Hermione. Thank you, Andre, Hermione sobbed. We truly have no options left. You see, Hagrid has acquired a dragon. A dragon? Hermione, please, do not jest. Andre suddenly decided to tease her. Such an expression was seldom seen on the usually composed and knowledgeable young lady. Do you understand what you are saying? Not to mention, although Hagrid's hut is quite spacious, it is not large enough to house a dragon. And even if it could, isn't he afraid the dragon might incinerate his little abode? Dragons breathe fire. But it's true, Andre, Hermione insisted urgently. It's a hatchling, just emerged from its egg, and it is still quite small. Hagrid won it from someone else. Are you suggesting I assist Hagrid in hiring a lawyer, Hermione? Andre feigned a frown. The prohibition against keeping dragons was enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. With few exceptions for breeding facilities, no wizard is permitted to own a dragon, be it as a pet or otherwise. He paused, raising his hands in exasperation. You know, Hermione, even if the Cormac family were willing to provide Hagrid with legal aid, he would still be unable to win a case at the Wisengamot. That is certain. Countless laws prohibit private dragon ownership. In fact, we are planning to give it away. Ron's brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania, and we contacted him through Ron. He is willing to take it. Hermione hurriedly added. Hagrid knows he cannot keep a dragon and has already agreed. Charlie and his team will come this Saturday night to collect the dragon. There will be 4 of them. We will place the dragon in a crate, and they will use broomsticks to transport it back to Romania. Then, is that not splendid, Hermione? Andre replied with a cheerful smile. This way, everything will be resolved smoothly. What more do you need from me? Well, the matter of our dragon has reached Malfoy, and we fear he might report us. Hermione gulped, clearing her throat. He is also aware that we are sending Norbert, that is the dragon, away Saturday night, and we are concerned he might try to interfere. So we would like to ask for your assistance in speaking to him. Very well, Hermione, Andre nodded. I can assure you, Malfoy will not report you. Please trust me. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Andre. Hermione appeared somewhat overwhelmed with gratitude. She suddenly lunged forward, enveloping Andre in a tight embrace, leaving a kiss on his right cheek. Then she turned and dashed away without looking back. That girl, Andre chuckled softly, touching his right cheek to ensure there were no marks. Before turning to enter the common room, Draco Malfoy was feeling particularly pleased of late. After all, he had not once or twice faced setbacks at the hands of Harry. But now he finally had leverage against him. And as for that lumbering oaf Hagrid, he finally saw a chance to rid himself of his presence. After herbology class, Malfoy strolled towards the castle with Pansy, contemplating whether to send Harry another note to frighten them. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Andre. Hi, Andre, long time no see, Malfoy greeted with a smile. I see you've been busy with your romantic pursuits, neglecting your friends. Heh, but I am here now. Andre laughed, nodding at Pansy. I need to discuss something with you, Draco. All right, you two chat. I'll head back to the castle, Pansy smiled understandingly, shouldering her bag and departing. Andre pulled Malfoy aside near the Forbidden Forest before halting. Andre, is there something I can help you with? Malfoy inquired. Are you aware that Hagrid and Harry Potter are keeping a dragon? Andre cut straight to the point. Yes, I stumbled upon that information by chance. These fools are exceedingly bold. For reasons unknown, Draco Malfoy harbored an unusual fondness for dragons, a flicker of jealousy gleaming in his eyes. I was just planning to report them. Well, Draco, Andre sighed. It was Hermione who asked me to persuade you not to report them. Hermione Granger? That large-toothed girl. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Not to criticize you, Andre, but Daphne and Astoria are such lovely girls. Why would you choose Autumn over them? I admit Autumn is both beautiful and intelligent, and without regard for blood status, she indeed suits you. But why help a mudblood? In truth, Hermione is quite lovely. You simply have not noticed, Draco. Andre chuckled, recalling Hermione's emotional kiss in the corridor yesterday. Draco, you have misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to plead on her behalf. Rather, I wish to inform you that if you desire that dragon, you should refrain from reporting them. Desire the dragon? What do you mean? Malfoy perked up. Consider it, if you report them, what do you truly gain? Andre posed. Well, Gryffindor would certainly lose at least 100 points. Seeing Potter in distress would bring me great joy, Malfoy replied. But in reality, you gain nothing. do you? Just imagine if you could acquire a dragon. Would that not be far more thrilling than watching Gryffindor lose 100 points? Andre coaxed. If I could indeed obtain a dragon, I would certainly consider reporting them. Malfoy nodded. However, they are sending the dragon away on Saturday night, leaving us only 3 days. What can we do? No, nothing needs to be done. Andre wore an enigmatic expression. Our opportunity arises after the dragon is sent to Romania. You mean to obtain it from Ron's brother? Malfoy's eyes widened in realization. Precisely. Even if Charlie is from a breeding facility, he cannot explain the sudden appearance of a dragon. This means the dragon would be undocumented, a black market creature. Andre smiled. As far as I know, Uncle Lucius has a large breeding facility in Greenland, fully capable of housing dragons, with the credentials of that facility along with Uncle Lucius's influence. Applying for a dragon ownership license from the Ministry of Magic would not pose a challenge. We would also have the details of this dragon. A little intimidation towards Charlie and a nominal price would secure the dragon. After all, Charlie is merely assisting his brother and would not be overly insistent. Andre, you are a genius, Malfoy exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Then I shall not report them. They will bring the dragon to Hogwarts Central Tower on Saturday. Come with me to observe. I have an invisibility cloak. All right, Draco, that sounds fine. Andre hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, with the invisibility spell, he could easily escape if necessary. I will accompany you. On Saturday night, the sky was overcast. Not only was the moon obscured, but not a single star shone. The dark heavens loomed like a heavy pot, creating a stifling atmosphere. Yet Harry and Hermione felt quite cheerful. Ron had been very glum and downcast due to his father Arthur Weasley's death, and they could only hope he would find solace on his own. Naturally, he had no inclination to partake in the night's venture. However, if it were only Harry and Hermione attempting to move a wooden crate containing a dragon, it would prove quite a challenge. Fortunately, the weather was on their side. The gloomy, rain-threatening atmosphere kept all students quietly ensconced in the common room, gathered around the fireplace for warmth, leaving them disinclined to venture outside. Thus, cloaked in invisibility, Harry and Hermione, despite their intermittent efforts and the considerable noise they generated, managed to transport the crate containing Norbert to the pinnacle of the central tower, remarkably without encountering anyone, save for the 2 other invisible companions who discreetly trailed behind them. They successfully handed Norbert over to the personnel who had come from Romania to assist, exhaling a collective sigh of relief, as if the proverbial sword of Damocles that had loomed above them had finally been lifted. Harry and Hermione watched as Charlie's friends carried Norbert away into the horizon before turning to descend. Do not worry, Hermione. Charlie will take good care of him. Andre, cloaked in an invisibility spell, along with Malfoy, shrouded in an invisibility cloak, watched as Nobby departed. Upon seeing Harry and Hermione descend the staircase, they too turned to retreat. However, just as they rounded a corner, Professor McGonagall suddenly emerged without a sound, causing Malfoy to collide with her unceremoniously. Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall's furious voice startled Harry, Hermione, and Andre. A swift glance revealed Harry and Hermione quietly descending the stairs. Harry suddenly recalled that he had left the invisibility cloak atop the tower. Potter, Granger, what brings you here once more? Seizing the opportunity while Harry was apprehended, Malfoy discreetly cast a glance towards Andre's concealed position. Yet, this small maneuver did not escape the keen eyes of Professor McGonagall. Who goes there? Is it Miss Parkinson? Miss Greengrass? Or perhaps Mr. Camichael? Step forward. Professor McGonagall's tone was stern, warning, do not test my patience. She drew her wand. Andre, feeling helpless, had no choice but to lift the invisibility charm and reveal himself. Ah, so Mr. Carmichael is here as well. You 4 shall each lose 50 points for your respective houses. Professor McGonagall was exceedingly furious. Furthermore, you must serve a detention. I sincerely appreciate the support of the students from the Maple Moon Cup. Overnight, the Hufflepuff students became the happiest group in the school. Ravenclaw and Slytherin each lost 50 points, while Gryffindor suffered a staggering loss of 100 points. Their scores suddenly drew much closer to the leading Ravenclaw in the House Cup race, and Cedric Diggory publicly declared his intention to help Hufflepuff reclaim the House Cup, which they had lost for over a decade. Such delusions, Stuart Ackley exclaimed in the common room, inciting a chorus of agreement. Although they had lost 50 points, Ravenclaw still maintained a lead of over 30 points against Hufflepuff. Moreover, Andre held considerable esteem within the house. He boldly promised before everyone in the common room that he would regain the lost 50 points within a week. Autumn also stepped forward to vouch for her boyfriend, expressing her willingness to assist Andre in restoring Ravenclaw's advantage. Thus, the Eagles did not express much grievance towards Andre. Draco Malfoy encountered little trouble as he was already subtly recognized as the leading figure among the first years of Slytherin. He had persuaded Lucius Malfoy to donate 7 newly released Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Slytherin Quidditch team, which boasted superior acceleration and braking performance compared to the Nimbus 2000. Consequently, the Snakes remained silent. The hardest days fell upon Harry and Hermione, with the sudden loss of 100 points. Gryffindor's prospects of contending for the House Cup appeared bleak. They found themselves utterly isolated, as the Weasley brothers, mourning the death of Arthur Weasley, showed little interest in conversing with them. Andre often spotted Hermione in the library, her demeanor consistently glum, except when she saw him, which would elicit a genuine smile. According to her, Harry's situation on the Gryffindor Quidditch team was even more dire. Oh, but that was not the end of it. In the library, Hermione sat at her favorite seat by the window, which had almost become her exclusive spot. Andre sat opposite her, distractedly flipping through a book on the fundamentals of using malicious curses, a gift he had received from his father for Easter. Autumn was attending potions class and was not by his side. Don't forget, Andre. Hermione raised her head and fixed her gaze upon him. We still have another detention. Hermione's words always held a peculiar weight, and this instance was no different. During dinner, the four received a note instructing them to meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall at 11 o'clock that night to serve their punishment. So late, what could they possibly want you for? Autumn read the note and asked in confusion. Do not worry, Autumn, Andre replied, a confident smile gracing his face. In Chinese, we say, when soldiers come, we meet them. When water comes, we cover it. I fear nothing. At 11 o'clock, the world was silent, the stars casting a faint glow, preventing total darkness from obscuring their path. Andre, Malfoy, Harry, and Hermione gathered in the entrance hall, awaiting Filch's arrival. The tall, thin caretaker appeared, holding a lamp that cast a ghostly pallor over his face, evoking an unsettling chill. Notably absent was his ever-present companion, Mrs. Norris. Though Andre and the others were certain that her piercing green eyes were watching them from some unnoticed corner. Follow me, Filch barked, without further ado. And he turned to lead them out of the castle, traversing the dark grounds. The night was eerily quiet, with a bone-chilling cold that made Harry shiver involuntarily. All four had experience with nocturnal escapades. Harry often wandered the castle cloaked in invisibility. Hermione was accustomed to staying up all night engrossed in her books. Malfoy had once sneaked into the library at night, and Andre had previously scoured the restricted section with a crate in hand. Yet none of them had ever ventured outside the castle at night. Without the castle's protective embrace, the absence of the cold but reliable stone walls left them feeling vulnerable. You'd better be careful next time you break the rules, Filch's ominous voice cut through the stillness, startling Hermione. I have always believed that hard work and suffering are the most effective means of transformation. It is quite unfortunate that Professor Dumbledore forbids me from using those little ones. But I oil them up every day. They will be put to use someday, won't they? He muttered. Don't even think about running away. You won't get far. If caught again, it won't be so easy. They crossed the open grounds and reached the edge of the forbidden forest. The light from Filch's lamp cast long shadows behind them, resembling lurking creatures that followed closely. Fortunately, familiar voices soon reached them. Harry and Hermione recognized it immediately as Hagrid's large black dog, Fong. Hagrid's massive figure came into view as Fong approached them. Andre noted the brightness in Harry and Hermione's eyes. Filch, you finally made it. I was just about to head out. Hagrid boomed, his back laden with an enormous stone crossbow, which Malfoy suspected was heavy enough to flatten him, despite being one of the stronger first years. Well, Filch, leave it to me, Hagrid said in his deep, rumbling voice. I've been waiting for half an hour. Good luck, Filch turned his face. And Harry swore he detected no hint of goodwill in those words. I hope you don't encounter any werewolves. Hermione instinctively shrank closer to Andre, seeking solace in his presence. Andre smiled reassuringly, signaling her not to worry. Hagrid led them boldly into the forbidden forest. You need not fear, with Fong and me here. The creatures of the forest will not harm you, he assured them. After a short distance, Hagrid suddenly halted, prompting the others to stop as well. Look over there. Hagrid pointed to the ground ahead. Do you see that glinting object? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn has been injured, struck by something, and we must find it. He gestured towards the bloodstains gradually leading deeper into the woods. We should split up along the trail. Fong and I will accompany you. Hagrid. I'll team up with Draco. Let Harry and Hermione stay with you. We are capable of protecting ourselves, Andre suggested. Oh no, Andre, Hermione gasped softly. It could be dangerous. Do not worry. We are more than capable, Andre reassured her. Right, Draco? He patted Malfoy's shoulder, and although Malfoy was unsure, he nodded in agreement. Hagrid scrutinized them for a moment before conceding. If you insist, then very well. If you encounter unicorns, cast green sparks. If you are in danger, cast red sparks. And we will come to your aid. Understood? Absolutely, Andre nodded, waving goodbye to Harry and smiling at Hermione before he and Malfoy ventured down the left path. In the dark and forbidden forest, light was scarce. The faint starlight filtering through the sparse branches illuminated even less. The once vibrant flora by day now appeared as monstrous, clawing figures in the night, stretching their twisted limbs towards the heavens. A gentle breeze meandered through the forest, caressing the treetops and inciting a dance among the branches, akin to a chaotic revelry that evoked a sense of descent into the abyss. Draco Malfoy shuddered slightly, drawing forth his wand and murmuring a spell that ignited a flicker of light. A soft glow emanated from his wand, allowing him to exhale in relief. After all, it is in human nature to yearn for the light, as the darkness often stirs feelings of fear and anxiety. Amobulus. Andre pointed his wand at the tip of Malfoy's, and the gentle white light was instantly extinguished as the cloak of the goddess of the night enveloped their surroundings once more. What are you doing, Andre? Malfoy inquired, perplexed. We are not with Hagrid or Yaya. Andre elaborated. If the light attracts the creatures of the forbidden forest, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Moreover, with the glow present, our eyes would be less adept at perceiving the ethereal radiance emitted by the unicorns. Malfoy accepted his reasoning, yet his curiosity was far from satiated. Why are you unwilling to accompany that oaf and the others? In the forbidden forest, he might prove to be of some use. Andre's lips curled into a subtle arc. The blood of the unicorn instilled in me a foreboding sense that we might encounter an old acquaintance. Specifically an old friend of the Malfoys and the Cormichells. I wished for our conversation with him to remain undisturbed by others. Malfoy seemed to sense something amiss. He ceased his inquiries and instead gripped his wand tightly, the veins on his smooth forearm standing out, revealing that his mental state was far from the tranquility he projected. Relax, Draco, Andre reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. There's no need to be so tense. The situation is not as dire as it appears. I believe our old friend is not an unreasonable individual. However, his attempt at consolation evidently bore little fruit. Malfoy pressed his lips together, his grip on the wand tightening even further. Andre and Malfoy trudged through the forbidden forest, occasionally waving their arms to fend off the branches. After meandering for over half an hour, Andre perceived a flicker of white light ahead. Quickening their pace, he and Malfoy squeezed through a thicket, revealing a small clearing in the woods. There, a splendid creature, radiant with a luminous white sheen, lay motionless. Its body bled a silvery liquid, saturating the ground around it, while its beautiful eyes remained lifeless, devoid of any spark. Malfoy gasped softly, instinctively raising his wand to conjure sparks, but Andre firmly grasped his arm. They both detected a rustling sound from the opposite thicket, and soon a cloaked figure emerged, bending down beside the unicorn's corpse, greedily lapping up the creature's blood. Andre and Malfoy stood still, refraining from any action, merely observing in silence. Once the cloaked figure had quenched its thirst, it stood erect, its hood obscuring most of its face, leaving only the blood-dripping corners of its lips visible. Andre pulled Malfoy slightly, and together they stepped out of the thicket, one hand resting over their hearts in a gesture of respect, while the other tightly clutched their wands. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Voldemort. Andre's voice betrayed no tremor. Draco Malfoy and Andre Carmichael pay their respects to you. Ah, a Malfoy and a Carmichael, the cloaked figure exhaled a long sigh. Yet, there was no doubt that his consciousness was remarkably clear and rational. Andre and Malfoy relaxed their stances slightly, though their grips on their wands remained steadfast. It has been quite some time since I have heard those names, the figure continued. The Malfoy and Carmichael families have never forgotten you, my lord. We have always anticipated your return, Andre replied with reverence. Malfoy stood silently beside him, his gaze intensely fixed on the cloaked figure. I have no doubt you have not forgotten me. The figure's laughter emerged from beneath the hood, sharp and hoarse, reminiscent of a night owl's eerie cry. Anticipating my return? I fear that is not the case. Tansaston Village in Yorkshire, it is a gift from our families to welcome your return. I hope it meets your approval. Andre stated calmly, neither rebutting nor showing anger. Indeed, it is a rather fine gift. The cloaked figure inhaled deeply. Arthur Weasley, a most bothersome name, has haunted me for many years. While I did not personally take his soul, I would not mind marking this individual in my book of achievements. Is there anything else you wish to convey? The cloaked figure appeared eager to depart. Nothing more. Malfoy and Carmichael wish you all the best. Andre bowed once more. And the cloaked figure glided back into the woods with an almost spectral silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Andre, Malfoy, Hermione, and Harry returned to the castle. With Hermione and Harry oblivious to the events that had transpired, while Andre and Malfoy remained tight-lipped. The following day, in the dining hall, they encountered the already waiting Cho, to whom Andre offered a warm embrace. Oh, Andre, this is the dining hall. Cho's cheeks flushed crimson. Well, I missed you, he replied with a smile, raising the glass of milk that Cho had poured for him and draining it in one go. What did you do last night? Cho inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. Just a stroll in the forbidden forest for over an hour, and then I returned, Andre replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely a delightful outing. You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Cho, being a law-abiding student, had never ventured a step into the forbidden forest, apart from the knowledge mentioned in various books. She knew nothing of its interiors. See, I'm sitting here quite fine, aren't I? Andre remarked, picking up a piece of jerky and offering it to Prank, who had just landed on his shoulder. He unwrapped the letter Prank had brought and attached a pre-prepared letter to its leg. Cho, you have no idea. Last night was truly a delightful memory. Prank took flight from the dining hall, the radiant morning sunlight illuminating its powerful wings and casting light upon the inscription on the envelope it carried. Carmichael Manor, to the esteemed Count Stephen Carmichael. A bow of gratitude to the support of my classmates, the mischievous baboon and Sylvis. The dreaded examination period had finally arrived, and all students approached it with trepidation, scarcely daring to relax. Andre, perhaps the most carefree among all Ravenclaws, even found time to showcase his tea-making skills. Andre, aren't you going to study? Cho lifted her gaze from the stacks of books, her expression somewhat bewildered. Andre tapped his wand against the table, and a delicate teacup gracefully soared into Cho's presence. Landing with a soft thud, a stream of tea flowed from the teapot, tracing a beautiful arc as it accurately filled the cup without spilling a drop. An exquisite aroma of tea began to waft through the Ravenclaw common room. Thank you, my dear, Cho said, lifting the cup to take a small sip before lowering her gaze back to her book, softly murmuring the incantation points for the jinxing spell. First a flick, then a shake, the forearm guiding the wrist, with the wand's angle ideally between 30 and 45 degrees. Cho, my dear, don't the Chinese say to strike a balance? Andre sighed in resignation. That idiom was indeed expressed in Chinese. Your study efficiency is rather low this way. Andre, I'm truly glad you took the time to learn Chinese for me. Cho responded without diverting her attention from her book. Once the exams are over, I can teach you personally, for as long as you desire. However, I still have to take my charms exam this afternoon. Andre shrugged and shook his head, casually extracting a book from his backpack and opening it to peruse the 12 applications of dragon's blood. In truth, his examination that afternoon was on transfiguration. The weather was exceedingly sultry, and the air in the grand classroom seemed to carry an additional hint of anxiety. Aside from Andre, who had the leisure to cast a cooling charm upon himself, the other students were oblivious to this detail. In fact, it appeared that no first-year student, apart from Andre, had mastered the art of wandless magic, and wands were strictly prohibited in the examination hall. The atmosphere was hushed, punctuated only by the sound of quills, imbued with anti-cheating spells, gliding over parchment. However, once the papers were collected, the room erupted with a cacophony of relief, regret, and lamentation, varying in volume. Andre felt no pressure, as he had memorized this material long before turning 8. Yet, beyond the theoretical assessment, students were also required to confront a practical examination for magic. At its essence is an applied discipline. In this regard, Andre excelled without flaw. Professor Flitwick instructed them to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. And Andre's pineapple, upon reaching the edge of the tabletop, executed an additional backflip with 3.5 rotations and a 720-degree twist before landing gracefully. Though, of course, the pineapple was no longer fit for consumption. Professor McGonagall asked them to transform a mouse into a snuff box. And Andre's snuff box bore intricate carvings of the entire Lantingui Su by Wang Shiji, despite Professor McGonagall's complete lack of understanding of Chinese. During the potions exam, Andre was grateful to be in the same room as Harry, Snape, preoccupied with Harry, was evidently unable to discern any flaws in Andre's forgetfulness potion, which shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. The only blemish arose from the history of magic section, where he misspelled the name of the werewolf Spencer as Spinley. Andre attributed this entirely to Professor Bin's habit of miscalling him Anlek. In any case, the examinations concluded, and whether from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or the ever-composed Slytherin, or the bold Gryffindor, who prided themselves on their fearlessness in the face of exams, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had an entire week to forget about such troublesome matters and roam freely about the school. The sun shone brightly as Andre embraced Chio. Leaning against a beech tree by the lake, quietly observing the enormous squid gliding across the water's surface, Chio reclined, resting her head on his thigh, inhaling his soothing scent, and peacefully dozing off, alleviating the fatigue brought on by the exam week. His left hand absent-mindedly combed through her smooth black hair, while his right gently caressed her delicate cheek. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered when Harry, Hermione, and Ron came rushing over. "Andre, we need to talk to you," Harry panted. Chio stirred awake, propping herself up, shaking her lovely head, her dark brows furrowing, and her elongated willow-like eyes fluttering open wearily as she playfully wrinkled her petite nose at Andre. "Chio, you should head back to the common room. I need to discuss something with Harry and the others," Andre suggested, pinching her nose gently and kissing the outer rim of her ear. Chio obediently rose, greeted Harry and the others, and made her way towards the tower. "Andre, we can be certain that it's Snape. Well, perhaps someone else," Harry hesitated, recalling Andre's previous remarks. "Whoever it is, we are certain he has learned from Hagrid how to get past Fluffy, the three-headed dog. The Philosopher's Stone is perilous, and Professor Dumbledore is not here. We think, no problem." Andre sprang to his feet. "I'll go with you." That night, Hogwarts was unusually quiet. Andre watched as Chio entered the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory before taking up a bamboo flute and exiting the common room. He made his way to the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, waiting only a moment before Harry, Hermione, and Ron lifted the invisibility cloak beside him. "All right, let us go in," Andre declared. They all drew out their wands. The four of them slipped through the slightly ajar door, and the three heads of the large dog immediately turned to face them, drool dripping from its mouth onto the floor with a rhythmic plop. Harry retrieved Hagrid's flute, but Andre was quicker, playing the bamboo flute and letting the elegant melody of Spring River, Flower Moon Night flow forth. From the very first note, the three-headed dog's eyelids began to droop, its alertness waning. Andre continued to play, and the creature's body grew increasingly limp, yawning widely until it finally collapsed softly onto the ground, soundly asleep. "You played splendidly," Hermione whispered in awe. "But how did you know to use music against Fluffy?" "Spring River, Flower Moon Night, a renowned ancient piece from China," Andre replied proudly, waving the bamboo flute. "Chio loves this piece. I practiced it for quite a while. Moreover, I've read numerous books about magical creatures at home, including one about three-headed dogs, so I was aware of its weaknesses." Andre decisively attributed his knowledge to the family library of the Camichael clan. They approached the trapdoor, and Harry pulled the ring. Beneath it lay a deep, dark hole, leading who knew where. "I'll go first. You all follow one by one, Hermione last," Andre instructed. They all nodded in agreement. First, Andre descended, followed by Harry, then Ron, and lastly Hermione. All four jumped into the abyss. The room fell silent once more, the only sound being Fluffy's deep slumber. Contrary to their expectations, they did not crash onto the hard ground but landed safely atop a bed of soft vegetation that cushioned their fall. "Oh, I never anticipated such a humane design," Ron exclaimed. "Does the Philosopher's Stone security system actually provide cushioning for thieves?" "No, that is impossible," Hermione cried, tugging at something around her ankles. "Damn it. This isn't ordinary vegetation, it's Devil's Snare." Ron and Harry soon realized the plants were attempting to ensnare their limbs, thrashing about in a futile effort to free themselves. They sadly discovered that the plants possessed an unexpectedly immense strength and remarkable resilience, making them difficult to tear away. Only Andre remained composed as ever. With calm precision, he drew his wand and pointed it at the ground. Incendio. A burst of golden-red flames erupted from the ground, causing the Devil's Snare to retreat into the surrounding darkness. Harry, Hermione, and Ron easily extricated themselves from the vine's grip. "That was brilliant, Andre," Hermione marveled. "I couldn't think quickly enough to deal with them." "Not at all, Hermione," Andre replied, the tip of his wand gleaming with luminescence as he led the way down a stone corridor, the only path available to them. Passing through the damp hallway, they entered a resplendent hall, filled with countless shimmering objects soaring through the air. On the opposite wall stood a wooden door, clearly the way forward. Do we need to charge through those flying objects to reach the door? Ron speculated. Oh no, Ron, look closely, those are keys. Hermione uttered in a weak lament. It appears we need to catch the right key to unlock the door. Look, Andre pointed to the corner, where several broomsticks were displayed. The tools are all prepared for us. All right, Andre, let us go together. Harry dashed forward, seizing 2 brooms. Undoubtedly, no key could evade the combined onslaught of Hogwarts' most skilled seeker and the most proficient beater. The key was firmly pressed against the wall by Andre, and subsequently, it was grasped by its wings and inserted into the keyhole. Traversing through that vibrant chamber, they found themselves in an entirely contrasting realm. Stripped down to mere black and white, they stood at the edge of a chessboard, confronted by a formidable array of towering white pieces, while an equal number of black pieces stood in response on their side. All right, it's wizard's chess, Ron. This is your forte, Harry implored, turning to Ron. It appears you must lead us to victory over them for us to gain passage. Not a problem. At the mere mention of wizard's chess, a surge of confidence emanated from Ron. Harry, you take the left castle. Hermione, you replace the left knight. Andre, your position is the right castle. Ron positioned himself as the queen, a piece of unparalleled combat prowess in wizard's chess, whose significance was beyond dispute. The rules dictate that the white pieces move first, Ron announced, as a white pawn advanced 2 squares. Pawn, left 4 moves to 2. Ron commanded a pawn to withstand the opposing forces. He began directing the pieces in a fierce clash across the board, with casualties mounting rapidly on both sides. Listen, Andre, Ron suddenly shouted. I'm luring out the white queen now. Your next move should be to advance to the back line, and you can checkmate them. Andre nodded silently. Ron moved 1 square to the left, and the white queen swiftly lunged at him, delivering a decisive blow that sent him sprawling off the chessboard. Then, Andre advanced to the back row. The white king discarded its crown at their feet, and the white pieces retreated, clearing the path to the next chamber. What shall we do about Ron? Harry inquired, casting a worried glance at Ron, who lay motionless on the opposite side of the board. Do not worry. He will be fine. We shall awaken him upon our return, Hermione asserted decisively. We must proceed to the next room. We do not have much time left as per Snape's constraints. They navigated through the room of the troll, which lay unconscious on the ground, its fate uncertain. Upon entering the next chamber, flames erupted from the doorways on either side, imprisoning them within the room. It appears we are required to solve a riddle, Hermione remarked, striding to the lone long table in the room. Furrowing her brow, she examined the 7 bottles and picked up a piece of parchment. Andre, are you proficient in such matters? I possess limited knowledge in this area, Hermione, Andre humbly replied. If you feel more confident, I suggest you take charge of the solution. Hermione swiftly scanned the parchment, her focus fixated on the 7 bottles. After a brief moment, she exclaimed in excitement, I figured it out. Turning back, her face radiated with confidence. She pointed to the rightmost, round bottle, declaring, this one will enable us to pass through the flames and return. Then she indicated the smallest bottle, stating, this will allow us to enter the next room to confront Snape and safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. How little there is. Scarcely enough for a single sip, Harry remarked as he stepped forward to grasp the small bottle and downed its contents in 1 gulp. I shall confront Snape. You 2 return to seek Professor Dumbledore. I cannot delay for long. He waved his hand and vanished through the flames. I shall return to find Professor Dumbledore, Hermione. Andre offered. You may remain here and wait for us. I will be back shortly. Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she nodded obediently. Andre swallowed the potion and returned to the giant's chamber. However, he did not hasten to rescue Ron or seek out Dumbledore. Instead, he retrieved another vial from his pocket, the Flame Guard potion, capable of shielding against a vast array of fire damage, unless faced with uniquely potent flames such as those of a hellfire nature. Clearly, the 2 types of flames employed by Snape to protect the room were not particularly sophisticated. He calculated the time and estimated that Harry had likely concluded his battle with Quirrell by now, before consuming the Flame Guard potion. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body as he tapped his wand against himself, gradually rendering his form invisible. Turning back, he traversed the flames and beheld Hermione curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. He paid her no mind and proceeded into the next chamber. At the center of the room stood an ornate mirror, with Quirrell sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain, while Harry lay supine, lost in unconsciousness. His right hand lay open, and a small stone rested on the ground beside him. Andre's heart raced as he picked up the Philosopher's Stone, disregarding Harry. Seizing the moment while the effects of the invisibility charm and the flame protection potion still lingered, he passed through the 2 layers of fire once more. Returning to the troll's chamber, Prunk was there, flapping its wings in anticipation. He swiftly wrapped the Philosopher's Stone and secured it to Prunk's leg. "Deliver it directly to my father. Do not allow anyone to intervene," he commanded. Prunk nodded with a semblance of understanding before soaring away. With that, Andre made his way toward the room where the chessboard was located. 2 days later, when Harry finally awakened, he found himself in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. The faint scent of soda water and antiseptic wafting through the air. Beside him, on another bed, Ron Weasley lay unconscious, his head swathed in thick white bandages. Andre and Hermione stood at his bedside, smiling warmly at him. "Andre, Hermione, how delightful to see you." Harry managed a faint smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What became of the Philosopher's Stone?" "You performed admirably, Harry." A voice broke in, and Harry turned to find Professor Dumbledore standing at the opposite side of his bed, his long white beard almost brushing against the sheets. A mysterious light sparkled in his deep blue eyes. "You successfully thwarted Voldemort's scheme and saved the wizarding world, Harry." He smiled, patting Harry's arm. "Rest well, and then prepare for the feast." He winked. "You shall be in for a surprise." "Professor, Voldemort did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone." "Did he? I recall losing consciousness." "Indeed, he did not. Before you succumbed, you had already defeated him. He could not possess Quirrell, and thus he was powerless to act. Only able to flee," Dumbledore chuckled. "The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, and Voldemort shall have no further designs upon it. Do not dwell on these matters. What you need now is rest." As Dumbledore departed, Harry turned his gaze toward Andre and Hermione. "Andre, Hermione, how did you encounter Professor Dumbledore?" "Oh, it was quite fortuitous." "Harry," Andre laughed. "I rushed to the Ollery to deliver a message and unexpectedly bumped into him in the entrance hall. Upon learning that you had engaged that fiend, he hurried over." "Indeed," Hermione added. "Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Andre summoned a stretcher to carry Ron through the trapdoor, which took quite a bit of effort. Thankfully, both you and Ron are safe, and Dumbledore managed to bring you both back. Speaking of Ron, that strike from the White Queen was particularly brutal, but Madame Pomfrey assured us he would be fine and should awaken by noon." "Wonderful. Everything is settling down," Harry chuckled lightly. "I truly hope Ron can soon emerge from the shadow of Mr. Weasley's passing." Harry," Andre suddenly interjected, "there's something I must sincerely apologize for." "Please, grant me your forgiveness." He hung his head, as if confessing a grave sin. "What is it?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Well, Ravenclaw faced Gryffindor in the last Quidditch match of the semester yesterday. Although I did not play, your absence as Seeker significantly impacted Gryffindor's performance. We won, though it was not a fair victory. Do not worry, Andre. Had we both played, I would not have had faith in my ability to best your chasers," Harry replied, evidently unperturbed. "Next semester, we shall have another match." By the time Andre, Harry, Hermione, and Ron entered the Great Hall, the feast was on the verge of commencing. The hall had been adorned in Ravenclaw style, long blue and bronze drapes cascading from the ceiling, enveloping the walls, with a magnificent Ravenclaw eagle totem standing proudly behind the staff table. The Ravenclaw table was abuzz with excitement. "Andre, where have you been? I have been searching for you for 2 entire days." As soon as he sat down, Cho turned to him, pouring a cup of green tea. "It seems you have a penchant for tea. I made this myself," she smiled. "Exquisite." Andre raised the cup to his lips, savoring the flavor. "Cho, I must commend your talent in the art of tea. I swear this is the finest green tea I have ever tasted. Of course, it would be even better in a fine porcelain cup," he teased playfully. "That's simple. If you visit my home during the summer, I will brew you some pre-rain Longjing tea using my father's complete set of Jingdejun teaware." Cho beamed, causing Andre to momentarily lose focus, eliciting a soft laugh from her. "Consider it a reward for your contribution to Ravenclaw's victory in the House Cup. Since you put it that way, how could I not visit your parents?" Andre responded, adopting a determined expression that only provoked more laughter from Cho. "However, Cho, the House Cup is not yet secured. But we lead Gryffindor and Slytherin by more than 80 points, Cho replied confidently. "Unless Professor Dumbledore bestows a 100-point reward, but the semester has concluded. What could possibly earn such a grand amount?" "Oh, Andre," Cho suddenly recalled, "this was our agreement from the beginning of the semester to help Ravenclaw in the House Cup. It has actually come to fruition." She joyfully linked her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. Andre noticed the intricate gaze that Hermione cast across the Gryffindor table. He smiled at her, but she hastily turned her head away. He wrapped his arms tightly around Chio's body. "Chio, though I am reluctant to admit it, It is indeed possible for unexpected events to unfold. He let out a long sigh. Just as Chio was about to inquire further, Dumbledore stood up at the staff table. The chatter in the hall gradually subsided, eventually fading to silence as everyone awaited the words of the greatest white wizard of the century. At last, a school year had come to pass. The white wizard began. Thank you all for your patience and listening to this old man's Quidditch before enjoying the bountiful feast. Blast it, Fred complained at the Gryffindor table. In fact, even if we wanted to eat, there's nothing on the plates. They're all empty. The first announcement is the scores for the House Cup. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 364 points. A feeble round of applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Andre noticed Cedric Diggory clapping reluctantly, and he smiled slightly, turning to Chio, who was also looking his way, flashing him a playful grin. 3rd place, Slytherin, with 382 points. No applause came from the Slytherin table. Everyone sat upright, their expressions grave. Having won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, their failure to defend their title and their drop to 3rd place, nearly 100 points behind the 1st place, left them justifiably disheartened. 2nd place, Gryffindor, with 390 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation, celebrating their triumph over Slytherin. Andre saw Hermione excitedly high-fiving Harry, and the Weasley twins, who had worn somber expressions for months, finally revealed smiles. 1st place, Ravenclaw, with 475 points. The Ravenclaw table erupted in fervor. It had been far too many years since they had last claimed the House Cup. Chio boldly planted a kiss on Andre's lips in front of everyone, and a cacophony of whistles echoed through the hall. However, some recent events must also be taken into consideration. Dumbledore continued, and everyone began to return to their seats, with Ravenclaws sensing an ominous foreboding. First, Andre Carmichael. He displayed remarkable magical ability and a calm demeanor in a critical moment. We award him 50 points. No one cheered. They awaited Dumbledore's next words. Next, Hermione Granger. She maintained her composure amidst the flames, demonstrating unparalleled intellect and formidable logical prowess. We award her 50 points. The hall was stunned by Dumbledore's generous gestures. But it was not over yet. Then, Ron Weasley. He delivered one of the most impressive chess games in recent Hogwarts history and exhibited a noble spirit of self-sacrifice. We award him 50 points. The Gryffindor table began to breathe heavily, anticipating the name Dumbledore would utter next. Finally, Harry Potter. He made a tremendous contribution by thwarting a conspiracy and saving the entire school. We award him 60 points. The hall fell into a sudden silence, followed by an explosion of cheers from the Gryffindor table. The Ravenclaw table, however, was engulfed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the situation had turned so drastically. Chio's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with incredulity. Andre pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. He looked up and saw Hermione casting an apologetic glance toward the Gryffindor table. Thus, we must implement some changes, Dumbledore declared loudly. He waved his wand, and the blue and bronze drapes transformed into a vibrant crimson and gold. A Gryffindor lion replaced the Ravenclaw eagle, roaring thunderously. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall shook hands with Professor Flitwick, whose face bore a mixture of regret, disappointment, and surprise. The departure day arrived swiftly. The dormitories were emptied, and everyone busily packed their belongings. The Hogwarts Express had already arrived at the platform. Chio linked her arm with Andre's as they made their way to the platform. Andre cast a nonverbal extension charm on her trunk, effortlessly accommodating her luggage. With a graceful arc of his right hand within his robe sleeve, he commanded the trunk to float beside them. They occupied a vacant compartment on the train, and Andre cast a charm on the door to ensure no one would intrude. Chio lay sideways, resting her head on his lap, engaging him in an endless conversation. They spoke of parents, school, friends, the fierce competition in Quidditch, and the anxieties of final examinations, seemingly possessing an infinite array of topics. Yet time is always limited, and the Hogwarts Express sped towards London without pause. Before they knew it, they had arrived at King's Cross Station. Hand in hand, they disembarked, the platform bustling with parents eagerly awaiting their children. Andre spotted the Count and Countess Carmichael smiling at him from the crowd, while Chio found her parents. They all waved their hands in greeting. I'm leaving now, Andre. Chio hugged him tightly and kissed his lips. Remember to come visit me during the summer. She turned and shyly ran away. Andre turned to walk towards his parents. He noticed a sly grin playing on their faces. Mr. Camichael has returned. This was indeed significant news for the Camichael estate. Although Andre had just returned for Christmas, Mrs. Camichael had already set the entire manor into a flurry. The house elf Clark was bustling about, coordinating efforts to prepare a sumptuous feast in honor of yet another family reunion. Mrs. Camichael sent Andre to change his clothes, brewed tea for the father and son, and hurried off to supervise the kitchen. The luggage was being handled by Clark along with other house elves. Seated across from Andre at the desk, Count Camichael raised his teacup, and the atmosphere was reminiscent of their clandestine conversation during Christmas. Andre, your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. The family is proud of you. Count Camichael remarked with a smile, appearing quite pleased. Father, I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances, Andre replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. I do not possess the ability to disrupt Dumbledore's plans. I merely gave a slight nudge. That nudge has caused quite a predicament for Dumbledore. Count Camichael laughed heartily. Taking a sip from his teacup, you managed to acquire the Philosopher's Stone without him knowing. I wonder how Dumbledore will explain this to his old friend Nicholas Flamel. Speaking of which, Father, I am curious about the family's progress in researching the Philosopher's Stone, Andre inquired. It truly is a remarkable alchemical product. Count Camichel's face lit up with longing. The recipe for the Philosopher's Stone is not difficult to find. Many libraries possess it, and we have a copy in our family's archives. However, the methods of its creation are a closely guarded secret, and several of the necessary ingredients have long been extinct. Which is why this particular stone is indeed the last of its kind. What benefits could this Philosopher's Stone bring to the family? Andre asked, aware of his limited expertise in alchemy. Nevertheless, the Camichael family, being one of the most esteemed in the wizarding world, certainly had its own secret alchemical team conducting research. You must understand, Andre, that the principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. No matter how miraculous the alchemical product, it cannot escape this principle, Count Camichael said, a hint of regret crossing his features. The longevity of this Philosopher's Stone is nearing its end, which likely explains why Nicholas Flamel was willing to lend it to Dumbledore. If our intention is merely to use it to transmute gold or create the elixir of life, we would not gain much. But what then? Andre perceptively detected the unspoken implications in his father's words. However, the alchemical techniques associated with the Philosopher's Stone are indeed exquisite. Our family team has already uncovered several useful techniques and has grasped some of the secrets of the elixir of life. Soon, our family-controlled conglomerate will unveil a range of new products, targeting both the wizarding community and the Muggle market. It is estimated that the annual revenue will be between 80 million and 120 million galleons, Count Camichael stated with pride. Indeed, even for an ancient family like the Camichaels, a stable annual income of around 100 million galleons was a substantial figure. By the way, Andre, Count Camichael asked, how did you manage to navigate Dumbledore's schemes to obtain the Philosopher's Stone? Well, Father, I had speculated about Dumbledore's possible arrangements and devised several potential countermeasures, including the very scenario that unfolded, Andre explained. He could not reveal his foresight but instead attributed it to careful preparation. When I discovered that Dumbledore's obstacles were merely low-difficulty challenges that even first-year students could overcome, my suspicions were confirmed. Oh? What suspicions? Count Camichael inquired. Dumbledore's challenges for the teachers were not designed to thwart the Dark Lord, but rather to deter students. Andre spoke confidently. To guard against the Dark Lord. A mere mirror of Heist would suffice. The Dark Lord cannot approach the Philosopher's Stone with desire. He must rely on others to retrieve it from the mirror. Thus, Dumbledore had to ensure that only someone capable of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone would not easily hand it over to the Dark Lord. The only one who could achieve that was Harry, for he carries the protection of love bestowed upon him by his mother at the cost of her life. Are you implying that Dumbledore must ensure that only Harry can reach the mirror of Heist? Yes, without a doubt, Andre replied, his eyes sparkling. The three-headed dog Fluffy is formidable. Aside from Hagrid, no one knows how to handle it. Only Harry has the rapport with Hagrid to extract from him the method to subdue Fluffy. Moreover, Harry informed me that Hagrid gifted him a flute for Christmas. As one of Dumbledore's most trusted individuals, Hagrid's method of dealing with Fluffy was easily revealed. I could smell the scent of conspiracy from 10 miles away. It does sound rather evident, Count Camichael nodded. Yet, those who comprehend it are few. The Dark Lord knows it is a trap, yet he cannot resist the bait. Andre agreed. The vast majority of students would not venture into that corridor. Even if someone dared to explore, they would be unable to bypass Fluffy. Thus, only Harry and his friends could pass. Dumbledore arranged the flying keys, wizard's chess, and logic puzzles precisely because of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's individual traits. That is a valid point, Count Camichael marveled. It all fits together quite tightly. Ron may not have realized that in the wizard's chess challenge, the reason the White Queen chose to knock him out rather than protect the White King was simply because Dumbledore never intended to obstruct them. Andre continued his analysis. Ron's role concluded at that stage, so it was best for him to remain incapacitated while Harry and Hermione moved forward. Similarly, the reason Snape left only enough potion in the final room's bottle for one person to pass through the flames was to ensure that only Harry faced the Dark Lord. Hermione's task was to solve the riddle and then return to rescue Ron. However, with you involved, it becomes different, Count Camichael chuckled. Indeed. I intentionally left Hermione behind at Snape's challenge, claiming I would return to fetch Dumbledore, to establish an alibi that would prevent Dumbledore from openly suspecting me. Naturally, the astute white wizard would focus his suspicions regarding the missing Philosopher's Stone on me, but as long as he lacks evidence, and I have Hermione to vouch for my innocence, his suspicions remain solely that suspicions, Andre proclaimed. I carry the blood of the Camichael, even if he is Dumbledore. He cannot unjustly suspect me. Excellent. Count Camichael applauded, turning to retrieve a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets from the cabinet. Andre accepted the bottle and poured himself and his father generous servings. To your remarkable achievements. Thank you, father, Andre said, taking a sip of the wine. Did you receive the letter I had plunked send you? Yes, Andre, I saw it. Count Camichael squinted, savoring the exquisite sensations of the wine swirling in his mouth. You mentioned that you had met the Dark Lord. I believe it would be more fitting for you to recount that in person rather than in the vague terms of your letter. Yes, father. While Plunk's flying height and speed are exceptional and quite clever, I still feared it might be intercepted. This matter is of great significance. The family cannot afford to take any risks. Very well, Andre, I am pleased to see such prudence and attentiveness at your tender age. Now, please recount the details of your conversation with the Dark Lord. Father, to be honest, Draco and I did not engage in extensive dialogue with the Dark Lord. Hagrid and Harry could arrive at any moment, so we merely conveyed the goodwill of our families towards him, Andre replied with composure. It was evident that the Dark Lord possessed a remarkably rational mind and clarity of thought. Did you make any commitments to him? Inquired Count Carmichael, rubbing his temples. Without the authorization of our families, I dared not make any promises, father. Andre took another sip of red wine. I simply relayed our family's goodwill expressed in Tansaston Village. And he indicated his willingness to take responsibility for the matter. I believe he is inclined to accept our goodwill, as his support is rather limited at present. Andre, you must remember that the Dark Lord is a cold-hearted individual. He may serve as our shield, but we must never allow him to grow too powerful. This is why we procured a portion of the elixir of immortality through the Philosopher's Stone, yet did not offer any to the Dark Lord. You are correct, father. I underestimated the situation. I shall be more vigilant in the future. Andre lowered his head. By the way, Andre, Count Carmichael suddenly shifted to a lighter tone. You have a girlfriend, haven't you? The girl with the black hair? Yes, father, you are right, Andre replied, a shy smile gracing his face. Her parents are muggles. But she is exceptionally intelligent and kind. I hold her dear. I shall not interfere in your affections. In fact, I encourage you to cultivate several friendships. As the members of the Carmichael family are rather few, Count Carmichael chuckled lightly. However, I hope that the future heir of the Carmichael family will be a descendant of you and a pure-blooded girl. For this is an unavoidable responsibility of your position as heir. The tone of Count Carmichael grew somber. Yes, father, I will not shy away from my duties. Andre responded as he rose. I believe it is time for us to head to the dining room. I can faintly hear Mother directing Clark to serve the dishes. You are right, Andre. Count Carmichael drained his glass of red wine and stood up. The day was a Sunday. As sunlight pierced through the thick clouds that had previously shrouded the sky, casting warmth upon the streets and alleys of Southwark, London. Early in the morning, the Jean couple busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a lavish lunch. A classmate of their daughter Chia was scheduled to visit, having made arrangements days prior. According to their daughter, this classmate was well-versed in Chinese culture and had a fondness for Chinese cuisine. Thus it was best to host her with a meal prepared at home. Of course, the couple preferred to believe this was a reflection of their daughter's affection for her friend. What set this visitor apart was her identity as a witch. A fact that their daughter also shared. Chio, are you awake? It's nearly 9 o'clock. Mr. Carmichael will be arriving shortly, Mrs. Jean called from outside Chio's bedroom. You mustn't oversleep, or that would be terribly rude. All right, Mama, don't worry. I'll be down in a moment. In truth, Chio had risen early. After freshening up, she had retreated to her room to try on outfits. Today was her boyfriend's first visit to their home, and she needed to present her most polished self. At precisely 9 o'clock, the doorbell of the Zhang family's apartment rang punctually. This surprised Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. Although they were simply muggles who knew little of the wizarding world, they had heard some tidbits from their daughter about the customs of witches and wizards. including their modes of travel. They had prepared themselves mentally, ready to be unfazed even if their visitor arrived on a flying broomstick or suddenly emerged from the fireplace. In fact, they had even cleaned the fireplace in anticipation. However, this visitor had simply pressed the doorbell. The couple exchanged astonished glances. Mrs. Zhang opened the door to reveal a handsome young white man, who, despite his youth, likely around the same age as Chiao, just having graduated from his first year at Hogwarts, exuded an air of composure and grace. Dressed in well-fitted casual attire, he appeared strikingly handsome and distinguished. Good day, Mrs. Zhang. I am Andre Carmichael. It is a pleasure to meet you. He greeted with a nod. I spoke with you on the phone a few days ago. I hope you remember. His Mandarin was pronounced with precision, devoid of the awkwardness typical of many foreigners. Hello, Mr. Carmichael. Welcome to our humble abode. I am Chiao's mother. You can call me Aunt Zhang, Mrs. Zhang replied, momentarily taken aback by Andre's fluent Mandarin, but quickly recovered to invite him inside. Hello, Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Zhang approached as well. I am Chiao's father. You may call me Uncle Zhang if you wish. Chia will be down shortly. Please wait a moment. Andre displayed a radiant smile as he greeted Uncle Zhang and Zhang. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I'm a classmate of Chiao and also your junior. Please feel free to call me Andre. He stepped into the room and casually placed the gift box he was holding upon the table. As this was his inaugural visit, he brought along a small token of appreciation for his esteemed uncle and aunt, urging them to accept it graciously. Andre's words were imbued with politeness, leaving no room for criticism. You are exceedingly courteous, Andre, Mr. Zhang remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang, adhering to Western customs, promptly began to unwrap the gift box. Oh, Andre, this gift is truly extravagant. Mrs. Zhang barely suppressed her urge to exclaim, while Mr. Zhang's eyes scanned the contents, equally astonished. Andre presented Mr. Zhang with a somewhat antiquated Zippo lighter, its luster far from dazzling, yet the inscription of Douglas MacArthur stood out remarkably. Mr. Zhang, an avid collector of lighters, immediately recognized it as a commemorative edition featuring General MacArthur's signature, crafted by the Zippo Company following Japan's unconditional surrender in 1945. Due to the passage of time and the scarcity of such items, its value is exceedingly high, rendering it a rare gem within Mr. Zhang's circle of enthusiasts. Mrs. Zhang received a sophisticated women's handbag, elegantly designed in deep black, with the Chanel logo discreetly nestled in a corner, perfectly complementing its understated opulence. However, in one corner of the handbag, Karl Lagerfeld's autograph astounded Mrs. Zhang, who was well-versed in the world of fashion brands. Having served as the creative director of Chanel for many years, Mr. Lagerfeld is a towering figure in the fashion industry. His primary creations have always been clothing, and she had never heard of any handbags designed by him. The value of this handbag, bearing his signature, is immeasurable, a mere token of appreciation, devoid of any grand gestures. Andre maintained an elegant smile, seemingly oblivious to their astonished expressions. The Zhang couple exchanged incredulous glances, pondering the true identity of their daughter's classmate. Andre, you have arrived. Good morning, Dad and Mom, came a gentle voice as Chiao descended the staircase slowly. Even Andre, accustomed to Chiao's delicate beauty and having embraced her countless times, found himself captivated by her radiant appearance today, unable to divert his gaze. She had eschewed the oversized robes typically worn at school for a stunning, culturally rich white qipao. The front of the qipao was embroidered with a branch of wax plum blossoms, enhancing her ethereal grace. Her smooth, black hair cascaded freely down her back without being styled into an updo. Two playful strands of hair danced around her shoulders. Adorning her earlobes were the sapphire earrings gifted by Andre, swaying gently as she walked, shimmering with an enchanting glow. The qipao was conservatively cut, extending beyond her knees, with a glimpse of her long, slender calves and graceful ankles enveloped in silky flesh-toned stockings. Her petite feet were clad in white, low-heeled leather shoes, radiating an irresistible charm that left onlookers enchanted. Andre was momentarily taken aback until Chiao playfully waved her hand in front of him, bringing him back to reality. Chiao, you look absolutely stunning today. Even Aphrodite would be driven to envy. He sincerely praised, letting out a long sigh. Chiao's face instantly flushed with two rosy hues as she shyly turned her gaze away, yet a sense of pride and joy surged within her, knowing that a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. The Zhang couple exchanged peculiar glances, their daughter's unusual demeanor instantly revealing her excitement to meet her boyfriend. Chiao, not one to be coy, confidently linked her arm with Andre's. Mom, Dad, are you really going to let our guest stand? "Oh, please, have a seat, Andre, Mr." And Mrs. Zhang warmly invited him to sit, while Chiao, sitting beside them, lowered her eyes obediently like a demure bride, serving them tea one by one. "We are truly delighted, Andre," Mr. Zhang said with a smile. "You see, both Chiao's mother and I are ordinary people and do not have much knowledge of your world. So we were genuinely concerned when Chiao went to school alone. However, seeing her make such good friends and smile as she used to puts our minds at ease." He paused and added, "To be honest, Andre, your impression on me is rather, well, normal. My wife and I were quite surprised when you rang the doorbell." "You are quite right, Uncle Zhang," Andre chuckled. "Ultimately, I believe magic is merely a means of life, even as wizards. I do not think we differ from the ordinary people we often refer to as muggles. For instance, I drove here today, though it did take me some time to obtain a muggle driver's license. You know, I am not yet of the age to apply for one according to muggle regulations." Andre, your words are remarkably insightful." Mrs. Zhang smiled lightly, her gaze somewhat peculiar, making Andre feel an inexplicable itch all over. "To be honest, you are exceptionally polite, which I presume is a result of your fine family upbringing." "Indeed, Aunt Zhang." Andre knew this was his future mother-in-law probing into his background. "My family has some assets, and thus my father has always emphasized the importance of etiquette. He often teaches me that courtesy is the cornerstone of interpersonal relationships. Therefore, I have never dared to neglect my studies in manners." "Your father is truly a wise man," Mrs. Zhang exclaimed. "Only a gentleman like him could raise such an outstanding child. Even the lords of the House of Commons may not possess your father's wisdom." "You flatter me, Aunt," Andre replied with a faint smile. "My father has some investments in a few Muggle enterprises, so I have attended a few Muggle banquets with him, meeting several cabinet ministers and lords. I must admit, although they cannot perform magic, the lords of the House of Commons are also noble gentlemen with profound cultivation." "Oh, I wonder which industries your father favors?" Mr. Zhang asked with interest. "I would love to hear the perspective of such a wise gentleman on the economic situation." "Uncle Zhang, my father is also a wizard, so our family's investments primarily focus on potion making, raw materials, and alchemical equipment in the wizarding world. In the Muggle world, we mainly invest in fashion brands, such as Zippo and Chanel." He glanced at the gifts on the table. "As for my understanding of economics, I have not delved deeply into it yet, and I cannot fully comprehend my father's decisions, so I dare not speak recklessly in front of my elders." "Oh, by the way, Andre," Mrs. Zhang suddenly recalled, "do you know if your parents are free next Sunday? We would like to visit your home." Upon hearing his mother's words, Chiao's face flushed even more, her delicate hand nearly spilling the tea as she trembled while holding the porcelain cup. "It would be a great honor, Aunt Zhang." Andre smiled and nodded. "My parents will be free next Sunday. Our whole family will certainly look forward to your visit. However, my family's estate is somewhat hard to find, so I will come to pick you both up along with Chiao." "It's settled then." Mr. and Mrs. Zhang exchanged smiles. Mr. Zhang's culinary skills were exceptional, and Andre could not help but praise the delightful lunch. The couple clearly possessed discerning tastes, and they made an excuse to step out in the afternoon, leaving space for the young couple who had not seen each other for a long time. "Chiao, do you think your parents are satisfied with me?" Andre sat on Chiao's bed, his right hand playfully caressing her delicate, lovely foot, while his left hand grazed her slender leg. Due to his gentle touch, Chiao's fair face remained flushed, but she composed herself and leaned against the headboard, holding a book titled A Brief Overview of Ancient Magical Texts, one of her electives. "Can't you tell? They absolutely adore you, even more than they do me," Chiao playfully chided. With her gentle personality, she only displayed this little girl-like side in front of Andre. Are you jealous?" Andre teased with a mischievous smile. Chiao, feigning annoyance, playfully hit him with the book. All right, my parents like you very much. Last time my mother saw me with you at the station, she kept asking about you when we got home, insisting I invite you over. They can't wait to meet the future daughter-in-law that their son has chosen." Chiao pouted adorably. "Make sure to come early next Sunday to pick me up." "How about this, Chiao?" Andre suddenly suggested with a grin. "After we go to my house next week, you can just stay and spend the summer with us. We can go to Diagon Alley and the station together. And you can also practice your Quidditch skills at my place. Don't let them go to waste." "Yes, it has been a while since I played Quidditch." Chiao set the book aside, sat up straight, stretched, and then leaned into Andre's embrace. "As long as you can convince my parents, I would certainly love to be with you." "Rest assured, Chiao, leave it to me," he said, holding her enticing form closely. To celebrate the collection surpassing 1,000, an additional chapter was added. The The following weekend, Andre had a splendid time. Xiao Zhang and her parents visited the Camichael estate, where the Camichael couple warmly welcomed them. The various magical and peculiar items in the wizarding home broadened the Zhang couple's horizons, and the refined conversation and evident noble demeanor of Andre's family assured them that they were indeed a cultured family. Thus, when Andre proposed that Xiao stay at the Camichael estate as a guest, they readily expressed their agreement. "Well then, Andre, I leave Xiao in your care, Mrs." Zhang said with a playful smile towards Xiao. "Mom, what are you saying?" Xiao protested adorably, bouncing over to hug her left arm. No matter how mature and composed she usually appeared, she was still just a 13-year-old girl. Rest assured, Aunt, Andre smiled as he watched the mother-daughter duo's cheerful exchange. "I promise, Xiao will receive the best hospitality at the Camichael estate." And so, Xiao settled down at the Camichael estate, where she was warmly welcomed by the couple. Lady Irina Camichael took an immediate liking to the gentle and intelligent young girl, while Count Camichael greatly appreciated her understanding nature. After a summer holiday, she had almost become the lady of Camichael Manor, treating this estate, imbued with her boyfriend's essence in every corner, as her second home. Each morning, upon Autumn's arrival in the dining hall, she would find house elves having prepared a sumptuous breakfast, complete with pristine white napkins, awaiting the Andre family to dine together. She relished these moments of conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Camichael, where topics spanned the latest fashion trends, the customs of various locales, insights into magic, and, of course, discussions about Andre. Occasionally, matters regarding family affairs demanded attention at the table, and she would discreetly excuse herself, ensuring she did not linger in discomfort. Moreover, she dedicated 1 or 2 mornings each week to awaken early and prepare a breakfast rich in Chinese flavors, delighting the Camichaels. Each time they reminisced about it, they had to concede that their child's taste in girlfriends was indeed exquisite. The morning sun was gentle, and the temperature had yet to peak. Andre and Autumn would either peruse the extensive collection of the Camichael family library in the study or enjoy a moment of leisure on the Quidditch pitch, maintaining their athletic prowess. Over 2 months, Autumn's Quidditch skills had significantly improved. The maneuvers from Andre's flying tutorial no longer posed a challenge for her, and her proficiency in spells and transfiguration had advanced remarkably, estimated by Andre to be at least at the 5th-year level of Hogwarts. After lunch, as the sun grew more intense, they would typically retreat to the shade with chilled pumpkin juice and a couple of books, relaxing in rocking chairs, savoring the leisurely afternoon. At times, Autumn would read aloud to Andre, who would doze off with his head resting on her lap. She would cradle his head, shifting her position to ensure he was comfortable. Post-dinner was reserved for their customary leisure activities. Andre and Autumn would engage in a game of exploding snap or play with the 10-pin bowling set gifted to Andre by the Delacours sisters. Occasionally, when Andre attended gatherings with his parents, Autumn would remain at the manor, engrossed in her reading until bedtime. Such delightful days passed with surprising swiftness. And before they knew it, the letter from Hogwarts had arrived once more. "Ah, this year's reading list is peculiar," Andre remarked as he opened the letter delivered by Owl. "I am certain our defense against the dark arts teacher must be a bit of a fanatic." "I believe so too," Autumn nodded, her eyes scanning the list. A year of severing ties with banshees, mingling with ghouls, vacationing with a banshee, traveling with trolls, sailing with vampires, wandering with werewolves, and spending time with Yeti in Tibet. All authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Goodness, I am convinced our new teacher is his ardent admirer. Perhaps she is a young and beautiful witch, Andre pretended to muse dreamily. "I have heard Lockhart is tall and handsome." Autumn's face lit up with admiration, and she chuckled at Andre's exaggerated grimace. "All right, I shan't tease you further. However, we may need to make a trip to Diagon Alley with a large trunk." "Fear not," Andre chuckled. "Dear Autumn, allow me to grandly introduce to you the Andre Camichael brand of inconspicuous expanding book trunk, designed to ease your scholarly burdens. Purchase 3 at once, and receive a complimentary permanent levitation charm." "I'm sorry, sir, but I only need 2, Autumn replied, looking somewhat troubled. "Could it be a little cheaper?" "It's not easy for someone to earn a living," she pouted playfully, prompting Andre to swiftly retreat in mock surrender. This time, both erupted into laughter. Diagon Alley remained as bustling as ever, as if it had been lively since the dawn of time, continuing to teem with activity until the end of days. Andre took Chio's hand and first went to replenish the potion ingredients. His portion was prepared in double quantity, but considering his frequent private brewing, it might not suffice. They then arrived at the magical menagerie, where Andre wished to give Chio a pet. "What would you like, Chio?" he inquired, noticing her indecisiveness. The shopkeeper, a witch, enthusiastically suggested owls, mice, and the ever-popular cats, but Chio declined each one. I want something special. Look, that one. Her finger pointed to a corner of the shop. It was a Scandinavian swift eagle, much like Plunk, but with a smaller frame and rounder body. Its gaze was gentler, revealing it to be a female. All right, that will do, Andre agreed, touched by Chio's choice, recognizing that not every girl would desire a fierce bird of prey as a companion. He readily paid in galleons. They returned to the cobblestone path of Diagon Alley, where Clark floated their luggage, alongside the cage containing the female eagle, following closely behind. Where to next? Andre asked. Let us go to Flourish and Blots. We have a plethora of books to purchase, Chio replied decisively. As they approached the bookstore, a large crowd fervently gathered outside, waving books and seemingly cheering for someone. A magical banner hung in the air, its message flickering, indecipherable from a distance. A tall, handsome wizard in an extravagant robe stood beneath the banner, flashing a radiant smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Thank you to our esteemed patrons, the book-loving Sir Cadogan and the mischievous baboon, for their continued support. Andre read aloud the shimmering announcement. Look, Andre, Chio nudged him, pointing at the charming wizard. That must be Gilderoy Lockhart. I've seen his photo in the Daily Prophet, but he is even more vibrant in person. She added. He reminds me of a peacock strutting around, though I wonder where he hides his unsightly rear. Andre shrugged, secretly thinking. I know exactly where he conceals it, the most incompetent professor in Hogwarts history, Gilderoy Lockhart, who possesses no talent beyond the memory charm. Right on the nose, Andre. Chio smiled, clapping her hands. With his peacock-like demeanor, how could he possibly be suited for adventure? I'm certain his flamboyant robes attract claws and venom far more effectively than a magnet draws iron. A plump witch in front overheard and shot them a disapproving glare. Chio shrank back, sticking out her tongue, while Andre reassuringly squeezed her delicate hand. Hey, Andre, long time no see. And Chio, hello. Harry's voice called from behind. Turning around, Andre spotted Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry looked delighted. Ron nodded in greeting, but Hermione, upon seeing their interlinked hands, mustered only a strained smile. Behind them stood several others, both adults and children, including 2 unmistakable muggles. Andre easily recognized Mrs. Molly Weasley and her children, except for Bill and Charlie. Percy, adorned with a prefect badge, appeared rather pompous. The youngest, Ginny, was stealing glances at Harry, her neck flushing crimson when she caught Andre's gaze. The 2 muggles could only be the Grangers. Good day, Mrs. Weasley. Greetings to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. And Percy, Fred, George, it's a pleasure to see you all. Ah, you must be Ginny. Although he was one of the culprits responsible for Mr. Weasley's demise, Andre greeted them warmly, his face devoid of any discomfort. Chio followed suit, nodding to each. Oh, Mum, this is Camichael, the Ravenclaw seeker, probably the best in the school, at least superior to George and me, Fred introduced to Mrs. Weasley. And this is Chio Zhang, Ravenclaw's seeker and Andrew's girlfriend. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. So when can we start calling you Mr. and Mrs. Camichael? Hermione's expression darkened at the remark, but Andre retorted sharply, well, that LL only happened after Angelina becomes Angelina Weasley. All eyes turned to Fred, including George's. He panicked. Oh, Merlin, where did you hear that? And raising his hands in surrender, he confessed, all right, I confess, it was just yesterday. To keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Andre chuckled softly, having only known from the original text that Angelina was Fred's girlfriend, surprised they had only just started dating. As far as I know, Percy should be in a relationship too. Everyone's gaze shifted to Percy, when suddenly, Hermione let out a shriek, jumping backward into Andrew's embrace. Having been stepped on, he steadied her, glancing at the clumsy individual responsible. It was a short man, wildly bouncing up and down with a massive black camera, capturing Gilderoy Lockhart in various poses, the camera emitting clouds of purple smoke. Hearing the commotion, Lockhart looked up from his signing. He first noticed Hermione, then Andre and Chio, before finally spotting Harry. Oh, is that Harry Potter? He exclaimed, striding over as the crowd parted, excitedly chanting Harry's name. Come on, Harry, up front. Lockhart grasped Harry's arm, drawing him to the forefront. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Andre observed Mrs. Molly Weasley clapping vigorously, her round face flushed. Harry's face burned with embarrassment. Well, Harry, you look splendid. Lockhart beamed, showcasing his standard smile, his 8 teeth gleaming. The short man with the black camera leaped about in excitement. What a scoop. The boy who lived is a devoted fan of Gilderoy Lockhart, attending the book signing. What a marvelous headline. Surely it would make the front page. Lockhart waved his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Mr. Potter is here at Flourish and Blots to purchase my new book, The Magical Me. But little does he know, soon he will truly encounter a magical me. As I have accepted Professor Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this year. Oh no, Chio groaned, covering her forehead. Andre wrapped his arm around her shoulder, drawing her close. Dear, it's not that dreadful. At least we don't need to worry about him pulling a quarrel. Do we? He chuckled lightly. Perhaps we should be grateful. The defense against the dark arts teacher should be easy to handle. Just shower him with compliments and nothing more. At that moment, the applause grew even more fervent. Gilderoy Lockhart gifted his entire collection of books to Harry, who promptly passed them on to Ginny Weasley. Andre stepped back from Chio, and according to the original narrative, this is the moment when Lucius Malfoy would clash with Arthur Weasley. However, Arthur Weasley had already met his demise last semester on the hillside near Tanthurston Village, and Lucius Malfoy would certainly not engage with Molly Weasley, a woman, in a personal confrontation. Malfoy, how dare you slander my father? Ron roared as he charged forward, while Ginny, in a fit of rage, hurled the cauldron from her grasp, oblivious to the fact that it still contained her textbooks for the year. Malfoy, unwilling to back down, seized a hefty tome and rushed towards them. Andre was acutely aware of the Malfoy family's deliberate provocation and its underlying motives. This scheme had been collaboratively devised by the heads of several families, aimed at inciting turmoil within Hogwarts to undermine Dumbledore's influence and diminish his authority, while simultaneously leveraging Dumbledore to eliminate one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The Malfoys were merely the executors of this plan. As a member of the Carmichael family, Andre recognized that he had to intervene. He gently patted Autumn's hand, drew his wand, and approached the fray. Stand aside, he bellowed, causing Malfoy and Ron to be propelled in opposite directions. He bent down, retrieved Ginny's cauldron, and helped gather the scattered books. Fortunately, the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley ensured the books remained unsoiled. Mr. Malfoy, might you lend a hand as well? Andre called out to Lucius Malfoy while helping Autumn retrieve the books. Their eyes met, and Lucius feigned reluctance as he picked up a tattered beginner's guide to transfiguration, walking over to deposit it into Ginny's cauldron. Goodbye, Andre. The Malfoy father and son quickly departed, taking advantage of the opportunity Andre had provided. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Ginny expressed gratefully. No need for thanks, Ginny. You have exhibited the courage expected of a Gryffindor. You will undoubtedly make a fine Gryffindor, Andre said, affectionately patting her head and offering a radiant smile. The conflict in Diagon Alley might have seemed to most as merely an escalation of tensions between Malfoy and Ron, perhaps soon forgotten by many, including adults like Mrs. Weasley who might not dwell on such matters. Yet Andre understood the magnitude of the upheaval that would ensue when the bomb Lucius Malfoy had planted within Ginny's textbook detonated at Hogwarts. For now, however, that was of little concern to him. His immediate focus was to enjoy one last dinner at the Carmichael estate with Autumn, organize their belongings, and head directly to King's Cross Station the following day. The next morning arrived swiftly, with everything seeming unchanged from a year prior. The platform bustled with activity. Students shouted excitedly, and first years, accompanied by their parents, gazed with a mix of trepidation and curiosity at the steam-emitting Hogwarts Express. Except for the blood that now stained his hands from his family's legacy, Andre was not alone as Autumn accompanied him. Shall we board? She suggested, raising her wand to levitate their suitcase through the window and into the luggage rack. They entered the compartment and settled down. It's quite lively. I wonder how many new students will be joining Ravenclaw this year. Certainly a good number, but none can compare to your beauty. Andre had long mastered the art of charming his girlfriend. Autumn simply smiled, aware of the flattery yet appreciating the sentiment. After all, it is a woman's nature to desire admiration for her appearance, and even someone as gentle as Autumn was no exception. They engaged in light conversation, occasionally flipping through a large book resting on their laps, and purchased an assortment of sweets from the witch pushing a trolley. Autumn, however, declined most of the treats for fear of gaining weight, only unwrapping a few peppermint candies before playfully handing the rest to Andre, stifling a giggle. Andre, Autumn, hello. The compartment door swung open, revealing Hermione, already clad in her wizarding robes, her expression tinged with urgency, accompanied by a small girl with a crown of red hair, Ginny. Hermione appeared somewhat uneasy, averting her gaze from Autumn to address Andre. Have you seen Harry and Ron? Ginny and I have searched the entire train and haven't spotted them. Perhaps they missed the train? Andre pretended to ponder. But do not worry. The school will surely send professors to retrieve them, albeit they may face some consequences. Oh no, Ginny exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Consequences? They want to be expelled. Will they? Not at all, Ginny, Autumn reassured her. They merely missed the train. It's not a grave error. I doubt Professor Dumbledore would make such a decision. She stepped forward to embrace Ginny, gently patting her back. Ginny's distress seemed to wane, her sobs subsiding. All right, Merlin bless. I hope so, Hermione murmured. The train arrived smoothly at the Hogwarts platform, where Hagrid stood with a lantern, welcoming the first-year students. Presumably to guide them across the Black Lake in the traditional journey, a tribute to the hardships faced by the 4 great wizards who founded the school. Andre and Chio approached a row of carriages that, at first glance, appeared to be mere vehicles. However, Chio noticed the absence of any visible draft animals. She could only surmise that this phenomenon was a result of some magical enchantment. Andre, do you have any idea what sort of magic could create such an effect? She pondered, struggling to conceive an explanation. Well, Chio, in truth, there is something pulling them. Andre contemplated his words carefully. Perhaps they are selectively cloaked from view. It is the nightmare. An ethereal voice emerged from behind them. Turning around, Andre and Chio beheld a young girl with pale golden hair. Her large, protruding eyes seemed perpetually astonished. In her hands, she held a magazine entitled Singing Contradictions. The nightmare, a wondrous creature, she whispered dreamily. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. She then turned her gaze to Andre, adding, and you too are one of the fortunate few. Not everyone has the privilege to witness such a beautiful being. The girl then made her way towards Hagrid, while Andre and Chio boarded the carriage, which the nightmare drew toward the school grounds. Andre refrained from explaining why he could see the nightmare, and Chio did not inquire further. Instead, engaging in other intriguing topics, she was indeed a remarkably intelligent girl. A few minutes later, they disembarked and entered the grand oak doors of the school hall. The enchanted ceiling twinkled with stars, while countless candles floated in midair, illuminating every corner with crystalline clarity. Students were engaged in spirited conversations. And as Andre and Chio took their seats, they were greeted with warm hellos and friendly waves. Andre noticed that Sir Gilderoy Lockhart was seated at the staff table. Casting glances toward the Gryffindor table, the sorting ceremony commenced, and, as in the previous year, the new students were assigned to their respective houses by the sorting hat. The girl who had introduced them to the nightmare, Luna Lovegood, was sorted into Ravenclaw. Joining her in Ravenclaw was Padma Patil, a dark-haired Indian girl, whose sister, Parvati Patil, was a member of Gryffindor, which surprised many. Overall, the sorting ceremony proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. As Dumbledore concluded his speech, an abundance of food filled the plates before the students. Unlike Gryffindors, who often disregarded decorum, most Ravenclaws upheld the etiquette of the dining table. Andre maintained a steadfast gaze upon the teacher's table. He first noticed Snape's departure while assisting Chio in carving a piece of steak, inadvertently splattering some black pepper sauce onto the nearby steward Ackerley. Oh, my apologies, Stewart, he said, waving his wand to clean the mess. After finishing the steak, he handed it to Chio and received a chilled pumpkin juice from her. Once he had drained his glass and raised his eyes again, he discovered that Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore had also left in succession. He surmised that Harry and Ron had arrived at the school in the flying car. What is the matter, Andre? Chio inquired, noticing his distraction and following his gaze to the teacher's table. How curious. Where have Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape disappeared to? They must be dealing with the situation regarding Harry and Ron missing the Hogwarts Express, Andre replied, careful not to reveal his prescient insights. With Professor Dumbledore intervening, there is no need for us to worry. You are right, Chio agreed, redirecting her attention back to the dining table. She picked up a carving knife and began to assist Andre in slicing a pork chop. The following morning, Andre rose early. Upon entering the dining hall, he noticed that Chio had yet to arrive. The 4 long tables were adorned with golden platters overflowing with bacon, pickled fish, toast, chilled pumpkin juice, and bowls of porridge piled high at their edges. Just as he settled down to slice the bacon, Hermione rushed over from the Gryffindor table, fuming as she took a seat beside him, grabbing a piece of toast and biting into it vigorously, her 2 prominent front teeth effortlessly piercing through the hardened crust. Andre, I can hardly believe it, she exclaimed, seizing a bottle of pumpkin juice to wash down her mouthful of bread. Harry and Ron actually flew to school in a car. Do they not comprehend the implications of their actions? The tale of Harry and Ron's audacious feat had spread like wildfire throughout the school the previous night, with adventurous students applauding them, while the more rule-abiding ones, Hermione being the most typical, expressed their disapproval. They should count themselves lucky that Professor Dumbledore hasn't expelled them. Well, Professor Dumbledore surely wouldn't he expel Harry, Andre replied, tearing off a piece of bacon and chewing vigorously while meticulously cutting the toast into small pieces, half of which he offered to Hermione and the other half he reserved for Cho, unless he wishes to be deafened by the uproar of wizards across Britain. Good morning, Hermione, came Cho's gentle voice from behind him. She naturally settled beside Andre, taking the slices of bread he had prepared along with a bottle of pumpkin juice. Oh, hello, Cho. Well then, Andre, I must take my leave, Hermione said hurriedly, standing up and scurrying back to the Gryffindor table. It seems that Hermione has taken a liking to you, Cho teased, flashing a playful smile at Andre and winking. Indeed, but alas, Andre Carmichael only harbors affections for a girl named Cho Zhang, he quickly clarified, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings. Look at you, devoid of a sense of humor. Cho laughed at his earnestness. Yet, suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. What is that? She exclaimed, raising her voice as she gazed into the air. Andre had rarely witnessed the astonishment on Cho's face. He looked up and saw a gray shadow carrying a red envelope plummeting onto the Gryffindor long table. Akin to a shooting star. He swore that such a descent was far from the ordinary manner of an owl. The speed was simply astounding. And the only plausible explanation was that the owl had actually fainted. Then, a thunderous voice reverberated across the Gryffindor table. You stole a car. I truly hope you were expelled. At least that would bring me some solace. Every job your father held during his lifetime is being reevaluated. If it's serious, they might even revoke his medals. If you continue to misbehave, I will personally come to Hogwarts and bring you back. The formidable voice of Mrs. Molly Weasley echoed in the air, and Andre observed Ron and Harry turn ashen. Having witnessed the power of the Howler, Andre turned to Cho and remarked, I have ample reason to believe that Dumbledore would never expel Harry. This term, Andre's first class was herbology, which he would attend alongside the Gryffindor students. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to Cho and hurried towards the greenhouses behind the castle, ensuring he would not be late. While traversing the vegetable patch, he encountered the trio from Gryffindor. Harry, don't worry, everything will be fine, Andre reassured him. However, Harry felt an overwhelming guilt for Mr. Weasley, who had to be investigated even after his passing. It's not your fault, Harry, Andre insisted. Ron, though also troubled, patted Harry's back. Let us move quickly, otherwise, Professor Sprout will deduct our points for being late. Professor Sprout was a short, plump witch, likely owing to her long hours in the herbology greenhouse, her robes perpetually stained with soil. Today, she appeared even more disheveled, especially with the suave Gilderoy Lockhart standing beside her. Ah, children, how delightful to see you all. Gilderoy Lockhart greeted the students with a smile. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat injuries from the Whomping Willow. After all, I mentioned in my travels with vampires that I could heal such plants with my eyes closed. Of course, I would want you to think I am more skilled than Professor Sprout, as she is the herbology professor. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Lockhart. Professor Sprout, usually amiable, exhibited an unusual displeasure. I believe it is now my herbology class time. She beckoned the students. Follow me, children. Of course, Professor Lockhart flashed his signature smile. Though it seemed Sprout was not impressed. I merely wish to have a brief chat with Harry. It won't take long, I assure you. Without waiting for Professor Sprout's consent, he pulled Harry into a nearby greenhouse. Very well, Professor Sprout sighed, leading them into a greenhouse. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. She gestured to dozens of pots. Now, who can tell me the properties of mandrakes? Her gaze swept towards Hermione, but Andre, seated beside her, stood up first. It is a potent restorative, capable of aiding those who have been transformed by potions, spells, or transfigurations to revert to their original state, such as any form of petrification. He naturally added at the end. Excellent, Mr. Camichael, Ravenclaw earns 10 points. Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction. Now, who can tell me why we must prepare this? She pointed to a pile of fluffy earplugs in the corner. This time, Hermione was quick to respond, because the cries of a mandrake can be lethal. Very good, Miss Granger. To be precise, the cries of a mature mandrake can be fatal. These mandrakes are still in their juvenile stage and will only cause you discomfort for a while, though it won't be pleasant. The herbology professor nodded. Gryffindor earns 5 points. At that moment, Harry was finally released by Lockhart, and his expression indicated that the conversation had not been particularly enjoyable. Ron wisely refrained from inquiring. Oh, I cannot stand him, Harry said as he approached Andre, who was busy loosening the soil in a pot for Hermione to place a particularly plump mandrake in. I simply cannot tolerate his arrogance. Rest assured, Harry, We will soon discover his true capabilities, Andre said, brushing off the dirt from his hands and straightening up. If I am not mistaken, we have his defense against the dark arts class tomorrow afternoon. I am looking forward to it, Hermione interjected, though her face was alight with anticipation, causing Harry to feel a wave of discontent. The following morning, Ravenclaw and Slytherin attended Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class together. Professor McGonagall brought forth a large box of beetles, instructing them to transform the beetles into buttons. The more exquisite and intricate the buttons they transformed, the higher their score would be. Andre effortlessly transformed over 10 buttons, showcasing a variety of materials and patterns. Excellent, Mr. Camichael. Ravenclaw earns 10 points. Professor McGonagall maintained her stern demeanor, even while praising students, showing no traces of emotion. Malfoy leaned over from the side. Andre, your transfiguration skills are remarkable. Not much, Draco. I simply practiced early, Andre replied with a smile. Speaking of which, you had your defense against the dark arts class yesterday, correct? How did Lockhart teach? Oh. It was quite the enjoyable class, Malfoy elongated his tone, launching into a melodious tirade. What a handsome, dashing teacher. What tender, affectionate eyes. What utterly ridiculous assignments. What hapless performances. What a heavy bag. Oh, and how fervently the girl swooned. Pansy Parkinson next to him could not contain her laughter, letting out a snort. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze turned upon her, and Pansy quickly feigned seriousness, practicing her transfiguration. Even Slytherin students dared not overlook Professor McGonagall's authority. So, what exactly did he teach? Andre furrowed his brow. I believe his sole responsibility is to entertain us, Pansy shrugged. At least we all had a delightful time yesterday. A teacher with such humor is a rare find. I think Dumbledore finally did something right. I do not believe Dumbledore acted out of sheer goodwill, Andre said softly, almost in a whisper. This year, aside from Professor Lockhart, the only other candidate for the defense against the dark arts position was Uncle Fabrice from the Gringotts family, right? Clearly, Dumbledore is not entirely reassured by Uncle Fabrice. Indeed, with such a character around, it seems Dumbledore's grasp over Hogwarts remains unshakable, Malfoy said, flicking his wand in frustration as a beetle emitted a soft pop, transforming into a puff of smoke. Oh, Merlin. At lunchtime, Chio noticed Andre's gloomy demeanor. What's wrong, Andre? You seem a bit downcast. I can hardly lift my spirits thinking about the imbecilic professor we'll face this afternoon, Andre replied, sipping his pumpkin juice while spreading jam on his bread. Dumbledore is committing a crime against all students. Calm down, Andre. Professor Dumbledore must have his reasons, Chio said gently, taking his bread to help him spread the jam while Andre sliced the charred steak for her. After all, you know how difficult it is to find a teacher for defense against the dark arts. Actually, there were others who applied. You should have seen them. They visited during the summer. It is Uncle Fabry Gringlas, the blood uncle of Daphne and Astoria, and a recipient of the Merlin Medal, and handed a slice of steak to Chio. Surely, he must be far superior to Lockhart? Chio paused for a moment. With her intelligence and having resided at the Camichael estate for 2 months, she was quite aware of the dynamics between Dumbledore and various families, and she understood the implications of such relationships. Yet, being within the confines of Hogwarts, she felt it unwise to express any fervent opinions. Do not worry, Ender. At your level, whether or not you advance to second-year defense against the dark arts matters little. Silently sipping a bowl of porridge, she then fetched a plate of salad for Ender. It could serve as a respite amidst their studies. As a trustee, the Camichael family's annual contribution of 6 million galleons to Hogwarts was certainly not to be squandered. Ender shrugged. Of course, he is the headmaster. We must respect authority. Mustn't we? Indeed. It is good that you think so, Ender. Chio adjusted the collar of his robe. Now, off to class. Do not be late. Students from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor entered the classroom, awaiting Lockhart's arrival. Hermione eagerly took a seat beside Ender, meticulously arranging a stack of books on the desk. Ender caught a glimpse of her timetable, where all defense against the dark arts classes were circled with hearts. Stop staring, class is about to begin, Hermione admonished, blushing as she hastily stuffed the timetable back into her bag. Who would have thought, Hermione? Ender teased, you might consider applying to join Mrs. Weasley's Lockhart fan club. Ender. Hermione's face turned crimson. She shot him an indignant glare and was about to retort when the classroom door swung open. Aha, children, good day to you. Lockhart entered, clad in emerald robes, exuding charm and poise. Ender swore he noticed nearly all the girls instinctively straighten their posture, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures. 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Though I do not boast of it, I do not rely on smiles to dispel the banshee-esque wails. Laughter erupted in the classroom, while Ender merely pursed his lips. Harry did the same. Lockhart approached Hermione's desk and patted her pile of books. I am delighted that you all purchased my complete works. I sincerely hope the adventures within prove beneficial to you. He flashed a dazzling smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Now, let us commence with a brief quiz. He distributed the papers, and upon glancing at them, Ender lost all desire to respond. He overheard Harry whispering to Ron behind him. He truly lacks any talent. Look, he can't even conjure a spell to hand out quizzes. Harry, Hermione called back. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart is a recipient of the Order of Merlin. Hermione, that merely acknowledges his improvements in the Obliviate charm, Ender interjected coolly. Now, answer the questions. They need to be submitted. In the end, both Hermione and Ender scored high marks. Hermione's answers were flawless, as though she had absorbed the entire set of books. Ender, however, left the paper blank except for a single line. Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, Ender Camichael sends you his regards. The influence of family ties must be acknowledged when necessary. Ender thought with a sense of pride. The practical activity assigned by Lockhart involving the Cornish pixies proved to be a disaster. Ender shielded Hermione against the wall, casting several jinxes to ensure no pixie dared approach within 5 feet of them. The others, however, were not so fortunate or capable. Neville found himself dangling from a chandelier. Harry's glasses were shattered, and Ron's robes bore several rips. What a dreadful lesson! Ron complained loudly as they exited the classroom. Perhaps you were right, Ender. Hermione whispered to him as they departed. It seems he truly is inept. Thank you for your support, DFCHG Jam. Good morning, Ender. Chill. During breakfast that day, Phileas approached them with a greeting. Good morning, Phileas, Ender nodded. Is our Quidditch training about to commence? Indeed, it is scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. I have already submitted the request, Phileas replied with a shrug. I wanted to reserve the pitch for the entire day, but Wood from Gryffindor also applied. So I had to allocate the morning to him. Actually, you could ask Professor Flitwick for a note, Phileas, Chio interjected. As long as Professor Flitwick approves. We can use the pitch for the entire day, Madam Hooch would be amenable. True, Chio, but I always feel uneasy about it. I am not part of Flint's Slytherin contingent, Phileas scoffed. In any case, do not be late the day after tomorrow. Of course, you may combine the morning. If Gryffindor has no objections, you may practice for a while. I hear you have a good rapport with many of their players. All right, Phileas, that sounds fine. Ender said as he swallowed the last bite of bread. We shall come by in the morning, provided Wood does not worry that I might leak their tactical arrangements. The following 2 days passed rather uneventfully, with all classes proceeding without incident, save for Lockhart's defense against the dark arts. Lockhart's performance had left the majority of students utterly despondent regarding his teaching capabilities, apart from a few younger girls who fancied themselves members of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's fan club. Even Hermione, who had previously shown immense confidence in Lockhart, conceded to Ender that she had been mistaken. Honestly, Ender, I now realize how foolish I was not to see how utterly incompetent Lockhart is. Hiring him as a professor was likely one of Dumbledore's most foolish decisions during his tenure. Not to mention the notoriously proud Slytherins and the unruly Gryffindors. Even the typically respectful Ravenclaws and the orderly Hufflepuffs had lost all necessary respect for him. Defense against the dark arts had devolved into a time for students to nap and study, and Lockhart himself seemed indifferent to this turn of events. Next, I would like Mr. Longbottom to assist me in demonstrating a scene, Lockhart announced. He will portray the werewolf lurking outside the window while I sit at the table. The essence of Lockhart's lessons revolved around having someone reenact the scenarios from his books, and the timid Neville Longbottom was his best candidate. Had he chosen Ender, Ender would have hurled the stack of books directly at him. Neville, relenting, pretended to be the werewolf, feigning an attack. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry slept soundly in their seats. Ender shook his head and continued writing his potion essay. What a hellish experience. Ender lamented to Chio regarding the defense against the dark arts class, venting his frustrations. Chio nodded in agreement. Indeed, her classes were similarly dreadful. Without Neville to assist Lockhart, he could only select single-character scenes to reenact or resort to performing solitary skits. I truly do not understand why Professor Dumbledore holds Mr. Gringlas in such high regard, Chio remarked. Regardless of the reasons, he should prioritize competence when selecting professors. For he is not merely a headmaster, he seems to value another role more highly, Chio. Andre replied. At that moment, they were making their way to the Quidditch pitch. With Autumn holding the Nimbus 2000 that Andre had gifted her, while Andre himself held Autumn's modified Comet 260, which had been specially altered to perform on par with the Nimbus 2000. Upon arriving at the Quidditch field, they found that it was still early, and the members of the Gryffindor team had just arrived as well, with Wood explaining tactics. Mr. Camichael, Miss Zhang, if I recall correctly, Ravenclaw's practice is scheduled for the afternoon? Wood furrowed his brow upon seeing them approach. Apologies, Wood. Autumn and I are merely here for some light recovery training and will not interfere with you, Andre said politely, bowing slightly. Wood. Andre and Autumn are not those kinds of people, Harry chimed in, holding a standard Nimbus 2000, which, while adequate, paled in comparison to Autumn's specially crafted broom. Very well. You may practice on the smaller pitch over there. However, I expect you to keep what you observe to yourselves and not disclose it to Slytherin. Wood mused before finally nodding in agreement. I swear on Camichael's name that Autumn, and I will not divulge the details of your training, Andre affirmed solemnly. Oh, look who has arrived, Angelina Johnson suddenly exclaimed. Andre and Wood followed her gaze to see a group of figures clad in green robes approaching the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. It was the Slytherin team. Flint. This is Gryffindor's practice time. We specifically came early today, so please vacate the premises. Wood shouted at Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain. This pitch is quite spacious, Wood. Flint replied with a sly grin. Moreover, I possess a note from Professor Snape granting us permission to use the Quidditch pitch. We need to train our new seeker. A new seeker? Wood's interest piqued immediately. Indeed, we have found a new seeker, Draco Malfoy. A figure emerged from behind Flint, a boy with short, light blonde hair and pale skin. Behold the gifts that Mr. Malfoy has bestowed upon Slytherin, Wood. The entire Slytherin team raised their brooms, the Nimbus 2001 insignia glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. As for those inferior models like the Comet 260, they're best suited for sweeping floors. I suppose that's all that some paupers, who don't even have a father, can afford, Flint sneered without restraint. Standing on the sidelines, Ron let out a furious shout, brandishing his wand at Marcus Flint. However, a green light shot out from his wand and struck his own abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground, sputtering. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin side. Seeing this, Fred and George Weasley did not use their wands but lunged fiercely at Marcus Flint. The entire Slytherin team encircled them. And Wood, unwilling to back down, led Harry into the fray, transforming the pitch into a chaotic melee. Separate, Andre drew his wand, attempting to intervene. But those who had been pushed apart quickly retaliated with spells. Some dark curses flew in Andre's direction, prompting him to defend himself. Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis. He swiftly incapacitated several assailants from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Autumn also drew her wand, positioning herself protectively beside him. What is happening here? Professor McGonagall stormed out of the castle, her expression furious. Mr. Potter, Mr. Wood, Mr. Flint, Mr. Camichael, put down your wands. You shall all face consequences. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin lost 50 points, while Ravenclaw lost 10. And you will all serve detention. Professor, Andre was merely acting in self-defense, Autumn explained. I understand, Miss Zhang. However, raising wands against fellow students is unacceptable at Hogwarts. McGonagall's face remained stern. You will receive a notification next week regarding your detention. With that, she turned and strode back to the castle. Thanks to the support of fellow readers, Picky Baboon, Wanhan, and Shu-Chin Gusher, I apologize. But due to visits from friends and family during my graduation season over the next 2 weeks, I can only guarantee you 1 update per day. If I have free time, I might manage 2. After 2 weeks, I will return to my normal schedule of 2 updates. On the following Friday, feeling relieved that they had not received any detention news and perhaps had escaped a close call, Harry and Ron were called over by Professor McGonagall while passing through the entrance hall, with Andre Camichael standing beside them. Potter and Camichael, you are needed to assist Professor Lockhart in responding to his admirers. Weasley, you will clean the trophy room and may not use magic, only your hands. Harry's face turned pale upon hearing this from the expressionless Professor McGonagall. Professor, might I accompany Ron to clean the trophies? You see, I often do this at my uncle's house, and I am quite proficient. Furthermore, it only requires Andre to assist Professor Lockhart with the letters. His handwriting is far more aesthetically pleasing than mine. No, Potter. Professor Lockhart specifically requested 2 individuals, and you were personally named. As McGonagall departed, Harry turned to Andre, who shrugged and raised his hands in surrender. Don't look at me. I have no say in this. Assisting Lockhart with letters, I swear. This is undoubtedly the most dreadful chore imaginable, bar none. I'd much prefer to clean trophies, Harry lamented. I've been doing this since I was 4. And there's nothing I know better. If only I could swap places with Ron, I guarantee I'd be in bed by 8. I wish I could swap, Ron echoed, clearly displeased. Writing letters is far easier than polishing trophies, and no matter how shabby Lockhart's office may be, it could never be worse than the cold, dark trophy room. During dinner, Andre's mood had not improved. Andre, stop brooding. Finish your meal quickly and help Lockhart with the letters. Then try to return early, Autumn urged, handing him a slice of bread slathered in ketchup. I'd rather accompany Hagrid on a patrol in the Forbidden Forest, Autumn, Andre replied, taking a bite of the bread and gulping down a large mouthful of Autumn's pumpkin juice. That would surely be far more enjoyable than helping Lockhart with his letters. Andre, that's my pumpkin juice. Autumn's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Think of it as a small indulgence before my execution, Andre remarked nonchalantly, taking another large sip. This task is not much better than facing the gallows. Ah, you little rascals, you've arrived. Professor Lockhart opened his office door, welcoming them in. Harry, you're here. I specifically requested you from Professor McGonagall because I believe you are the most suitable person for this task. Perhaps it will provide you with invaluable experience on your path to fame, allowing you to witness what a successful wizard idol's daily life truly entails. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Andre remained oblivious to the surroundings, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the office that had once belonged to Professor Quirrell. It bore no trace of Quirrell's presence, much to his relief, as the pungent odor of garlic had vanished entirely. The overall aesthetic of the room was utterly unrecognizable as that of a professor of defense against the dark arts. It could easily be mistaken for an opulent suite in the esteemed Sylveston Hotel, if one were to overlook the numerous photographs of Lockhart adorning the walls. The walls had been painted a vibrant pink, erasing any remnants of the traditional dark hues expected in Hogwarts. Blossoming floral patterns decorated the space, resembling the boudoir of a teenage girl. A long table, polished to a gleaming sheen, was undoubtedly a masterpiece from the Gaster Wizard Furniture Store. With a price tag not less than 5,000 galleons, a modest sum for handcrafted furnishings. Countless photographs of Lockhart, all solo shots, adorned the walls. Illuminated brightly by dozens of candles, each Lockhart smiling his signature grin, their hundreds of teeth momentarily dazzling Andre's eyes. He struggled to suppress the urge to rip the images to shreds. Let us begin with the envelopes. Lockhart maintained his characteristic charm, though Andre was reluctant to comply. Under Harry's earnest gaze, he sighed deeply and, with resignation, approached the desk to sit beside Harry, grasping a quill and pulling a pink envelope towards him. The first letter was addressed to Miss Gladys. May Merlin bless her, for she is an exceptionally devoted admirer. Lockhart began to read from a list. Next was Miss Kalins, who had sent him 5 letters within the past month. Time crawled by like a sluggish snail, and both Harry and Andre's hands grew weary, their completed envelopes piling into a small mountain at the desk's corner. Andre finally comprehended the arduousness faced by idols, filled with respect for Lockhart, who, in addition to replying to his admirers, still possessed abundant energy to perform skits for students each day. What was that? Harry suddenly sprang up, scanning the room with wide eyes. In an instant, Andre understood. He must have heard the voice of the Basilisk. Yet, he feigned confusion and asked, "What? Harry, what is it?" A voice. It spoke of tearing and killing something. Did you not hear it? He turned towards Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor, did you not hear anything? The other two shook their heads. Well, Harry, it appears you are simply too fatigued, Lockhart finally recalled, glancing at the wall clock. 4 hours have passed. You should head back now, he said. Remember, Harry, should you err again, the tasks will not be so easy. Honestly, Andre, I just heard a very sinister voice. Chilling and reminiscent of Snape's tone, but sharper, claiming it would kill something. Harry exclaimed as they descended the stairs. I believe you, Harry. However, I truly heard nothing. Andre replied. Perhaps you should reflect on what exactly it is you heard. Andre returned to the Ravenclaw common room, where the fire had long since extinguished, leaving the space shrouded in darkness and devoid of company. He entered the dormitory, dismissing the matter from his mind, removed his robes, and soon succumbed to slumber. The weather had turned chilly, and the number of ailing students within Hogwarts Castle began to rise. After all, it was a millennium-old fortress, which, according to Chinese beliefs, harbored a certain heaviness in its atmosphere. Coupled with this weather, it was hardly surprising that students aged 12 to 18 would face non-combat-related ailments, such as colds. The rain pattered against the castle's windows, exacerbating the sense of restlessness among the students. The damp air rendered the wizarding robes uncomfortable, and the ink from quills smudged easily on parchment, leading to unclear essays. If it were a class like Charms or Defense Against the Dark Arts, it might be manageable. But if misfortune struck with Transfiguration or Potions essays, it would be prudent to rewrite them neatly. Gazing out from the castle's window, Andre observed the pumpkins in the field beside Hagrid's hut, appearing to swell as if under the influence of an expansion charm. He was certain it was magic at play, though Hagrid had skillfully concealed it, leaving Andre without any tangible evidence. A flock of turkeys had also appeared in the pen, mingling with Hagrid's free-range roosters. Recently, several roosters had mysteriously perished, creating some available space. In this peculiar atmosphere, October 31st quietly arrived. Halloween, commonly translated in Chinese-speaking regions as All Saints' Day, though the true All Saints' Day is on November 1st, is also known as the Day of the Dead, a traditional holiday in Western countries. The quintessential decorations include lit candles and hollowed-out pumpkins carved with ghastly faces, and Hogwarts was no exception. It was also a time of enchantment, as peculiar events often transpired at Hogwarts. Last year's troll invasion had cemented Andre's reputation for single-handedly confronting a troll, and this year promised no tranquility. As Andre and Chio entered the Great Hall, the Halloween feast was already underway. Thousands of pumpkins floated in midair, their ghastly visages emanating a warm orange glow, illuminating the hall in place of the usual candles on plates. Roasted turkeys piled high on golden platters made a delightful clattering sound, while swarms of bats flew in gliding formations overhead, and a skeletal dance troupe animated the festivities. Yet, to Andre's discerning eye, the sight of a gaggle of bony figures swaying their pale frames lacked any aesthetic appeal. They settled at the Ravenclaw table, where Chio and her friends exchanged cheerful greetings, while Andre took up a carving knife to slice into a turkey, which sizzled with juice. "Hey Andre, you made it." Stuart Ackley leaned in. "The Quidditch match is just around the corner. Our first game is against Gryffindor. We can win, right? Last year's victory felt incredible." "Certainly, Stuart. We will give it our all," Andre replied, reluctant to make definitive statements, especially in the presence of the savior Harry, whose unpredictable nature might lead to unforeseen circumstances. One must remember, in the original tale, even when struck by a bludger and breaking an arm, Harry still managed to catch the golden snitch. "Of course we can win," chimed Ravenclaw's Quidditch captain, Phileas, as he approached with a plate of pumpkin pastries. "We have the best beater." He pointed at Andre, and a top-notch seeker. He gestured at Chio, who was animatedly chatting with her friends. "Their synergy is unparalleled. They're the only couple in the entire school." He chuckled. "Phileas? Harry is no easy opponent, and the Weasley twins are formidable as well." Andre placed half of the carved turkey onto Chio's plate, eliciting a playful protest from her. "Andre, I might gain weight." He then shared portions with Stuart and Phileas. "Indeed, we will do our utmost. I believe our chances of victory are quite favorable," Andre smiled, turning his attention to the mountain of pumpkin pastries before him. At that moment, Hermione dashed over from the Gryffindor table, prompting Stuart and Phileas to instinctively retract their heads. "Hi, Andre." "Hello, Chio." Hermione seated herself among them, taking a bite of a pumpkin pastry. "The school has added sugar to the filling. I dare say most will end up with cavities." "Well, Hermione, magic can resolve all that." Chio smiled at her. "Why aren't you dining with Harry and Ron?" "Well, take a look for yourself." Hermione gestured toward the Gryffindor table. Chio scanned the area and indeed found Harry and Ron absent. What could they be doing? Why aren't they in the hall? Andre feigned ignorance, prepared to relish the moment when he would witness the expression on Lady Lavender's face when petrified. "Oh, they've gone to nearly headless Nick's death day party." Hermione grumbled as she gulped down a bottle of pumpkin juice, drinking too hastily and choking loudly. "Take it easy, Hermione." Chio gently patted her back. "What is a death day party? Do ghosts really hold celebrations for their day of passing?" "Yes, supposedly." Harry agreed to attend, and Ron is accompanying him. "However, I find it rather dull. I'd rather be here enjoying turkey with you." She speared a piece of turkey from Chio's plate and swallowed it. "I cannot imagine what a bunch of ghosts would serve Harry and the others." "Indeed, that poses a significant question," Andre nodded. "Generally, ghosts cannot consume food, yet they can still perceive stronger odors. If I were Sir Nicholas, I would likely prepare some foul-smelling fish and rotten vegetables." "Andre, focus on your meal." Chio playfully nudged his shoulder. Andre promptly lowered his head, obediently cutting into the turkey. Saying nothing, merely watching Chio and Hermione engage in lively conversation. At last, the feast concluded, and Hermione bid farewell, returning to the Gryffindor table. Andre and Cho rose as well, preparing to follow the prefects back to the Ravenclaw tower for rest. A long line of students progressed down the stone staircase when suddenly, those in front came to an abrupt halt. Consequently, those unable to stop in time collided into one another, a chorus of ouch reverberating through the air. Yet, the rows ahead fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Andre squeezed Autumn to the front row, where they observed Phileas and Penelope Crivet frowning. "What happened, Penelope, Phileas?" Autumn inquired, puzzled. "You can see for yourselves," Penelope gestured ahead. Autumn raised her eyes to behold Mrs. Loris's tail caught on the torch stand, her body rigid, evidently petrified. A large puddle of water had formed on the ground. Standing forlornly beside it were Harry and Ron. Andre, amidst the crowd, feigned a look of astonishment. "I am a classmate of the snake, tasked with delivering 2 pieces of news. The good news is that the snake will no longer serve as a tour guide. The bad news is that the snake encountered an accident and requires a surgical procedure. It is a minor operation, but the location is rather awkward. He may be unable to sit at his computer for about 10 days. I will post a chapter of his manuscript daily as per his request. Please be understanding. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir." These words sent shivers down the spines of all students present. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall promptly arrived at the scene, accompanied by other professors, including Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts teacher. Even in such dire circumstances, he could not resist showcasing his dazzling teeth to the gathered students. It was rumored that Philip Morris paid him no less than 3,000 galleons annually for advertising his quick-cleaning tooth product. My cat. My cat. Oh, my beloved Mrs. Loris." Filch was in a frenzy, wildly gesticulating before lunging at Harry's rogue collar. "Potter, it was you. I know it was you. You killed my Mrs. Loris." Filch's face contorted into a grotesque expression. "Calm down, Filch," the White Wizard said, stepping beside the torch stand and removing Mrs. Loris from it. His blue eyes, hidden behind half-moon spectacles, gleamed with an inscrutable light, leaving even Andre, who knew the plot well, unable to decipher his thoughts. "She is not dead," Dumbledore stated after examining Mrs. Loris. "She is not dead." He repeated the assertion. No, Dumbledore." Filch's voice quivered with suppressed sobs. "Why does she appear to be frozen?" "That is because she has been petrified." Filch, the White Wizard, straightened. "Do not panic. There is still a chance for recovery. It must be a transfiguration torturing curse." Gilderoy Lockhart interjected. "Certainly, it was a transfiguration torturing curse that did this. I have witnessed this curse countless times while battling vampires." Not only the teachers, but nearly all the students in attendance regarded him with skepticism, save for a few members of Lockhart's fan club. After all, apart from cultivating and maintaining his star image, the defense against the dark arts professor possessed little authority in other matters, even in his own subject area. Absolutely not. He asserted with conviction. This cat must have known something, which is why someone cast such a curse on her. That person wanted to extract some secret information from her. "Gilderoy, I do not believe this cat possesses any secret knowledge, nor do I think any wizard would attempt to extract information from a cat," Professor McGonagall interjected coldly. "In all of Hogwarts, the only one who can understand her is my animagus. Should I take that as an accusation against me?" "Of course not, Minerva." "Gilderoy had no such intention," Dumbledore intervened diplomatically. "I believe Gilderoy is correct in one regard. Mrs. Loris must have witnessed something we are unaware of, which led to her current state. Otherwise, it is difficult to comprehend why someone would target a cat specifically." Gilderoy Lockhart wore a self-satisfied smile at the side. "So, Dumbledore, do you think this is related to the Chamber of Secrets mentioned on the wall?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "The key point lies elsewhere, Minerva." Dumbledore's white beard reflected the torchlight coldly. "We must first restore Mrs. Loris from this state. She may provide us with insights. That is our immediate priority. The potion made from mandrake can accomplish this perfectly. I will brew it." Gilderoy Lockhart chimed in eagerly. "I have brewed this potion countless times. I could do it in my sleep." "I beg your pardon, but I believe I am the potions master of this school," Snape remarked coolly, frowning. "I do not think anyone is more qualified than I for this task." "All right, everyone, let us disperse for now." Dumbledore clapped his hands. "Heads, take your students back to the common room. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, come with me. And you too, Filch." As Dumbledore departed, Harry, Ron, and Filch followed closely, accompanied by Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon returning to the common room, the Ravenclaws appeared invigorated, showing no signs of sleep. As they congregated by the fireplace discussing the Chamber of Secrets and Mrs. Loris's petrification, some students with a keen interest in magical history and school lore stood atop the fireplace table, vociferously recounting historical accounts of the chamber and their speculations, drawing a crowd around them. "Andre, do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is all about?" Autumn asked anxiously. They did not push closer to hear the historical enthusiasts, but instead found a few chairs in the outer circle to settle down. "Indeed, Andre. Your performance in history of magic has always been commendable. You must know something," Stuart Ackerley chimed in. Lisa Dupin and Terry Boot watched him with eager eyes, adding to the pressure on Andre. "Well, there are indeed records concerning the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts history." Andre organized his thoughts and began. Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 great wizards, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, with the school named after them. Initially, they collaborated sincerely, nurturing a new generation of wizards. However, Slytherin began to diverge from the others, and this divide grew ever wider. Was it concerning the relationship between pureblood wizards and muggleborns? Padma Patil suddenly interjected. "Indeed, Padma," Andre acknowledged, continuing his narrative. "Slytherin believed that the school should only admit pureblood wizards, excluding those muggle-born children with wizarding potential." The other 3 disagreed with his viewpoint. After a fierce argument, Slytherin left the school. Did he simply abandon his convictions? Lisa Dupin questioned in confusion. "Certainly not. That is what everyone assumed. However, the official records cease here, and all subsequent accounts of the chamber come from legend." Andre raised his hands. According to legend, Slytherin constructed a secret chamber within the school, housing a fearsome assistant. One day, his heir would open the chamber, and the assistant would assist in purging the school of all muggle-born wizards. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. "So, is this true?" Stuart Ackerley trembled. His parents were both muggles. If the chamber truly existed, he would be the first to suffer its consequences. No one could discern whether the chamber had indeed been opened or if someone was merely using it as a pretext to exact revenge on Filch. After all, Filch had numerous enemies. Andre smiled, soothing the crowd's anxieties. Once everyone returned to their dormitories, Chio nestled into Andre's embrace. "Andre, if the chamber truly exists, I fear I would be among the first to be attacked," she said, her face slightly pale. "Do not worry, Chio," Andre reassured her with a radiant smile, dispelling her concerns. "In the eyes of Slytherin, a pure-blood wizard like me, who has fallen for a muggle, is regarded as a far greater traitor. My position on the hit list would be considerably elevated." He patted her back. "If that so-called heir and his assistant were to confront me, I would ensure they return from whence they came." With the petrification of Madame Loris and the appearance of the warning inscribed on the wall, the legend of the chamber spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Whispers exchanged in every class as students shared the information they had gathered. During breaks, the fervor escalated, with clusters of students loudly articulating their opinions, all nodding in agreement. "I believe this is merely a malicious prank," Cedric Diggory proclaimed amidst the throng. Chio, holding Andre's hand, passed by without casting a glance in that direction. "This atmosphere is quite peculiar. It seems as if everyone has suddenly become an archaeology enthusiast," Andre remarked with a hint of exasperation. In the corridor they had just traversed, 4 or 5 students were straining to peer into a crack in the wall. "In China, such behavior would undoubtedly invite suppression," Chio chuckled mischievously. "I recall a similar instance of a collective political uproar. Someone like Diggory would surely be branded with the label of a legal assembly, spreading a cult." However, opportunities for such leisurely spectating were rare, as both Andre and Chio were key players on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, with their first match of the term approaching. Their opponents were none other than Gryffindor, led by Harry as the Seeker. "All right, brothers and sisters," Phileas began the pre-match rally. "This is our first match of the term. We possess the strongest lineup in 50 years and an exceptional broom." He pointed to the Nimbus 2000 in Chio's hands, which, after several modifications, outperformed the standard Nimbus 2001 that Malfoy had equipped for the Slytherin team. "We are the reigning champions, and we shall defend our title. So let us drive onward." To the field, Phileas led the charge as he mounted his broom, and Andre and Chio followed suit, soaring out of the common room. The rain poured down in torrents, obscuring everyone's vision. Andre drew his wand and cast a rain-repelling charm on the group, applying an additional layer of his own enchantment for Chio. "Andre, magic is not permitted during Quidditch matches," came a voice from behind. It was Clint's. "Oh, I'm not casting spells on the opponents or the 4 balls. This is entirely within the rules," Andre replied with a smile. Madame Hooch stepped between the two teams and blew her whistle to commence the match. Andre observed the Gryffindor players, who appeared rather disheveled. Without the benefit of the rain-repelling charm, they resembled 7 drenched chickens. Harry's dark hair clung to his forehead. Yet he was preoccupied with wiping his glasses. Andre would certainly not cast the rain-shielding charm for Harry. Such last-minute assistance is something no Ravenclaw would ever permit. He mounted his broom and executed a sharp 90-degree climb, establishing a vantage point from which he began to scan for the elusive quaffle. The match had commenced. At present, it was Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson who had possession of the ball. What an enchanting young lady, possessing both beauty and grace. The distinctive and humorous voice of Lee Jordan resonated through the air. Jordan, came the furious reprimand of Professor McGonagall. Ah, my apologies, Professor. Angelina had the ball. But Klinsmann successfully blocked the attempt. Now it was Phileas who had possession. He charged towards Wood. Was the first collision between the captains about to occur? Harry paid no heed to Lee Jordan's commentary. Instead, he soared through the air in search of the golden snitch. The torrential rain pelted against his glasses, obscuring his vision far more than it did for Cho Chang. He had no choice but to ascend to a greater height to compensate for this. Suddenly, clutching the handle of his broom, Harry executed a swift spin, and a rush of wind swept past him, tousling a lock of his dark hair. It was a rapidly flying black bludger. What a splendid castor spin. Lee Jordan's voice rang out once more. Harry Potter had elegantly evaded a treacherous attack from a bludger approaching from behind. Gryffindor shall prevail. Silence. Jordan. My apologies, Professor. I shall be more mindful next time. Harry turned back, his heart racing, only to find the path of the bludger devoid of any threat. One of the Ravenclaw beaters was soaring ahead of him, and it was evident he could not be the one to strike that ball. Meanwhile, Andre stood steadfastly by Cho, continuously batting away another bludger aimed at her, not casting a glance in Harry's direction. How peculiar. Who could it be? Surely not George or Fred. Harry shook his head, dismissing such futile thoughts, and concentrated once more on his pursuit of the golden snitch. However, the world often unfolds in unexpected ways. Just as he had stabilized his flight for barely 20 seconds, that bludger came hurtling towards him once again, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Resigned, he dove to evade it yet again. But this bludger seemed relentless in its pursuit. Fred and George had also noticed the anomaly and flew to Harry's side, repeatedly striking the bludger away. Yet, like a stubborn gum, it persisted, continually assaulting the defensive line they formed. On the other side, with Fred and George preoccupied, Andre was left unchallenged. He swiftly knocked 3 Gryffindor chasers off their brooms, then focused intently on another bludger. The Ravenclaw chasers were scoring like mad, but Harry was powerless to intervene. 170-10, Ravenclaw leads. Lee Jordan's voice carried a hint of despondency. Harry ascended once more, scanning for the golden snitch. Dodging the errant bludger as a glimmer of gold caught his eye out of the corner. He urged his broom into a dive, with George and Fred trailing closely behind, striving to fend off the bludger's onslaught. However, compared to Harry's Firebolt 2000, their shooting star was far from adequate. Harry's blood surged with adrenaline. He crouched low, pushing his broom to its limits, the acceleration of the Firebolt 2000 reaching its zenith. He spotted Cho diving down as well, moving faster. But he was closer to the snitch, confident he would seize it before she could intervene. The rain intensified, rendering the world a mere backdrop of gray. The spectators in the stands could scarcely discern the players, only able to make out the blurred silhouettes of blue and scarlet robes weaving through the tempest. Lee Jordan announced, "Now Harry Potter and Cho Chang are both diving. Harry is nearer to the snitch." They accelerated, on the verge of capturing it. Harry beheld the snitch just before him, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp it. Yet, George and Fred could not match his speed, and the bludger finally broke through their defenses, hurtling back toward him. Harry opened his hand wide. He distinctly felt his fingers close around a cold sphere, yet simultaneously, a searing pain radiated from his right elbow. He realized his arm was broken. His left hand could no longer aid him in maintaining balance, and he tumbled from his broom. Lee Jordan's booming voice continued to relay the score. Ravenclaw narrowly triumphs with a score of 180-162. But Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. The players, however, were oblivious to the score, all descending to surround Harry, who had fainted from the pain. In the torrential downpour, the fallen Quidditch players encircled the unconscious Harry Potter, one hand still clutching the golden snitch, which fluttered weakly. Cho looked somewhat pale, covering her mouth in shock. Andre embraced her, patting her shoulder in hopes of providing some comfort. "Make way, make way," a familiar voice called. The crowd parted. revealing Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in emerald robes, strutting forth like a proud peacock. Harry slowly regained consciousness. "Oh, what happened?" he murmured, the excruciating pain in his right arm causing him to groan involuntarily. "Harry, do not fear. I am healing your arm now," Lockhart declared. "A very simple charm. One I have performed thousands of times. There's nothing to worry about." Lockhart smiled down at him, wand at the ready. "No." Before Harry could utter the word, he saw Lockhart flick his wand, and suddenly all sensation vanished, not just pain, but touch as well. Harry looked down at his right arm, which now hung limply like a rubber hose, contorted at an unnatural angle, impossible for a normal person to achieve. He attempted to curl his fingers, but his usually nimble digits remained unresponsive. "Oh, well, at least I'm not in pain anymore, am I?" Harry thought. "Now we must get you to Madame Pomfrey immediately." Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, backing away to part the crowd as he departed. Andre assisted Wood and others in swiftly transporting Harry to the infirmary. "Oh, I dare say this is the worst-case scenario." Madame Pomfrey examined Harry's hand. "My dear, if it were merely a fracture, even a compound one, I could mend it in a heartbeat. However, the bone is gone, and regrowth is not a simple matter." She produced a vial labeled bone regrowth potion. "Drink this, dear. You shall be spending the night here." After Madame Pomfrey drew the curtains and departed, Andre and Hermione entered. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione inquired eagerly. "Hermione, Andre. I feel absolutely dreadful." Harry furrowed his brow intensely. "I have no sensation in my right hand. It is simply awful. It feels as if I'm wearing a glove that does not belong to me." Harry grimaced as he forcefully shoved his insensate right hand into the sleeve of his pajamas. "It's all right, Harry. Your bones will regrow by tomorrow," Andre reassured him. "It's just rather peculiar. That bludger seemed to be targeting you deliberately. By Merlin, I barely made contact with any balls as a batsman today." Andre jested. "I find it strange too, Andre." Harry struggled to recall the events. "I feel that bludger must have been cursed by someone to behave so erratically. George and Fred kept sending it away, yet it always turned back towards me. I've never witnessed anything like it." "Neither have I, Harry. I've never even heard of such a thing." Andre feigned a frown. Yet he was entirely aware of the truth. "It must be a confundish charm, Harry," Hermione suggested. "Hermione's reasoning is sound." Andre concurred. "A remarkably powerful confundish charm, causing the bludger to perceive you as its sole target." He hesitated for a moment. "The caster must be either extraordinarily powerful, to an unbelievable degree, or exceedingly cunning," he asserted. "Andre, how did you deduce all this?" Harry asked curiously. "You should recall the incident in your first year when Quirrell cursed your broom, right?" "Of course. I'll never forget it. But what does that have to do with this? Are you suggesting Voldemort?" Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "Well, we cannot dismiss that hypothesis just yet. Let us continue our analysis. Snape saved you, did he not?" "Indeed." Quirrell stated that had it not been for Snape counteracting the curse, I would have perished. So today, with so many professors present, including Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape, I observed their lips moving when the bludger was going wild, clearly attempting to save you. And even their combined efforts could not restrain that frenzied creature." Andre pondered. "Why couldn't it be that Professor Snape intended to harm Harry?" Hermione interjected. "He has always harbored animosity towards Harry. Just because he protected him in first year doesn't mean he hasn't wanted to kill him. However, I noticed that when the bludger first went berserk, the three professors made no move until it became increasingly violent." Andre rubbed his forehead. "So, does this imply that the perpetrator is stronger than the combined might of the three professors?" Harry's eyes widened. "I cannot assert that with certainty. The prowess of the three professors is beyond our comprehension, yet I privately believe that in terms of raw magical power, Professor Dumbledore might not surpass the combined strength of the three professors." "What about Voldemort?" Harry pressed. "The Dark Lord's power likely stands on par with Professor Dumbledore's." "I do not believe he would succeed where Dumbledore cannot," Andre replied. "Then, you mentioned earlier that the caster might be exceedingly cunning. What does that mean?" Hermione recalled Andre's earlier deduction. "Hermione, Harry, the power of wizards is not the only mysterious force in this world." Andre collected his thoughts and spoke. "Many groups and magical creatures possess their distinct systems of power. For instance, Middle Eastern wizards and Eastern witches have entirely different power structures, and our counterspells would evidently be ineffective against their magic. Moreover, consider house elves." "House elves?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "They possess a different system of power?" "Indeed, Hermione." Andre nodded. "The magic of house elves does not align with ours. If a powerful house elf were involved today, I would not be the least bit surprised by such an outcome. But why would a house elf wish to harm Harry? Hermione inquired sharply. Harry nodded in agreement, indicating he shared her concern. I do not know. Our reasoning can only extend so far. Andre shrugged. All right, Hermione, let us return. Harry needs to rest. He turned back and said, Farewell, Harry. He and Hermione exited the infirmary. Andre, Hermione, see you tomorrow. Harry drew the curtain beside his bed. Thank you to the supportive reader for your encouragement, I must say. Lying down all day is quite the test of lung capacity. I apologize for the recent lack of updates. I appreciate your understanding. As Andre and Hermione walked back to the dormitory, the night enveloped them in a profound stillness. The tower was devoid of others, even the elusive Filch was absent, leaving only the echo of their footsteps reverberating through the corridor. To be honest, Andre, your analysis was truly remarkable, Hermione exclaimed, her confidence in her own logical reasoning slightly shaken by Andre's exceptional prowess. You are quite impressive yourself, Hermione, Andre replied with a smile. It was your ingenuity that enabled us to overcome Snape's challenge in our first year. Had it been me, by the time I deciphered the solution, the Dark Lord would have already obtained the Philosopher's Stone. That was merely you letting me take the lead, Hermione retorted, pouting in annoyance at Andre's patronizing tone. In your presence, I feel like a complete fool, utterly overshadowed by your brilliance. Who says that? The magic we have yet to master has yet to be invented. Andre quoted Hagrid's words from the original text verbatim. If anyone were to overhear the top student at Hogwarts speaking to me in such a manner, I would surely be drowned in a deluge of my peers' scorn. Humph. Hermione huffed, finally regaining a semblance of pride. Alas, she was still just a 12-year-old girl, starkly contrasting with Andre, who embodied the essence of an adult soul within the form of a youthful boy, a being beyond human comprehension. The two parted ways in the foyer. Hermione returned to Gryffindor Tower, preparing to battle her assignments for yet another night, while Andre took a few steps toward Ravenclaw Tower. Once he confirmed that Hermione's footsteps had faded into the distance, he slipped into a shadowy corner and drew his wand. Disillusionment charm. Harry would never suspect that Andre, who had just delivered an elaborate speech before departing, would stealthily return to the infirmary. Yet, this art of deception was one Andre had mastered. He had previously engaged in such trickery when he pilfered the Philosopher's Stone during their first year, and now he was poised to do so once more. His target was none other than the traitorous house elf of the Malfoy family, Dobby, the caster of the Quidditch spell. Andre stealthily entered the infirmary, taking refuge around the corner. In the darkness, Harry was suddenly jolted awake, a searing pain radiating from his right arm, compelling him to stifle a scream. He perceived countless shards, akin to blades, sprouting from his flesh, tormenting him as if mercilessly slicing through muscle and skin. Gripping the blanket between his teeth, he ground the cotton with fervor. Gradually, the pain subsided, and he began to sense his right arm returning to him. Suddenly, a cool sensation brushed against his forehead, reminiscent of the alcohol swabs nurses used during his childhood vaccinations. Go away, he shouted, only to immediately recognize the two large, luminescent eyes. Dobby. It was none other than Dobby, the house elf who had clandestinely visited him during the summer. Unchanged, he still bore an oversized head and wore a tattered pillowcase. Harry Potter disregarded Dobby's warnings. Since he had missed the train, why not return home? A tear slid down Dobby's nose, landing on Harry's blanket. Dobby, what do you mean? Is it your doing that I couldn't access platform 9 3/4? Harry keenly discerned the implication in Dobby's words. Yes, esteemed sir, honored Harry Potter. Dobby nodded vigorously. Dobby was hiding nearby, blocking the passage, preventing you and Ron Weasley from getting through. Dobby thought you would go home since you missed the train. Although later Dobby had to hit his own hand with a hammer, he does not regret it at all. Who would have thought that Harry Potter would arrive at school in a car? Dobby, you nearly got me expelled, Harry exclaimed angrily. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore's forgiveness, Ron and I would have been expelled from Hogwarts. Oh, sir, even expulsion is preferable to remaining at school, Dobby squeaked, tugging at his large ears. What do you mean? Harry snapped, incensed. Why is expulsion better than being at school? Sir, Dobby believes his bludger could render him deaf to such matters, he continued, still tugging at his ears. However, Harry's ears caught a word. Yours? Are you saying this bludger is your doing to harm me? Do you wish to send me home in pieces, expecting my aunt and uncle to care for me? I am sorry, Harry Potter. Dobby knew this was wrong, but it was preferable to risking his life at school. Sir, Dobby banged his head against the wall. Harry Potter remaining at school is dangerous. The Chamber of Secrets will be opened again. The nameless Dark Lord will return. So, Dobby, is there truly a chamber of secrets? Harry asked in a low voice. I'm sorry, sir, Dobby cannot say. Dobby lamented, banging his head harder. Harry Potter must go home. I am sorry, sir, Dobby must leave. Before Harry could pursue further inquiries, Dobby dashed down the corridor. No one within Hogwarts could apparate. Not even the house elf. He could only quietly exit the castle's boundaries before operating away. Just as he turned the corner, a chill gripped the back of his neck, and he fell into unconsciousness. The following morning, Malfoy left the Slytherin common room without heading to the dining hall and quietly made his way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Andre awaited him. Andre, why did you summon me so early? Malfoy queried, perplexed. He had pondered for quite some time upon receiving a note from Ploink, trying to decipher Andre's intentions. Draco, I called you here for this. Andre revealed Dobby. Dobby? How did it end up in your possession? Malfoy was utterly bewildered. It should be at Malfoy Manor. I fear this little elf is rather disobedient, Draco, Andre chuckled. Last night, I discovered it visiting Harry Potter, and it confessed to sealing off Harry's access to platform 9 3/4, as well as sending a bludger to attack Harry. Andre observed the altered expression on Malfoy's face. Most importantly, he informed Harry of a looming conspiracy at Hogwarts this year, with the Chamber of Secrets poised to reopen. Andre had dropped a bombshell. Thank you, Andre, for uncovering this. Malfoy seethed with barely contained rage. Rest assured, I shall return it home today. I guarantee it shall not set foot outside Malfoy Manor again. Of course, I am certain that Uncle Lucius will know how to keep it in line. Andre chuckled lightly. After his encounter with Malfoy, Andre turned back to the dining hall for breakfast. Autumn had already prepared bread, milk, and bacon, waiting patiently at the table for him. Autumn, why aren't you eating? He inquired, noticing her lost in thought. Andre, did you hear? Another student was attacked last night. Autumn replied, her face clouded with concern. Oh, who was it? Andre raised an eyebrow. In his memory, there should be no one other than Colin Creevey. It was Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, Autumn answered. He was found petrified in the corridor, and his camera roll was charred. Dumbledore mentioned he might have intended to visit Harry in the hospital wing at midnight, but he encountered an attack instead. Andre surveyed his surroundings and indeed discerned the palpable atmosphere of anxiety. The Muggle-born and half-blood wizards were whispering amongst themselves, and the once boisterous Gryffindor table now exuded an unusual silence. The young lions wore solemn expressions, as if they were standing at the precipice of life and death. The petrification of just one person and one cat had engendered such a terrifying ambience. In the past, Voldemort had risen from a half-blood lineage, amassing dozens of Death Eaters, instilling fear throughout the British magical community, and his infamous reputation spread across Europe. While there were factors at play from various families attempting to counter Dumbledore, his notoriety was indeed well-founded. Stuart Ackley moved beside him and patted his shoulder. Andre, do you think Hogwarts will be all right? He asked anxiously, his face etched with worry. Across the table, Lisa Dupin glanced over, her expression equally grim. As a half-blood witch and one of the fabled chamber's targets, her concern was palpable. Do not fret. Consider this. What characteristics do the recent attacks share? Andre inquired. Characteristics? Aside from the fact that the victims were all petrified, what else is there? Stuart replied, bewildered. Indeed. There are specifics. Firstly, in the past week, there have been only 2 incidents, and each time, the victims were solitary, whether human or feline, correct? That's true. What does that imply? Terry Boot leaned in closer. This indicates that for now, the assailant has not targeted groups larger than 2 or 3 individuals while simultaneously concealing their abilities, Andre deduced. If the intent was to incite panic within the school, why not create multiple incidents by attacking more victims at once? You have a point, Andre. Hermione, noticing their fervent discussion, approached from the Gryffindor table and took a seat to listen. Secondly, both attacks merely resulted in petrification, not fatalities. This suggests that the assailant either lacks lethal methods or that their attacks can be mitigated to some extent. Even a cat and a first-year student were able to withstand them, albeit we currently remain ignorant of the nature of the attacks or how to defend against them. Indeed. Your words make the assailant seem less formidable, Lisa interjected. I share that sentiment. The assailant appears somewhat hollow, Hermione pondered. Not only did they leave messages to instill fear, but they also hung Professor Lockhart upside down, clearly aiming to intimidate. Are you suggesting that their current inadequacies drive them to employ such tactics to generate a climate of terror? Precisely, Hermione, Andre affirmed. As an attacker, the paramount concern is to maintain secrecy, maximizing the impact of intimidation. Thus, their choice of targets is severely restricted. Once their true identity is unveiled, their greatest advantage dissipates. Even the Dark Lord, in his prime, would struggle against a coalition of professors. Quite right. Moreover, this is not the Dark Lord, merely an unknown entity capable of petrification. Terry Boot remarked, his spirits evidently lifting. Indeed, let us consider another question, Andre continued, seizing the moment. When do you think the legend of the chamber originated? It likely emerged shortly after Hogwarts was founded, replied Autumn, who had been silent until now. You mentioned it was over 1,000 years ago. Bingo. Precisely. Andre snapped his fingers. According to legend, the heir's assistant has awaited within the chamber. Do you know the lifespan of wizards? Everyone shook their heads. The longest-lived wizard currently known is Nicholas Flamel, the former owner of the Philosopher's Stone. Andre recalled with a sense of delight, thinking of the stone he had stealthily acquired. He and his wife, Perenelle, are over 600 years old, the oldest living wizards known to us. If Slytherin left a wizard to assist his heir, that individual would have perished in the chamber long ago. So, you mean, Autumn gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, that assistant is not human. Indeed, dear Autumn, Andre stood, pouring milk for everyone to help them absorb the news. What if the heir acted alone without an assistant? Stuart posed a new question. That would be even better. Andre laughed, slicing a strip of bacon. A student still in school, yet to graduate, how formidable could they be? With heightened vigilance, upperclassmen could likely subdue them. Which may explain why the assailant has only targeted first-year students and a cat. What if that assistant is not human, but rather a long-lived magical creature or a powerful magical artifact? Hermione queried. Then that would be simple. Autumn chimed in eagerly. A magical creature is far easier to deal with than a wizard, regardless of its concealment skills. And most people would hardly consider a magical weapon that can only petrify others to be particularly fearsome, especially when compared to a regular one capable of casting Avada Kedavra. Thus, Andre distributed the sliced bacon, clapping his hands together. In essence, the entity within the chamber is merely a hollow figure. As long as you do not succumb to fear, it may not pose a threat to you. So, let us all take comfort and enjoy this bacon. Laughter erupted among them, and Andre joined in the light-hearted banter, secretly thinking, My apologies, Dumbledore. I have no intention of allowing you to enhance your prestige by saving a panicked school. For now, let me help dispel some of the pervasive fear. A week later, Andre and Autumn traversed the entrance hall and discovered a crowd gathered around the notice board, reading a newly affixed parchment. The excitement was palpable, even among some girls. Dueling Club. Stuart Ackley squeezed through the throng, spotting them and rushing over. What is the Dueling Club, Stuart? Autumn inquired curiously. It sounds like an event or organization for teaching practical combat skills, Andre mused, feigning contemplation. Precisely. Professors will teach useful spells and techniques for dueling. Tonight is our first meeting, Stuart exclaimed with evident enthusiasm. At such a time, I dare say this is precisely what we need. You will join us, won't you? Of course. Andre exchanged a glance with Autumn and made their decision. But who will be the professor? It should be Professor Flitwick. He was the champion of the All-England Dueling Championship in his youth. Hermione, having just read the notice, joined them, clearly excited. At 8 o'clock, Andre and Autumn returned to the Great Hall after a stroll by the lake, arriving at the designated venue for the Dueling Club. The 4 long tables used for dining had vanished, replaced by a grand stage draped in red silk with gilded edges, situated along the wall behind the staff table. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire auditorium with a brilliant glow. The lighting effects on the stage were particularly exceptional, allowing every corner of the hall to clearly witness the unfolding events. Almost all the students from the school were present, their chattering voices resonating throughout the space. Since the incident, it was a rare sight to witness such vibrancy at a large gathering. Stuart, Lisa, and Phileas were all in attendance, waving to Andre and Chio. Andre also spotted Harry and Hermione, but with so many people in between, he found it inconvenient to greet them and merely offered a faint smile in their direction. At precisely 8 o'clock, amidst the crowd's anticipation, Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in a crimson robe, ascended the stage. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dueling Club, he proclaimed cheerfully. A collective sigh swept through the audience as Andre observed the unmistakable disappointment etched on the faces of his peers. It is true, Lockhart continued. Professor Dumbledore has permitted me to establish this club to provide you with thorough training, ensuring that when the need for self-defense arises, you do not find yourselves overwhelmed with magical knowledge, yet unprepared for perilous situations. I possess ample experience in this regard. For further details, please refer to my published works. Oh no, Cho lamented, grasping Andre's hand. A wave of despair rippled through the audience, as hope dwindled for the flamboyant man before them. Now, I present to you my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart announced with exuberance. Professor Snape has informed me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling techniques. Thus, I requested Professor Dumbledore to assign him as my aide. A figure cloaked in black glided onto the stage, silencing the crowd instantly. Lockhart mistakenly believed this hush was due to his charm, when, in truth, it was Snape's unique ability to command silence that had taken effect. Even within such a vast auditorium, Professor Snape has kindly agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before our formal lesson begins. Lockhart grinned. Rest assured, I shall return to you a fully intact potions master. Snape let out a soft huff beside him, an expression of discontent fleeting across his features. Ender shook his head with a sigh and remarked to Chio, whenever Lockhart speaks in such a tone, he is bound to come to grief. Just wait and see. Lockhart and Snape positioned themselves on stage, facing each other, their wands held firmly in a stance of readiness. They then bowed to one another. At least Lockhart performed his bow earnestly, bending at a precise angle of 45 degrees, his hands carving graceful arcs that evoked enthusiastic cheers from his loyal followers. In stark contrast, Snape maintained a stern expression, offering a reluctant nod. As you can witness, we shall grip our wands in the style of duelists, Lockhart declared. Both he and Snape adopting a posture reminiscent of fencers. On the count of 3, we shall cast spells at one another. Rest assured, they shall not be lethal. Lockhart added with a smile directed at the students in the audience. 1, 2, 3. Simultaneously, Lockhart and Snape raised their wands before their chests, aiming at each other. Disarm, Snape shouted. A brilliant beam of red light erupted from his wand, striking Lockhart squarely in the chest. Before he could react, Gilderoy Lockhart was sent flying, his wand slipping from his grasp and landing on the floor below. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, particularly the Slytherins, who cheered with fervor. A few girls rushed over to check on Lockhart, but he quickly regained his footing, shaking his head. Did you all witness that? That was the disarming charm. Remarkably effective, without taking a life, it can efficiently disarm an opponent. Lockhart's head had fallen, and his robes were marred with several stains, rendering him rather disheveled. I trust Professor Snape will not take offense. His intent was quite apparent. Had I wished to intervene, it would have taken minimal effort. My aim was merely to provide you with a vivid demonstration of the charm's efficacy, hence my deliberate exposure to its effects. Ah, thank you, Miss Patil. Parvati Patil handed him the wand he had lost. Now, I would like 2 students to come forth and demonstrate the charm we just witnessed. How about Mr. Cormac and Mr. Diggory? Noticing signs of Snape's growing ire, Lockhart swiftly changed the subject. You may utilize the disarming charm or any other spell of your choosing. Andre Camichael and Cedric Diggory ascended the stage, standing face to face. The tension between rivals was palpable. Very well, bow, and prepare, Lockhart bellowed, prompting both to simultaneously brandish their wands. Disarm, Cedric Diggory shouted, a crimson beam hurtling towards Andre. In response, Andre elegantly waved his wand. Protego. The disarming spell was effortlessly deflected, proving utterly ineffective. As Cedric prepared to cast his next incantation, Andre's counterattack surged towards him. Leg-locking curse. Petrificus totalis. 2 beams of light erupted in succession from Andre's wand, striking Cedric's chest with force after a brief pause. Cedric had no chance to resist. He was petrified. Rigidly collapsing to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with the Ravenclaws particularly exuberant, while Harry and Hermione cheered loudly. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson, along with their Slytherin peers, offered their respects to the victor. Only the Hufflepuffs wore expressions of dismay, lamenting the defeat of their house pride. Cho fervently clapped her hands, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Lockhart rushed forward to assess Cedric Diggory's injuries, while Andre, wand stowed away, descended the stage with an air of nonchalance. Absolutely splendid, Andre, Cho exclaimed, linking her arm with his, her smile beaming. He was not proficient in dueling. He was hardly my match, Andre replied with a slight smile, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned champion. As they spoke, Lockhart bounded back onto the stage. We are indeed fortunate. Professor Flitwick has graciously come to observe our training session. Many of you may not know this, but Professor Flitwick was the champion of the All-England Dueling Championship in his youth and possesses remarkable skill in dueling. Alas, during that time, I was preoccupied with vanquishing the Banshee of Wailing, and thus could not compete, he laughed, eliciting peculiar expressions from the students on stage. After my persistent requests, Professor Flitwick has generously agreed to perform a complete duel for us. Now, let us welcome Professor Flitwick to the stage, Lockhart proclaimed. The audience buzzed with excitement. Even the Slytherins, who revered strength. The cheers from the Ravenclaws were thunderous, nearly overwhelming the entire hall. Cho, focus your attention. Be sure to observe closely. Professor Flitwick's dueling prowess is far beyond Lockhart's, Andre advised, equally exhilarated, though his expression soon shifted to astonishment. Mr. Camichael, would you assist me in demonstrating this duel? Professor Flitwick asked with a smile as he stepped onto the stage. Though of diminutive stature, none present dared to underestimate his formidable abilities. It would be my honor, Professor. Andre replied after a brief pause, returning to the stage. This was a duel of Ravenclaw, albeit an asymmetrical contest, one side. The esteemed head of Ravenclaw and an unparalleled dueling master. The other, a second-year student renowned for his scholarly pursuits and Quidditch prowess, yet lacking any notable talent in combat. Almost everyone presumed that Andre would succumb at the first opportunity, and exhibited neither fear nor excessive excitement. He steadied his mind, exchanged formalities with Professor Flitwick, and then raised his wand, prepared for battle. As Gilderoy Lockhart's 3 words barely escaped his lips, Ender encased himself in the ironclad charm once more. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick, with a flick of his wand, chose not to launch a direct assault like Cedric, but instead enveloped himself in 2 layers of protective shields. Taking the time to elucidate, as you can see, the most crucial aspect of dueling, and indeed wizarding combat, is always to first shield oneself. One must strive to maintain an invulnerable position. While he spoke, his hands were in constant motion as a beam of red light shot towards Ender. Andre did not brace himself against the impending threat. Rather, he anticipated the trajectory of the light and, in a moment of peril, deftly turned to evade it. As you have witnessed, Andre chose not to rely on the ironclad charm, but instead opted for agile footwork to dodge the attack. This is of utmost necessity in combat, particularly when facing multiple adversaries. Relying solely on protective spells is a recipe for inevitable defeat. The spell Disarming Charm was swiftly cast, and an invisible ripple flashed before us. Only for Professor Flitwick's wand to negate it with a single flick, rendering the ripple utterly non-existent. Many spells possess corresponding counterspells, and employing these counterspells can effortlessly thwart an opponent's assault, as demonstrated moments ago with the Disarming Charm. This strategy conserves one's defensive spells but demands an exceptionally high level of foresight. A misjudgment in selecting the correct counterspell could lead to dire consequences, even death. His final utterance was particularly loud, startling many students who were intently watching. With a wave of his wand, Professor Flitwick conjured several orbs of light that did not target Andre but instead struck the ground around him, scattering with shavings across the floor. In combat, restricting an opponent's movement is second only to self-preservation. Earlier, Andre had first utilized a swiftly cast leglocker curse against Cedric to limit his evasion, thereby granting ample time to prepare the longer incantation of the petrification spell. Had Cedric been able to dodge, the duel would not have concluded so swiftly. Andre did not evade the luminous sphere. Instead, he steadfastly withstood the explosion of one of the orbs with his ironclad spell, emerging from the enveloping range of Professor Flitwick's assault, and swiftly replenished his protective enchantments. Oh, behold, Andre's choice was particularly astute. Typically, spells designed to constrain an opponent's movement are instantaneously triggered, boasting considerable range or rapid speed, yet their potency often leaves much to be desired. Relying on nimble footwork to evade or fortifying oneself with protective spells can render the opponent's intentions futile. Furthermore, after enduring the attack, Andre promptly reinforced his own protective enchantments. Such a practice is worthy of emulation and study. Maintaining essential caution during combat ensures that your body remains enveloped in as much protection as possible. Professor Flitwick elucidated rapidly, while his wand incessantly unleashed a barrage of magic, demonstrating the profound mastery of wandless spellcasting. Not only were the students captivated, but a flicker of admiration also crossed Severus Snape's pallid, brooding visage, though it swiftly vanished without a trace. Andre found himself increasingly strained. The shield charm was depleting at an alarming rate, signifying that the time he could allocate to offense was diminishing, compelling him to prioritize the protective spells. Professor Flitwick, with a swift flick of his wand, unleashed 3 streaks of crimson light, barely shattering his final shield charm. "Professor, I concede," Andre declared resolutely, stepping out of the dueling circle and lowering his wand. Continuing would only result in his wand being disarmed. It was far more dignified to acknowledge defeat than to appear foolish. Excellent, Professor Flitwick responded, sheathing his wand. When one possesses a distinct advantage in power, one can swiftly vanquish an adversary with overwhelming force. For instance, the trio of stunning spells I just cast upon Mr. Carmichael was sufficient to dismantle all his defenses. Of course, should the powers be evenly matched, one must prioritize self-preservation. Flitwick's words seemed to directly undermine Lockhart, who had been effortlessly dispatched by Snape in a single exchange. Remarkably, Lockhart maintained his composure, wearing a smile that suggested he was oblivious to the implications. Ultimately, unless one's life is at stake, upon recognizing a significant disparity in strength, it is prudent to concede. It is far better to suffer embarrassment than to risk one's life. With that, Professor Flitwick nodded to the assembled students and descended from the stage. The audience erupted into a resounding applause, paying homage to this unassuming yet formidable professor. "Andre, are you all right?" Autumn inquired anxiously as she approached him after he left the stage, filled with admiration for Flitwick's insights. "I'm fine, Autumn." He grasped her delicate hand, which felt cool and slightly clammy, evidently a result of her nervousness. To be bested by Professor Flitwick is an honor. The lessons he imparts are truly worthy of our study, and that is the greatest takeaway from our gathering tonight. "Enough," Snape announced as he ascended the stage, his tone icy, dousing the students' excitement sparked by the intense duel between Professor Flitwick and Andre. The hall fell silent once more. "It is now time to put into practice what you have learned today. Pair up and begin your exercises." Andre and Cho stepped aside to practice together, drawing the attention of several amicable classmates who gathered nearby to observe and emulate them. Hermione intended to beckon Harry to join them, but was intercepted by Snape. "Potter, you may commence your practice now." Snape's voice remained as somber as ever, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. He turned to Hermione, hoping to partner with her. But Snape had other plans. "Draco, come here. You can practice with Potter. Let us see what our esteemed savior has gleaned this evening." Snape's sinister chuckle echoed through the room. "As for you, Granger, I believe Miss Millicent would be a fitting partner for you." Draco Malfoy strutted over, Millicent following closely behind. She was tall and robust, her cheeks broader than her forehead, and her chin was notably prominent. In contrast to Hermione's slender frame, Millicent's physique could easily dwarf her. Hermione managed a weak smile, but Millicent merely tilted her head back, gazing down at Hermione with a look that sent chills down her spine. "Now bow," Snape commanded. "Raise your wands, and take your bows. 1, 2, 3. Harry and Malfoy barely bowed, exchanging stiff nods instead. As soon as the count concluded, Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Ric Decempra." A beam of light shot forth from his wand, striking Malfoy. However, Malfoy had already acted when Snape counted to 2. His spell hitting Harry first, causing him to double over in pain. Malfoy, gasping for breath after being struck by Harry's spell, maintained his focus on Harry and shouted, "Tarantaligra. Protego." Without hesitation, Harry countered with the shield charm. Although second-year students had yet to learn such spells, typically reserved for fourth-year lessons, Harry had practiced under Andre's guidance, achieving a modest success rate. Fortune smiled upon him as the charm worked, reflecting Malfoy's spell back at Millicent, who began to dance uncontrollably, her heavy legs moving against her will. In a desperate attempt to avoid being attacked by Hermione, she lunged towards her, pinning her down. "Stop! Stop!" Lockhart shouted, leaping about in a futile effort to quell the chaos of the duel. But his attempts bore no fruit. Snape's cold laughter pierced the air as he seized control of the situation. "Impedimenta!" he bellowed, raising his wand. All magical effects ceased. Malfoy stopped laughing. Millicent ceased her frenzied movements. Seamus gasped for breath. Stuart, released from his leg-locking spell, finally stood still. "Excellent. I instructed you to practice diligently, not to turn this place into utter chaos." Snape's voice was as chilling as the winds from the depths of the underworld. "I've changed my mind. I now require a pair of students to demonstrate how to counteract an opponent's spell." His gaze first fell upon Andre. Chio gripped his hand nervously, and Andre squeezed her hand reassuringly, meeting Snape's gaze without flinching. Snape averted his eyes. "How about Longbottom and Finnegan?" Lockhart perked up, seemingly rejuvenated by the idea. "I don't believe that is prudent," Snape replied softly. "Professor Lockhart, you may not be aware that Longbottom's magic is known for its unpredictability and potency. A disarming spell could prove fatal. If we wish to avoid difficult explanations to Mr. and Mrs. Finnegan, it would be best to select a different pair. Perhaps Potter and Malfoy?" "Excellent idea, Severus," Lockhart agreed cheerfully. "I can teach them how to deal with dark curses, I've had ample experience battling werewolves. Reluctantly, Harry and Malfoy approached, preparing to receive instruction. Harry, all you need to do is this. Lockhart pulled him forward. He waved his wand in an elaborate flourish. But in his clumsiness, it fell to the ground with a thud. Did you see that? Just follow my lead. Lockhart awkwardly retrieved his wand. Harry was about to ask him to demonstrate again, as he couldn't very well just go up there and mimic wand movements. But Snape had already whispered something to Malfoy, who approached with a smug grin, casting Harry a challenging glance. Resigned, Harry steeled himself for the duel. First, bow. Then, prepare. 1, 2, 3. This time, Malfoy waited until the count reached 3 before making his move. He raised his wand high and shouted, Serpensortia. The tip of his wand exploded, and a black snake sprang forth, hissing and poised to strike. Harry was taken aback by Malfoy's summoning of a creature, momentarily frozen. The surrounding girls recoiled in fear from the snake. Andre felt Chio's grip on his hand tighten, and he comfortingly patted her hand. All right, Potter. I know you can't handle this. I'll take care of it, Snape said lazily, stepping forward. However, Lockhart was quicker, eager to redeem himself in front of the students. He raised his wand at the snake and, with a loud bang, sent it soaring 3 feet into the air before it fell heavily back to the ground. The lethargic creature, now agitated, raised half its body off the ground, its crest standing tall as it faced Neville Longbottom, hissing menacingly. Neville appeared terrified, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward. Back off, don't attack him, Harry instinctively shouted, hastening forward without understanding why. He pointed his wand at the snake. To everyone's astonishment, the snake began to calm. Andre swore he heard Harry produce a series of hissing sounds rather than any known human language. Though already aware of Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, this was the first time he truly witnessed it. He couldn't help but gaze at Harry with a mixture of wonder and apprehension as he helped Neville to his feet. Snape regarded Harry with a look that was no less unsettling than Andre's. With a flick of his wand, the snake dissipated into thin air. What a remarkable turn of events. He, too, fixed his intense gaze upon Harry. Harry sensed the weight of everyone's eyes upon him, their expressions a blend of astonishment and unease, leaving him feeling utterly alienated from the world. He stumbled back to the Gryffindor common room, disoriented. He couldn't recall how he exited the Great Hall, ascended the stone staircase, recited the password, or settled into a chair. All he could remember was the collective gaze of bewilderment directed at him, a sensation he wished never to relive. Now, he was acutely sensitive to such looks. Upon his return, even Ron regarded him with a strange expression that left him feeling unusually agitated. Yet, amidst it all, he found solace in the presence of friends who cared. A hand clapped him on the shoulder, startling him. He turned to find Hermione standing there. Fortunately, Hermione's expression remained composed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Come with me, Harry. Perhaps there are matters you need to discuss. He followed Hermione out of the Gryffindor Tower and into an empty classroom where 2 individuals awaited, Andre and Chio. Harry, I know you are astonished and displeased. However, we must first clarify the situation, Andre stated. What do you want me to say, Andre? I have no idea what has transpired or why everyone is looking at me in that manner. What have I done wrong? Harry queried, bewildered. His tone was somewhat brusque, indicative of his profound frustration. Well, Harry, we must first understand why you have never mentioned that you are a Parselmouth and why you chose to reveal it at such a moment. What were you thinking? Hermione interjected. Parselmouth? What is that? I have never heard of it, Harry replied, still feeling quite dejected. Harry, Parselmouth refers to the ability to converse with snakes. Chio gently explained. When that snake attempted to attack Neville Longbottom, you jumped in and spoke in Parseltongue, leading everyone to believe you were inciting the snake to attack. Well, I had no idea I was speaking another language at that moment, Harry said, his head drooping in despair. But what does it matter? I was trying to prevent the snake from attacking Neville. The snake's action should clarify my intentions. What you said is not what matters, Harry. The crucial point is that you spoke in Parseltongue. Andre's voice grew somber. Exhibiting Parseltongue alone is sufficient for most to harbor animosity towards you. Why? I bet many wizards can do that, Harry protested. Because Parseltongue is one of the hallmark abilities of Salazar Slytherin, Hermione's voice rang out. The Slytherin lineage is the only known bloodline of Parselmouths, including Voldemort. And you showcased this ability at such a precarious moment. It spells trouble. There is no point in discussing it further, Harry. We can only hope that time will vindicate you. Once the mandrakes mature, your innocence can be proven, she concluded. After conversing with Andre and the others, Harry felt a persistent fog in his mind. Andre's assertion that only time could clear his name incited a desire within him to take action. Harry was aware that Neville Longbottom had been buried in his studies in the library lately. He resolved to seek Neville out and clarify matters. However, upon entering the library, he overheard whispers from behind the bookshelves. I dare say Neville Longbottom is the next target. Though he is of pure blood, he is obviously no different from a Muggleborn. And Harry Potter knows this all too well, a rough male voice declared. I mean, for the heir of Slytherin. It must be more urgent to eliminate the impurities within pure bloods than to clear out Muggles, such as Neville and the Weasley family, another voice continued. Harry quickly conjured an image in his mind of a tall, burly boy. But how can you be certain it's Harry? A light, female voice inquired. Hannah. Speaking with snakes is the specialty of dark wizards. No light wizard excels in this area. And the Dark Lord himself is the most renowned Parselmouth among those still living beneath Slytherin, another male voice responded. Harry Potter likely possesses Slytherin's bloodline. He is the genuine heir of Slytherin. Who would have thought? Harry has always been kind to everyone. I never imagined he would be the heir of Slytherin. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The female voice remarked, tinged with trepidation. Harry recognized this as Hannah Abbott, a fellow student from Hufflepuff. It must be quite a significant undertaking to determine whom to eliminate and whom to spare, the previously heard rough male voice added. Harry could no longer endure the conversation. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. Excuse me, do you know where Neville Longbottom is? I would like to speak with him. What do you want to do? Hannah Abbott stepped forward defiantly. Neville is our good friend. We would never betray him. I merely wish to discuss what transpired with that snake in the dueling club. Harry explained, exasperated. We all saw what happened. There is no need for you to explain. We will never betray Neville. The owner of the earlier male voice interjected. Harry recognized it as Ernie. Let me tell you, you can check my family's lineage. For 9 generations, we have been wizards, and our bloodline is as pure as anyone's. He hastily added, I don't care about his bloodline. Harry stormed out of the library in fury. He remembered that his next class was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. And he had not brought his textbook, so he decided to return to the tower to fetch it. As he ascended a flight of stairs, he encountered a scene that froze his blood. Neville Longbottom lay rigidly on the ground, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, evidently petrified. Beside him floated nearly headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower, in an eerie state. Instead of his usual ethereal whiteness, he was enveloped in swirling black smoke. He remained motionless, his expression grotesque, with his head hanging limply to one side. Harry's first instinct was to flee, but Peeves burst onto the scene. The commotion he caused attracted nearby teachers and students, leaving Harry speechless. Andre, preoccupied with his own matters, lacked the inclination or ability to defend Harry at that moment. He had originally planned to travel abroad with Chio during the Christmas holiday, but a letter from Count Camichael shattered his plans. The Count informed him that he must return home during the Christmas break. It was time for him to contribute to the family. The Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station in London, and students poured out, rushing towards their waiting parents and relatives. The sounds of collisions, farewells, and greetings created a cacophony, even drowning out the train's whistle. This Christmas holiday, an unusually large number of students chose to return home rather than remain at school. The series of recent attacks, particularly nearly headless Nick's close encounter, left many feeling anxious. Thus, aside from Hermione, Harry, and the Weasley siblings who had to remain at school due to Mrs. Weasley visiting Bill, only a few, such as Malfoy, remained to observe the developments of their plans. Andre, summoned by Count Camichael, bid farewell to the autumn and returned home. Count Andre awaited him in the study. Father, I have returned, Andre greeted respectfully upon entering, instinctively taking up the teapot to brew tea. Andre, the reason I called you back is that there is a matter requiring your attention. The Count's voice bore an unusual hesitation, as if he struggled to articulate the issue at hand. Please, Father, command me. For the family's needs. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. Andre pondered briefly, genuinely perplexed as to what task could possibly necessitate the involvement of a second-year student like himself. Although he bore the title of a prodigy, his combat prowess was merely superior to that of an average adult wizard. Thus, it seemed improbable that any battle would fall to him unless it were absolutely unavoidable. Well, you see, Dumbledore is currently striving to secure the support of the Giants and Centaurs, while the Dark Lord has the Dementors as his loyal subordinates. Although werewolves have traditionally allied with our pure blood families, we cannot rely on Greyback's loyalty if circumstances turn unfavorable. Therefore, we require additional allies. The purpose of calling you here is to hope you can serve as an envoy for the family. Count Camichael hesitated for a moment before revealing his intention. An envoy? Andre was taken aback. As the sole heir of the Camichael family, he was indeed qualified for such a role, though he was uncertain as to whom he would be sent to contact. Fortunately, Count Camichael quickly alleviated his confusion. You must first travel to France to visit the Draco family. Then, together with a representative from the Draco family, you will proceed to engage with the Bloodline. We need to strengthen our connections with our friends in France and our old allies in the Bloodline. A note of concern echoed in the Count's voice. After all, the Bloodline was notoriously unpredictable. Despite the historical alliances shared with various pureblood families, it was uncertain whether success could be attained this time. This mission indeed bore its dangers. However, as one of the leaders among pureblood families, the Camichael family could not shy away from contributing to the advancement of their lineage. They must also possess the experience of navigating perilous situations to earn the recognition of their allies. It was clear that Count Camichael had made up his mind. His words seemed less a means of reassuring Andre and more a self-encouragement. Father, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to fulfill this mission. Andre understood he had no alternative but to brace himself for the challenge. In France, Paris, in the Bourbon Palace district, lay the Draco family. The Bourbon Palace district, located on the southern bank of the Seine, is expansive and houses world-renowned Muggle landmarks such as the Eiffel Tower and Napoleon's tomb, making it the heart of Paris. The Draco family's ability to establish a manor in this area, while benefiting from the wizarding ability to employ spatial expansion charms, also reflects their considerable power in France, rightfully earning the title of the foremost family in the land of the Franks. Ender made a formal visit, ensuring that he presented himself with utmost decorum, mindful not to commit any faux pas. Welcome, Ender. It is truly delightful to see you again, greeted Madame Draco, her face aglow with warmth as she emerged from the drawing room. Unlike the typical patriarch of an English wizarding family, Monsieur Draco held a prominent position within the French Ministry of Magic and was seldom present at the estate. Consequently, Madame Draco naturally assumed full responsibility for overseeing the manor's affairs, including hosting guests. Madam, it is an honor. Your elegance remains as captivating as ever. Which brings me great joy, Ender said respectfully, bowing slightly. Madame Draco possessed an enchanting grace and dignified demeanor, though she had surpassed 30 years. She appeared no older than 25 or 26, exuding a certain alluring vitality. His compliment was not mere flattery. Ah, dear Ender, you are too kind, she replied with a chuckle. Please, come in and have a seat. She ushered him into the parlor, where a house elf promptly served tea. Mother, we have arrived. Two voices chimed in unison. Ender recognized them instantly as Fleur Draco and Gabrielle Draco, the sisters he had met the previous Christmas. Their silvery, satin-like hair and irresistibly attractive features made a lasting impression. Good day, Mr. Camichael. The sisters curtsied gracefully, and he stood to return the gesture. However, upon noticing the glimmer of mischief in Fleur's eyes and the slight curve of her lips, he recalled the playful rolling ball game they had gifted him last year, causing him a momentary headache. Ender, I trust your father has informed you that you are to establish contact with the Bloodline. This is a significant matter that requires thorough preparation, Madame Draco stated. Yes, madam. I had made ample preparations before coming to France. While I cannot claim absolute confidence, I believe the Bloodline will not pose undue difficulties. It is indeed a responsibility of our families, and replied respectfully. Excellent, young Ender. The Camichael family is fortunate to have you as its heir, Madame Draco praised. The long-standing friendship between the Draco and Camichael families meant they were willing to offer their full support if needed. For this mission to the Bloodline, Fleur shall accompany you. Thank you for your generosity, madam, but this mission is not without its risks. Having Miss Draco accompany me may not be prudent, Ender replied, though he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Do not worry, Ender. The Draco family holds a certain influence in France, and having Fleur by your side will afford you greater safety, Madame Draco concluded with a smile. Fleur gracefully stood and approached Ender. Ender, I trust that you will take good care of me during this journey, she said, her radiant smile captivating him momentarily. Enough. Madame Draco seemed quite aware of her daughter's penchant for mischief and relieved Ender of his awkwardness. Fleur, Ender has traveled a long way and appears somewhat hungry. Let us proceed to dine. She led the way to the dining room, Ender closely following, only to catch Fleur casting him a triumphant smile. The Bloodline, commonly referred to as vampires, held a notorious reputation in Europe, feared by ordinary people. However, for wizards, the Bloodline was no different from werewolves. Although both were major factions, The Bloodline's clan structure was more organized and discreet than the werewolf tribes. Their smaller population and reliance on innate combat abilities meant they could not alter their status as a subordinate race. The world ultimately belonged to humanity. During Voldemort's reign of terror, his name echoed across Europe, instilling fear even in children. The werewolves and Bloodline, primarily vassals of various pure-blood families at the time, had their family members who joined Voldemort's ranks take away their powers to support his fight against Dumbledore. After Voldemort suffered an unprecedented defeat at the hands of Harry Potter, the werewolves returned to pledge their loyalty, while the Bloodline lay low in France, nursing their wounds and regaining strength. Of course, although they lay low, it would not be difficult for established families like the Dracos to locate their stronghold. After bidding farewell to Madame Draco, Ender and Fleur set off for the ancient Bloodline castle in the Rick Valley. As neither had been there before and the distance was too great for apparition, they opted to ride broomsticks, traveling day and night toward their destination. In the study of the Bloodline castle, a stunning woman clad in an aristocratic gown sat behind a desk, perusing a tome. A pale-faced manservant in formal attire knocked and entered. "Your Highness, 2 guests have arrived," he announced respectfully. "Oh, who is visiting? It has been some time since we had friends," the beautiful woman replied, her brows arching in surprise. They introduced themselves as Ender Camichael and Fleur Draco. The manservant lowered his gaze, too timid to meet her eyes. "Oh, Camichael and Draco? It seems we have some old friends visiting," the woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Please escort them to the parlor. I shall join them shortly." In the parlor, Ender and Fleur sat upright and composed, sipping their tea calmly, displaying no signs of unease, while several servants stood respectfully around them. "Ah, it has been a while since we welcomed friends," a light laugh rang out. Fleur looked up to see a striking woman in a white dress. With golden hair and blue eyes, her voluptuous figure exuding allure. Fleur, confident in her own beauty, felt a pang of insecurity upon seeing this woman, yet was simultaneously entranced. Cough. Ender cleared his throat, snapping Fleur back to reality. Realizing she had been manipulated, she cast a grateful glance at Ender, who remained composed and unaffected, earning her admiration. "Your hospitality is truly a revelation, Your Highness," Ender bowed respectfully. Though he had been captivated by Fleur's beauty, it was effortless and natural, whereas the Bloodline princess's allure was contrived and ultimately less appealing. "I never expected to receive guests from the Camichael and Draco families. I am Princess Elia Toric of the Bloodline. Please call me Elia," she said with a warm smile. "Ender Camichael and Fleur Draco extend their greetings to you, Your Highness." They both stood to bow, marking the beginning of their conversation. "Ender, Fleur, I wonder what brings you here during the Christmas holidays. Are you visiting family or friends?" The princess inquired with a smile in her eyes, focusing on them intently. "Elia, we have come to renegotiate the alliance between our families and the Bloodline," Ender stated directly. "I am delighted to know that old friends still remember us." Elia smiled, though her expression turned serious. "However, our Bloodline has sustained significant losses. For now, it is crucial that we recuperate, and we cannot afford to engage in conflict. Elia, we do not wish to conceal the truth from you. According to our sources, the Dark Lord is on the verge of resurrection, and war will soon reignite. Do you believe you have the luxury to remain uninvolved?" Ender asked, his tone grave. "If the Dark Lord truly returns, we shall, of course, follow our previous customs and fight for him." Elia feigned ignorance, her eyes innocent. "Your Highness, you are surely aware that the Dark Lord's resurrection relies on Horcruxes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Andre had long been prepared. Aya, you should be well acquainted with Dumbledore. For him, half-blood wizards are a cornerstone. Blood traders and werewolves are always adversaries. Not to mention, would he dare to risk offending those who once battled alongside you? Even if he were bold enough, would you not fear that he might seek retribution after vanquishing the Dark Lord?" Furong interjected. "The interests of our pure-blood families diverge from theirs. Only we can genuinely embrace blood traders as our allies. Furthermore, we have a history of collaboration spanning many years, which has fostered a substantial foundation of mutual trust. At the very least, I am convinced that your decision to ally with us is undoubtedly the most advantageous." "Very well, Andre Furong. I must concede that you are among the wisest individuals I have encountered at your age," Alia sighed. "Now, let us engage in a thorough discussion regarding the particulars." Ender and Furong departed from the ancient castle, soaring towards Paris on their enchanted broomsticks. "Ender, do you not find this alliance rather too smooth?" Furong inquired, bewildered, as the ease of their endeavor was beyond her imagination, devoid of the anticipated perils. Furong, they are not foolish, Ender chuckled. Playing both sides is second nature to them. I assure you, they possess more than one treaty in hand. Should either the Dark Lord or the White Wizard gain overwhelming advantage, they will certainly join in the fray against the vanquished. Only when the two sides are evenly matched will they remain passive, thus granting us the opportunity for negotiation. Indeed, the bloodline is cunning, surpassing even that of werewolves. My father has mentioned this as well. Furong nodded in agreement, then recalled something. You just stated that the Dark Lord Horcrux is in our possession. Is that true? Of course not. It is merely a necessity to have something to keep them at bay. Without a means to assert control, we would not have exited the castle so effortlessly. Ender replied with a mischievous grin. I once thought you quite honest. Furong smirked, realizing that Ender too was adept at deception. Thus, Furong, these allies cannot be relied upon. We can only depend on ourselves. Ender concluded. We must hasten our pace. Certainly, I cannot divulge to you that I am aware of the whereabouts of Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's cup, nor can I reveal that Riddle's diary lies within Hogwarts. Riding on their broomsticks, Ender mused. Returning to the bustling streets of France, akin to Diagon Alley in England, Ender accompanied Furong as they strolled down the Boulevard de Fleurs. Since their return from the Bloodline's castle, with ample time before Christmas, Ender accepted Lady Dracula's invitation to stay at the Dracula estate, treating it as a festive retreat. Over the past few days, he and Furong had grown considerably closer, becoming quite good friends. Gabrielle Dracula was an exceedingly charming young girl. Far from the stiff formality she displayed during their initial meetings, instead, she was vibrant and delightful. Ender found himself captivated by her tales and games, much to Furong's chagrin. Today, as Ender accompanied Furong to the Boulevard de Fleurs without Gabrielle, she had sulked during breakfast, compelling Ender to sign several unequal treaties. To be honest, I feel like an outsider. You are more of her brother. Furong lamented as they walked along the boulevard. Alas, it is not my intention. Charm is simply unavoidable. Ender shrugged. For reasons unknown, Ender found himself particularly relaxed around Furong. While he felt at ease with Autumn as well, there lingered a sense of respect, admiring her gentleness and forbearance. In contrast, Furong resembled a close confidant, free to jest and tease without fear of her wrath. The boulevard was adorned with meticulously arranged marble, and due to the absence of heavy vehicles in the wizarding world, concerns of damage to the surface were non-existent. A simple reinforcement charm could resolve all issues, supplemented by a periodic cleaning spell. The romantic essence of the French atmosphere was reflected in the verdant trees and blooming flowers lining the avenue, with enchanting magic ensuring year-round floral displays, making it evident that it surpassed Diagon Alley in aesthetics. It seemed Furong had not ventured out shopping for quite some time, dragging Ender enthusiastically from store to store, primarily to explore clothing boutiques. The Dracula family employed their own tailors, rendering shopping unnecessary. Yet she relished the joy of trying on new outfits. Oh, Ender, come help me decide on this dress. What do you think? Ender, seated in the waiting area and listlessly gazing out at the vibrant boulevard, had hoped to spend time at the Flourish and Blotz branch instead. But Furong had resolutely declined his proposal. As a gentleman, it is quite inappropriate to abandon your companion at such a time. Furong's tone was gentle, yet her words were firm. Ender swore he caught a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Thus, feeling the constraints of his self-imposed gentlemanly duties, Ender reluctantly entered the clothing store, waiting patiently for the spirited Miss Furong to finish her trials. Andre heard the call of Furong and rose to his feet, taking a few steps toward the changing room. Furong had emerged from among the hangars, leaving Andre momentarily spellbound. The mischievous sprite he had just seen had vanished, replaced by a bashful visage, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, her head bowed modestly, and her starry eyes half closed. The delicate contours of her brows and the corners of her eyes radiated a luminosity unique to a girl raised along the banks of the Seine. She had exchanged her earlier wizard's robe for a deep black gown, which complemented her radiant silver hair flawlessly. Compared to typical evening dresses, this gown was notably conservative, revealing neither back nor décolletage, with only her swan-like, elegantly elongated neck presenting her beauty to the audience. Furong's figure was already exceptional, and this black dress accentuated her curves, exuding an indescribable allure. The long hem concealed her ankles, revealing only a pair of exquisitely delicate feet, immaculate and enticingly rosy, even outshining her crystal-embellished high heels. As she walked, the skirt fluttered, unveiling a silver chain adorning her right ankle, adding a playful touch. "Sir, you are truly fortunate. Your girlfriend is simply remarkable," exclaimed the nearby witch, clearly astonished, as if she herself had not anticipated the perfect harmony between Furong and her elegant gown. Andre finally regained his senses. Upon seeing his expression, Furong discreetly pressed her lips together, refraining from correcting the witch's misnomer. "Madam, please wrap this gown for us," Andre stated without hesitation. "No, Andre, it's just to try it on. There's no need to purchase it," Furong softly interjected. Her intention was not to buy clothes, but merely to indulge in a girl's innate desire to showcase her beauty. "Please wrap it up," Andre persisted, ignoring Furong's words. He produced a Gringotts gold card and handed it to the witch proprietor. "Thank you, sir. That will be 1,570 galleons." The witch returned the wrapped gown along with the gold card. "We welcome your next visit." As they exited the boutique, Furong continued to chide Andre. "You really didn't need to spend so much. I had no intention of buying anything." Furong's tone shifted, shedding her previous shyness and gentility, now resembling an exuberant girl next door. "You look truly exquisite in this dress. It would be a shame not to purchase it." Andre adjusted. "If I don't buy it, Merlin himself will not forgive me. Consider it your Christmas gift. You are not allowed to ask for anything else." Furong's face flushed crimson as she recalled the whimsical gift of a set of 10-pin bowling balls from the previous year, feeling bashful yet still unwilling to relent. "That one deal. A deal is a deal. This is merely a gift from a friend accompanying me on a shopping trip. Christmas gifts must be counted separately. In matters of unreasonable debate, men shall forever find themselves outmatched by women. This principle applies equally to both muggles and wizards." Andre, perceiving the futility of further resistance, raised his hands in surrender. They strolled for another 2 hours, and as dusk approached, despite France's reputation for vibrant nightlife, the bookstores and broomstick shops along Flower Avenue began to close. They hastened to the Honeyduke's branch on Flower Avenue to purchase some candy for little Gabrielle, preparing to head back to the Drackle Manor. While Flower Avenue permitted apparition, Drackle Manor was fortified with numerous protective measures forbidding direct apparition, thus necessitating considerable effort to return home. The surrounding wizards hurriedly vanished, each operating away, either rushing home to prepare dinner or to attend gatherings. However, no one anticipated that on this bustling avenue of the French wizarding world, on the eve of Christmas, an unforeseen attack would unfold. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the avenue, causing everyone to turn in shock. The blast shattered the storefront of a potion shop, scattering countless ingredients like rain upon the crowd, interspersed with several crystal vials filled with finished potions. In an instant, spells flew wildly, and potion ingredients splattered everywhere. The magical energy in the vicinity was thrown into disarray. While casting spells remained possible, apparition had become impractical. Thus, Andre and Furong found themselves unwittingly caught in this sudden ambush. As the explosion rang out, Andre snapped back to reality. A passionate duelist, he had practiced since childhood with his parents and relatives and had never ceased after enrolling at Hogwarts. His skills had improved tremendously through participation in dueling clubs, especially in terms of reflexes. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around Furong, using his body as a shield and pressing her down to protect her. As the chaotic potion ingredients settled, the surviving wizards, having narrowly escaped death, drew their wands to retaliate against the assailants. However, it was dusk, the time of day when Flower Avenue saw the least foot traffic. The attackers had chosen this moment to strike, ensuring their ability to arrive and depart at will, minimizing their own casualties. The assailants were well prepared, numerous, and comprised of skilled fighters. The victims, caught off guard and disorganized, were quickly overwhelmed. Although a few adept wizards were among the attacked, they found themselves suppressed by the sheer volume of spells, forced to lie low amidst the rubble, unable to rise and retaliate. Andre lay upon the soft, fragrant body of the flower, yet devoid of any lascivious thoughts, intently listening to the incantations uttered by the wizards engaged in battle, striving to discern their identities through the spells being cast. The scene was chaotic, with bodies collapsing, flames raging, and lethal strikes manifesting, accompanied by even the dreaded Avada Kedavra. A chill ran through Andre's heart. These were dark wizards. The term dark wizard refers to a cohort that traverses the shadows. They are known for their nefarious deeds, be it plundering, mercilessly slaying the innocent, or ambushing and assassinating their targets. Some even operate under the auspices of others, engaging in clandestine activities, while others, the most despicable among them, specifically target muggles, earning themselves a fearsome reputation. For instance, The Death Eaters represent the largest and most infamous dark wizard faction in England. In this regard, Voldemort is not particularly terrifying. He is merely the head of this extensive underground syndicate. However, the destructive power and intimidation wielded by this gang are indeed formidable. These dark wizards, while evidently not Death Eaters, should not be underestimated, for those audacious enough to wreak havoc in Flower Avenue cannot possibly be benevolent. Andre cautiously lifted his head, glancing around before instructing Furong, "Lie still and do not move." Furong obediently nodded, and Andre crawled a few steps forward, peering out from behind a collapsed ruin. A dozen sorcerers clad in black robes were recklessly unleashing spells, turning the once vibrant and beautiful Floral Avenue into a scene of fire and blood. Men and women in robes of various colors were returning fire, yet the chaos was palpable, with anguished cries occasionally piercing the air, indicating that some had unfortunately been struck. Fiery inferno. Andre suddenly sprang to his feet, his wand aimed at one of the black-robed figures who was hastily casting a stunning spell to subdue an attacked wizard. A pillar of black flames erupted from beneath him, soaring several meters high. The dark sorcerer had no time to utter a sound before he was reduced to ashes. The fiery inferno spell, one of the most potent dark magics Andre had mastered, possessed immense offensive power, particularly destructive to the soul. Initially, he intended to use this magic against Voldemort's Horcruxes, but unexpectedly, he unleashed it upon a dark wizard first. Judging by its destructive force and lethality, it truly lived up to the reputation of dark magic. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, drawing the attention of 4 or 5 black-robed figures toward him. And beams of red and green light shot in his direction. Andre rolled to the ground, narrowly evading the attack as the spell shattered a corner of the broken wall, but failed to inflict any harm upon him. Seeing that others had joined the fray revitalized the spirits of the besieged wizards, who launched a counterattack. The dark wizards fought desperately to suppress them. But one more was injured in the skirmish. A leader, appearing to be a dark wizard, waved his hand, signaling 2 of his comrades to break away from the main group and encircle Andre. These 2 wizards approached cautiously the broken wall where Andre had taken cover. But they were unprepared for him to suddenly rise from a pile of stones at a 45-degree angle, shouting, all petrified. Unfortunately, the spell collided with the protective enchantment surrounding the dark wizard, ricocheting harmlessly away. Andre silently cursed his misfortune, as in his moment of desperation. He had forgotten the words of Professor Flitwick spoken during the dueling club. After being ambushed by a fierce fire spell, the dark wizards would undoubtedly be on high alert, adorned with protective charms, making it impossible to replicate the earlier surprise attack. He had no choice but to retreat once more behind the pile of stones for concealment. The 2 dark wizards quickly regained their composure. One of them raised his wand, aiming at the rubble, and uttered a sharp incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The scattered stones immediately flew apart, revealing Andre behind them. This spell, which had never before been employed in battle, proved to be the most suitable choice for clearing obstacles at that moment. It was indeed true that there were no spells unsuitable for combat, only wizards unskilled in the art of battle. Though he mentally applauded the cleverness of the spell, Andre was acutely aware that his adversaries would not spare him simply because of his admiration for their tactics. He swiftly cast an ironclad charm upon himself and rolled away from his position, pointing at a dark wizard rushing towards him, shouting, "Obstruct him." The obstruction spell worked wonders. As the charging dark wizard's prominent nose collided with an unseen barrier, causing him to see stars and feel a rush of warmth in his nostrils. Experienced as he was, the dark wizard relied on the protection of his ironclad charm and began to wildly brandish his wand, releasing several cutting curses to prevent Andre from seizing the opportunity to close in for a lethal strike. This reaction yielded unexpected results. Although his comrade's stunning spell aimed at Andre was deflected, it simultaneously drained the remaining strength of Andre's ironclad charm. One of the cutting curses grazed his side, opening a deep wound from which blood flowed freely. Indeed, the absolute disparity in power could not be compensated for by mere technique. Taking on 2 foes was a daunting challenge. As he contemplated this, Andre struggled to lift his right hand, disregarding the pain from his injury, and unleashed a fierce fire spell towards the 2 dark wizards. One of the dark wizards was consumed by the flames, while the other, sensing a lack of absolute confidence in dealing with Andre, chose to retreat. Seeing that the chaos he had intended to create was accomplished, the dark wizard leader commanded the remaining dark wizards to unleash a powerful barrage of spells in all directions before they withdrew into the depths of the ruins of the apothecary. evidently seeking some means of escape. Andre pressed his hand against the wound, taking a deep breath. A few steps away, Furong heard the cessation of combat and rose from the ground. Upon seeing his injury, she was about to call out to him, completely unaware of the crumbling wall overhead, which had been damaged by the dark sorcerer's spell before his retreat and was now on the verge of collapse. Andre lunged forward, propelling her delicate form away, and barely had time to cast an ironclad spell upon himself before he felt a tremendous force strike against his back. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he coughed up blood, darkness enveloping him as he slipped into unconsciousness. Following the Christmas holiday, despite their reluctance, the students returned to school. The castle, which had been steeped in silence throughout the festive break, once again buzzed with life and activity. Although a few incidents of attack had occurred, the school had yet to announce any cancellations, and Dumbledore along with the faculty still maintained a semblance of control. At least, that was the prevailing belief among most students. Andre played a significant role in this perception. His analysis of the Chamber of Secrets at the dining table had been disseminated by an unknown source, rapidly morphing into dozens of embellished versions that circulated throughout the school. His reputation soared to new heights, and he often found himself greeted with nods of acknowledgement as he walked the halls. Andre and Chio walked side by side down the corridor, having just exited the library, ready to return to the common room. Andre, have you noticed something peculiar? Chio suddenly inquired. What is it, Chio? Andre replied, perplexed. Is something amiss? He smiled and nodded at a passing classmate, who had just waved at him. No, it's about someone, Chio said. Haven't you noticed that we haven't seen Hermione in the library for 3 consecutive days? Indeed, Hermione was perhaps the most studious person in all of Hogwarts, possessing a seat in the library that everyone recognized as hers. It was a spot by the wall, right next to the castle's window, offering a view of the vast forbidden forest outside. Hermione had once told Andre that she adored this position, as the scenery outside brought her a sense of relaxation and joy, while also providing relief for her eyes. However, since the end of the Christmas holidays, Andre and Chio had not seen Hermione at her usual place. You're right. It seems Hermione must be in some kind of trouble. For her to neglect the library, it must be significant. But I doubt she's been attacked. Otherwise, the whole school would be buzzing about it. I'll find an opportunity to ask Harry. Andre agreed with a nod. In fact, he didn't need to inquire further. He already suspected that Hermione was likely grappling with the effects of a polyjuice potion. After their charms class, Andre made his way to the infirmary to visit Hermione. Chio had a transfiguration class to attend, and Andre could sense Hermione's subtle aversion towards her, so he opted not to invite her along. After his heartfelt conversation with Fleur, he felt his understanding of girls had significantly improved. Hermione, it's me, Andre. I've come to see you. Andre approached the bed indicated by Madame Pomfrey, only to find the curtains drawn. Rather than rudely pull them aside, he greeted her, expressing his deep understanding and respect for the unfortunate girl who was suffering from the potion's mishap. Andre? Is that you? Go away. Just leave, Hermione exclaimed, her voice laced with agitation upon hearing his name. She clutched the bottom of the curtains tightly, as if fearing he might force them open. Hermione, it's all right. I heard from Madame Pomfrey about your situation. You'll recover soon. Besides, we are friends. Do you think I am someone who only cares about appearances? Andre gently reassured her, feeling somewhat helpless as he navigated the sensitivities of young girls. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione slowly parted the curtains. Presently, she looked far from the hideous image Andre had imagined. Most of the fur on her face had faded, returning her features to their original state. After drinking the polyjuice potion, her cat-like golden eyes had returned to their natural brown, and the small ears atop her head had disappeared entirely. You look no different, Hermione. Honestly, you appear even cuter, Andre remarked with a smile. He spoke truthfully. Hermione's face retained a hint of feline characteristics, reminiscent of a Catwoman cosplay, which was indeed endearing. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, relieved by his earnest tone. What's this? Andre noticed a glimmer of gold peeking from beneath her pillow, resembling a card. It's just a get-well card. Nothing special, Hermione replied, resigned, as she pulled it out and handed it to Andre. Take a look for yourself. To Miss Granger, wishing you a swift recovery. Yours sincerely, Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor, member of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time recipient of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Andre facepalmed, exhaling a long sigh. Oh, Merlin. Is this a get-well card or a business card? Who knows? Hermione chuckled mischievously. Lockhart is always like this. ISNT he? I remember, Hermione, You circled all the defense against the dark arts classes with great enthusiasm, Andre teased. Otherwise, how do you explain hiding this card under your pillow and sleeping on it every night? I did not. Hermione's face turned crimson, unable to confess that she had hidden it to avoid his gaze. Why do you care about this? You should focus on Chio. She doesn't like Lockhart at all. Her voice trailed off as she suddenly found herself venting her pin-up feelings. Hey, there's nothing wrong with having a crush, Andre replied, seemingly oblivious to her last statement. It was undeniable that his talent for feigning ignorance had improved remarkably. Hermione glared at him, while he scratched his nose and grinned foolishly. By the way, Hermione, have you learned anything from Malfoy? Andre asked abruptly. No, Andre, what are you talking about? Hermione, having just emerged from her emotional turmoil, suddenly realized. You're trying to deceive me. Don't keep secrets from me. I know you are brewing the polyjuice potion. I could smell it on your robes during defense against the dark arts classes. Andre shrugged. Your appearance is a result of a mishap with the potion. I assent it? Yes. Hermione buried her face in her knees, her cheeks nearly as red as ripe tomatoes. How did you know we were asking Malfoy? It's simple. There aren't many students remaining at Hogwarts during Christmas, aside from Malfoy, who is a prime suspect. Who else could you have asked? Andre scoffed. But we didn't get anything. Harry disguised himself as Crabbe, but Malfoy said he didn't know anything. I believe he was telling the truth, Hermione said cautiously. Looking up at Andre. All right, Hermione, don't dwell on it. Focus on resting. I'll help look into this matter, he said, patting her head before leaving the infirmary. Remembering to draw the curtain, closed behind him. On the morning of February 14th, Andre and Chio arrived at the dining hall. However, they were unable to enter as a large crowd had gathered at the entrance, blocking their way. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. Hey, guys, move aside. What's going on? Andre heard Fred Weasley shout from the front, clearly not the only one confused. Let me enlighten you. A familiar cheerful voice chimed in as Lockhart bounded over. I've noticed the atmosphere at school has been rather dreary. So I approached Professor Dumbledore to request permission to help lift everyone's spirits. And today is the day. As the students began to squeeze into the dining hall, Andre and Chio followed the flow of bodies. The moment they stepped inside, they were taken aback by the lavish decorations. Pink drapes adorned the walls, complemented by vibrant blossoms of the same hue. The ceiling reflected the pale blue sky outside, with heart-shaped confetti gently cascading down. Many students, clutching bread and bacon, were desperately trying to keep the paper from landing on their food. Well, Andre sighed in resignation. I'm at a loss for words regarding Lockhart's taste. The dining hall, under such a display, had taken on a rather garish appearance. Chio nodded in agreement. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Lowert cheerfully ascended the podium and proclaimed. I am delighted to announce that today I have received greeting cards from 45 individuals, to whom I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I have taken the liberty of organizing this little program for everyone, and I sincerely hope you all will enjoy it. Andre noticed that the expressions of the teachers seated at the head table were far from pleasant. Professor Flitwick was fixated on his plate. Not even bothering to pick up his utensils, Professor McGonagall's hands trembled incessantly, causing her to spill more than half of her soup, and Snape's countenance was exceedingly grim. As though anyone daring to exhibit a cheerful demeanor would find themselves summarily penalized by 50 points. But there were some surprises. Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 gloomy-faced cherubs filed in, adorned with golden wings and clutching harps. Andre immediately remarked to Chio, what a spectacle. Chio nodded in agreement. The cherubs with greeting cards will assist you in delivering Valentine's messages. Lockhart exclaimed cheerfully. I am confident that my colleagues would be more than willing to assist you. Why not request Professor Snape's help in concocting a love potion? Professor Flitwick would surely be delighted to share his expertise in enchanting spells. And Professor Sprout possesses the most effective beauty potions. The atmosphere at the teacher's table grew increasingly oppressive. Professor Flitwick seemed to shrink behind the long table. Professor Sprout's face flushed red, as if she were on the verge of casting a curse at Lockhart, while Snape surveyed the dining hall with a dark glare, perhaps contemplating administering a lethal potion to any student audacious enough to solicit a love potion from him. I had no idea that Lockhart's entourage numbered 45. Andre commented to Chio as they strolled along the corridor outside the library. Throughout the day, the cherubs had been incessantly delivering love letters and messages in classrooms, much to the annoyance of nearly all the professors and most students. I cannot fathom how those classmates could be so infatuated with Lockhart. Chio shared Andre's sentiments. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a cherub serenading Harry Potter with Ginny Weasley's love letter, and judging by Harry's reaction, Andre believed he would rather endure an Avada Kedavra than face another public confession. At that moment, a cherub suddenly leaped out, blocking Chio's path. She nervously drew her wand, ready to silence it if it dared to sing. Fortunately, it was merely a love letter, devoid of additional messages. Chio opened it briefly and handed it to Andre. From Diggory, read it yourself. Truly tenacious. Andre couldn't help but admire Cedric Diggory for his persistence despite repeated rejections. I already have a boyfriend, Chio teased, confident in Diggory's lack of opportunity. Just as Andre was about to respond, another cherub sprang forth, this time obstructing his way. I voluntarily surrender, he declared, handing the letter directly to Chio without even opening it. Well done, worthy of encouragement. Chio beamed with pride, accepting the letter and stowing it in her bag for later consideration. As Ravenclaw's most popular girl, she had undoubtedly mastered the art of handling such matters. After dinner, Andre and Chio sat by the fireplace, warming themselves. Most Ravenclaws had gone out on dates, while a few others sought entertainment at various gatherings. Leaving the vast common room empty save for the two of them, Chio rummaged through her bag, pulling out stacks of books. You're 38, my 56, she counted, appearing quite pleased. It seems my popularity surpasses that of my boyfriend. Indeed, it seems luck is on my side. Andre chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings interrupted them. Turning to look, he saw Prunella burst through the window, landing directly on his shoulder. Oh no. The thought crossed Andre's mind just as Chio exclaimed, Hey, Prunella has brought you a letter. She instinctively began to unwrap the message. It was pink, and she held it up. Andre, may I open it? She asked. Well, go ahead. Andre nodded, bracing himself for a storm. My dear, it has been too long since we last met. How have you been? Thank you for the bracelet you gifted me. It is the finest Valentine's present I have received, though do not be jealous, it is the only one I have ever accepted. Mother and Gabrielle miss you dearly. But of course, I miss you the most. Kisses, your beloved, Fleur. As Chio read the letter slowly, Andre's head drooped lower. His heart filled with resentment towards the thoughtless Prunella. Andre, Chio said, a cryptic smile on her face, is Fleur the same Miss Fleur Delacour? Yes, Andre replied, as if facing Judgment Day. I'm sorry, Chio. I understand, Andre. Chio's eyes began to mist. In a hurry, Andre pulled her into an embrace. She is so beautiful, and of pure blood. The Cambriels are indeed a pure-blood family. While I am merely a muggle-born girl, she began to weep. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Chio. Andre stammered, wiping away her tears. It is my fault. I couldn't resist. I apologize. You mustn't misunderstand. You know my parents adore you. When did this happen? Chio struggled to suppress her tears. This past Christmas, I went to France to attend to family matters and saved her once, nursing her back to health for a few days. One evening, we both had a bit too much to drink, Andre confessed earnestly. Is it true then, that I am already at a disadvantage? Chio lifted her gaze to him. You gifted her a bracelet? Of course, I intended to give you one too. I planned to present it to you personally. Andre quickly pulled out the bracelet he had prepared. It was a beautiful piece crafted from amethyst, engraved with the words, For my dearest Chio. Andre, will you marry me? Chio gazed at the bracelet, her eyes dreamy. Of course, Chio, Andre replied with unwavering certainty. Please, help me put it on, she whispered. Andre felt a wave of relief as he took her delicate hand and fastened the bracelet around her slender wrist. This is your promise to me. Regardless of how you handle matters with Miss Delacour, do not forget that you placed this promise upon my wrist. I shall not abandon you until you relinquish me. Rest assured, Chio. Andre lowered his head to kiss away her tears. After graduation, I will transform this bracelet into a ring and place it on your left ring finger. Remember your promise, Andre. Chio lifted her face, sealing his lips with her rosy ones. Andre consented to Hermione's request to engage in the clandestine investigation of the Chamber of Secrets. Yet he did not feel compelled to take any specific actions, for he had all the intricate details of the chamber firmly stored in his mind. Besides this matter, they also had to navigate a demanding curriculum. The second-year courses were significantly more profound than those of the first year, with teachers imposing even higher expectations. A mountain of assignments loomed, sufficient to overwhelm those of fragile disposition. Consequently, Stuart Ackley and Lisa Dupin felt fortunate to have a friend named Andre Camichael, who served as an assignment-solving machine. Although it was evident that the ownership and primary usage of this machine largely belonged to their senior, Jiao Zhang. As they continued to tackle a relentless string of assignments and classes, the Ravenclaws suddenly realized that winter was nearing its end. The first Sunday following the vernal equinox marked Easter. during which they could take a brief respite while also preparing for the most grueling battle of the academic year, the final examinations. During the Easter holiday, the second-year students, including Andre, faced another task, selecting their elective courses for the third year. According to Professor McGonagall, the choice of courses would significantly influence their future fields of study and even career paths. It was essential to note that many professions required specific grades in certain N, E, W, T, S, and to achieve those grades, students must first select the respective courses and pass the O, W, L, S exams, which meant they needed to choose those electives starting in the third year. So choose wisely, Professor McGonagall had proclaimed emphatically. Fortunately, unlike most of their peers who were groping in the dark, Andre possessed a remarkable advantage, a senior girlfriend who could provide him with invaluable experience. More importantly, this girlfriend excelled academically. Andre, I believe it would be prudent for you to enroll in ancient runes, as this subject is crucial for both alchemy and the identification of ancient artifacts. I recall you mentioning that a significant portion of your family's investments is concentrated in the manufacturing of alchemical instruments. Thus, it is imperative for you to acquire some knowledge in this area, Chio earnestly advised him. Of course, another reason is that I am also taking this course. With the suddenness of spring ice melting, she flashed a playful smile. Then, Chio, could you inform me of the other courses you have chosen? Andre inquired, tapping his head as he resolved to cut through the confusion. Oh, in addition to ancient runes, I am also taking Muggle studies and care of magical creatures. Chio shyly replied, You need not take all the courses I have chosen. No, dear Chio, my selection is not solely influenced by your choices. Andre chuckled heartily. I have Prunk, and you have Pruns. Don't you think our understanding of them is rather limited? Therefore, care of magical creatures is a must. Chio nodded and assisted him in signing up for the care of magical creatures course. Furthermore, Muggle studies is equally important. I certainly do not wish to find myself in an awkward situation with my future in-laws due to ignorance. Andre continued, sporting a serious expression as he stroked his chin. Chio, suppressing her embarrassment, helped him sign up for Muggle studies as well. And Chio, Andre suddenly beamed with joy. Don't you think that if I enroll in these courses, even if I know nothing, at least you will be there to assist me? Chio looked at him with a mischievous smile, playfully tapping his forehead with a quill, leaving a large droplet of ink that resembled a dark beauty mark. The following morning at breakfast, as Andre and Chio were immersed in their affectionate exchanges, Prunk flew over and landed on his shoulder, pecking him sharply. Ouch! Andre yelped, swiftly dislodging Prunk from his shoulder and tossing him into Chio's embrace for comfort, then unfolding the letter he had brought. Chio, my father also suggested I take these 3 courses, Andre exclaimed while reading the letter. Indeed, these 3 courses are perfectly suited for you, Chio responded distractedly, preoccupied with soothing the injured Prunk. However, my mother recommended I choose divination and arithmancy, Andre said, raising the parchment. It is indeed rather troublesome, he added as Chio finally diverted her attention from Prunk. Why does your mother want you to take those 2? Because she believes I need to possess some foresight regarding the future. This would be an invaluable skill for the head of a family, Andre replied gloomily. Well, after all, one cannot expect a homebody raised on materialistic principles to sincerely delve into the arts of gypsy witches and their crystal balls and tarot cards. Hey, Andre, Chio, Hermione approached, greeting them and casually snatching a piece of toast from the Ravenclaw table. Andre, have you decided which courses to take? We are rather troubled by this matter, Chio said. According to Uncle and Aunt's suggestions, Andre has to enroll in all of them, which would require him to be split in 2, as many classes coincide, she continued. But I have chosen all the courses as well, and I believe I can manage them all, Hermione declared cheerfully. The school does not stipulate that one can only select a few courses or that one cannot choose overlapping classes. There must be a way to resolve this issue. What kind of solution? Will you ask the teachers for makeup classes? Chio pondered, her diligent student mindset failing to conceive of other alternatives. Perhaps a duplication spell. I read about such a skill in a Muggle novel yesterday, Stuart Ackley suddenly chimed in. All right, Stuart, enough with the jokes, Lisa Dupin interjected. I think it might involve issuing a mobile attendance permit for those who enroll in multiple courses, allowing them to enter and exit classes freely, provided they can pass the final exams. That's a possibility. Hermione's eyes sparkled. I think that's a splendid idea. I can complete most of the subjects through self-study. Well, Hermione, I suspect the school will likely teach us how to manipulate time, enabling you to appear in different places simultaneously, attending 2 classes at once, Andre shrugged. That seems far more plausible than your duplication spell. doesn't he? Andre, I believe that the duplication spell is a more feasible solution than your notion of time manipulation. Stuart Ackley countered. Let it be. Just enroll in everything, and we'll find out next semester. Andre feigned impatience, waving his hand dismissively. Who, other than himself, knew that he spoke the truth? Are you truly going to select all of them? Chio asked, raising her delicate brows in surprise. You will exhaust yourself. Not at all. Chio, Andre winked at her and snatched a bite from her bread. The end of the Easter holiday signified the departure of the final festive break of the academic year. From that moment until the final examinations, there would be no respite or holidays to catch a breath. Anyone who has experienced school life can relate to this feeling. If there are merely 10 days until exams, yet a spring break or a long weekend lies in between. There is little sense of urgency, for there remains an ample holiday to review. This is the sentiment shared by most students, even though 99 of them would not put it into practice. However, if one suddenly realizes that from now until the exams, there are no holidays in sight, only regular working days, the ensuing psychological pressure can drive one to madness. In a typical scenario, such as the review period before the final year examinations, when one is acutely aware that there are no days of respite during the ensuing 100-day sprint, one's spirit is prone to shatter. Harry currently finds himself in such a predicament. It is widely acknowledged that his academic performance at Hogwarts is far from exceptional, scarcely ranking among the elite. His transfiguration and charms classes have been satisfactory, yet his potions class has been nothing short of dismal. Severus Snape, in particular, harbors a strong disdain for him, which rendered Harry utterly astonished when he discovered that he had merely passed his first-year potions course. The curriculum for the second year is decidedly more intricate, and the challenges of review have intensified accordingly. Lacking Hermione's keen intellect and her unwavering dedication to the pursuit of knowledge, Harry relies on her constant urging to study, merely hoping to scrape by. Under the pressure of potentially failing and facing expulsion, he finds little energy to delve into the mysterious black notebook he had retrieved from the Myrtle's lavatory just days prior. Perhaps you should consult Andre, Harry. He always seems to know something, Hermione suggested, observing the turmoil etched on Harry's face. Very well, I suppose that is my only option. I sincerely hope that the Ravenclaw scholar can enlighten me about its true nature and whether Hagrid is indeed the heir of Slytherin, Harry lamented with a sigh, acquiescing to Hermione's suggestion. Consequently, as Andre and Cho prepared to head to the dining hall for dinner, Harry intercepted them. Andre, do you have a moment? There is something I wish to discuss with you. I'll wait for you in the dining hall, Andre. You can join me shortly, Cho said with a gentle smile to her boyfriend before departing with her backpack. Andre led Harry to an empty classroom, set down his backpack, and took a seat. Harry, what is the urgency in seeking me out? Is there something amiss? I wish to show you something, Andre. Harry extracted a black notebook from his bag. Andre was certainly familiar with this item. Last summer, he had assisted Malfoy in placing the notebook into Ginny's cauldron. It appeared Ginny had sensed something amiss and intended to discard it, only for Harry to find it instead. What is this, Harry? Andre's expression darkened. Does this notebook possess anything of significance? It's a notebook that can converse, Harry explained. When I write in it, it responds to me. He could not comprehend the severity of Andre's demeanor. And then? Surely you did not rush to find me over a mere chatting notebook? You ought to carry it around daily for amusement. Andre continued to press, seemingly dubious of Harry's claims. I assure you, it is true. It is more than just a conversational companion. It revealed to me that it once belonged to a student at Hogwarts, a male student council president, a prefect named Tom Riddle. Harry insisted anxiously. Tom Riddle, indeed, I am aware of him. He was quite renowned in his time. Andre wore a cryptic smile, which Harry failed to notice as he rambled on. I discussed the Chamber of Secrets with it, and it claimed to know some details regarding the chamber. 50 years ago, it was opened, and it captured the individual who did so. Harry's excitement grew with each word. It captured? Who was it? Andre's tone grew increasingly somber. It was Hagrid. It showed me the memories it recorded. Hagrid opened the chamber. He was expelled from Hogwarts because of this. Harry's voice rose almost to hysteria, but fortunately, they were in an empty classroom, and most students were in the dining hall below, oblivious to the commotion. But you have always doubted that Hagrid could be the heir of Slytherin, which has troubled you of late. I believe I understand your purpose in seeking me out. Andre nodded slowly. Andre, do you think Hagrid could be that person? Harry pressed urgently. Harry, you must calm down. First and foremost, I can assure you that Hagrid is certainly not the heir of Slytherin, Andre stated emphatically. His confidence stemmed from knowledge of the truth. Why not? I saw it in Riddle's memories, and Ron mentioned that Riddle received a medal for this incident. Harry sighed with relief, curiosity igniting within him. Firstly, while it is seldom spoken of, there is no doubt that Hagrid has giant blood. Indeed, Harry replied with conviction. Then, how could Salazar Slytherin, the self-proclaimed leader of pureblood wizards, ever allow someone of giant lineage, hailing from Gryffindor, to become his heir? Andre's tone was certain, instilling a sense of reliability. Exactly. Harry nodded in agreement. What else? Secondly, although Hagrid was expelled, he remained as the keeper of keys and grounds. What does that imply, Andre? Harry felt his thoughts lagging. Realizing only someone like Hermione could engage Andre in a proper discussion, it implies that Hagrid was likely merely a scapegoat. The school and the Ministry of Magic required such a figure to alleviate the panic following the attacks 50 years ago, and unfortunately, he was chosen. Otherwise, even with Dumbledore's influence, the Ministry would not permit the heir of Slytherin to remain on campus. Andre spoke with an air of wisdom. You are absolutely correct. Hagrid must be innocent. Harry seemed to regain his vitality, feeling lighter in spirit. However, Harry, I must caution you to refrain from using that notebook excessively. Andre's tone turned grave. Why? Harry queried, still puzzled. This is a magical object. Can you ascertain where its consciousness resides? Do you understand how it operates? If you lack this knowledge, you may very well be misled or deceived, just as you have been this time. Andre stood and patted Harry's shoulder. Well, I must go eat. Be sure to keep that notebook safe and do not leave it lying around. He hastily departed the classroom. Autumn had prepared bread and pumpkin juice for Andre, with steak cut into small pieces and a fruit salad on the side. Andre wasted no time, diving into his meal with gusto. Andre, what did Harry ask you about? Autumn inquired with curiosity. I am famished. Let me fill my stomach first, and I shall explain later. Andre consumed the food with both elegance and astonishing speed, genuinely feeling quite hungry. It was not until the students concluded their dinner and began returning to their respective towers that Andre spoke to Autumn about the earlier matter. Autumn, Harry just showed me a notebook that automatically replies to messages. I find it quite unique. They were currently walking alongside a line of first-year Gryffindor students. What is wrong with that notebook? Autumn asked, her inquisitive nature evident. I am uncertain of its origins, but I know it is a dangerous dark magical object. I advised Harry to keep it secure, ideally in his dormitory, and not to carry it around indiscriminately. He emphasized the last sentence, and while Autumn remained oblivious, he was pleased to notice a red-haired girl among the first-year Gryffindors subtly turning her head in their direction, her ears perked up. Andre's insights proved remarkably effective, to the extent that he himself was taken aback. Andre, my dormitory was invaded yesterday. Early the next morning, Harry rushed to find him, pulling him into an empty classroom. Invaded? What do you mean? Andre realized that this must certainly be a consequence of Ginny Weasley taking action after hearing his words, though he had not anticipated her decisiveness, indicating that she had been thoroughly enchanted by that notebook. When I returned to my dormitory yesterday, I found everything in disarray. Books and clothes were strewn about as if someone had been searching for something, Harry explained. Did you discover anything missing? Andre feigned curiosity. Yes, that notebook. Harry scratched his head, puzzled as to why someone would specifically steal that item, which in his mind was merely a readily available communication tool. However, Harry, you must understand that the only individuals who could gain access to your dormitory are those from Gryffindor. Students from other houses would not know your password. Andre was well aware of who had acted but would never disclose this to Harry. That's true, absolutely correct. But what purpose would that person have in stealing it? Harry concurred with Andre's speculation. I do not know. We are both in the dark regarding the notebook's significance. All right, Harry, focus on preparing for your exams. Do not dwell on this matter. After all, it is not your possession. Andre could only deflect him in this manner. On Tuesday afternoon, having just concluded his herbology class, Andre returned to the castle from the greenhouse. Suddenly, Hermione approached him with great excitement. Andre, come with me quickly. I believe I have found the answer. She seized his hand and dashed toward the library, completely disregarding the fact that he had just attended herbology class and had not yet washed his hands, which were still caked with soil. Upon reaching the library, Hermione retrieved a hefty tome titled Dangerous Magical Creatures Explained and began flipping through its pages fervently. Soon, she located what she had been searching for. Andre, I am certain that what lies within the Slytherin chamber is a basilisk, she exclaimed, eagerly slapping the pages. A basilisk, a perilous magical creature, possesses a long lifespan and is typically hatched from a rooster's egg by a toad. It wields venomous fangs as weapons, and its gaze can be lethal. Indeed, Hermione, this elucidates why no one except Harry could hear that peculiar voice. It was unequivocally the voice of a basilisk. Unless there is another person who speaks Parseltongue, Andre could not help but admire Hermione. He possessed the advantage of foresight with everything stored within his mind, allowing him to face any situation with composure. Yet, Hermione, armed with only a scant clue, had deduced the truth of the matter, showcasing a remarkable capacity for logical reasoning that was all the more astonishing. You are indeed correct, Hermione. However, how could such a massive creature as the basilisk remain concealed within the castle? It lurked in the Chamber of Secrets. Yet it could not possibly strike its students without leaving a trace. Andre played his role of the comic relief perfectly. It must utilize the pipes to navigate. Hermione's face lit up with excitement. Harry had mentioned several times that he could hear a voice but could not see its source. He initially believed that the assailant was always in a room just a wall away, but the truth was that the attacker was within the very walls themselves. Through the pipes, it could appear in any corner of the castle and retreat at will. But why were all the victims merely petrified? This was also a point Andre had used to reassure the others, suggesting that the assailant did not intend to kill, but merely sought to instill fear. Because they never directly faced the basilisk's gaze. Hermione asserted confidently. Madame Norris saw the basilisk through the reflection of the water on the floor. Colin beheld it through his camera, which burned the film but spared his life. Neville caught a glimpse through nearly headless Nick, who cannot die a second time. Thus, they all survived. And one final question, Hermione, Andre inquired. Your previous deductions were exceptionally insightful, but can you elucidate why the basilisk chose not to finish them off, nearly petrifying them instead? Wouldn't the terror created by actual fatalities be far more potent? I do not know. That is also something I am pondering, Hermione conceded, acknowledging her limitations. Indeed, it is a significant question, yet we can fundamentally ascertain that the basilisk is behind the attacks. Harry also mentioned that Hagrid's rooster was killed, further corroborating the presence of the basilisk in the chamber. Andre waved his hand dismissively. As long as we ascertain what it is, I believe our fears will diminish considerably. Very well, Andre. I shall continue my research here for a while longer. You should wash your hands first. Chio is waiting for you to have dinner. Hermione's previously animated expression had now returned to tranquility, her mood somewhat subdued. All right, Hermione, I shall go eat first. Do remember to join me soon and not lose track of time due to your studies. Since the events of Valentine's Day, Chio had persistently shown concern for Andre, filling him with a sense of guilt. Whenever possible, he spent nearly all his free time with her. Andre, why have you arrived only now? On the table before Chio lay several plates of sliced bread and a bowl of prepared vegetable soup, awaiting his presence for a shared meal. Nothing much. Hermione discovered some matters and formed a few hypotheses regarding the chamber. She just pulled me to look up some information, and she is still in the library. He seated himself, shifting the soup closer to Chio, and began slicing the peppered steak. Make sure to eat more meat. Otherwise, your nutrition will fall behind. Chio squinted her eyes as she savored the bread and steak he offered. For Andre, accustomed to the etiquette of noble dining, such attentiveness towards his girlfriend was rare. And it brought Chio an immense sense of happiness, secretly grateful for her choice of a gentle approach on Valentine's Day. Though she was a girl of gentle temperament, she was never weak. Matters concerning lifelong happiness must be fiercely pursued. As a person of Chinese descent, she understood the traditional wisdom of benevolence like water, which benefits all without contention, and thus, through her non-confrontational approach, she opted for gentle persuasion. The results were evidently fruitful. During the course of their dinner, Chio refrained from asking further questions, simply relishing the mutual affection that enveloped them in a familial ambience. However, once they concluded their meal and exited the dining hall, they noticed that the crowd in the corridor had begun to stir once more. Stuart, what has happened? Andre grasped Chio's hand and squeezed through the throng, patting his roommate's shoulder. 2 more people have been attacked. Stuart Ackley turned his face toward them, his countenance ashen. Andre and Chio followed the crowd to the school hospital. Queuing past the beds, where they beheld Hermione, her eyes wide open, and Penelope Clearwater, the former head of Ravenclaw and a close friend of Chio's. Andre had also received considerable assistance from her in the past. She was, after all, the girlfriend of Percy Weasley. Damn it. How could I have forgotten that Hermione could be attacked too? Andre cursed inwardly, clenching his fists. Chio, misinterpreting his distress as sorrow for their 2 friends, comfortingly patted his tightly clenched hand, though she too felt heartache. Don't worry, Andre. Everyone knows that Professor Sprout's mandrakes will mature soon, and we will be able to rescue them. However, it turned out that Chio's words were only partially correct. The mandrakes were indeed ripening day by day. Yet panic had begun to spread throughout the school, and the Mandrakes had failed to alleviate the students' fears for their own safety. This time, even Andre's eloquence could not alter the situation unless they dealt with the creature lurking in the Chamber of Secrets. This incident was exceedingly grave. Andre spoke gravely to Malfoy, Pansy, Daphne, Astoria, and others, stating that this was a regular gathering for the next generation of their families. This could very well jeopardize our previous plans. Why is this time different from the past? Astoria interjected. The young girl had long admired Andre, who was renowned for his brilliance since childhood, and had dutifully played the role of his supporter. Because, for the first time, a non-Gryffindor student has been among the victims, Andre explained. In the previous attacks, aside from the universally disliked Mrs. Norris, the victims were either Gryffindors or Gryffindor ghosts. The students generally believed that whatever was left by Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets would primarily target those from Gryffindor, the house that had always championed Muggle-born wizards. However, this incident was evidently different, as Penelope Clearwater, a prominent figure in Ravenclaw, had also been attacked. This, in the eyes of the students, was an indication that the scope of danger was widening. Thus, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students had previously adopted a somewhat detached stance, they would now seriously consider the threats they faced, Andre concluded. The situation may spiral beyond our control. If Harry, as Dumbledore's representative, resolves this matter, Dumbledore's prestige at Hogwarts will soar to new heights, thwarting our plans to undermine his authority. What shall we do? Malfoy asked, somewhat at a loss. You know we cannot control that creature at all now. There are certainly countermeasures available, Andre stroked his chin thoughtfully. But it will likely require a significant collaboration between our families. Uncle Lucius has a particularly heavy burden, Draco, he said to Malfoy. The content of this gathering was evidently crucial, and after the meeting, the attendees relayed Andre's arrangements through their family's secret channels. According to the feedback received, the heads of the families were very optimistic about this plan, offering much praise, and had begun to alter their original strategies, wholeheartedly committing to the new scheme. The power of these great families was undoubtedly immense, especially at such a sensitive juncture. Soon, Andre received urgent news, one message from the family's secret channel and another from Harry Potter. Andre, trouble is brewing, Harry exclaimed, pulling Andre out of the Ravenclaw common room and into a secluded corridor corner, speaking in hushed tones. What is going on, Harry? Andre feigned ignorance, having just received word that the first step of their plan had been accomplished. Ron and I want to see Hagrid, and we ran into Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy. Who? Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, and Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. What are they doing at the school? Andre stalled Harry, considering the ramifications of information leaking too soon, especially if it originated from Harry. Hagrid is to be sent to Azkaban. The school board has also dismissed Professor Dumbledore from his position. Andre, I recall your father is also a board member. Why isn't he opposing Malfoy's actions? This will extinguish all hope for Hogwarts. Harry's tone grew increasingly agitated. Harry, my father is merely one of the board members, while Uncle Lucius is the current chair of the board. His opinion is the decisive one. Andre carefully chose his words. The dismissal of Dumbledore and the arrest of Hagrid is likely a desperate measure by the Ministry and the board to placate the public. Once the situation is resolved, they will undoubtedly return. But with Dumbledore gone, Hogwarts will descend into greater chaos. Harry argued fervently. I understand your feelings, Harry. Andre sought to calm his friend's rising emotions. Hagrid has a troubling history related to the Chamber of Secrets from 50 years ago, and Professor Dumbledore is the headmaster during a period of frequent attacks. It is only natural for them to bear the responsibility. Fine. Harry reluctantly accepted this explanation, though it was evident he remained deeply unsettled. Harry, please do not let this information spread indiscriminately. It will incite even greater panic, Andre urged. In truth, the timing of the news's release was less significant than the potential distortion of its content if Harry were to share it, given his influential status. Andre wished to avoid such an uncontrolled scenario. I understand. Harry nodded in agreement. However, when the news broke 2 days later about Dumbledore's dismissal and Hagrid's arrest, it caused a tremendous uproar within the school. Andre, is this truly acceptable? Chio asked with concern. After receiving the approval of the Cormac family, Andre had begun to share the family's plans with her, and she was fully aware of the changes to their strategy. Although Andre's previous teachings had diminished her admiration for Dumbledore, she did not view him as Hogwarts' sole savior. Still, witnessing the chaos at the school left her worried that Andre's arrangements might not stabilize the situation. Rest assured, our plan includes ample measures to reassure everyone. Once the second step is completed in a couple of days, things will improve significantly, Andre responded with confidence. Yes, Andre's right. Chio, you need not worry. Astoria Greengrass chimed in cheerfully, displaying unwavering faith in Andre. Malfoy, Pansy, and others all nodded in agreement, indicating their belief in the soundness of Andre's plans. The turmoil at the school lasted only 2 days, surprising many, including Professor McGonagall. What did you say? Aurors are to be stationed at the school? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Minerva, Cornelius Fudge replied somewhat hesitantly. Though the weather had warmed, he stubbornly wore his pinstriped suit and long cloak. Beads of sweat dotting his plump face as he repeatedly wiped it. This is a collective request from the school board to the Ministry of Magic. The director of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, also believes that the ministry must enhance security at the school. I have no grounds to oppose this. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words. Although she was the closest confidant of Dumbledore, she was acutely aware of the detrimental impact this situation would have on his reputation. Yet, Andre employed a strategy of overt maneuvering, systematically exerting pressure with undeniable moral authority, rendering her powerless to oppose him. The board of directors and the Ministry of Magic were in agreement, and the school offered no resistance, thus facilitating matters considerably. That very afternoon, Aurors from the Ministry of Magic entered Hogwarts in formation, not only taking control of all entrances but also establishing mobile patrol teams in the corridors, continuously monitoring the entire school. While teachers served as immediate protective forces in classrooms, Scrimgeour had also assigned an Auror to each class, swiftly alleviating the atmosphere of panic throughout the school. After all, no matter how formidable Dumbledore's reputation, it paled in comparison to the sense of security provided by the well-trained Aurors from the ministry, present at all times. Andre, your methods are remarkably effective, Draco Malfoy exclaimed during a gathering of family members. Others echoed their satisfaction with the results achieved thus far. Patience, Draco, Andre replied, maintaining an air of calm. The real performance is just beginning. The board's sudden actions caught Professor McGonagall off guard. Before she could fully comprehend the implications of the Auror's arrival, another announcement was made. Professor Minerva McGonagall, as the deputy headmistress. It is necessary for us to inform you that the security personnel hired by the board will be arriving at the school this morning, Lucius Malfoy stated politely. A glint of excitement and cunning flickering in his light gray eyes, reminiscent of a hunter watching a fox ensnared in a trap. What are you bringing into the school? She demanded, her anger palpable. Please remain calm, Professor McGonagall. It is merely a group of professional goblin guards. Lucius Malfoy's smile held an inscrutable significance. The day after the Aurors took residence, students discovered that armed goblin guards had been stationed outside each of their common rooms. Informed that this was a safety measure implemented by the board, with their presence, at least the safety of the common rooms and dormitories was assured, as Aurors could not patrol these areas. Draco Malfoy's succinct explanation spread rapidly throughout the school. While the initial measures might have been tolerable to McGonagall, the third announcement was beyond her belief. Professor McGonagall. The board believes that Professor Flitwick is exceptionally suited to oversee the school's operations during this time and hopes you will do your utmost to assist him in restoring the school's order. Mr. Lucius Malfoy continued, impeccably courteous. A surge of rage compelled McGonagall to tear into him, but she restrained herself. Phileas, you accepted this appointment? She asked in astonishment. Looking at Flitwick, although he was not a staunch ally of Dumbledore, he had consistently supported him as headmaster and had assisted her in managing the school during Dumbledore's absence. This appointment truly took her by surprise. Indeed, Minerva, I feel it is necessary for me to contribute more for the students, Professor Flitwick stated. Standing tall despite his diminutive stature. Though not a devoted follower of Dumbledore, he recognized Dumbledore's immense prestige and had always chosen to support him. However, with the current turbulence, as Dumbledore seemed to have lost the trust of both the ministry and the board, why should he not seize this opportunity to establish his own authority within the school? Even more surprising to McGonagall was the generally welcoming attitude of the students towards Flitwick's temporary leadership. After all, while Dumbledore was hailed as the greatest white wizard of the age, very few students had witnessed his prowess firsthand. In contrast, Professor Flitwick had publicly showcased his formidable combat abilities during the Dueling Club. In this unsettling period, a capable headmaster was indeed highly desirable. Perhaps the fourth piece of news would slightly elevate McGonagall's spirits, though Professor Sprout's mandrakes were not yet mature. It was well known that England was not the sole producer of mandrakes. In fact, England's gloomy, rainy weather was not conducive to the growth of the warmth-loving plants. According to Lucius Malfoy, the board had contacted the head of the Camichael family, who monopolized the supply of potion ingredients and formulations in the British wizarding community, and was also one of Hogwarts' board members. They had requested him to utilize his family's resources to procure this year's mature mandrakes from Egypt, where the climate was sunnier and more suitable for their growth, and to send the antidote to Hogwarts. The Earl of Camichael had already consented and was personally traveling to Egypt to oversee the matter. On the day the potions arrived, Hogwarts was abuzz with excitement, akin to a festive celebration. Students gathered around the infirmary, eager to witness the revival of their petrified classmates. Stephen Camichael, as the representative of the board and a member of the Camichael family, personally escorted a box of the precious antidote to the infirmary, formally presenting it to Madame Pomfrey. After examining the potion's properties, Madame Pomfrey nodded to the waiting faculty, led by Professor Flitwick. The students erupted in cheers as Madame Pomfrey approached the last two petrified individuals, Penelope Clearwater and Hermione Granger, lifting their heads to administer the antidote. Upon her revival, Penelope appeared disoriented, blinking rapidly as if trying to comprehend how she had suddenly found herself in the infirmary. In contrast, Hermione seemed more aware. As soon as she regained consciousness, she scarcely stretched her limbs before spotting Professor Flitwick smiling at her from nearby. "The basilisk. Professor, it's a basilisk," she exclaimed, her voice resounding loudly enough for the hundreds of students gathered outside the infirmary, even those in the corridor, to hear clearly. Hermione's outcry rapidly disseminated the truth of the Chamber of Secrets throughout Hogwarts within mere minutes, reaching even the most reclusive students. The books in the library's magical creatures section were borrowed out in record time, and upperclassmen studying care of magical creatures became the authority figures in their respective common rooms. Fortunately, the pervasive panic that had gripped the school dissipated entirely, and students began to return to their routines. After all, the most terrifying aspect was the unknown. Once it was revealed that the creature in the chamber was merely a powerful magical beast. And with the castle now filled with trained aurors who promised to resolve the issue promptly, all students felt a sense of relief. Of course, while calm returned to the school, the students could not simply pretend that nothing had happened. Harry remained the prime suspect. With the basilisk confirmed, his ability to communicate with it via Parseltongue only heightened suspicions that he was the heir of Slytherin. Whenever he walked the corridors, others would deliberately avoid him. And even Peeves refrained from bothering him, frightened by nearly headless Nick's dire fate. Yet Harry did not contest these accusations. Instead, he quietly plotted his next move. Andre could hardly afford to ponder the thoughts of Harry. He was preoccupied. The Earl of Camichael and Lucius Malfoy had arrived at Hogwarts as representatives of their families, aiming to amplify the board's influence within the institution. Previously, under Dumbledore's formidable leadership, the operational layer of the school, comprising the professors, had been a tightly knit entity, rendering the board entirely sidelined, a mere shadow organization within Hogwarts. The students were only aware of Dumbledore, oblivious to the existence of the school board. This time, however, it was evidently a fortuitous opportunity for a turnaround. "Heaven bestows yet punishes," Andre lamented in a standard Beijing accent, leaving Draco Malfoy and his companions in a state of confusion, while Autumn nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the sentiment. Indeed, through the invitation of aurors, the employment of security personnel, the replacement of the headmaster, and the introduction of Mandrake, the school board had garnered a significant reputation among the students. Now that the basilisk had been unveiled, a more targeted approach was warranted. It was time to distribute what they had prepared. The speaker was Ibikos Hemorus, the eldest son of the Hemorus family and a fourth-year Hufflepuff student. Everything should be ready for delivery by tomorrow, ensuring distribution to every student. Daphne Greengrass was calculating the timing, asserting it would not extend beyond tomorrow afternoon. Thus, at lunchtime the following day, all the students were taken aback. The school board, which had been making its presence felt in recent days, had invited a portion of the students to assist board members in distributing items to the four houses. In fact, many students had only recently become aware of the individuals involved in the board and their potential contributions to Hogwarts. "Oh my. I initially thought it was Dumbledore himself funding the teachers' salaries," exclaimed a girl with golden braids to her roommate seated beside her. She was Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. "So the operational costs of the school are covered by the board, and Dumbledore merely receives a salary?" "Of course, Hannah," Ibikos Hemorus interjected, taking a seat beside her with a smile. "The annual operational expenses of the school amount to over 50 million galleons, which is far beyond what students' tuition fees could cover. Even if Mr. Dumbledore is a great white wizard, he lacks sufficient philosopher's stones to conjure such a sum. It's Hemorus." Several nearby girls squealed in excitement. Ibiko's Homoris enjoyed immense prestige among the students and was the presumptive next head of Hufflepuff. How do you know so much? Because my father is also one of the board members, and my family contributes approximately 5 million galleons annually to Hogwarts operational costs. Homoris responded with a nod to the group of girls that had gathered around him. It would be profoundly unjust if the students remained unaware of the significant contributions made by the board members to the school. Indeed, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in the eyes of the girls. Handsome, affluent, courteous, and powerful, such young men are always the targets of female affection. The fact that the school board was willing to assist them in times like this was genuinely commendable. Andre had no time to engage in idle chatter with Hermione's and a group of girls. While Hermione's was tasked with publicity, he was responsible for assisting the emergency task force of the school board in organizing the distribution of the newly arrived protective gear. What is this? Stuart Ackley asked in astonishment as he examined the Basilisk protective gear he had just received. A pair of glasses? Indeed, Stuart, they are glasses, but not ordinary ones. Andre responded with a smile, busy distributing the protective items to the Ravenclaw students, most of whom shared Stuart's confusion. To put it simply, these glasses will grant you immunity from a basilisk's petrifying gaze, but only once. Andre set aside his work to demonstrate the glasses. The basilisk's gaze targets the eyes, and these specially designed glasses will block its stare upon first contact. However, they are single-use. They shatter immediately after use. So, if you encounter a basilisk, just close your eyes and run. There are plenty of Aurors around, and you can always seek help from a teacher. Do we have to wear them all the time? Lisa Dupin inquired, trying on the glasses, which felt rather uncomfortable, although they were merely plain lenses for someone unaccustomed to wearing glasses. Having something resting on the ears and nose was hardly pleasant. Unfortunately, yes, Andre shrugged. I understand that they are uncomfortable, but safety comes first. Once the basilisk is dealt with, there will be no further need for them. What is that? Padma Patil exclaimed, pointing at a wizard who had just entered the dining hall, surrounded by several large iron cages filled with roosters. Is the school improving its meals today? Are we having chicken? But rooster meat is not as tasty as hen. Terry Boot, a devoted chicken enthusiast, had long lamented the absence of chicken in Hogwarts' menu. Impossible, Andre chuckled. This is a precautionary measure. The crowing of a rooster is lethal to a basilisk, so the board has decided to place roosters in all the corridors, common rooms, and classrooms. What a pity, Terry Boot lamented, while others erupted in laughter. Miss Granger, how did you deduce that it was a basilisk? Professor Flitwick inquired amiably in his office. At the time, Andre and I were discussing it, ruling out possibilities based on the nature of the attacks. And the most likely culprit was indeed the basilisk. Moreover, the heir of Slytherin is known for speaking Parseltongue, and given the basilisk's longevity, all characteristics aligned with the requirements of the creature in the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione replied calmly, her complexion slightly pale, though her health had gradually improved after 2 days of recuperation. Oh, Mr. Camichael, why did you not communicate this hypothesis to any of the teachers? Professor Flitwick shifted his gaze to Andre, curiosity evident in his expression. Well, Professor, after Hermione was attacked, there was an overwhelming amount of chaos, including Professor Dumbledore's dismissal and Hagrid's arrest, and my father was eager to contact me. Furthermore, at that time, it was merely an immature speculation. So I did not share it with the faculty, Andre answered, meeting Professor Flitwick's gaze with clarity, devoid of any evasion. Indeed, there had been an overwhelming number of events during that period. Professor Flitwick, being astute, exchanged a meaningful glance with Andre before turning his attention back. So, Miss Granger, can you surmise how the basilisk moves within the castle? Of course, Professor, the basilisk travels through the pipes within the castle walls. Hermione confidently tossed her hair back. Oh, that is quite clever. I must say, Slytherin truly was a remarkable wizard, Professor Flitwick mused with a shake of his head. However, it is unrealistic to wait for the basilisk to strike again. Perhaps we should proactively venture into the chamber and confront the basilisk. Andre interjected. The notion of actively entering the chamber to lure the basilisk out for confrontation was a distinctly different concept. The former not only embodied a heroic spirit but also effectively addressed the root of the issue, precisely what they needed at that moment. But, Mr. Camichael, do you know where the entrance to the chamber is? No Hogwarts headmaster has found it after so many years, Professor Flitwick frowned, leaning back against his specially designed high-backed chair. I do not know, Professor. Andre could not directly mention Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, as there was no reason for him to have noticed that location. However, to enter a room, one need not always go through the door, would you not agree? Professor Flitwick? Are you suggesting we break a window or a wall? Hermione quickly grasped the implication. Certainly, a wall, if I am correct. The entrance to the chamber can only be opened by the heir of Slytherin through a special means. Finding it would be futile. However, there are numerous ways to gain entry. We only need to retrace the Basilisk's path, Andre said with a gentle smile, causing Professor Flitwick and Hermione's eyes to light up. A group of professors and students stood in the corridor outside the library, the very spot where Hermione and Penelope Clearwater had been attacked and petrified. Hermione appeared somewhat pale, and Andre gently patted her shoulder. She turned to him with a grateful glance. Are you ready? Professor Flitwick asked, although he was of short stature. He stood in the center, flanked by dozens of wizards, including Professors McGonagall and Snape, as well as Scrimgeour, a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic. Andre was also present, having completed the board's tasks alongside Count Camichael and Lucius Malfoy just a day prior. 1, 2, 3. Professor Flitwick commanded. Upon reaching 3, over a dozen wizards shouted in unison, Reducto? A thunderous explosion resonated through the corridor, akin to a clap of thunder that threatened to rupture eardrums. Due to the corridor's acoustics, the sound did not dissipate quickly but rather reverberated down the length of the corridor. More than 20 oars had been prepared nearby, casting protective charms and establishing several large protective spells. Thus, although the sturdy stone wall was obliterated by the Reductor curse, sending debris flying, no one present was harmed. As the dust settled, a large hole appeared in the stone wall, revealing a chaotic network of pipes within. Among them, one particularly large pipe could accommodate 5 or 6 individuals sliding down side by side. Indeed, it must be this pipe, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, stepping forward to inspect it, brushing his hand along the pipe's surface before retrieving something to show everyone. This is a scale, the size of a lychee, remarkably smooth, glimmering with a greenish hue. It is undoubtedly a basilisk scale. Then, who shall descend to battle the basilisk? There may well be an heir of Slytherin down there. Scrimgeour posed the question. We do not know the size of the chamber, nor what else may reside within. Therefore, we must not send too many individuals, Hermione remarked. The Aurors readily concurred, well aware of the importance of maneuverability in combat. If a wizard had no space to maneuver, relying solely on protective spells, they would already be at a disadvantage. I shall go, Professor Flitwick declared. As acting headmaster, it is my duty. Furthermore, let us select a few more students to accompany me. It is unwise to confront the basilisk with sheer numbers. The Aurors and teachers will remain here to guard the entrance and reassure the students, ensuring that no chaos ensues within the school. He has already exhibited a remarkable semblance of a principal. Mr. Cormac, Miss Granger, you shall accompany me. He designated the two, and both Andre and Hermione nodded in agreement. I shall join as well, Andre, Autumn said anxiously, grasping Andre's hand. The basilisk is far too perilous. Do not worry, Autumn. Just wait for my return. Andre smiled at her. You are well aware of my secret weapon. Can you not trust me? He whispered gently into Autumn's ear. Very well. But do ensure your safety. Autumn, after much internal conflict, ultimately acquiesced. Wait, I want to go too. Harry's voice rang out. Andre looked up to see Harry desperately trying to break through the Aurors blockade. I can speak Parseltongue, and my combat skills are not lacking. I will surely be of assistance. He shouted. Professor Flitwick, please allow Harry to join us. Professor McGonagall began to advocate for Harry. He possesses the strongest reason to confront the heir of Slytherin. Her gaze was resolute. Very well, Harry may accompany us. Professor Flitwick conceded, albeit reluctantly. He understood that this was the limit of Dumbledore's faction. If they did not permit Harry to join, Professors McGonagall and Snape would not agree to let the other 3 descend to battle the basilisk. The tunnel was exceedingly slick, coated with the basilisk's viscous slime. However, at this juncture, there was no time to clean it. The 4 of them approached the tunnel's entrance, with Professor Flitwick leading, followed by Andre, then Hermione, and lastly Harry. One by one, they leaped into the tunnel, gliding down with a whoosh. The rush of wind echoed in their ears as their bodies swiftly descended the passage. Andre felt as though he were on one of those spiraling slides found in water parks. Though the scent of the basilisk's slime was far from the refreshing aroma of clear water. With a soft thud, Andre and Professor Flitwick emerged from the end of the tunnel, landing upon the cold, bluestone floor. Fortunately, the design at the tunnel's end resembled a slide, remaining parallel to the ground. Had there been even a slight incline of 30 degrees or so, the momentum from their rapid descent would have undoubtedly crushed them into a mere pulp. Andre reacted swiftly as soon as he landed. He executed a graceful roll and turned around just in time to embrace Hermione, who had just emerged from the tunnel. On the other hand, Harry was not so fortunate. Even if Professor Flitwick had wished to catch him, their size difference rendered the endeavor quite precarious. "Ouch!" came Harry's exclamation as he landed heavily on his backside, groaning and struggling to rise. "Oh my," was Hermione's gasp. She had never anticipated that she would tumble into such a warm embrace. A human cushion that absorbed all the impact. Fortunately, she avoided a harsh fall onto the stone floor. "Andre, are you all right?" Hermione inquired with concern, fully aware of the speed at which she had slid down. "I'm fine, Hermione. But if you don't get up soon, you might not be," Andre replied weakly. No matter how powerful a wizard one might be, it was impossible to transform the body into that of a barbarian. Being struck by a human cannonball, then pinned down on the chest and abdomen, would leave anyone feeling quite uncomfortable. "All right, children, let us get up," Professor Flitwick said from nearby. His wand shimmered with magical light, illuminating their surroundings. Harry and Andre's robes were caked in mud, crumpled as if they hadn't been cleaned in days and had rolled in a swamp, causing them to exchange amused glances. Hermione, fortunately, had remained relatively clean, thanks to Andre's timely catch. Professor Flitwick's robe, in stark contrast, was immaculate, appearing as tidy as if he had just come from class. Indeed, the skill of the charms professor was remarkable, as evidenced by his silent cleaning spell. "Where are we?" Harry asked, feeling a bit disoriented and not fully accustomed to the situation. "I'm certain we are several feet underground," Andre replied, calculating the height of their descent and estimating that they were about 2 to 3 miles below the surface. "We must be beneath the Black Lake," Professor Flitwick remarked, his voice tinged with gravity and a hint of admiration. It was astonishing that the Chamber of Secrets was located here. No wonder it had eluded discovery for centuries. Slytherin was indeed a genius. "Professor, let us move quickly." Hermione's voice trembled slightly. After all, any girl would instinctively react to such a dark, damp environment, especially when considering the mysteries and terrors of the chamber and the basilisk they were destined to confront. Leading the way, Professor Flitwick guided them through the dimly lit corridor. The silence enveloped them, broken only by the echo of their footsteps against the barren walls, creating a disquieting reverberation. The magical glow illuminated the surrounding darkness but did not cast a strong light. Their shadows danced on the walls, flickering in and out of visibility, as if they had entered a realm of spirits. Hermione instinctively edged closer to Andre. Suddenly, a loud crack startled everyone. Harry had inadvertently stepped on a mouse skull. The hollow gaze of the skull seemed to stare into Harry's eyes, prompting him to kick it away instinctively. "What was that, Harry?" Professor Flitwick turned to inquire. "It's nothing, Professor, just a mouse skull," Harry quickly replied. Andre lowered his wand, allowing the flickering light to illuminate the stone floor. Scattered across the ground nearby were the skeletal remains of small animals, a ghastly white, strewn about haphazardly. It resembled a miniature exhibition of animal bones. "We may be approaching our destination. Remain vigilant." Professor Flitwick instructed Andre and the others to maintain their glow while he extinguished the light at the tip of his wand, treading softly with his wand held steady at chest level, poised for confrontation. However, no sudden onslaught of monsters ensued. They traversed several paces and arrived at a bend in the tunnel. As they rounded the corner, both Harry and Hermione gasped softly. A colossal creature coiled at the far end of the tunnel, motionless and silent. Yet the faint greenish glow emanating from it, along with the intricate patterns adorning its surface, revealed that this being was a serpent. "Is that the basilisk?" Harry inquired. "It doesn't resemble the one that attacked me. It's not nearly as small. And it appears to be asleep, completely still." Hermione furrowed her brow beside him. Andre refrained from participating in their discourse. He was a man of action. Much like Professor Flitwick, both of them brandished their wands, cautiously maneuvering around the colossal creature before them, their gazes fixed intently on the monstrous sight. While the original text indicated that it was merely a snake shed, Andre could not guarantee, in this world where the narrative had undergone considerable alterations, that it would not transform into a genuine basilisk. "All right, let us relax. It's just a snake shed," Flitwick suddenly declared, appearing more at ease as he lowered his wand. As Andre, Hermione, and Harry approached Flitwick's vantage point, they indeed discerned a hollow snake skin, its belly gaping wide, coiled upon the ground. A rough estimate suggested that the serpent which had shed this skin must have been at least 20 feet long. 20 feet, what does that signify? 1 foot is approximately 0.3 meters, making 20 feet over 6 meters in length, equivalent to the height of 2 stories. "Children, press on," commanded Professor Flitwick. They carefully circumvented the snake shed and continued onward. Yet, The ghastly green silhouette lingered persistently in their minds, tightening their grips on their wands. Andre noticed the veins on Harry's hands were almost protruding. They traversed one dark bend after another in silence until they arrived before a wall. This wall was adorned with two intertwining serpents, their emerald eyes glowing ominously, sending shivers down their spines. "Harry, you give it a try," Flitwick instructed. "Open." Harry intently focused on the serpent carvings, hissing as he spoke. The stone wall responded like a door to a censer, sliding silently into the stone recesses. Flitwick led the way into the darkness beyond the wall. They stepped into a hall suffused with an eerie green light. Initially, when Andre had seen the term Chamber of Secrets, he had envisioned it as a small room, perhaps no larger than the common room. Otherwise, it could hardly have remained concealed within the castle for so long. However, the chamber that unfolded before them was no less expansive than the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It was astonishing that Salazar Slytherin had constructed such a vast chamber beneath the Black Lake a millennium ago, regardless of other aspects. The sheer audacity of it was a testament to a masterful legacy. The entire hall was shrouded in darkness, yet a green mist pervaded the space, emanating a ghostly luminescence. Massive stone pillars stood erect throughout the hall, their numbers unfathomable. The pillars were intricately carved with serpents coiling upward, appearing almost lifelike in the green haze. The atmosphere of this hall, steeped in mystery, evoked an involuntary sense of reverence. An ancient and desolate aura enveloped them, a reminder of the tangible relics of a bygone era. As they advanced, the entirety of the hall gradually unfolded before their eyes. Hollow, desolate, and dark. The most striking feature besides the scattered bones was undoubtedly a colossal statue at the far end. Throughout Andre's musings, he had envisioned the four founders of Hogwarts as illustrious figures. The valiant Gryffindor must have been a dashing blonde man, the gentle Hufflepuff, a delicate and serene girl. The wise Ravenclaw, a woman of remarkable beauty, her visage displayed in the Ravenclaw common room. Thus, it stood to reason that Slytherin, the purveyor of pure blood superiority, ought to resemble a mysterious and elegant nobleman. However, ideals often clash with reality. The statue shattered Andre's preconceived notions. It depicted a decrepit visage, reminiscent of a monkey, with sparse whiskers, garbed in a drab robe that would likely detract from the street's aesthetics. Was this truly the renowned master of magic, Salazar Slytherin? Harry's gaze, however, was not fixated upon the grand statue of Slytherin. His attention was entirely drawn to a small figure lying between the statue's feet. This figure, with its red hair and clad in Gryffindor robes, was unmistakably a girl. He recognized her instantly. "Ginny," he exclaimed in disbelief. "Ginny, how did you end up here?" The diminutive figure remained unresponsive. Instinctively, he moved to rush toward her, but Andre firmly grasped his arm. "Calm down, Harry. We are in the chamber." Andre spoke in a hushed tone. "But that is Ginny Weasley. I must save her," Harry shouted. "I know, Harry," Andre replied, holding tightly to his arm to prevent him from acting impulsively. "Have you considered that Ginny is not a Parseltongue? Who brought her here? Where is that person now? And where is the Basilisk? Each of us is a valuable asset in this fight. We cannot afford to lose anyone." Suddenly, a series of claps echoed from the side. The four turned in astonishment to see a boy clad in a black robe, leaning against a stone pillar, smiling at them. A very composed mind. Quite impressive. "But tell me, why are you not a Slytherin?" "Riddle?" Harry gasped in surprise. "Tom Riddle? Everyone be cautious. This is the Dark Lord." Professor Flitwick's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, shielding the three students behind him. "The Dark Lord?" Harry's mind struggled to comprehend. "Aren't you the head boy of Hogwarts?" "Indeed, I am both the head boy and the heir of Slytherin. Is there a conflict?" The boy smiled, tracing his wand in the air to form glowing green letters. "Tom Marvolo Riddle." With another flick of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves into "I am Lord Voldemort." "Flitwick." "Old classmate, long time no see," the boy mused. "Long time no see, Riddle," Flitwick replied through clenched teeth. "It's you?" "Indeed. A simple trick allowed me to enter the school," the boy smiled, gesturing toward the notebook discarded beside the pillar. The three students were all too familiar with that notebook. "Is that a Horcrux?" Andre asked, feigning ignorance. "Indeed, a Horcrux. How delightful that there are still students who comprehend such things. I had thought all the clever ones had perished." The boy erupted into laughter. "Speaking of which, Flitwick, you have quite an impressive student here. Now that you're here, Riddle, you want to be leaving today," Flitwick declared, raising his wand toward Riddle. "That's quite unfair. There are four of you, yet I am but one. How about this? I shall find something to entertain you," he laughed, turning to address the statue. He spoke, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of Hogwarts' four founders. Harry quickly translated. He asking the statue to talk. Accept your weapon, Flitwick shouted, unleashing a red beam from his wand toward Riddle. Unfortunately, Riddle deftly sidestepped the attack. Flitwick, do not rush. Look, the entertainment has arrived. The massive stone face of Slytherin began to shift, its mouth widening into a dark abyss. Andre could hear something slithering within, followed by a thunderous crash, likely the sound of a colossal creature hitting the stony floor. That's the Basilisk, Hermione cried out. The enormous form gradually rose from the mist, its outline indistinct but formidable, especially with the young Voldemort lurking ominously nearby. Andre, Harry, Hermione, you three deal with the Basilisk. I will keep Riddle occupied. Professor Flitwick shouted loudly, as streams of red and green light erupted from his wand, seemingly tearing the darkness of the hall in two. Riddle, in turn, laughed heartily, hissing a few times at the Basilisk, summoning a shield to deflect the spells. Regaining his composure, he engaged in combat with Professor Flitwick. Although it was evident that the young Voldemort was no match for the seasoned Flitwick, clearly on the defensive, he appeared intent on having the Basilisk eliminate the three students before turning to overpower Flitwick. He declared that the Basilisk should swiftly dispatch them. Harry translated, his entire being trembling with rage. Let's see who can vanquish whom. Of course, we will triumph over it. We managed to handle trolls in our first year. Surely we can confront a Basilisk in our second. Andre laughed loudly, raising his wand alongside Hermione as they charged towards the serpent. The Basilisk was a creature that ought not to exist in this world. It possessed an extraordinarily long life, formidable and bizarre attacks, and an innate nature for destruction and slaughter. Perhaps even Merlin envied their gifts and feared their might, thus depriving them of the ability to reproduce normally, relegating this species to being an occasional aberration. Andre lifted his gaze to behold the serpent creature gliding toward them across the stone floor. Its body is thick as an oak, shimmering with an eerie turquoise glow akin to ghostly flames, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence in the darkness. Its elongated fangs resembled gleaming sabers, sharp enough to discern at a mere glance. Yet Andre understood that the true terror lay not in their sharpness, but in the lethal venom that could be swiftly injected into its prey. He dared not look up any longer and hastily averted his eyes, fixating instead on the creature's neck, determined to avoid its piercing gaze. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled. Harry and Hermione unleashed their most potent spells at the beast. Alas, as one of the most formidable magical creatures, the serpent possessed formidable magical resistance. The spells rebounded helplessly from its form, failing to inflict any harm. However, this seemed to provoke the creature further. Its colossal tail struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending 3 or 4 massive stone slabs hurtling toward the trio with a fierce gust. Obstacles arose. Harry and Hermione conjured the barrier spell they had learned in their second year. The incantation manipulated the forces of the air, forming invisible walls that slowed the approach of the slabs, which ultimately fell to the ground with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick and Riddle were embroiled in a fierce duel, unable to attend to the unfolding conflict. Though Flitwick held the upper hand, his concern for Andre's predicament made him somewhat impatient. Riddle, on the other hand, appeared confident that the serpent would effortlessly dispatch the 3 second-year students, maintaining a steady defensive posture with the intent of buying time. As moments passed, his form grew increasingly distinct, clearly indicating that the notebook was siphoning Ginny's life force. Yet, amidst this turmoil, it seemed they had all forgotten one individual, Andre Carmichael. Andre, well-versed in the narrative and equipped with ample resources, could hardly venture into the chamber without any preparatory measures. Witnessing the serpent's furious advance, he refrained from casting a barrier spell alongside Harry and Hermione. Instead, he raised his wand and summoned a flock of chickens. Moments later, the rush of wind swept past him as he turned to see an iron cage, laden with over a dozen roosters, descend upon the chamber floor. This was his contingency plan laid at the entrance. He waved his wand, and a brilliant yet gentle light erupted within the dark chamber, akin to sunlight bestowing warmth and clarity. The entire room was illuminated, revealing every detail, momentarily pausing the fierce battle between Professor Flitwick and Riddle. However, the most affected were the roosters, recently summoned by the spell. Upon witnessing the light in the darkness, they mistook it for dawn and crowed exuberantly, filling the once gloomy chamber with a cacophony. The enormous serpent, though not mortally affected like its kin by the crowings, was inevitably hindered in its movements. Andre had no intention of using the roosters to vanquish the serpent. Such a pet of Slytherin was not so easily dispatched. What he sought was that momentary hesitation. He lifted his wand high above his shoulder, locking eyes with the serpent for the first time during the fray, and bellowed, "I shatter, blindness." This powerful curse targeted the opponent's eyes, primarily designed to combat formidable creatures like dragons and giants, aiming for their vision to incapacitate them. The serpent's eyes were not merely organs of sight. They were as lethal as its fangs. Two streams of grayish-white light struck the serpent's enormous, yellowish eyes, reminiscent of headlights. In that instant, Andre's glasses emitted a faint crack, signaling their destruction under the serpent's assault. Yet, they had fulfilled their purpose, for at that very moment, two jets of black blood splattered onto the ground. Both of the serpent's eyes were now blind. Infuriated and deprived of sight, the serpent lashed its tail against the stone floor, sending shards of rock flying. However, for Andre, Harry, and Hermione, who had discreetly repositioned themselves, these threats were entirely ineffectual. Andre gestured for Harry and Hermione to flank the serpent, and together they intoned the cutting curse. This lethal incantation demanded a high level of magical prowess. Apart from Andre, neither Harry nor Hermione could inflict substantial harm upon the serpent, yet it was sufficient to capture its attention. The serpent, enraged by the wounds inflicted upon its beautiful scales, turned towards the source of the spells, heedless of its surroundings. Meanwhile, Andre cast an invisibility charm upon himself, stealthily advancing towards the battleground where Professor Flitwick and Riddle clashed. Riddle, previously composed, understood that his temporarily restored strength could not match Professor Flitwick's prowess, yet he was confident that the serpent would easily handle the trio of students. Once the serpent arrived, he even envisioned leaving Flitwick's remains within the chamber. He steadfastly countered Flitwick's assaults, relishing the anxious expression on his adversary's face. From a young age, he had relished the sight of his opponents in anguish, which later contributed to his fearsome reputation as the Dark Lord. Now, having resurrected from his Horcrux, he reveled in the professor's distress and fury. It was truly exquisite. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, and the rooster's crowing intertwined with the serpent's anguished cries. Riddle abruptly sensed danger. However, it was too late. He glanced towards the battlefield to see the blind serpent ensnared in a dance by two children, while he found himself increasingly pressured by Flitwick. He pondered how to escape the chamber. But wait, where was the third student? As he glared, he spotted a Ravenclaw robe materializing near the notebook beneath the stone columns. The boy, wand in hand, pointed at the notebook within a meter's reach. Fiendfire. A pillar of black flames erupted, as if intent on incinerating all in its path. The notebook, far from an ordinary tome, emitted pained squeals as it succumbed to the flames. Streams of black blood poured from its corners, seemingly to extinguish the raging fire. Yet, all was in vain. Soon, the entire notebook was reduced to ashes, lying in ruins upon the stone floor. Riddle, engaged in combat with Professor Flitwick, gasped in shock as his form began to dissipate, a wand clattering to the ground. Flitwick seized the opportunity to join the fray against the serpent. The professor's prowess was indeed beyond that of a second-year student. Andre, seizing a rare chance to observe the professor in full combat, remained utterly still. The cutting curse. Flitwick's incantation was far superior to that of Harry and his companions. An invisible blade sliced through the serpent's abdomen, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The serpent shrieked in rage, charging towards Flitwick's position. "Quickly, freeze it. Fiery blaze. Quickly, freeze it." Flitwick nimbly evaded the serpent's charge, casting 3 rapid-fire spells in succession. The serpent's skin, once impervious to Harry and Hermione's spells, was now severely compromised, as though it had been struck by a shattering curse. A combination spell. Andre's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a flurry of 7 or 8 spells, the serpent's magical defenses crumbled, rendering it defenseless. Finally, a clean and decisive Avada Kedavra spell ended the creature's torment. "Professor, that was truly magnificent," Andre exclaimed sincerely. "All right, Harry. It is all over now," he said, patting Harry's shoulder, who was crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle had undoubtedly exceeded the limits of a second-year student. "Is it really over?" Hermione, leaning against a stone column, paid little heed to the Slytherin serpent engraved upon it, her expression one of disbelief. "Did we truly defeat the serpent and a young Voldemort?" "Indeed, Miss Granger. We have triumphed." Flitwick, having restored his immaculate appearance with a cleaning charm, picked up Riddle's fallen wand, likely belonging to Miss Weasley. "Professor, Ginny is innocent. She was merely under Voldemort's control, wasn't she?" Harry implored urgently. "You are correct, Mr. Potter," Flitwick acknowledged. I believe she will not face severe consequences. Yet due to her actions, the school has been thrown into turmoil and students attacked. She must bear the appropriate responsibility. Perhaps a deduction of 200 points from Gryffindor? You are fair, Professor. Harry felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, Ginny was the unwitting vessel behind a series of attacks, as long as she wasn't expelled. No punishment would seem too harsh. Then let us depart. Flitwick raised his wand, summoning 4 flying broomsticks. Harry held the unconscious Ginny in his arms as he mounted one. No one wished to remain in this dim and chilling place any longer, one by one. They mounted their brooms and departed from the chamber that had lost both the basilisk and its heir, destined for transformation or closure. Professor Flitwick, accompanied by 4 students, soared out through a hole in the corridor wall of the library, safely descending to the ground. A crowd gaped in astonishment, joyfully witnessing their safe return. Oh, Ginny, you're alive. How wonderful. A tear-streaked, short and stout middle-aged woman rushed over. It was Mrs. Molly Weasley. My dear, without your father, I cannot bear to lose any of you. Oh, Mom. Ginny's face remained pale, tears cascading like a string of broken pearls. Mrs. Weasley? Harry exclaimed in surprise. How did you get here? After you went down, something else happened, and we were about to rush down to assist. Professor McGonagall interjected, her expression still taut. We were trying to settle all the students when we discovered Miss Weasley was missing. Additionally, we found another line of text beneath the last one, stating, her bones will remain forever in the chamber. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley. It's all right now. Hermione soothed the sobbing mother and daughter beside her. Oh, you saved her. Thank you. Professor, thank you. Harry, thank you. Hermione, thank you. Mr. Camichael, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. How did you rescue her? Hermione hesitated for a moment, recounting the events from Harry hearing a strange voice, to her and Andre's speculation, to Andre's suggestion of entering the chamber, and finally to the climactic battle, detailing every aspect. In fact, I am quite curious how Voldemort managed to deceive Ginny. My information indicates he is currently hiding in the jungles of Albania, nursing his wounds. A familiar voice emerged from the crowd. It was Dumbledore. Professor? Harry's surprise was palpable. Yet Professor Flitwick's expression remained grim as he stepped aside with a bow. Well, Phileas, you have truly endured much during this time at the school, Dumbledore said, a fleeting, inscrutable glint passing behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry, can you enlighten us on Voldemort's methods? Professor, I believe it is better if I explain this. Andre stepped forward respectfully. Oh, Mr. Camichael, we owe you a great deal this time. Dumbledore's tone remained ever so gentle and kind. It was my duty, Professor. Andre humbly replied, wary of the accolades from the White Wizard. If I am not mistaken, the Dark Lord controlled Ginny through a Horcrux. Indeed, it was a Horcrux. Professor Flitwick confirmed from the side. Oh, might I see the Horcrux? I am quite intrigued by the nature of the item Voldemort used to create it. Dumbledore, evidently unwilling to relent, pressed on. It was a notebook, Professor. I regret to inform you that I destroyed it with the Fiendfire curse. Andre chose to incinerate the evidence rather than risk it being discovered by the White Wizard. Fiendfire? A highly effective method against Horcruxes, Dumbledore remarked, his words laden with significance. Thank you for your praise, Professor. I merely read a bit more than usual, Andre responded with deference. Very well, Dumbledore, the students are quite weary. Let us allow them to rest, Professor Flitwick interjected, coming to their aid. Andre and Hermione bowed to Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick before hastening to their respective common rooms. Oh. Andre, you're back. Upon entering the common room, Autumn leaped into his arms, holding him tightly as if to expel all the air from his lungs. Autumn. Your robes are dirty. Andre patted her back, encouraging her to calm down. With Professor Flitwick around, how could anything go wrong? But you were facing the Basilisk. Autumn, usually gentle and strong, was now fraught with concern. Even if the professor is powerful, one glance from the Basilisk could be fatal. It's all right, Autumn. I'm back safe and sound, he assured, settling into a chair while Autumn continued to cling to his arm. Andre, did you kill the Basilisk? Stuart Ackerley inquired, having approached them curiously. They had been considerate enough not to interrupt the couple earlier, but now their curiosity got the better of them. Of course, with Professor Flitwick's intervention. The Basilisk was no match for him, Andre asserted, determined to attribute all the credit to the professor. My spells alongside Harry and Hermione were ineffective. Professor Flitwick dispatched it in under a minute. The professor is truly remarkable. If only Dumbledore hadn't returned, we could have had another headmaster from Ravenclaw, Lisa Dupin lamented. which was met with agreement from those around them. No worries. I believe the school board has recognized Professor Flitwick's capabilities. When Dumbledore retires next time, they will likely consider him. Andre smiled brightly as the seeds of discord sown against Dumbledore began to bear fruit, hinting at future implications beyond anyone's imagination. Andre, your smile is quite cunning. Autumn whispered in his ear, her delicate fragrance tickling his earlobe. Is it? Autumn, you must be mistaken, he replied, turning to plant a tender kiss on her forehead. Uncle Lucius, how did Dumbledore return? Andre asked in astonishment, gazing at Lucius Malfoy, who had appeared at the clandestine gathering of Hogwarts family members. Dumbledore is still the headmaster. His authority remains strong. Fudge adamantly insisted that Dumbledore must return to the school. Lucius Malfoy sighed. However, Andre, you have performed exceptionally well this time. The school board's reputation has increased significantly, and Dumbledore has paid a price. Next semester, you will see family members among the faculty. If possible, do assist Draco. Uncle Lucius, you flatter me. Draco is my dear friend, and I shall certainly do my utmost to help him. But will the position be dark arts defense or care of magical creatures? I recall Professor Kelcher is retiring this year, and Lockhart is likely to be dismissed as well. Indeed, hiring Lockhart was a significant blunder identified by the board, and he will not continue. As for who will replace him, you shall discover next semester. Uncle Lucius, you are becoming increasingly cunning. Mutual sentiment. They chuckled heartily. Since entering Hogwarts, Andre had participated in 6 or 7 grand feasts. Each was lively in its own right, yet none matched the miraculous and unparalleled nature of this one. The night had grown late, long past the time for the usual dinner, yet no one seemed to notice. It appeared even the house elves had not rested, as platters of exquisite delicacies continuously appeared on the long table. Most students donned their pajamas, having not even bothered to change into their everyday robes, rushing to the hall in slippers or even barefoot. Although it may appear somewhat chaotic, the atmosphere of joy is undeniably palpable. Hermione rushed towards him, disregarding the presence of Chio, and embraced her tightly, incessantly chattering excitedly, leaving him with no choice but to raise his hands in a helpless smile towards Chio. Ibicus Hemorus also approached, his expression animated as he praised their achievements in the Chamber of Secrets. The corpse of the Basilisk had been dragged out by the teachers and was displayed at the entrance of the Great Hall. Everyone who passed by curiously touched it, marveling at Andre's exquisite spell and Professor Flitwick's formidable magic. Neville Longbottom and Penelope Clearwater, having been rescued from petrification, rushed to Andre's side, gripping his hand tightly and endlessly expressing their gratitude for avenging them. Draco Malfoy lingered nearby, repeatedly requesting special training opportunities to enhance his abilities and learn powerful spells. Harry, however, was surrounded by even more people. The title of the Chosen One, combined with his recent feat of slaying the Basilisk, although not as illustrious as in the original story, was nonetheless quite impressive. Professor Flitwick's position at the staff table was also encircled by a throng of students and teachers. Only their excited voices could be heard, while Flitwick himself remained unseen due to his short stature. All right, children. I am delighted that we have safely navigated yet another significant crisis, one that nearly led to the closure of Hogwarts. However, we have ultimately triumphed over it. For this, we must first extend our gratitude to Professor Flitwick, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Andre Carmichael. Everyone raised their cups high, loudly proclaiming their names. Why are you last? Cho asked somewhat irritably. Because I am a Ravenclaw, not a Gryffindor, Andre replied, unfazed by such trivial matters. The White Wizard was even seeking psychological balance through minor changes in rankings, which merely indicated the bountiful achievements of the various families during this incident, thus unsettling him and affirming the effectiveness of Andre's plan. Next, we must thank Minister Cornelius Fudge of the Ministry of Magic, Director Scrimgeour, and all the Aurors who participated in safeguarding Hogwarts. The White Wizard raised his voice once more. The students eagerly downed their automatically refilled drinks, loudly blessing the diligent Ministry of Magic. Finally, we must express our gratitude to our school board. They made significant efforts, and we appreciate them. Dumbledore's voice was entirely untroubled, still radiating joy and festivity. Thank you, school board. Everyone clinked their cups against the table before raising them high once more. The contributions of the school board were tangible. Every student benefited from their efforts. In the minds of the students, the school board had transformed from an ethereal institution into a caring organization, and that was sufficient. Perhaps, under these circumstances, Dumbledore will attempt to unite with the families to eliminate the Dark Lord first, Cho whispered, taking advantage of the toast. No, Cho. It is not yet time. The White Wizard knows we cannot truly cooperate with him, and we are aware of this as well. He is not yet weakened and will not be caught off guard. Rather than having an ally who could stab you in the back at any moment, it is preferable to have a formidable opponent. Andre shook his head, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. At 1:30 in the morning, representatives from the school board and the Ministry of Magic arrived upon receiving word. Lucius Malfoy announced that the school board had decided to allocate an additional 500,000 galleons for the repair of the damaged walls and future student practical training programs. Scrimgeour conveyed the ministry's commendation for Professor Flitwick and the other three. Oh, how disappointing. I thought they would at least award a medal. Andre laughed to Chio. The results of this academic year's House Cup were finally revealed. Andre's 150 points helped Ravenclaw ascend to victory, reclaiming the House Cup that had been lost for over a decade. Although Harry and Hermione had secured 300 points for Gryffindor, Ginny was penalized 200 points. And Gryffindor's original score was still below Ravenclaw's, leading to their unfortunate defeat in the title defense. However, the Weasley family did not appear disheartened. Percy was busy engaging in romantic exchanges with Penelope Clearwater, while Fred and George hurled dung bombs towards the Ravenclaw table, only to be reprimanded by Percy. Ron sat alone, drinking quietly. Since their father's passing, he had mingled with his brothers, spending little time with Harry and Hermione. Meanwhile, Ginny Weasley rested her chin on her hand, silently gazing at the profile of Harry, prompting him to wipe non-existent beads of sweat every couple of minutes. Amidst the exuberant atmosphere, Professor McGonagall announced at the end of the feast that all final exams for the academic year would be cancelled to celebrate the great victory of defeating the Basilisk and saving the school. Oh, how unfortunate, Hermione exclaimed, though it seemed no one shared her sentiment. 2 days later, the dormitories were once again vacated. The students changed out of their robes and boarded the Hogwarts Express waiting on the platform. Andre and Chio occupied a compartment, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate magic while whispering to one another. Andre, do you have any plans for this summer? Well, Chio, I hope you can spend the summer with me. I will come to pick you up then. Haha, that would be splendid. But, will Miss Delacours be joining us as well? Well, my home is quite large. How delightful. Chio rested her head on Andre's shoulder, leaning quietly against him. Andre, don't you dare let her bully me. Of course not. Rest assured, Chio. As they disembarked from the train, the Carmichael couple and the Jean couple stood together in the crowd, smiling as they waved their arms at the sight of the two descending hand in hand. I sincerely apologize. Due to the impending CPA exam preparation, I can only guarantee one update per day moving forward at 6 p.m. Thank you for your understanding. Azkaban, the most fearsome prison in the wizarding world, a nightmare for countless renowned wizards and a burial ground for many powerful individuals, is reputed to be the most secure and fortified holding facility. The lonely island rises slightly above the surrounding pitch-black sea, appearing from a distance like a solitary boat adrift on the water, perilously close to being engulfed by the surging waves. Yet, as each wave of over 10 meters crashes, it steadfastly remains, as if it has not shifted for millennia. In the heart of the desolate island, amidst a chilling and eerie mist, a building rises abruptly, exuding an aura of death and decay, such that even the most malevolent dark wizards would feel oppressed and perhaps even driven to madness in such an atmosphere. This explains why there has never been a record of escape from Azkaban. The inmates all succumb to madness. However, today, within this realm that has long been steeped in an ominous atmosphere, 2 visitors have arrived. Andre, this truly is a place of despair, remarked a stunning young woman clad in black robes, her silver hair cascading loosely. The silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, its brilliance shimmering even amidst the mist of Azkaban, flowing with a luminescence akin to moonlight, bestowing a touch of purity upon this world steeped in darkness. For Ferron, the despair of Azkaban was not solely due to its geographical desolation, but more so attributed to its guardians. Among them stood a young man with golden hair and a smile radiant as sunlight. His visage, though still bearing a hint of youth, exuded a calm and composed demeanor, leaving one to ponder his true age. A stunning woman linked her arm with his, their intimacy unmistakable, suggesting a love in full bloom. Were this scene set on the flower-laden avenues of Paris, it would surely evoke envy and admiration from many. Yet, the only witness to this moment was a figure cloaked in a long robe, shrouded by a black hood, leading the way. Dementors, those enigmatic beings born of darkness and treachery, thrived on fear and sorrow, feasting upon grief and despair, draining the joy and hope from those they encountered. Truly, some of the most reviled creatures in existence. It was fitting that the Ministry of Magic appointed them as the guards of the notorious prison. Do you believe those Death Eaters still possess their sanity? Farong inquired. Their purpose in coming here was rooted in a family mandate to ascertain whether their kin, once deemed Death Eaters and imprisoned in Azkaban, still held the possibility of redemption, despite their past affiliations. Indeed, Farong, powerful wizards are not so easily swayed by Dementors, particularly those well-versed in dark magic, Ender replied. Otherwise, this world would have long succumbed to their dominion. The sunlit smile on Ender's face contrasted starkly with the somber ambience of the Isle, and the Dementor leading them seemed to deliberately distance itself from their presence. But what scheme have you devised that compelled our elders to consent to another effort this year to rescue our uncles and aunts? 13 years ago. Every family exerted their utmost but could not shield them from the collective wrath of the wizarding community, Farong expressed, bewildered. While she understood their mission, the deeper implications eluded her. In truth, Ender had previously presented a plan to the higher echelons of their families, which led to their dispatch to Azkaban to observe whether their imprisoned relatives still retained their minds. Should they succeed in liberating them and restoring their reputations, it would not only significantly bolster their family's power by adding dozens of formidable wizards, but would also lay the groundwork for Voldemort's resurgence, facilitating their family's cunning strategies. My dear, do you still doubt me? Since I am bold enough to propose a plan, I must have confidence in our ability to rescue them, Ender explained briefly. Aware that this was not a place for extended discourse, the island, heavily fortified by the Ministry, was laden with countless enchantments they could not afford to air, proceeding with utmost caution as if treading on thin ice. This was Uncle Kevin, Aunt Lilith, and Uncle Brooke, making their way under the guidance of the Dementors. Passing by cell after cell, encountering figures shrouded in despair and silence. Initially, these figures merely lifted their heads wearily at the sight of visitors, assuming it was a routine inspection by the Ministry. However, what they beheld were strikingly handsome youths and maidens. Stephen? A witch inquired with a hoarse, low tone. Clearly in poor health. I am Ender, Aunt Natasha, he responded with a smile. This witch was none other than Natasha Carmichael, sister to Count Carmichael, who had also been imprisoned as a Death Eater 13 years prior. Little Ender, you've grown so much, she exclaimed, surprise evident in her voice. She extended a withered hand, akin to dried bark, attempting to touch his cheek. Back then, you were but a newborn. I cannot believe you have a girlfriend so soon. Greetings, Aunt Natasha. I am Farong from the Delacours family, and also Ender's girlfriend. Farong curtsied with a hint of shyness, fulfilling a customary gesture of respect towards an elder. Andre knelt before the iron bars, cradling his aunt's hand against his cheek, feeling the parched texture of her palm. Aunt, please convey to the uncles and aunts to hold on a little longer. The family has initiated a plan that, barring unforeseen circumstances, will rescue you within a year. His lips moved slightly, his voice barely audible, shared only between himself and the witch. Oh, how wonderful it is to see you, dear child, Natasha replied, nodding gently, reluctantly withdrawing her hand. Ah, by the way, Aunt, I have brought some newspapers for everyone to peruse. Perhaps they might aid in maintaining your health. He squeezed his eyes shut and handed a large bundle of newspapers into the cell. Andre, why did you bring so many newspapers? What purpose do they serve? Fleur could not help but inquire. The most peculiar of Andre's actions since arriving at Azkaban was indeed the distribution of newspapers. He would always slip the latest edition of the Daily Prophet to each notorious criminal, claiming it would alleviate their boredom. Yet, it was well known that the true terror of Azkaban lay not in solitude or tedium, but in the unending despair. I bring them to instill hope, Fleur. Andre replied with a sly smile. They approached the innermost cell, where a man with disheveled black hair sat with his head bowed. Sirius Black, the mad murderer. Fleur murmured to herself, yet seemingly, the man sensed her presence, abruptly raising his head with eyes that gleamed like icy daggers, startling her. Mr. Black, please remain calm. My girlfriend and I are merely here to visit family. Andre maintained his smile, addressing the man. Are you the son of Stephen Carmichael? The man inquired in a low, grave tone. That sinister Slytherin? I am a Ravenclaw, Mr. Black, Andre replied, disregarding the man's hostility as he produced the newspapers and handed them over. I also brought some newspapers, hoping to offer you a glimmer of hope in your life. You see, the first page holds good news. The Daily Prophet's annual award has been bestowed upon Mrs. Molly Weasley. Her family utilized the funds for a trip to Egypt, and the photographs taken before the pyramids graced the text below. Such uplifting news is plentiful within these papers. I sincerely hope this modest gift can brighten your spirits. Andre was pleased to observe the moment when Sirius Black's pupils abruptly constricted upon viewing the photograph, his gaze sharp as a needle. The summer at the Camichael estate was lush, tranquil, and refreshingly cool. Especially at noon, the entire estate was enveloped in silence. As if it too had succumbed to the embrace of a midday slumber. Only a young girl stood at the entrance of the estate, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. "Andre, you're back," exclaimed Chio, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. She smiled and approached the two figures who had suddenly materialized at the estate's entrance, unabashedly embracing the young man among them. "It's wonderful to see you, Furong," Chio replied, a hint of shyness gracing her demeanor, yet she greeted him with poise. "It has indeed been a long time." "Yes, we last met at Andre's home last year. It's hard to believe a year has passed so swiftly. Come inside. You'll melt in the heat out here." Furong, embodying the warm hospitality of Mrs. Carmichael, enthusiastically welcomed her guests from afar. "Ah, Furong. Andre has cast a cooling charm for me. He is quite considerate." "I'm perfectly fine," Chio stated, though gentle in nature. She was resolute when the moment called for it. "Clark, please help me with the luggage." With a snap, Clark appeared beside Chio. "Yes, miss, rest assured." Andre stood silently, realizing that bringing the two girls together had been a grave mistake. Despite the summer heat, the veiled barbs in their conversation sent a chill down his spine. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he was still a novice in matters of the heart. "Andre, what's the training for today?" Autumn and Fleur greeted him at his door, their faces beaming. To avert a catastrophic clash, he devised a plan: training. He would exhaust their energy, leaving them with no strength for jealousy. Thus, they engaged in Quidditch one day, transfiguration the next, the two girls drenched in sweat. He seized the opportunity to indulge his desires. Just as he was reveling in his cleverness, he noticed their bond rapidly strengthening, forming an impregnable anti-Andre alliance. His role swiftly diminished to that of a mere instructor, occasionally doubling as a lunch chef. "All right, it seems I must resort to drastic measures. Today, we train the Patronus charm," Andre declared with a smile, concealing his true intentions. Had Fleur and Autumn known his thoughts, they would have surely ganged up on him. "The Patronus charm? Isn't that beyond our level?" Autumn questioned, perplexed. Fleur, with her esteemed upbringing, and Autumn, known for her Ravenclaw intellect, understood the charm's power and difficulty. Moreover, where would they find subjects to practice on? Another trip to Azkaban? "Andre, you're not planning to raid Azkaban, are you?" Fleur exclaimed, startled. Her immediate fear was that Andre intended to attack the Dementors. "No wonder you went there earlier, you were scouting the place." After shaking off the absurd notion, Fleur regained her composure and identified the real issue. Where would we find Dementors? "Practicing the Patronus charm is fine, but where do we get Dementors?" "That's not a problem. I've acquired a boggart," Andre replied, producing a suitcase. "It can transform into a Dementor. The effect is comparable." "Your greatest fear is a Dementor?" Autumn asked, astonished. "A clemency?" Fleur guessed instantly. "Indeed, a clemency," Andre confirmed, giving Fleur a thumbs up. The girls merely scoffed. At the Carmichael Manor training grounds, Andre drew the heavy curtains, plunging the room into darkness before kicking open the suitcase. A chilling aura filled the air, eerie and unsettling. A cloaked figure extended a pale, grayish hand, inhaling deeply. Autumn felt her joy and happiness instantly drained. "Expecto Patronum," Autumn cried out. A silvery mist erupted from her wand, vaguely resembling wings, yet indistinct. It barely maintained a defense, preventing the Dementor from breaking through. Autumn swayed, on the verge of collapse. "Ridiculous." Andre stepped forward, forcing the boggart back into the box. "Are you all right, Autumn?" Fleur, having prepared a steaming cup of coffee, handed it to Autumn before turning to Andre. "Why are you so eager for us to learn the Patronus charm? Its applications are rather limited." Fleur, "Autumn, have you seen today's Daily Prophet?" Andre waved his wand, drawing back the curtains and flooding the room with light, dispelling the lingering darkness. "Black escaped from Azkaban. You mean this news?" Autumn asked, sipping her coffee. "But the Dementors won't come to Carmichael Manor, will they?" "Not here. But they will go to Hogwarts," Andre stated gravely. "According to family sources in the Ministry, Sirius Black may infiltrate Hogwarts to assassinate Harry Potter. The Ministry has decided to station Dementors at the school. Therefore, we must be able to defend ourselves before returning. Fleur as well. It won't hurt to learn." "Sirius Black? The Death Eater who committed the most murders at once?" Fleur inquired. Being French, she was not well versed in British affairs. "Well, a suspected murderer. He seemed deranged. He offered no resistance or explanation when the Aurors arrested him and was sent directly to Azkaban without a trial," Autumn clarified, drawing on her extensive knowledge of magical history, particularly major 20th century events. In that case, let's practice for a few more days. We must ensure Autumn masters it before we return to school. 2 days later. In the darkened training room, a radiant silver swan drove the Dementor back, while a matching silver raptor swooped in, knocking the Dementor back into the box. A hand slammed the lid shut. Excellent, Autumn. You've completely mastered it, Andre announced gleefully. Autumn, your swan is beautiful, Fleur exclaimed, unable to conceal her envy. Andre shook his head, unable to comprehend why girls valued the appearance of their Patronus more than its power. But I prefer your unicorn, Fleur, Autumn replied, admiringly. Fleur's Patronus was a magnificent unicorn, elegant and enchanting. Ahem, shouldn't we acknowledge my gerfalcon's prowess? Andre interjected, hoping to capture their attention. It's hideous, Andre. Your taste is appalling. The girls retorted in unison. The unfortunate Andre's prized gerfalcon was deemed aesthetically displeasing, and one could only imagine the Patronus's dismay if it were sentient. The delightful summer days passed, and cool winds heralded the end of August. Hogwarts owls delivered Andre and Autumn's schedules and book lists for the new year, and Fleur bid them a fond farewell, returning to Beauxbatons for her penultimate year. On the morning of August 30th, Andre, hand in hand with Autumn, opera to the public apparition point in Diagon Alley, followed by their house elf, Creature, dutifully carrying their luggage. Diagon Alley remained largely unchanged from Andre's memory. The cobblestone street was lined with magical shops, the familiar establishments still thriving. Madame Malkin greeted them warmly. Young witches from the countryside shopped for supplies. Seemingly vulnerable wizards debated the latest transfiguration articles, and a motley assortment of witches and wizards filled the magical world. The only noticeable difference was the wanted posters of Sirius Black plastered on every shop front. Madame Malkin lamented how his grim expression had deterred customers. Andre and Chio first replenished the potion ingredients required for the upcoming semester, then visited the Lehan bookstore to procure their new term's textbooks. Andre was pleasantly surprised to discover that the textbook listed for the Care of Magical Creatures course was not the usual compendium of monsters, but rather fantastic beasts and where to find them. This indicated that their family had successfully secured the teaching position for the Care of Magical Creatures class, rather than Hagrid as depicted in the original work. This revelation greatly uplifted his spirits. With no pressing tasks remaining, they strolled hand in hand along the cobblestone path, leisurely browsing the shops that lined the way. Andre knew that, like any ordinary girl, Chio particularly relished shopping, a luxury rarely afforded to her at Hogwarts. Patiently, he accompanied her, which kept her mood consistently buoyant. Their hearts raced when they arrived at the exclusive Brooms Boutique. Both were exceptional Quidditch players and fervent enthusiasts, their obsession with flying brooms far exceeding that of the average person. Just as a scholar cherishes fine ink and a general admires noble steeds, Quidditch players pursue superior quality brooms with unrelenting fervor. Chio noticed numerous wizards and witches gathered around the display window and eagerly pulled Andre toward it. Upon catching a glimpse, they found themselves utterly captivated. The firebolt, the pinnacle of craftsmanship. Andre, look. Observe its acceleration and braking. The Nimbus 2000 pales in comparison, Chio exclaimed, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent, as she could only articulate her thoughts in short bursts. The Irish national team has just ordered 7 of these brooms, the shopkeeper announced loudly, seemingly underscoring Chio's enthusiasm. This is the latest product, a groundbreaking innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, take note, it has completely surpassed the Nimbus series. The firebolt will set a new standard. It marks the beginning of a new series, with the price to be negotiated. Chio astutely decided to leave the boutique after a brief observation. Although her family's circumstances were relatively comfortable, they were not affluent enough to allow her to casually spend a fortune on such a broom. The phrase price to be negotiated suggested that the cost was certainly beyond the means of an average individual. As for Andre, she genuinely loved him and envisioned him as her future husband, fully believing in his feelings for her. If she were to express her desire, Andre would undoubtedly purchase it without hesitation. However, she wished to keep their relationship untainted by monetary considerations. She was a perfectionist and an independent girl at heart. Andre instantly understood the girl's feelings. He merely sighed softly without uttering a word, continuing to accompany Chio as they leisurely wandered in and out of various shops. As August drew to a close, the sun remained fiercely relentless, displaying its final frenzy upon the earth. After a somewhat tiring morning of shopping, Andre and Chio indulged in the icy refreshment of Florence's ice cream parlor during lunch. Upon regaining their energy and stepping outside, ready to continue their afternoon shopping expedition, they unexpectedly spotted a few familiar figures. "Hey, Andre, Chio." Harry and Hermione waved excitedly at them, with Ron standing beside them nodding in acknowledgement. Hermione's fair skin had tanned to a warm brown. Andre had kept in touch with her and knew she had just returned from a holiday in France. Ron's complexion had also darkened to a bronzed hue, effectively concealing his freckles. According to the Daily Prophet, he was supposed to have recently returned from a journey to Egypt. Only Harry remained unchanged, still sporting his jet black hair and pale cheeks, though he seemed to have acquired a bit of color, indicating that he had been well-nourished lately. "Long time no see, Harry." "Hello, Hermione." "Hello, Ron," Andre greeted, with Chio linking her arm through his left as he raised his right hand in a formal wave. "Harry, I heard you've been living at the Leaky Cauldron?" Chio inquired curiously. "Huh? Chio, how do you know that?" Harry responded, puzzled. "There haven't been any reporters, have there?" "Haha. Harry, we've all heard about it. You inflated your aunt." Andre burst into laughter. "I figured you couldn't possibly reside anywhere else, as Hermione's family isn't even in the UK. And Ron is far away in Egypt. Besides Diagon Alley, you wouldn't be flying your broomstick straight to school, would you? By the way, speaking of broomsticks, Andre, have you seen the Firebolt?" Harry, clearly an avid Quidditch fan, exclaimed. "I go to watch it every day. It's absolutely perfect." "Indeed," Andre replied, astonished as he noticed a large cat grasping his pant leg. This feline, with its flat face and ginger fur, had a tail resembling a bottle brush. And it gazed at him with keen intelligence. "This is my birthday gift. Its name is Crookshanks," Hermione said proudly. "Isn't it lovely?" "Yes, it's truly beautiful," Andre replied, though Chio's voice sounded somewhat strange. "More importantly, it's exceptionally clever," Andre added, casting a meaningful glance at the cat. "In the original text, it nearly becomes sentient." "Do you think so too, Andre?" Hermione beamed radiantly. "I believe it possesses a peculiar intelligence, as if it understands human speech." "Oh, children, there you are." Mrs. Molly Weasley approached, slightly out of breath. Following her were Percy, Fred, and George, with Ginny holding her hand, blushing as she secretly stole glances at Harry. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley." The group greeted in unison. "Ah, hello there." Mrs. Weasley nodded in acknowledgement. "Ron, we still need to buy your wand." "Well then, Chio and I shall take our leave," Andre said politely. "We also need to purchase some items." "Goodbye, Andre, Chio," Harry and Hermione lamented. Hermione appeared somewhat reluctant but managed to suppress her emotions. "Farewell." Fred chimed in, making a silly face. Dear George also joined in. The two exchanged glances at Hermione. "Only because I'm not by your side," Hermione's face flushed crimson. Turning away, she shed endless tears, her cheeks reddened to the point of appearing as if they might bleed. "Longing for the day you understand." The twins were each met with a firm kick from Hermione, which left a trail of lamenting cries. On the morning of September 1st, Andre awoke early. After preparing himself, he descended the stairs, where their school luggage had already been arranged by Clark, including Chio's. Plunk and Prunce, on the other hand, needed no concern from them, as they were already making their way to Hogwarts on their own. "Good morning, Andre." Chio sleepily descended from upstairs. They had played wizard's chess quite late the previous night. Andre, possessing extraordinary mental fortitude, managed to endure, but she could not. During breakfast, while still yawning, she provided Andre with a delightful view of a languid beauty. After finishing breakfast, they directly apparat to platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express awaited them, its immense chimney puffing white smoke, ready to depart. The station was as bustling as ever, though one had posters for Sirius Black adorned the walls, and that grim visage certainly did not uplift anyone's spirits. Once the train departed, Andre observed that this journey was unusually noisy, far exceeding his previous school trips. He attributed it to the particularly exuberant first-year students this academic year. "Perhaps we should seek a quieter place," Andre suggested to Chio. Thus, they dragged their small suitcases, inspecting each compartment from the front of the train. Most compartments were filled with familiar relatives or friends, chattering away or introducing the newcomers to the basics of Hogwarts. Some compartments even had students engaged in wizard's chess, exploding snap or gobs tones with the sounds of explosions audible in the aisles. They only discovered a satisfactory spot upon reaching the last carriage. This compartment accommodated just 4 individuals: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and a stranger sleeping against the window. The man had gray hair, slightly tinged with white, and wore a faded robe patched in numerous places. He appeared relatively young, not yet 30. Harry was reading a book, while Hermione was attending to her new pet, Crookshanks. Upon seeing Andre and Chio enter, they greeted them warmly. Ron, tending to his anxious pet rat, Scabbers merely nodded, his expression somewhat stiff. Since Crookshank's arrival, his rat had been in a state of distress, seemingly unwell. "Who is this?" Chio whispered to Andre after they settled in. "If I'm not mistaken, this is our new defense against the dark arts professor, R.J. Lupin," Andre replied, pointing to the luggage rack, where the name was inscribed on his small trunk. Though the paint had chipped away. "I wonder what his skill level will be like," Chio said glumly. The previous two defense against the dark arts professors were both young. One, Quirrell, had been possessed by the Dark Lord and spent his days feigning madness, while the other, Lockhart, had fulfilled his role as a celebrity but lacked any significant magical prowess, resulting in numerous blunders. Consequently, most students reported that they learned nothing in defense against the dark arts class over the past 2 years, leading Chio to harbor a sense of distrust towards young professors. "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be too bad," Andre shrugged. "Why do you say that?" Harry, intrigued, leaned closer to inquire. He was particularly interested in predictions since he had chosen divination as one of his elective courses this term. "Isn't it said that the position of defense against the dark arts teacher is cursed?" Andre glanced at the still sleeping Professor Lupin. With 2 consecutive professors, one possessed by the Dark Lord and the other disgraced due to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, one would have to possess considerable skill to dare sit in that position. "Or so I believe." "That's a valid point, Andre," Harry nodded in agreement. "Given the current circumstances, it is already quite remarkable to find someone willing to take on the role of a professor." After a brief exchange, the carriage fell into silence once more. The students, wary of disturbing the professor, busied themselves with their own affairs. Harry continued to gaze at his book on flying with the cannon team. Ron was preoccupied with his pet rat, and Hermione was still feeding Crookshanks. Andre and Chio sat quietly in their seats, observing the scenery outside, not uttering a word. The journey had been exceedingly tranquil, save for a brief commotion caused by Malfoy and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle. As night deepened, the lights in the carriage and corridor flickered to life. Raindrops began to fall outside, gradually intensifying, drumming against the carriage windows. Crookshanks perked up, mewing alertly, while Ron soothed his rat, grumbling about the rain soiling the hem of his robes. The night enveloped the surroundings like a shroud. The rain grew heavier, and suddenly, the train began to slow down, ultimately coming to a shaky halt. "What is happening? We haven't reached the station yet," Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "It seems the train is encountering difficulties," Andre commented. If all were well, it wouldn't stop mid-journey. Just then, as if to validate Andre's ominous prediction, all the lights extinguished abruptly, plunging the carriage into darkness. "What is going on?" Hermione's wand emitted a soft glow, illuminating the carriage walls. Confusion etched across everyone's faces, and even Professor Lupin, who had been resting against the window, awakened. Andre and Chio huddled closely together, their wands raised before them, aimed at the door. "What is the matter with you?" Hermione asked, puzzled, yet noticing the seriousness in the expressions of Lupin, Andre, and Chio, who remained fixated on the entrance. As if in response to their gaze, a cloaked figure, towering to the ceiling, appeared at the door. The figure was shrouded in a cloak, revealing only a single, gray, skeletal hand that emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of a lifeless being, devoid of vitality. Sensing their scrutiny, the figure inhaled deeply, and an icy chill swept through the carriage, as if all joy and happiness had vanished in an instant. With a sudden thud, several of them turned to see Harry collapse onto the floor, unconscious. A flicker of anger flashed in Lupin's eyes as he raised his wand towards the figure. However, Andre and Chio were quicker. Having faced such creatures countless times over the summer, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their wands over their shoulders, shouting, "Expecto Patronum." An elegant swan and a majestic eagle owl burst forth from their wands, materializing as though they were living beings. The silver swan flapped its wings at the figure, while the silver eagle owl soared higher before diving down, its talons reaching for the figure's hood, preparing for another assault. These two attacks seemed to inflict considerable damage upon the figure, which hesitated before silently gliding away. As the cloaked figure retreated, Andre heard Ron and Hermione exhale audibly, while Chio appeared to relax her previously tense posture. "Very impressive. It is rare to encounter such exceptional students," Professor Lupin remarked genuinely. "What are your names?" "Professor, I am Andre Camichael, and this is my girlfriend Chio Zhang. We are both students of Ravenclaw," Andre replied respectfully, lowering his wand. "Camichael, are you the son of Stephen Camichael?" Lupin's gray eyes reflected a mix of nostalgia and contemplation. Just then, Harry began to stir, groggily awakening. What happened to that creature? He rubbed his eyes, turning to search for the shadow that had instilled a profound sense of darkness and fear within him. Harry, that was a Dementor. Andre and Chio have driven it away, Hermione explained, tidying up Crookshank's basket. In the chaos, the woven basket had toppled, spilling its contents and leaving behind 2 muddy footprints, the origin of which remained a mystery. Dementors? How could they be here? Ron exclaimed, his face pale. As a member of a wizarding family, he had long been aware of these terrifying creatures, often used by his unscrupulous brothers to frighten him during his childhood. How did they escape from Azkaban? Are they betraying the Ministry of Magic? It must be an official assignment. The Ministry likely sent them out, Andre explained, assisting Professor Lupin in breaking off a large piece of chocolate. That Sirius Black has escaped from prison. They must be here to capture him, perhaps thinking he would hide at Hogwarts. If they truly intended to attack, there would be more than just one. Upon hearing this, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Hermione's lips moved as if to speak, yet she ultimately remained silent. All right, everyone take a piece and eat it. Lupin distributed the broken chocolate to them. Chocolate will do you good right now. I must go check on the situation with the conductor. With his wand in hand, he adjusted his patched robe and exited the carriage. At least, judging by his demeanor, he seems far superior to Lockhart, does he not? Ron mused, instantly feeling a fondness for the professor. Unbeknownst to you, it was not he who drove the Dementor away, Hermione remarked, rolling her eyes. It was Andre and Chio. Nevertheless, he is quite pleasant to the students and appears quite normal, Ron replied. By the way, Andre, what spell did you just use? Don't be ridiculous, Hermione, Andre said, handing his piece of chocolate to Chio. If Professor Lupin truly intervened, he would have been far more proficient. We used the Patronus charm, Hermione, Chio answered gently. I only learned it this summer. Andre helped me practice. You are truly impressive, Hermione exclaimed, unable to conceal her admiration. The Patronus charm is not one that ordinary students can master. Many N.E.W.T. level wizards struggle with it. Chio smiled warmly but chose not to elaborate. At that moment, Professor Lupin returned. All right, children, prepare yourselves. We shall arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. As they reached the Hogwarts platform, the rain continued to pour, growing ever heavier. The icy droplets threatened to turn the small platform into an icy sculpture. They heard Hagrid's booming voice calling the new students to embark on the traditional boat journey across the lake, while they themselves had to climb aboard the carriage drawn by the Thestrals, passing through the massive wrought iron gates into the grounds of Hogwarts. Oh, Ron. Andre heard Harry's voice from the carriage behind them. On either side of the entrance stood 2 towering Dementors, guarding the threshold like sentinels. Harry seemed to recall the unpleasant events from earlier in the carriage, and Ron appeared at a loss for how to comfort him. The carriage gained speed along the long, sloping driveway, reaching the entrance to the Great Hall. Due to the thick clouds and relentless rain, the typically star-studded ceiling was now shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the countless candles suspended in midair. The stark contrast between light and dark created a striking visual. Potter, Granger, Camichael, follow me. I need to see you. Andre heard Professor McGonagall's voice calling. The 3 of them obediently departed from the main group, following her down the corridor. Professor McGonagall led them into a small room, and with a flick of her wand, a roaring fire sprang to life in the hearth, the wood crackling cheerfully. The flickering flames and the accompanying warmth enveloped them, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as warmth and light returned to their bodies. Professor Lupin had sent an owl, inquiring, Are you unwell, Harry? Professor McGonagall's emerald eye scrutinized Harry's pale face. No, Professor, I was merely affected by the Dementors. Harry hastily defended himself. A gentle knock sounded at the door before it swung open, revealing Madame Pomfrey, the matron. I heard someone was unwell? She asked with concern. Potter is feeling a bit under the weather, due to a Dementor, McGonagall replied. Oh dear, I knew they shouldn't have let them in, Madame Pomfrey said, moving closer to attempt to lift Harry's eyelid for inspection. I dare say he won't be the last. I'm fine, Harry protested, a mix of embarrassment and anger rising within him. Madame Pomfrey, I assure you I'm perfectly well. Oh, perhaps you should have some chocolate. Madame Pomfrey seemed not to hear his protests, continuing her examination. After all, chocolate, which brings joy and happiness, is the best remedy against Dementors. Oh, we've already had some, Hermione interjected. Professor Lupin gave us some. At last, we have a defense against the dark arts teacher who can assist medically. Madame Pomfrey appeared quite pleased. I've told Dumbledore numerous times, and finally, we have someone reliable. Are you quite certain you are well now, Potter? Professor McGonagall inquired with a serious expression. Yes, Professor. I am perfectly fine now, Harry asserted firmly. Very well then. Madam, please take Harry back to the infirmary for further examination. Mr. Carmichael, Miss Granger, and I need to discuss their course schedules. McGonagall's tone left no room for debate. Certainly. Minerva, I shall take the child now. Madame Pomfrey replied as she led Harry out of the room. Now then, Miss Granger and Mr. Carmichael, McGonagall's tone became more grave. I must speak with you on behalf of the school regarding your choices for third-year electives. The room fell silent as Andre and Hermione exchanged glances, likely surmising the reason for McGonagall's summons. Mr. Carmichael, Miss Granger, you are both exceptionally talented students and a source of pride for Hogwarts. McGonagall, not one for excessive praise, rendered her commendation rather matter-of-factly, yet Andre and Hermione had grown accustomed to it. Firstly, I wish to confirm that, according to the course selection forms received, both of you have chosen all the elective courses, including divination, arithmancy, muggle studies, care of magical creatures, and ancient runes, correct? Yes, Professor, that is correct. They replied in unison. Then, have you not noticed that if you choose all elective courses, there will be significant scheduling conflicts? McGonagall's hawk-like gaze bore into their eyes, as if searching for some hidden truth. Professor, I simply wanted to learn more. Hermione, feeling the weight of McGonagall's scrutiny, grew slightly flustered. I am quite adept at self-study. And if you would permit me to utilize my self-study time to compensate for the missed classes, I am confident I can succeed in the final examinations. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke rapidly. Well, Miss Granger, please do not be anxious. McGonagall waved her wand, producing several bottles of pumpkin juice on the table. You may have a drink. Now, Mr. Carmichael? Professor, my intention is, of course, to learn as much as possible, Andre replied with a calm smile, seemingly unfazed by the intense scrutiny. As you know, my parents have high expectations of me. Last Easter, I wrote to them asking for advice on my course selections. Ultimately, I found I had to enroll in all the courses. Of course, I believe I can manage. Mr. Carmichael, Miss Granger, I still hope you will reconsider your decision. McGonagall said, brushing her hair back as if attempting to soften her tone, yet her effort clearly fell short, the seriousness of her words overshadowing any gentleness. If you insist on your choices, the coming year will be particularly arduous and demanding. You will discover that the pressure of study far exceeds your expectations. Perhaps the gravity of her statement rendered them momentarily speechless. Hermione looked down at the cheerful flames dancing in the hearth, while Andre fiddled with his wand, lost in thought. With a soft crackle, a spark erupted from the fireplace, illuminating the room momentarily. The heavy atmosphere seemed to lift as Andre turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor, regardless, I still wish to pursue my choices, he stated. He set his wand down neatly on his lap, his fingers no longer toying with it. I believe that since the school has not prohibited us from taking all courses, there must be a way to manage this. I am confident in my ability to learn. I feel the same, Professor. Hermione quickly glanced at Andre's profile before lowering her gaze again. I hope to maximize my limited time to acquire knowledge. I do not feel fatigued while learning. Very well, Mr. Carmichael, Miss Granger. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose, appearing somewhat troubled. The school indeed has a method to assist you, but I must insist that you keep this confidential. Of course, Professor. Hermione's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her fervor startling even McGonagall. Andre remained composed, fully aware of the peculiar device they were about to encounter. This item will enable you to attend multiple courses simultaneously. What McGonagall produced was less a magical artifact and more a work of art. A slender golden chain was impeccably crafted, with a petite, intricate hourglass dangling from it, resembling a piece of jewelry. Is this a time-turner? Hermione asked, perplexed. Professor, is this truly the legendary time-turner? Andre finally summoned the audacity to name the object that had long piqued his curiosity. Part of his desire to take all electives stemmed from his intrigue about it. Indeed, this time-turner affords you additional time. With each turn, it allows you to return to an hour prior. Thus, you may attend multiple classes at once. McGonagall gently placed 2 time-turners on the table. Caution. Her tone shifted to a stern warning. When using this to travel back in time, you must not appear before your past self. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. The school underwent a complicated process to acquire these from the Ministry of Magic. And I hope you do not cause any trouble for the school. Rest assured, Professor. They exited the room, hurrying towards the Great Hall. 2 small timers hung securely from their chests, cloaked by long black ropes. As they entered the hall, the atmosphere had returned to a lively buzz. Plates before the students overflowed with a variety of delectable dishes, while friends, reunited after a summer apart, animatedly exchanged stories. Numerous unfamiliar faces occupied the 4 long tables, their youthful expressions a mix of curiosity and anxiety as they conversed with the older students nearby. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was seen carrying a 3-legged stool and an old hat as he made his way outside, evidently having missed the sorting ceremony. "Did Professor McGonagall want to see you, Andre?" Autumn inquired as he took his seat. "Not particularly," Andre replied. "She mentioned something about the Dementors on the train. And then Madame Pomfrey took Harry to the infirmary for some checks. After that, McGonagall discussed our class schedules with Hermione and me." "The class schedule?" Autumn asked eagerly. "Did the professor want you to reduce your elective courses?" "Oh, no," Andre said with a hint of mystery. "Professor McGonagall gave us a little gadget to ensure we have ample time to complete our studies." He glanced around and lowered his voice. "This isn't the place for such discussions. I'll explain when we have a chance later." Autumn nodded in understanding, redirecting the conversation towards the Dementor incident on the train and the impressive Patronus charm they had conjured. Curious classmates leaned in, listening intently while sharing amusing anecdotes from their summer. The long Ravenclaw table resonated with the clattering of cutlery, creating a cheerful din. The raucous feast continued for nearly an hour and a half before gradually quieting down as most students had indulged sufficiently, the excitement of reuniting with classmates waning. As nearly everyone set down their forks, all remnants of food vanished in an instant. Professor Dumbledore rose from the staff table. After a summer apart, he still wore that gentle, kind smile, showing no signs of the arduous negotiations that had presumably returned him to this position. His long, silver beard draped over the golden plate before him, and his clear blue eyes sparkled behind crescent-shaped spectacles, still as fathomless as ever. Andre noticed Dumbledore casting a glance in his direction. "Welcome." His voice, robust and clear despite lacking magical enhancement, resonated throughout the hall, capturing the attention of hundreds of students. "I am delighted to welcome you all to Hogwarts for this new academic year. Before you head off to your dormitories under the guidance of your prefects, I have a few matters to clarify." All attention sharpened. Following the train's encounter with the Dementors, confusion and fear had permeated the student body. It was evident that Dumbledore would address this issue. "You should all be aware that Hogwarts will be hosting a contingent of Dementors from Azkaban this year. The same creatures you encountered on the train." He cleared his throat vigorously to quell the sudden murmurs that arose. The mention of Azkaban startling everyone except Andre, Autumn, and Harry. "The Dementors are here on official ministry business and will be stationed at all entrances to the school." The noise below surged again, quelled only by the united glares of Professors McGonagall and Snape from the staff table. "I understand that none of you wish to interact with them, nor do we. But this is a matter of ministry protocol, and we must comply," Dumbledore stated emphatically. "Well, here we go, taking a stand against the ministry," Andre whispered to Autumn. Dumbledore surveyed the students with an air of authority, continuing, "I must emphasize that while they are stationed here, no one is to leave the school grounds without permission. Dementors must not be deceived, not even by invisibility cloaks or disillusionment charms." His gaze subtly swept over the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. "I'm certain, Andre, that he is referring to you and Harry," Autumn remarked, effortlessly picking up on the subtext. "Additionally, I urge you all to remember that Dementors do not comprehend requests or excuses, so do not provide them with opportunities or reasons to harm you. I also expect the student heads and prefects to take responsibility to ensure no student comes into conflict with the Dementors." This was a clear attempt to align students against the ministry while positioning himself as their ally. Andre commented disdainfully on the subtlety of this manipulation. "All right, you're being a bit paranoid. Try not to overthink it," Autumn chided softly. "Now, I have the pleasure of announcing," Dumbledore raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention, "that this year, I am delighted to welcome 2 new teachers to our esteemed faculty. The first is Professor Remus Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course." The applause was sparse. A few teachers clapped awkwardly before falling silent. After the events of the past 2 years, the students held little confidence in Dumbledore's ability to recruit a competent Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Furthermore, Professor Lupin appeared somewhat frail, his patched robes reminiscent of the first-year Professor Quirrell. "Look at Professor Snape," Autumn whispered. Andre turned to see Snape, pale and menacing, glaring at Lupin with evident animosity. Clearly, old grudges lingered, and he was likely wary of Lupin's potential to bring Sirius Black into the school to confront Harry. The overt hostility would lead everyone to believe he was merely frustrated by another failure to secure the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. At least Lupin maintained his composure, smiling at the audience despite the palpable tension. Fortunately, Dumbledore intervened to alleviate the awkwardness. As for our second teacher, Dumbledore sighed. I regret to inform you that our care of magical creatures instructor, Professor Kettleburn, has retired to dedicate more time to his new charges. We are pleased to announce the appointment of the renowned magical creature expert, Mr. Frank Eastwood, as the new care of magical creatures teacher. He gestured toward a man in his 30s, handsome yet weathered, adorned in a splendid black velvet robe, who stood to acknowledge the audience. This time, the applause was notably more enthusiastic. Professor McGonagall clapped politely, while Hagrid remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to the occasion, and Professor Flitwick applauded fervently. For long tables for students, with the exception of the Gryffindor table, saw the Hufflepuffs Ibycus and Morris, Ravenclaw's Andre Camichael, and Chio Zhang rallying their fellow classmates into applause. The Slytherin table erupted in particularly fervent cheers, with Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, and the Astorius sisters, among many other family members, expressing their excitement. To their astonishment, it turned out to be Uncle Flitwick. Chio wore a look of disbelief. She had previously met the affable uncle at Andre's home, where he had displayed an elegant demeanor and polite manners. Little did she know he was an expert in the protection of magical creatures. You haven't encountered the real Uncle Flitwick, Andre remarked softly while clapping. He is, after all, the chief expert on magical beasts in our family, particularly renowned for his research on large creatures. This teaching position was also one of the conditions for Dumbledore's return as headmaster. All right, Dumbledore raised his voice. Now, I asked each head of house to escort their students back to the tower for some rest. All students pushed back their chairs and stood up. Andre and Chio respectfully nodded to Flitwick Eastwood before joining their housemates to return to their dormitory, where they freshened up and then lay down to rest. The following morning, Andre encountered Hermione, who was already waiting at the Ravenclaw table, engaging in cheerful conversation with Chio, although he was unaware of the subject matter. The two girls occasionally stifled giggles, indicating their delightful exchange. Good morning, Chio. Good morning, Hermione. Andre greeted with a smile. Good morning. By the way, Andre, where's your book? Hermione inquired curiously. Her bag, resting on the adjacent chair, appeared to be bulging, almost bursting at the seams. We have divination, arithmancy, and muggle studies this morning. Where on earth did you stash your books? We are wizards. Andre proudly opened his bag to display its contents. Tenfold muggle-repelling expansion charm, effectively prolonging the life of your bag. All right, Andre. Chio handed him a slice of toast. Hurry up, class is about to begin. She was unfazed by the fact that both Andre and Hermione had 3 classes starting at 9, having witnessed the power of the time turner the previous evening. She merely prepared a hearty breakfast. Well, Chio, I'm off. 10 minutes later, Andre, in a state of mild frustration, grabbed a piece of bread with each hand and bid a hasty farewell to Chio, following Hermione as they rushed towards the classroom, his mouth stuffed with pastries, rendering his speech indistinct. Hurry up, Andre. The divination classroom is at the top of the North Tower. We have quite a distance to cover. Hermione, carrying a hefty bag, seemed full of energy, leaving Andre, with his lighter load, struggling to keep pace behind her, his hands busy shoving bread into his mouth. Hey, Andre. Hermione. Harry called out to them. Are you headed to divination too? Yes, Andre puffed. I'm utterly exhausted. They had just passed the 8th floor, and for someone like Andre, a dedicated wizard, this prolonged ascent was quite the ordeal. Upon reaching the top platform of the tower, they entered the divination classroom through a trapdoor in the ceiling. This was perhaps the most extraordinary classroom they had ever encountered. The air was unusually warm, causing beads of sweat to form on Andre's brow. The room was filled with antique armchairs and warm-colored cushions, along with small round tables reminiscent of street cafes. A sweet, cloying aroma wafted through the air, the origin of which was unclear. Despite being at the tower's summit, the curtains were drawn tightly, casting dim red beams of light over every object. Shelves lined the walls, overflowing with an array of feathers, tarot cards, crystal balls, teapots, and tea leaves, various tools for divination. It felt as though they had stepped into an intimate Western-style tea house. Welcome. A voice gently emerged from the shadows, causing Andre to jump, along with many others. Welcome to divination class. I am Professor Sybil Trelawney. It is delightful to see you in the material world. She was undoubtedly the most authentic-looking gypsy Andre had ever encountered, draped in a sheer, shimmering scarf, adorned with an array of bracelets and beads that jingled with every step. Her slender frame was accentuated by oversized glasses that magnified her eyes, giving her a frail appearance. Sit down, children, she instructed. Andre and Hermione settled into 2 seats at a round table, next to Harry and Ron. You have chosen the divination course. Which is the most challenging and requires the greatest natural talent among all subjects? Professor Trelawney's weary voice echoed. If you lack the sight, there is not much I can teach you. In this class, textbooks can only take you so far. Andre observed Hermione's eyes widen in astonishment and offered her a comforting smile. This year, we shall explore various fundamental methods of divination, dedicating the entire first semester to the art of tea leaf reading. The girl abruptly turned her gaze towards Ron, startling him considerably. How is your pet? She inquired. I believe it is well, Ron replied, utterly bewildered as to what he ought to say. Were I in your position, I would not be so certain. Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice resonated once more, evoking in Andre the lamenting tone of countless women from court dramas, lamenting their failures in winning favor and subsequently cast aside. Now, dear, she directed her attention to Stuart Ackerley. The blonde shall save your life. Unconsciously, Stuart inched his chair closer to Andre. Ah, dear. Professor Trelawney turned her gaze to Lavender Brown. Could you please pass me that teapot? Lavender complied. Thank you. By the way, the thing you dread will transpire on the evening of October 16th. Lavender Brown trembled at this revelation. Yet, Professor Trelawney did not utter another word to her, instead turning to face the entire class. Now, let us commence the study of interpreting tea leaves. I shall fill your cups with water, after which you must swiftly consume the tea, invert the cups onto blotting paper, and allow the water to drain completely before interpreting. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. The response was feeble and uneven, suggesting a lack of vigor among the students in this classroom. Andre and Hermione complied without hesitation. They swiftly finished their water and began to scrutinize the tea leaves. What do you discern from them? Andre inquired. I can only see a heap of damp, brown tea leaves. Hermione's mood was evidently rather gloomy, as she flipped through the pages of her divination book with a rustling sound. My dear, broaden your perspective. Do not be constrained by mundane views. Professor Trelawney shrieked from the shadows. Well then, Andre took Hermione's cup. This resembles an egg. You currently possess dreams, and soon you shall achieve success. Oh, how delightful, Hermione remarked as she reclaimed her cup and peered inside. It appears to resemble a cabinet, indicating that I shall develop a fondness for saving, yet remain impoverished. But wait, it also looks like a knife. Shall I engage in something particularly intense? She seemed quite vexed. Andrew observed Professor Trelawney approaching the table where Harry and Ron sat. They had been engaged in idle chatter for quite some time, and it was evident that the professor intended to demonstrate her craft. Hawk, my dear child, you possess a mortal enemy, she declared, twisting her cup. A club. A singularly devastating assault. I must say, how unfortunate. She continued to rotate the teacup. Suddenly, she shrieked, collapsing back into her chair, her hands clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Ominous, she cried, that great hound. It is an ill omen, a harbinger of death. All eyes turned to Harry, yet only Ender moved forward to seize the cup. Professor, I perceive this more as a wolf. Perhaps it signifies an unexpected injury? Indeed. A wolf does suggest injury, but that is undeniably foreboding, my dear. Professor Trelawney's voice remained piercing. No, Professor, it could not possibly be a dog. It is unmistakably a wolf. Ender shook his head, his expression grave and serious, as Ender and Harry descended the spiral staircase of the divination classroom. They hurried towards the transfiguration class. The castle was vast, prompting a sense of urgency in their strides. Ender, did you truly see a wolf in the tea leaves? Harry inquired, his gaze fixated on the stone steps below. The spiral stairs within the tower had their drawbacks. One had to tread carefully to avoid missteps that could lead to a tumble, rolling down like a human snowball. Receiving no response, he turned back in surprise, only to find that Ender had vanished, along with Hermione. Hey, Ron, have you seen Ender and Hermione? Where could they be? He asked, perplexed. Ron, too, looked back in confusion. They should be right behind us. They slowed their pace, hoping to allow Ender and Hermione to catch up. Yet, even as they completed the descent of the tower stairs, no footsteps echoed behind them. Instead, they encountered Ender and Hermione waiting calmly in the corridor that connected the tower to the main body of the castle. They appeared at ease, as if they had been waiting there for quite some time. Ender, Hermione, weren't you behind us? Harry remarked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. We've been ahead of you the entire time, Hermione replied, her tone laced with a hint of sass. You mustn't emulate muggles. You should pay better attention, both to what you see and what you hear. Andre discreetly exchanged a glance with Hermione, who nodded in response. All the boys were in awe of Hermione's eloquence, which led Harry and Ron to refrain from further inquiries as they quietly followed towards the transfiguration classroom. given the considerable distance from the divination classroom to the main castle. They arrived at Professor McGonagall's class just as it was about to commence. The four entered the classroom with their heads bowed, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Harry and Ron took seats in the middle, while Hermione guided Andre to a corner in the back row. Andre, to be candid, did you truly see a wolf or a dog in the tea leaves? Hermione inquired earnestly. I said no. Do you believe me? Andre shrugged nonchalantly. The essence lies not in the shape of the tea leaves, but in the nature of your heart. Isn't that what Professor Trelawney meant by the inner eye? I recall hearing about that from Cho, something regarding Chinese Zen philosophy. Hermione replied, shaking her head in slight annoyance. But this is no trifling matter. It concerns Harry's life. Miss Granger, Mr. Camichael. Professor McGonagall raised her voice, effectively stifling Andre's words. What crucial matter are you two deliberating? She had just demonstrated the animagus transformation, morphing into a tabby cat and back again, and Andre and Hermione were the only students who did not applaud. It is the first time I have had students not applaud for my transfiguration, she stated. My apologies, Professor. Andre stood up, offering an apology. We were discussing the interpretation of tea leaves in divination class. Professor Trelawney said, enough. Mr. Camichael, Professor McGonagall interrupted impatiently. Pray tell, who among you is destined to die this year? In an instant, all the students enrolled in divination turned their heads towards Harry Potter, whose face flushed crimson. It's me, Professor, he mumbled, standing up with his head bowed. Understood, Potter. Professor McGonagall nodded with a stern expression. Since her arrival at Hogwarts, Professor Sybil Trelawney had prophesied the death of a student each year as a peculiar rite of passage for the newcomers. Yet, throughout the years, none of her death predictions had ever come true. Though I dislike speaking ill of colleagues, she hesitated, elongating her syllables, I must admit. Divination is perhaps the most inaccurate of all subjects. She paused, and the gaze of the entire class followed her. Potter, you appear to be in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever, thus I shall not let you off easily in my class. She stated matter-of-factly. If you were to die, you would be exempt from my assignments. But that is ominous. One's health should not be of any consequence. Andre overheard Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown whispering in front of him. Yet, a majority of the students seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as the lesson continued. Andre, you still haven't told me if you truly saw a wolf. Hermione pursued him after class, dragging her enormous backpack behind her. Andre, the inner eye is a profoundly serious matter, he replied, organizing his thoughts. I can only say that in divination class, I did indeed perceive the tea leaves forming the shape of a wolf. Being a muggle-born, you should understand that this is influenced by my angle, the light, the cup's refractive qualities, and the structure of my eyes. These are indisputable facts. As for whether Professor Trelawney saw an omen, and how others interpreted the tea leaves, I am uncertain. So, the omen may not be real. But Harry could indeed be in peril? Hermione pressed on. Is that why you challenged Professor Trelawney? I don't know, Hermione. Andre shifted his backpack from one shoulder to the other, evading her intense gaze. As I mentioned earlier, the inner eye is not a simple matter. And I am not certain I possess such an ability. I merely express what I perceive. There is no need for excessive worry. After all, Harry is the chosen one. Dumbledore would not easily allow him to come to harm within Hogwarts. I'm a bit hungry, Hermione. He turned his head, flashing a radiant smile that silenced her next words. Did you truly see a wolf? Cho inquired curiously at the lunch table. She had heard of divination class and was aware of how unreliable its outcomes could be. Let us set that aside for now. Andre handed her a jam-covered slice of bread. Have you heard about Professor Trelawney welcoming newcomers with her death prophecies? My roommate has taken divination, but she never mentioned it, Cho pondered. I thought as much. Andre chuckled. If such a well-known event were true, how could I not have heard of it? By the way, you still haven't answered. Did you really foresee future harm in the tea leaves? Cho pressed. Her curiosity piqued. It seemed that for any girl, divination was an intriguing subject. The crucial point is not what I saw, Cho. Andre set down his pumpkin juice, turning to meet her gaze. What matters is that when I am able to shape the future, I become the most accurate seer. Hastily concluding their lunch, Andre rejoined Hermione, and they hurried to their first Care of Magical Creatures class. The afternoon sky was splendid, bright and clear, with long trails of clouds drifting across the pale gray expanse. Muggles might attribute various explanations to such cloud formations, yet wizards understood them to be merely the swift traces left by flying broomsticks. The rain from the previous day had ceased, leaving the air imbued with a refreshing moisture without feeling damp. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students trod upon the dewy grass, their movements resembling a playful bounce thanks to the resilient Austrian grass flowers beneath their feet. Andre and Hermione arrived at Hagrid's hut, with Harry and Ron trailing several paces behind. A throng of students had gathered, yet the familiar tall figure clad in a moleskin coat was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a graceful gentleman draped in a long black robe. "Greetings, everyone. I am the newly appointed Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, Fran Eastwood." He bowed elegantly, as if he were not in the wilds but rather in a grand court. The students hurriedly returned the gesture, creating a momentary chaos. "There is no need for excessive formality. We are merely exchanging pleasantries before class." His voice was exceptionally gentle, his gaze unfocused yet somehow making each individual feel as though he were looking directly at them. Andre noticed many girls' eyes sparkling with admiration. "Hello, Professor." Lavender Brown boldly raised her hand. "Miss Brown, if I recall correctly," he responded with a warm smile. "What is your question?" "Professor, may I ask your age?" It was evident that she was beginning to idolize him. Age is not just a private matter for women. It is equally difficult for a man of my years to disclose. Fran remained unfazed by her inquiry, though disappointment flickered in Lavender's eyes. "However, since it is you, the lovely Miss Brown, who has asked, I am pleased to share that I recently celebrated my 33rd birthday." The girls erupted into a flurry of excitement. But with a couple of coughs, Fran quelled the noise. "Today's Care of Magical Creatures class will be a practical session, and you will not need your textbooks." His voice was not loud, yet it possessed a calming authority similar to that of Professor McGonagall. Andre observed Hermione, looking disheartened, as she stuffed her textbook back into her bag. "The creatures you will encounter today are among the most beautiful in the world. Thus, I hope everyone approaches them with a serene heart." Amidst the expectant gazes of the students, he clapped his hands. A dozen unicorns emerged from the forbidden forest, gracing the students' sight. Most of these unicorns were pure white, adorned with spiraled horns, moving with an elegant gait that radiated a tranquility akin to moonlight, even in the sunshine. Two young unicorns shimmered in golden hues, as if forged from pure gold. One stood out distinctly, cloaked in jet black fur, its eyes fierce and commanding. "Now, let us become acquainted with them. Who can tell us what a unicorn is?" Professor Eastwood gently stroked the long neck of the leading black unicorn and turned to inquire. Hermione's hand shot up as usual, and to maintain her balance, she tossed her entire heavy bag to Andre. "Miss Granger?" "Professor, unicorns are exceedingly rare magical creatures. Their young are golden, and upon maturity, they possess snow-white coats and a singular horn, beloved by moonlight and forest. Unicorns are incredibly intelligent and can discern the hearts of men. It is said that only the purest-hearted women can gain their recognition." Hermione spoke as if her mind were a library. "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor." Professor Eastwood applauded in appreciation. "Now, who can tell me about the origin of this black unicorn?" This time, only Andre raised his hand, while Hermione pondered quickly. "The black unicorn is not a creature from the West. If I am not mistaken, it is one of the subspecies found in the East." Andre confidently held Hermione's heavy bag. "This unicorn is known as the Shegi in the East, capable of discerning hearts, and it is said to enjoy using its horn to confront liars. It has historically been employed as a judge to resolve disputes." "Very well, Mr. Camichael. 15 points to Ravenclaw." Professor Eastwood winked at Andre, and Hermione leaned in closer. "Andre, where did you find this information about the creature?" "I bought 3 textbooks on magical creatures, and none mentioned the Shegi." Hermione frowned, as if trying to recall. "No need to think, Hermione. The textbooks do not contain this information." The scholarly Andre wore a sly smile. "I am acquainted with the Shegi because Professor Eastwood is a family friend. He even visited my home last summer with one." "All right, class, you may now form groups and attempt to approach these unicorns. Please remember to maintain pure hearts, especially when facing the Shegi." Professor Eastwood announced the beginning of the practical session, and the students surged forward. Stuart Ackerley attempted to approach one unicorn, only to be met with a few steps back. Lisa Dupin was fortunate enough to bond with a unicorn, though it was unclear if this was due to her gentle demeanor, as the notoriously irritable Seamus Finnegan also managed to get close to one. Unsurprisingly, Neville Longbottom was universally welcomed by the unicorns, even the golden young one. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil gently stroked a young unicorn, their affection making it seem as if it were their own child. The Shegi, however, stood apart, as its imposing black form did not conform to the gentle and pure image of unicorns held by most. Ron attempted to approach it, only to be met with a horn thrust into his chest, sending him sprawling several feet away, landing face first in the grass, angrily dragging Harry off to find another unicorn. Only Andre and Hermione remained before it. "Very good." Professor Eastwood praised Andre as he gently caressed the Shegi's face and stroked its horn without provoking a response. Hermione rolled her eyes behind him. The Shieji is a very unique unicorn, distinct from the ones most are familiar with, Fran Eastwood explained slowly. It has its own standards of right and wrong, which may not necessarily align with human laws. Yet it consistently adheres to its own moral compass and principles. A rarity in this world. Professor, my girlfriend once told me that the Chinese say laws are set by great principles, and they should be in harmony with human feelings. And also law must not stray from emotion. What the Shieji follows is the law derived from its own emotions, Andre respectfully remarked. Well said, Andre. The professor nodded. Perhaps that is why you have earned its recognition. Stand firm in your beliefs, and you will not be disappointed. It will assist you. A faint smile tugged at Fran Eastwood's lips, while Hermione fell deep in thought. Starting from the third year, students had elective courses. But this did not mean they could abandon their core subjects. This naturally included the dreaded potions class under Professor Severus Snape, which instilled fear in Harry, Ron, Neville, and others. After a summer away from the dungeons, the classroom remained as dark and damp as ever, with flickering candlelight that felt perpetually unchanged. However, as an aficionado of potions, Andre relished the fragrant aroma of potion ingredients wafting through the air. Even the unfriendly Snape did not seem so repugnant. Furthermore, as a close associate of Lucius Malfoy and the godfather of Draco Malfoy, Snape was unlikely to seek trouble with the first heir of the Camichael family. Today, we will be brewing a shrinking solution. Snape strode into the dungeon classroom like a storm cloud, his billowing black robe blooming in the air like a flower. He withdrew his wand and tapped the blackboard, upon which the silent steps and key points for the preparation of the shrinking potion materialized. The most crucial ingredients for this potion include daisy roots, fig peels, and wolfsbane. Snape's tone remained as somber as ever, yet the students could unmistakably sense his underlying displeasure. Potter, he suddenly called out. Harry, taken aback, stood up. Tell me, what is the difference between the boat-shaped wolfsbane and regular wolfsbane? I'm sorry, I don't know, Professor. Harry replied, his innocence palpable. I recall asking you this question during your very first potions class in your first year, Potter. Snape's gaze was ominously intense, revealing a hint of where he had been wronged. Clearly, you have made no progress over these past 2 years. It seems that fame can truly muddle one's perception of self. Why not prepare to take down my next words? He turned to the entire class, who promptly scrambled for their quills and parchment. The function of daisy roots is to concentrate the essence, often utilized to enhance potion potency. And here it is used for the extraction of raw material essence. Fig peels possess mild medicinal properties, mitigating the risk of a concentrated potion acting too swiftly and causing harm to the consumer, and they find extensive application in various restorative potions. As for wolfsbane, it is primarily used to assist in transformations. Given that the shrinking potion frequently involves alterations in form, it is indispensable. This herb is mainly applied in compounded decoctions, transmutational elixirs, and wolfsbane potions. I'm sorry, Professor. Hermione Granger raised her hand. Oh, Miss Granger? What is it? Snape turned his gaze towards her, his dark eyes fixated upon her with a peculiar intensity. All the students noticed his unusual demeanor. When had he ever referred to Hermione with the title Miss before her surname? Yet Hermione seemed oblivious to this distinction. Professor, what exactly is a wolfsbane potion? We have not encountered any mention of it in our potion texts. An excellent question. Miss Granger. Snape appeared intent on maintaining this extraordinary approach, surprising everyone further. To pose such a question indicates your diligent study of the subject matter. 5 points to Gryffindor. The classroom erupted in astonishment, mouths agape. This was likely the first time Hermione, or Gryffindor as a whole, had been rewarded for asking a question in potions class rather than penalized. Ron was vigorously digging at his ears. Harry removed his glasses and began rubbing his eyes furiously. Neville Longbottom held a piece of fig in midair, while Stuart Ackley, cutting daisy roots, accidentally sliced his own finger. As for Andrew, he let out a low grunt, and Hermione discreetly pinched his arm, catching him off guard, forcing him to lower his head in pain. A smile crept onto Hermione's lips. Snape surveyed the room, and wherever his gaze fell, the students sat up straight. Yet he did not deduct points, solidifying their suspicions. The wolfsbane potion is a newly invented potion from last year, absent from any prior records. Snape's voice lost its earlier irritation, and his tone seemed less foreboding. This potion's application is exceedingly narrow. Most of you will likely never have the opportunity to use it. Should you ever find yourself in a position to do so, then you are no longer human. Professor, do you mean this potion is not meant for human consumption? Hermione boldly inquired. Then, Miss Granger, What do you believe the term wolfsbane signifies? Snape retorted without a hint of anger. Isn't it referring to the primary ingredient being wolfsbane? Hermione asked in confusion. The other students appeared equally perplexed. Of course not. Snape's enthusiasm grew, a rarity in potions class. Wolfsbane means this potion is intended for werewolves. Then, Professor, what effects does this potion have on werewolves? Hermione's courage surged. Even the purest of souls. One who remembers to pray at night is not immune to transformation under the full moon when wolfsbane blooms, Snape intoned, almost operatically, speaking of the potion's greatness, which enables a werewolf to retain their sanity on nights of transformation. One must admit, the inventor of this potion is undoubtedly a master in their craft. However, he continued, his tone quickening, as it has only recently been developed, its effects have not undergone extensive clinical trials, and its duration and efficacy require further validation. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Hermione respectfully bowed to Snape for the first time. However, Snape soon reminded everyone that he was still, undeniably, the same Snape. Neville continued to endure ridicule, Ron faced relentless criticism, Harry remained in the spotlight, and Andrew experienced a tranquil existence. All of this quickly led the students to discard their theories of Snape having lost his mind. Professor Snape was quite peculiar today, wasn't he? Hermione asked Andrew as they hurried to their Muggle Studies class. Indeed, quite peculiar, Hermione. You actually referred to him as Professor. This is the first time I've heard that. Andrew teased, seeking to settle a score. I'm not referring to that. Hermione, flustered, attempted to pinch Andrew's arm again. I just feel that Snape has been unusually warm today. He means well for you. Andrew nimbly avoided her pinching fingers. He likely just wants you all to gain a deeper understanding of the new wolfsbane potion. His tone was remarkably sincere. Perhaps you have a point, Hermione mused, her thoughts swirling as the Muggle Studies classroom came into view, and she reluctantly accepted Andrew's explanation. She did not notice the knowing smile that played upon Andrew's lips. After potions class, Harry and Ron rushed back to the dining hall, encountering Hermione and Andrew in the entrance hall. Hey, Hermione, Andrew. You two are incredibly fast, Harry panted. Ron and I ran out and are still slower than you. Well, we were in a bit of a hurry. Hermione seemed disinterested in discussing that topic. My backpack is just too heavy, she complained, struggling with a bag bursting with thick tomes. Andrew, could you help me carry some of it? Of course. Andrew opened his magically enhanced bag, which had ample space inside. Oh, why are you even bringing these books today? Ron sighed in exasperation, eyeing the titles Hermione tossed into Andrew's bag, such as Introduction to Arithmetic Divination, English Muggle Customs, and Origins of Scandinavian Magical Texts. Oh, it's always good to have them, Hermione mumbled. This afternoon is Defense Against the Dark Arts, right? She swiftly changed the subject. Indeed. It is, Harry eagerly chimed in, having long been curious about Professor Remus Lupin's true abilities. Andre returned to the Ravenclaw table to join Cho for lunch. And after reuniting with Hermione, they hurried towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry and Ron had already made their way there. And by the time Andre and Hermione arrived, they were quite late, having to settle for a spot in the corner. Good afternoon, Lupin entered. His robe still patched, but impeccably clean, showcasing the diligent work of Hogwarts house elves. Today's lesson is practical, so please stow your books back in your bags. Only your wands are necessary. The students exchanged curious glances, for this was only their second practical lesson in over 2 years. The first having been the disastrous session with Lockhart and the Cornish pixies. They all anticipated what might transpire this time, hoping for a significantly better experience. Let us hope he fares better than Lockhart, Andre overheard Terry Boot remark. They all rose, returning their books to their bags. Hermione tossed her books into Andre's bag and drew out their wands. Following their professor, they proceeded out of the classroom, traversing the deserted corridor. Upon turning a corner, they spotted Peeves, the poltergeist, attempting to stuff a piece of gum into a keyhole, singing as he curled his toes at their approach. Oh, foolish Lupin. Oh, Harry Lupin. Peeves, if I were you, I wouldn't do that, Lupin said, his previously calm demeanor now frosted with anger. He pointed his wand at Peeves, releasing an invisible shockwave that sent the poltergeist flying to the end of the corridor, not daring to look back. Why was the professor so furious? Hermione inquired of Andre, perplexed. After all, Peeves' antics were commonplace, yet it was rare for a professor to respond with such ire. Who knows? Perhaps Peeves struck a nerve, Andre shrugged, whispering casually. The students were awed by Professor Lupin's fierce reprimand, following him respectfully to the staff lounge, where he opened the door, revealing only Snape inside. Lupin closed the door behind him. Don't shut it, Lupin, Snape said. I might as well leave. By the way, I brewed another batch last night. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Thank you, Severus, Lupin replied. The students exchanged knowing glances, speculating about what potion Lupin had requested from Snape. All right, everyone. Pay attention. Lupin clapped his hands, drawing the students' focus. Today, our task involves a boggart. He gestured towards the swaying wardrobe. Boggarts thrive in dark, enclosed spaces. I captured one a few days ago and secured it here with the headmaster's permission for instructional purposes. Now let us begin with our first question. What is a boggart? This was typically Hermione's moment to shine. A boggart is a shapeshifter. It takes the form of whatever it believes will frighten us most, she succinctly explained. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Lupin praised. In fact, we have a significant advantage over it, don't we, Neville? Because there are so many of us. Doesn't he know what to turn into, right? Neville Longbottom timidly replied. Exactly. 10 more points for Gryffindor. Lupin exclaimed. The incantation to deal with it is quite simple. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The students obediently echoed. When you utter this incantation, envision the most ludicrous form of whatever frightens you, and it will transform into that. Now, let us begin. Neville, you're up first. The wardrobe creaked open, revealing a menacing Snape. Ridiculous, Neville shouted. With a pop, Professor Snape donned a long dress, complete with a tall, feathered hat and a large, red handbag. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Terry, your turn. Terry Boot stepped forward, and Snape morphed into a formless ghost, lunging at her with outstretched claws. Ridiculous, she cried, and the ghost was promptly flattened beneath 2 sacks of rice, unable to rise. Dean, you're next. One by one. The students faced the boggart with success, until it was Stuart's turn. A swirl of black smoke materialized into a Dementor. Instantly, a chilling sensation swept through the room, draining the joy and warmth from their bodies. Andre noted that Stuart had previously been traumatized by a Dementor's presence during a train search. So this development was no surprise. Harry trembled noticeably, on the verge of collapse. Expecto Patronum, he shouted, as a majestic eagle owl burst forth from his wand, forcing the Dementor to retreat. Andre, you're up, Lupin called out. Andre stepped forward, taking Stuart's place. The Dementor contorted, and the students felt a resurgence of joy and hope. Then, they noticed the boggart's peculiar transformation. Before Andre, it morphed like a puddle of liquid, twisting into various forms: vampires, trolls, Dementors, and werewolves. The boggart finally settled into the form of a robust werewolf, poised to howl at the moon. Ridiculous, Andre shouted, conjuring a werewolf in a ballet tutu, gracefully pirouetting as if performing Swan Lake. The classroom erupted in laughter, and the boggart shattered into oblivion. Very well done. Laughter is the most potent weapon against a boggart, Lupin concluded, though his expression was somewhat strained. Another method to confront it, as demonstrated by Andre, involves being proficient in the art of mental shielding. A boggart cannot threaten you if it cannot discern your true fears. It can be transformed into whatever you desire. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Lupin's demeanor seemed off. Perhaps he had been disturbed? After class, Hermione asked Andre. I'm not sure, Hermione. Andre thought he understood but remained silent. Perhaps he found the image of a werewolf dancing ballet utterly ridiculous? Maybe next time, I could summon Avila to perform? Hermione pursed her lips, choosing not to press further. Soon, Professor Flitwick Eastwood became the most popular instructor at Hogwarts, with countless students lamenting their decision not to enroll in Care of Magical Creatures. Even more astonishing was the phenomenon of more audit students attending the class than official students, the majority of which were girls. Flitwick Eastwood's fan clubs swiftly formed, rivaling the previous year's Lockhart's brigade. Andre often observed the girls from the Ravenclaw chapter of Flitwick Eastwood's fan club planning various activities in the common room, feeling rather sorry for the bronchitic professor. Professor Lupin also garnered respect from a portion of the students, as his defense against the dark arts class was markedly superior to those of the 2 preceding professors. Yet, all students were puzzled by his apparent disdain for Andre Carmichael. Despite the renowned Ravenclaw scholar consistently excelling in class, it was challenging for him to earn any points. Hermione had indeed stood up for Andre on several occasions, yet he remained obstinately himself, a behavior akin to Snape's disdain for Harry and others. It became evident that Snape's transformation was merely ephemeral. Since that fateful lesson on shrinking potions, the atmosphere in potions class had reverted to its previous severity. Hermione, emboldened, posed a few questions, all of which were met with cold rebuffs, and she ceased to earn any points for Gryffindor. Thus, All the students concluded that Snape must have been under the influence of some erroneous potion that day. The class that frustrated Hermione the most was divination. It could be said that she was an unequivocal academic talent, devoid of Andre's boundless audacity, while Andre feigned visions from tea leaves, often portraying himself in dire straits, be it the loss of limbs or the potential demise of loved ones. Professor Trelawney seemed to revel in such theatrics, awarding him high marks each time. In stark contrast, Hermione, a scholar of empirical research, was deemed devoid of the inner eye, which left her sulking next to Andre in every divination class. "Andre, I swear I've had enough," Hermione exclaimed, her frustration palpable as they traversed the corridor, hurrying to their next ancient runes class. Andre effortlessly carried Hermione's hefty backpack, likely buoyed by a levitation charm, as he appeared remarkably unfazed. "I must agree, Hermione. You truly are ill-suited for divination. You might consider dropping it next academic year," Andre earnestly suggested, deftly evading a piece of gum hurled by Peeves. "I think you are right," Hermione replied, drawing her wand to send Peeves flying. "However, you might as well persist. I noticed that Professor Trelawney has a particular fondness for you." Andre shook his head in resignation. "It is merely a matter of examination techniques, Hermione. I am not significantly better than you. It is simply that your principles are far more steadfast, and you refuse to deceive as I do. If Professor Trelawney were to keep a Chelan, I would have to report to Madame Pomfrey for every divination class. However, since the beginning of October, Andre has acquired something that demands his earnest attention and precludes any dishonesty: Quidditch. This is my final season, and it is crucial for Ravenclaw's championship defense," Filius proclaimed. He gathered all the key players to strategize for the new Quidditch season while simultaneously uplifting their spirits. Yet, it must be said that, as a quintessential Ravenclaw, his acumen and tactical arrangements far exceeded his ability to inspire morale. "Rest assured, Filius," said the goalkeeper, Clins. He was a year below Filius and would not graduate until the following year. So he was not as anxious to conclude his Quidditch journey at Hogwarts with a perfect championship. "We will win. We triumphed last year, and surely we can do so again." "Indeed," Heidi interjected, one of Ravenclaw's star chasers and Filius's girlfriend. "Our main team is the best in all of Hogwarts. We possess the finest seeker," she gestured towards Cho Chang, "who can outmatch Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, or Cedric Diggory. We have exceptionally skilled beaters." Her gaze shifted to Andre and Stuart Ackley, the latter a newcomer to the team this year. "They boast the highest knockdown rate in a century and limitless potential. And we have a fantastic goalkeeper," she added, referring to Clins, who had allowed the fewest goals in last year's Quidditch Cup. "You flatter me excessively, Heidi," Clins said, somewhat embarrassed. "I speak the truth. Moreover, we also have a commendable lineup of chasers," she pointed to the trio led by Filius. "I can hardly conceive of a reason we would not be crowned champions," she concluded emphatically. "That is absolutely correct." Filius nodded appreciatively. "I sincerely hope everyone will continue to strive this academic year and work towards our title defense. I also hope you will help me realize my dream of ushering in a new era for Ravenclaw." "Fear not, Filius," Cho assured him. "We will all support you. We shall be the strongest Quidditch team this year." Thus, Andre became the most beleaguered figure at Hogwarts. Not only did he endure the discomfort caused by the time-turner like Hermione, laboring to attend all his classes, but he also had to partake in extensive Quidditch training during evenings and weekends. Upon observing the training intensity of Gryffindor, Filius escalated Ravenclaw's training regimen, much to Andre's dismay. Fortunately, he had a caring girlfriend to tend to his needs. "Andre, you should go to class now. I will bring you some dinner to the common room." Cho comforted him. At that moment, Andre was preparing to activate the time-turner once more to attend Muggle studies. "And you need not attend tonight's Quidditch practice. I have excused you and Filius. You should rest a bit. You have been exceedingly fatigued these past few days." "It's fine, Cho. I can manage," Andre replied. In truth, his exhaustion was not entirely as Cho imagined. For the past few nights, he had been wandering the castle under an invisibility charm, meticulously surveying Lupin's and Snape's offices in hopes of discerning the timing of Lupin's transformations. "Do take the time to rest. In a few days, it will be the Hogsmeade weekend, and we can go there to unwind," Cho said tenderly, caressing his pale, gaunt cheek before kissing him and darting off to the Hogwarts kitchen to prepare his dinner. Given the frequency of such days this semester, she had already established a rapport with many of the house elves there. The thought of the Hogsmeade weekend brought a smile to Andre's lips. Finally, he could begin to unwind. On the eve of Halloween, the third-year students of Hogwarts were set to embark on their inaugural trip to Hogsmeade. The caretaker, Mr. Filch, held a lengthy parchment, meticulously checking each name to prevent anyone not on the list from slipping away. Andre held Chio's hand, smoothly arriving in Hogsmeade. It was his inaugural visit to this singular wizarding village in England as a Hogwarts student, while Chio had frequented it several times, effortlessly assuming the role of his tour guide. "This is the Three Broomsticks," she remarked, "home to the finest butterbeer, and arguably the most bustling hub of gossip in Hogsmeade." She gestured towards the tavern, where Madame Rosmerta, renowned for her beauty, served patrons, including the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and various professors who frequented the establishment for a drink. "Aren't you going in to take a look?" She playfully cast a sidelong glance at Andre. "With you around, why would I need to look at other girls?" Andre, well aware of the implications, quickly reassured his girlfriend. "Really?" A strange glimmer danced in Chio's eyes. "What about Fleur? And Hermione? I hear that little girl keeps a close watch on you. They say you attend all your classes together?" Andre hastily denied any romantic involvement. "Fleur and I are absolutely innocent. We're just good friends. Besides, due to that circumstance, attending classes together reduces the likelihood of being discovered." He deftly sidestepped the topic of Fleur. "By the way, what does that shop do?" Fortunately, Chio merely mused aloud without pressuring him for a confession, seamlessly following his lead as they shifted topics, gazing in the direction he pointed. "Oh, that is Zonko's joke shop." They observed the Weasley twins emerging from within, laden with an array of mischievous products, fainting fancies, dung bombs, and fong floss frisbees. "Look, a significant portion of the Weasley twins' pranks come from there. If possible, I'm certain Mr. Filch would relish the idea of dismantling that place." "Absolutely. Personally, I believe that shop has added quite a bit of trouble for Hogwarts. Yet it has undeniably made our lives more entertaining." Andre gazed with keen interest at the sign. "Perhaps we should also visit Honeyduke's." Chio urged Andre onward, clearly indicating that Zonko's was not a favorite among the girls. Honeyduke's, however, was universally recognized as the most frequented shop by Hogwarts students. Muggle mint candy. Upon entering Honeyduke's, Chio eagerly lunged towards the candy display. For girls, the relationship between sweets and body image has always been a delicate balance, a conundrum seemingly impossible to solve. It is said that even Dumbledore privately confessed that, as a first-level wizard of the Order of Merlin, he never aspired to unravel this dilemma. However, it appears that Honeyduke's has made significant strides towards addressing this issue. At least the Muggle mint candy, claimed to be sugar-free, is the only confection that Hogwarts girls, including Chio, can indulge in without worry. Andre accompanied Chio towards the shelf of peppermint candies, yet his gaze wandered aimlessly, scanning the surroundings. A wizard was distributing samples of a new milk taffy among the crowd, attracting a throng of students gathered around the shelves. An array of unimaginable candies filled his view. Large chunks of creamy peanut brittle seemed to ooze with fresh cream, while pink coconut ice glimmered, reminiscent of the fluorescent signs from Andre's past life. Hundreds of varieties of chocolates were neatly stacked, yet on this day, which was not Valentine's Day, they appeared to invoke little interest from the girls. Jelly beans and sizzling honey candies were crammed into jars, straining the wooden shelves that creaked under the pressure, seemingly on the brink of collapse. "My parents would surely adore the peppermint candies. After all, they are both dentists." A familiar voice pierced through the air, causing Andre to turn abruptly and discover Hermione animatedly discussing the types of candies with Chio. "Hey, Andre." Hermione greeted him with a nod before returning to her conversation with Chio. Andre noticed Ron's eyes were utterly transfixed on a scoop of ice cream. Oblivious to the black pepper prankster he had just popped into his mouth, exhaling hot air without a care. "What are you buying?" Without bothering to touch Ron's bad luck, Andre boldly positioned himself between the two girls, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Oh, we're discussing the effects of ice mice and black pepper pranksters." Chio replied with a mischievous smile. "The black pepper prankster makes your friend breathe fire through their nose, while the ice mice make your teeth chatter and squeak." As Andre read the promotional text, an unexpected chill surged up his spine. Indeed, what would happen if you placed both candies in your sandwich? Hermione's grin was devilish. "Heh, my stomach is quite resilient. By the way, how about we head to the Three Broomsticks for a drink?" Andre quickly shifted the topic. Chio stood up obediently, ready to head to the counter, and surprisingly, Hermione followed suit. "Hermione, aren't you waiting for Ron?" Chio asked curiously. "Don't worry, Chio. He could spend an entire day in Honeyduke's without needing lunch." Hermione waved dismissively. "Destination: Three Broomsticks. Let us go." Thus, Andre contentedly assumed the role of porter, carrying 2 large bags filled with a month's worth of candy for the 2 girls. They exited Honeyduke's and began their stroll towards the Three Broomsticks. "Look, That's the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted place in all of Britain. Hermione enthusiastically introduced Andre to the landmark. It was said that anguished screams often echoed from within. He wondered if they might encounter any today. Hermione, it's daytime, Andre replied, somewhat exasperated. Was the girl's fascination with horror truly insatiable? Yet, he found himself more intrigued by the place itself. When did the haunting of the shack occur? About 16 or 17 years ago, Hermione recalled, her memory piecing together fragments from her readings. It's been years since any screams have emanated from there. However, no one dares to investigate. Oh, so. Until the three of them settled inside the three broomsticks, each ordering a large, frothy mug of butterbeer, Andre remained fixated on the Shrieking Shack through the glass window. Andre, you seem quite interested in the Shrieking Shack. Do you wish to explore it? Hermione noticed his gaze and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Andre averted his gaze back to the butterbeer before him. The headquarters of Lupin could wait. The most pressing matter at hand was to comfortably sit inside the three broomsticks, patiently awaiting the previously arranged event to unfold. This was indeed the primary objective of his visit to Hogsmeade. By order of the Ministry of Magic, customers are advised, until further notice, Dementors will patrol the streets of Hogsmeade every evening after sunset. This measure is implemented solely for the safety of Hogsmeade residents and will be rescinded once Sirius Black is apprehended again. Customers are encouraged to complete their purchases before dusk. Andre loudly read aloud a notice posted within the three broomsticks, depicting a disheveled image of Black, baring his teeth at him. This must be why the school feels secure allowing us to visit Hogsmeade, he mused. Hermione took a hearty gulp of butterbeer, her cheeks flushing crimson. With Dementors around, Black should be too intimidated to show himself. Not necessarily, Hermione, Autumn interjected, furrowing her brow. The fact that Black managed to escape from Azkaban suggests he possesses some means of countering the Dementors. I can't shake the feeling that the school's decision is rather reckless. Autumn, you are correct. Andre's gaze drifted beyond the glass window. A faint grimace crossing his face. Regardless of Black's presence, the Dementors cannot guarantee our safety. Not far from the three broomsticks, a thick plume of smoke billowed skyward, indicating that a shop was ablaze. Students clad in robes shrieked in panic, scattering in all directions, many tripping over their robes and falling face-first into the dirt. Yet they remained oblivious, continuing their frantic escape. 3 or 4 tall, dark figures emerged into the sight of Andre and his companions, their wolf heads and claws, fur cloaking their bodies, unmistakably revealing them as authentic werewolves. They seemed to revel in the chaos and terror they were instigating, showing little focus on pursuing the fleeing students. Drool dripped from their mouths, as if they were presented with a sumptuous feast, instilling dread in the hearts of the still undeclared students, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Of course, there were those who chose to stand their ground. 3 or 4 students, appearing to be in their 6th or 7th year, halted and turned to confront the werewolves. However, one must lament that Hogwarts training and combat skills left much to be desired. These students could manage only spells such as conflagration, shield charm, and the like. While these spells might suffice against a human adversary, they were woefully inadequate against werewolves. Werewolves rank among the most formidable factions within the wizarding world, having left deep scars on the community through their assaults on wizards. Over a decade ago, during the reign of the Dark Lord's terror across the British wizarding community, they were among his most loyal followers, standing alongside their arch-nemeses, the vampires, committing countless heinous acts that could silence even the most restless of children. Today's sudden attack was immediately interpreted by the students as a portent of the Dark Lord's resurgence. Werewolves possess skin as tough as iron, and their fur is as resilient as steel wire, akin to a chainmail of formidable defense, coupled with a regenerative capacity that far exceeds that of humans, making them virtually invincible in hand-to-hand combat. While the shield charm is undeniably sharp, it proves futile against them. The confronting students could only resort to hindrance spells and protective charms, retreating alongside their fellow students towards Hogwarts. The patrons within the 3 broomsticks had long since vacated the premises. Andre drew his wand and rose, seemingly intent on joining the fray. Hermione quickly grasped his arm, pleading, "Andre, don't go, it's too dangerous. We should return to Hogwarts and wait for the professors." Her face was etched with anxiety, yet Andre shook off her grip. "Do not worry, Hermione," he assured, transferring her hand to Autumn's. "Autumn, take Hermione and leave first. I shall deal with them. A few werewolves are no match for me." Autumn nodded silently, understanding his plan. She knew that these werewolves were minions of Krieger, secret allies of the family alliance, and would not harm Andre under any circumstances. She gently reassured Hermione, pulling her along with the tide of fleeing students. Andre burst forth with 3 brooms, first raising his wand skyward, unleashing a brilliant display of fireworks that illuminated the surroundings for miles. This was not a standard signal for help. Rather, he merely hoped that the professor would notice his plight and arrive in a timely manner, albeit not too early. Only then did he cast his spells towards the werewolves. Freeze swiftly. Blaze fiercely. Freeze swiftly. These incantations were techniques he had learned from Professor Flitwick during their battle in the Chamber of Secrets. By rapidly alternating between 2 opposing elemental magics, he could generate a formidable destructive force. The oscillation between ice and fire exploited the effects of thermal expansion and contraction, making it an optimal strategy against creatures with resilient, magic-resistant skin, such as basilisks and werewolves. The 3 werewolves howled in fury, charging at him with wild abandon. However, the village of Hogsmeade, with its numerous buildings and winding streets, was not conducive to the unbridled assault of such tank-like beasts, favoring instead the agile combat style of a wizard like Andre. He darted between structures and ruins, leading the 3 werewolves in a dizzying chase, occasionally casting a piercing curse at their damaged skin to inflict a lingering bleeding effect. Before long, the 3 werewolves had transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. Seeing Andre single-handedly confront the werewolves, a few intrepid students returned, utilizing the cover of the buildings to launch spells in support of the battle. As seconds ticked by, it was anticipated that the professors from Hogwarts would soon arrive to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, a long howl echoed through the village, prompting the already wounded werewolves to retreat. The students let out a collective sigh of relief but dared not pursue, gathering together and holding their wands at the ready with vigilance. What is happening? What is going on? Professor Flitwick appeared in the clearing beside them, his voice sharp with concern. Professor, we were attacked by werewolves. Andre stepped forward to respond. There were about 4 of them, led by one. They appeared suddenly, setting fires everywhere, yet they seemed disinterested in killing. We do not know their intentions. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick remained silent for a moment, moving towards the shops that had initially been attacked to assess the situation. After a brief examination, he remarked, "They are likely not here to kill. They came to steal. These shops, one belongs to Fred Weasley's alchemical supplies, and the other to Madame Pudafut's apothecary, must have been completely ransacked. Professor, are you suggesting they aim to stockpile resources?" A senior student from Hufflepuff interjected, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Could they be planning to wage war? We cannot ascertain that yet, Professor Flitwick replied, having completed his assessment. He shook his head gravely. I will report the events here to the Ministry of Magic and the headmaster. You must return at once. Hogsmeade is no longer safe. Andre and his companions returned to Hogwarts, where his courageous deeds were widely celebrated, garnering as much attention in the corridors as Harry Potter himself. Coupled with his distinguished lineage and handsome appearance, he received dozens of love letters each day, prompting Chio to regularly replenish the Ravenclaw common room's fireplace with premium fuel. Similarly, the incident involving the werewolf attack spread like wildfire, even reaching Fleur in France, who took the time to write inquiring about it. As they walked through the halls, various versions of the werewolf attack's causes could be overheard. I'm certain it was a case of bride theft. Andre overheard Luna Lovegood, a second-year Ravenclaw, earnestly explaining to her classmates while sporting her signature cork necklace and holding the latest edition of the Quibbler. The werewolves retained many ancient customs, including the practice of seizing partners. That evening, he relayed this explanation to Chio, who burst into laughter, momentarily losing her composure. Andre, are you not upset that your plan has been analyzed in such a manner? Chio managed to control her still twitching facial muscles and asked softly. Oh, it's rather amusing, isn't it? In fact, I am more curious to see what explanations will emerge tomorrow, Andre replied, handing another love letter to Chio, who chuckled and tossed it directly into the fireplace without reading it. How bothersome. In truth, far more people were vexed than Chio. Her irritation stemmed merely from the multitude of girls fixating on her boyfriend, while Dumbledore had far weightier concerns. Professor Flitwick, do you suggest they were after resources? Dumbledore squinted through his crescent-shaped spectacles, and yet there were no casualties? No, in fact, there were some, Professor McGonagall added solemnly, due to the sudden chaos. 7 students were injured in the stampede, 3 of whom sustained serious injuries, and Pomfrey indicated they might require a stay in the infirmary, though their lives were not in danger. Indeed, the werewolf attack was peculiar. We may require further information to accurately assess this creature, Severus Snape's ominous voice interjected. Casting a sidelong glance at Remus Lupin, who remained calm. Dumbledore began unwrapping a chocolate frog, his expression inscrutable. Soon, the inhabitants of Hogwarts discovered that matters were far from straightforward. During dinner, countless owls flitted into the dining hall, delivering letters and parcels. Alongside a special edition of the Daily Prophet, werewolf attacks have been reported in numerous villages across Britain, resulting in dozens of casualties. An occurrence not seen in over a decade, Lisa Depan read aloud from the Daily Prophet's special edition. Hogsmeade is not the only village under attack. The Ravenclaw table erupted in chatter, with the other 3 house tables equally stirred, as everyone discussed this unprecedented large-scale assault. Could it be that the Dark Lord is re-emerging to strike at the wizarding community once more? Terry Boot trembled as he spoke. A look of concern washed over the faces of all students from non-pureblood families, feeling that her statement held merit. I find that unlikely, Andre replied gravely. Yes. Dozens of villages have been attacked, houses have been burned, some resources pilfered, yet only a handful of lives were lost, fewer than 1 per village. When has the Dark Lord ever shown such mercy? Chio supported her boyfriend's perspective. Then why would they seek to steal resources? Penelope Clearwater inquired, her long curls cascading onto her buttered bread, oblivious to the mess. I suspect they might be attempting to rally support for the Dark Lord, Andre speculated. Although thwarted, the Dark Lord still had a chance for resurgence. He likely had not yet fully recovered, but had certainly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he could not possibly command the werewolves. But what about the Death Eaters? Stuart Ackerley asked curiously. Some are dead, some have fled, and others are imprisoned in Azkaban. How could they possibly emerge? Before Andre could respond, Lisa Depan interjected. This is far too dangerous. A young Ravenclaw girl clutched her chest, visibly shaken by the news. If even Hogsmeade, with its Dementors, is vulnerable to attack, how safe is Hogwarts? Hogwarts is undoubtedly secure, Andre reassured her with a smile. The school is not nearly as fragile as you might imagine. Countless remarkable wizards have fortified its defenses over millennia. And I dare say Professor Dumbledore is unaware of many secrets hidden within these walls. If there is a place that is truly safe, it is Hogwarts. Yes, but werewolves are exceptionally perilous. Chio fanned the flames of concern. It's hard to fathom how the Ministry of Magic ever considered werewolves to be a safe species. In the absence of the Dark Lord, werewolves are indeed a manageable threat, Penelope Clearwater mused. It is only when a powerful dark wizard like the Dark Lord leads them that werewolves unleash their extraordinary destructive potential. Are we truly to witness a repeat of events from 13 years ago? Rest assured, Hogwarts is absolutely safe. Kleins chimed in, joining the discussion. Hogwarts possesses only a few entrances, and one cannot operate within its grounds. For werewolves to attack the school, they would have to enter through these entrances, which are guarded by Dementors. With them present, even werewolves shrouded in invisibility cloaks would find it impossible to pass. Is Hogwarts truly insurmountable? Stuart Ackerley challenged. What about Quirrell 2 years ago, or the Chamber of Secrets last year? Wasn't Hogwarts thrown into chaos then? That was different, Stuart, Kleins replied, a knowing look on his face. Quirrell was able to enter because he was a professor. The Chamber of Secrets incident occurred because the Dark Lord used a magical artifact to infiltrate Hogwarts. Otherwise, Professor Flitwick would have easily dealt with it. But could not a werewolf also plant an insider within Hogwarts, Kleins? Andre fixed Kleins with a penetrating gaze. Andre, are you jesting? Kleins laughed. A werewolf as a Hogwarts professor or student? Do you think Professor Dumbledore is a fool? Or do you believe a werewolf could find a quiet place to transform during a full moon and restrain the urge to attack their roommates or colleagues? One cannot dismiss the possibility, Kleins, said the Quidditch team captain, Phileas. The events of these past 2 years have taught us that anything is possible at Hogwarts. The dinner conversation left the young Eagles feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. For a group of merely 12 or 13-year-olds, the notion that one of their teachers or classmates might be among potential terrorists was a difficult pill to swallow. This created a palpable tension in the Ravenclaw common room, with many appearing decidedly glum. Andre also sensed the prevailing atmosphere, yet it was an unavoidable step in the plan, and he could only acquiesce. Upon returning to the common room, he began to showcase his tea-making skills, offering refreshments to his peers as a means to pass the time. Attention everyone! To the auditorium immediately! Exclaimed Plank, the male prefect of Ravenclaw, as he burst into the common room. His athletic physique and handsome features marked him as quite the attractive young man. However, the urgency in his tone and the anxious expression, coupled with a lock of chestnut hair dampened by sweat on his forehead, marred his otherwise flawless image. What is the matter, Plank? Penelope Clearwater inquired as she rose to her feet. They had just concluded dinner, a moment typically characterized by relaxation. I am uncertain. Professor Dumbledore has instructed this. So it must be something significant, Plank responded, instinctively brushing the damp lock of hair from his forehead, visibly anxious. Students from other houses were also summoned. And we absolutely must not be late. Thus, the Ravenclaws once again filed out of the common room entrance, hastening down the corridor towards the auditorium. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But the shadows cast by the torches on the walls transformed the once solid and reliable walls into a stage for a dance of phantoms. Certain events have transpired. The faculty and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle, Professor Dumbledore announced to the students. His tone was far from the usual cheerful demeanor, infused with a hint of gravity and concern. At that moment, Professors McGonagall and Snape jointly secured all the doors of the auditorium. For your own safety, it seems you may need to spend the night here, he continued. I require the prefects to stand guard at the auditorium entrance, while the heads of the male and female student councils will remain within to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately, Dumbledore instructed Percy, the head of Gryffindor, who wore an expression of pride befitting an important figure. Find a ghost to relay the message to me. You may need this. Professor Flitwick piped up, waving his wand. The illumination from the hundreds of floating candles abruptly dimmed, while 4 long tables quietly slid to the walls. Hundreds of purple sleeping bags sprawled across the floor, transforming the auditorium into a most suitable resting place. Sleep well, Dumbledore instructed. He and Professor Flitwick exited, Flitwick conveniently shutting the door behind them. Lie down and rest immediately. Lights out in 10 minutes, Percy declared with an enthusiasm and pride that was almost indescribable. Andre dutifully picked up 2 sleeping bags and, alongside Chio, made his way to a nearby corner. They nestled into the sleeping bags, preparing to feign slumber while discussing matters of significance. However, just as the lights were about to be extinguished, another figure stealthily approached them. Hey, Hermione, Chio greeted. Andre, facing away from Hermione, did not see her immediately and turned to offer a smile. Hermione, you know what's going on, don't you? Andre inquired. Indeed, Black has infiltrated the castle. Hermione nodded. Although the great hall had fallen into darkness, it was alive with the hushed whispers akin to the gentle simmering of a stew, as Gryffindor students eagerly recounted the dramatic tale of Black's intrusion to their friends from other houses. Black's intrusion? How could that be? Chio's first response was disbelief. Black was not of the caliber of top-tier wizards like Dumbledore or Voldemort, and Hogwarts, with its centuries-old legacy, boasted unparalleled defensive measures. If Black could traverse Hogwarts at will, wouldn't the school become a playground for adult wizards? Yet the fact remained that the entrance portrait to the Gryffindor common room had been torn, indicating he had indeed attempted to enter. How he managed this was unknown, but the most plausible explanation was through a secret passage. Are you saying Black actually tore the portrait? Andre's brow furrowed in contemplation. Absolutely. It is undoubtedly true, Hermione affirmed resolutely. But why would he tear the portrait? Chio astutely noted the crux of the issue. Indeed, aside from alarming the occupants, tearing the portrait served no beneficial purpose. Hermione, being exceptionally bright, quickly grasped the implication. If he hadn't torn the portrait, we would have remained oblivious to Black's intrusion. Precisely, Andre spoke slowly, as if piecing together his thoughts. Proof lies in the fact that it was only after the fat lady was disturbed that you realized it was Black, and not someone else. You are absolutely correct. Hermione nodded in agreement. Then, if I were Black and aimed to kill Harry, I would not resort to such drastic measures. This only serves to inform others of my presence. Andre stroked his chin, contemplating. How do you know Black's target is Harry? Hermione asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Dear Hermione, do not underestimate the intelligence of the Carmichael family. Andre's gaze drifted, lost in thought. Black must have known that without the password, he could not enter the common room, and tearing the portrait wouldn't silence the fat lady. Most importantly, he could not have been unaware that Harry was not in the dormitory. The entire school was at dinner. What do you mean? Hermione felt somewhat frustrated, struggling to keep pace with Andre's line of reasoning. Are you suggesting Black behaves more like a thief than a murderer? Chio interjected, grasping the point first. Precisely, Chio. Andre seized her hand and kissed it, causing her to blush, while Hermione turned away, feeling a pang of jealousy. If we were to find a rationale for Black's actions, it seems he chose a time when everyone was absent from the common room and dormitories, clearly indicating a desire to steal something within. Then why tear down the portrait? Hermione remained fixated on this detail. To create the illusion that he was there to assassinate Harry. You see, by doing so, do you not all believe he came for Harry? Andre's expression reflected a sense of cunning. He was well aware that Black's true target was Ron's pet Scabbers. Yet now was not the time to divulge that information. Hermione fell silent, and Andre enveloped Chio in his embrace, closing his eyes in an attempt to sleep. In the darkness of the Great Hall, the only source of light remained the wandering ghosts. When Andre finally opened his eyes, daylight had broken, and most students in the hall remained deep in slumber, evidently drained from the previous night's discussions. Chio lay beside him, her arms tightly wrapped around his left arm. Her delicate features pressed against his chest, the warmth of her breath tickling his side. Silken strands of hair cascaded over his torso, with a few mischievous ones attempting to invade his nostrils, provoking an urge to sneeze. To his right, Hermione had unknowingly claimed his right arm, resting serenely. Upon closer inspection, the once proud little girl now exuded a captivating grace. Her features were exquisite, a blend of boldness and allure, though her unkempt brown hair only added to her charm, obscuring her emerging beauty. He noticed movement in the hall. Nearby, Dumbledore was speaking. It was likely he was concerned for the safety of the place, conducting a midnight inspection. "How is everything, Percy?" Dumbledore's gentle voice inquired. "All is well, sir. Everything is under control," Percy's voice rang out, tinged with excitement at the opportunity to report directly to the headmaster. "Since last night, there have been no incidents." "Excellent. I appreciate your diligence," Dumbledore acknowledged, likely nodding to Percy. "Severus?" A hurried footstep approached, the rustle of robes stirring the air, carrying a faintly acrid aroma. Andre recognized it as the scent of aconite and ice grass, indicating the presence of Professor Severus Snape. "Professor, I have searched the entire 4th floor. He is not there." Filch has also scoured the castle, including all secret passages and hidden rooms, and found nothing. Snape's voice conveyed fatigue, likely from the night's exhaustive search. "Good. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's chamber? The Ollery? The broom shed? Has Hagrid contacted his friends to check the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore's voice remained low, clearly intent on not waking the sleeping students. "All have been checked. He is not there." "Well then, I have always believed he would not linger here indefinitely." Dumbledore's tone began to convey reassurance. "So, Headmaster, what are your thoughts on how he managed to enter the school?" Snape's voice carried a hint of anger, which Andre discerned with a jolt, struggling to regulate his breathing while maintaining his feigned slumber. "There are many possibilities, Severus. They are not the same. But I believe the one you are considering is entirely erroneous." Dumbledore's voice took on a grave tone. "Do you recall our conversation?" Snape's voice lowered, requiring Andre's full concentration to barely decipher. "At the beginning of the term, I expressed my objections to your appointment." "Enough, Severus," Dumbledore interrupted, however, without internal assistance. He could not have entered Hogwarts. Snape seemed intent on expressing his viewpoint. "Enough, Severus. I do not believe anyone within the castle would aid him in entering. Now, I must go in search of the Dementors." Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, and then it faded into silence, as if Snape had departed, leaving only Percy to patrol, his spirit commendably unwavering. "Good morning, Andre." At this moment, Hermione, who had been resting on the right, stirred awake. She opened her amber eyes, still laced with a hint of confusion, pondering how he had managed to enter the girls' dormitory. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, recalling her surroundings. "Have you caught Black?" she inquired, while her hands tightened around him, her enchanting eyes fluttering shut once more as she nestled against Andre's chest, her tousled brown hair cascading over Chio's dark locks. Inhaling his scent, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Perhaps not," Andre replied casually, sensing his left arm tighten as Chio stirred awake. "Chio?" Chio blinked awake, noticing the intimate posture between Hermione and Andre, yet surprisingly devoid of any agitation. She simply leaned her head against Andre's chest, her eyes playfully scrutinizing Hermione, causing the latter's cheeks to bloom with a deep crimson hue. However, Hermione was clearly not one to back down. Despite her shyness, she met Chio's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I'm sorry, Chio." Hermione's voice resonated with determination. "No need for apologies. I was already mentally prepared," Chio replied, shaking her head. "How can Andre, this oblivious fellow, hope to escape your grasp?" A triumphant smile graced Hermione's face. "However, you should be aware that you are not merely contending with me. Andre's French girlfriend is not as easy to deal with as I am." Chio cleverly deflected the focus elsewhere. Hey, Chio, Hermione, what are you talking about?" Andre, a homebody with a past life, though capable of scheming and executing plans with unwavering resolve, was evidently a novice in matters of the heart, lacking experience in such situations. "Don't worry," Chio, I will handle it myself, Hermione asserted confidently. I recall you mentioning her name. Fleur Delacour? Yes? Leave it to me. Go for it, Hermione. I have faith in you. Chio exclaimed, her laughter reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Andre's words were evidently ignored, and he sorrowfully realized that a scene reminiscent of the Tail Palace locking Heart Jade was unfolding around him, with him merely serving as a decoration. What on earth are you all up to? He angrily inquired of Chio as Hermione returned to the Gryffindor long table for breakfast. Andre, are you implying that you feel no stirrings for Hermione at all? Chio's smile was teasing, leaving Andre momentarily flustered. With a sigh, Chio wrapped her arm around his and leaned gently against him, murmuring, I am but a girl from a Muggle family. While the Fu-Rong family is steeped in traditional pure-blood lineage. Therefore, if I wish to avoid ultimate failure, inviting Hermione into the fold would be a wise choice. Chio, what are you thinking? Andre held the girl tightly in his embrace. I have told you, I will handle these matters myself. Everything is under my control. Do not burden yourself, Andre. Chio raised her head and lightly kissed his cheek. You bear the weight of family legacy. Adding these matters would only exhaust you further. Allow me to take care of this, for it is my battle. Seemingly overnight, the relationship between Hermione and Andre grew remarkably closer. She no longer concealed her feelings for him, seizing every opportunity to stay by his side thanks to their shared class schedule. What was even more astonishing was that Andre's legitimate girlfriend, Chio, appeared completely unfazed. The three of them often dined together, laughter echoing around them, devoid of the melodramatic rivalry one might expect. Hermione, you must consider what you are doing. Ron looked unusually furious. Oh, of course, I am well aware of my actions. Hermione casually replied, deftly weaving a scarf with her wand, clearly meant as a gift for a male. Hermione, is this truly appropriate? Harry appeared far more composed, reminding her. You know that Andre and Chio are a couple. Ah, I am quite aware, Hermione retorted nonchalantly. However, since Chio is indifferent, I certainly shall not mind. Harry and Ron gracefully retreated, but it was evident that aside from them and a few close friends of Andre and Chio and Ravenclaw, most others were not particularly invested in this potential melodrama. They had more pressing matters to discuss, such as how Black had infiltrated the heavily fortified Hogwarts. I believe he must have learned a method of stealth, a first-year Gryffindor confidently asserted as Andre walked down the corridor. Only in this way could he evade the castle's defenses. No, he must have flown in on a broomstick. Walls cannot stop something that can fly, can they? A classmate immediately countered. Consequently, a group of young lions split into two factions, arguing vehemently, unable to convince one another and arriving at no credible conclusion. In truth, their opinions were rather far-fetched. Am I the only one unafraid of trouble and well-versed in Hogwarts history? Hermione, linked arm in arm with Andre, appeared somewhat despondent. Do they not realize that one cannot operate within Hogwarts? And a broomstick? That merely serves as a target for the defensive enchantments, does it not? Hermione, exasperated by their ignorance, unleashed her sharp tongue. All right, Hermione, do not be angry. Andre attempted to soothe the girl who could scarcely tolerate others' ignorance, now his third girlfriend. In this sense, the most suitable partner for her was indeed Andre, the erudite Ravenclaw. Many have studied Hogwarts history, but very few can recite it as you do, Hermione. Very well, she replied, bouncing lightly and shaking her backpack. However, it was clear that interest in this matter extended beyond just the Gryffindor students. With academic life monotonous and dull, nearly all students were restless, eager to find something to occupy their time. Some channeled their energy into the library. Others spent it on their boyfriends or girlfriends, while a portion of idlers devoted considerable effort to analyzing the enigma of Black's infiltration into Hogwarts. Reportedly, this mystery had been nominated as one of the top 10 most unsolvable puzzles of the past 20 years at Hogwarts. I dare say, Black is undoubtedly a master of transfiguration. Hannah Abbott, a third-year Hufflepuff, asserted emphatically during herbology. He could transform into a flowering shrub, making it impossible for anyone to notice him. She spent 2 entire class periods elaborating on her reasoning, sharing her theories with anyone willing to listen. Andre felt as though the entire herbology class had morphed into her personal sermon, with Professor Sprout merely serving as her backdrop. A plant animagus? What a brilliant concept. At lunch, Andre relayed Hannah Abbott's opinion to Chio and Hermione. Initially, he regarded it as a jest, yet he was taken aback by Hermione and Chio's more intense reactions. Had she not learned that animagus forms are always animals? Hermione's expression was one of indignation. Moreover, Black has never registered at the Ministry of Magic. I have memorized the few animagi of this century. Oh, Hermione, There are indeed many things you do not know. Cho shot Andre a glance. A considerable number of animagi have never registered with the ministry. Andre, are you? Hermione quickly lowered her voice, realizing something. You are an animagus? Her tone brimmed with surprise and curiosity. Ah, indeed. Hermione. Andre glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering his voice. My animagus form is a raven, and I shall show you when the opportunity arises. However, at the very least, a plan animagus does not exist. Hermione remained resolute in her stance. Even if it did exist, it could not be. Cho laughed heartily. I truly cannot imagine a flowering shrub hopping through the gates of Hogwarts under the watchful eyes of Dementors. If Dementors were that easily fooled, the Death Eaters would have long since escaped from Azkaban. Indeed, Dementors are not easily deceived, Andre nodded. If Black had employed Polyjuice Potion or similar methods to blend in with the crowd, I assure you he would have been apprehended long ago. Then how did he get in? Hermione resumed her habitual contemplation of the unsolved mystery. I suspect he most likely entered through a hidden passage. A hidden passage? You know? Cho and Hermione asked in unison. No, I do not know. However, I am aware that even Dumbledore would not claim to know every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. Andre said, taking a bite of steak as he continued his vague explanation. It is said that Black was never a compliant student, often roaming about. If he discovered any unknown passageways, it would not be surprising. Are you suggesting that we cannot catch him? Cho inquired. Indeed, it is quite difficult. After all, he managed to escape from Azkaban. Although I am uncertain of the method he used, he undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills in stealth and concealment. If he wishes to remain hidden, it will be exceedingly challenging for us to discover him, Andre acknowledged. So, do you mean we must keep the Dementor stationed indefinitely? Hermione loathed such creatures. No. Even if we cannot find him, he will eventually reveal himself. Andre chuckled slyly. His purpose for coming to Hogwarts, as we had previously deduced, was not to harm Harry, but to seek something elusive. Since he had yet to acquire this object, it was certain he would make another appearance. Thus, vigilance over the Gryffindor Tower was imperative, for he would undoubtedly return. In colloquial terms, this could be likened to him winking at Cho, biding his time. Generally speaking, Hogwarts students anticipate 3 major celebrations throughout the academic year: Quidditch, the House Cup, and final examinations, though the latter was a strong suggestion from Hermione Granger. As October commenced, the frigid winter of Hogwarts loomed near. The northern winds began to howl outside the library and common room windows, and the hearths ignited with flames each evening. Fewer students opted for ice cream as a post-meal treat, while Andre's red tea and coffee gained increasing popularity among the Ravenclaw students, particularly with Filius and Clens, who often interrupted Andre and Cho's intimate moments under the pretext of discussing Quidditch strategies, shamelessly helping themselves to a cup of Darjeeling or Blue Mountain coffee. The first Quidditch match approached as scheduled, yet there was little regarding Ravenclaw. The Slytherin team requested a postponement, citing an injured seeker, thus granting Ravenclaw an unexpected respite. Consequently, Filius took advantage of the situation to indulge in tea while discussing potential strategies that Gryffindor might employ with Andre. However, Gryffindor had no such leisure. Andre had observed Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, several times in recent days, dragging Harry into discussions about tactics and offering him various tips. Harry, visibly exasperated, would flee the moment he approached. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. At least, it was not the primary concern of most. Hogwarts, notorious for its propensity for mishaps, soon erupted with news overshadowing even Black's intrusion. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, was on sick leave, and Professor Severus Snape of Potions would substitute for him. When Snape entered the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw defense against the dark arts classroom, many gasped, including Hermione, who was seated beside Andre, silently reviewing the lesson. Professor Lupin is unwell. I shall be teaching defense against the dark arts today, perhaps due to the classroom's above-ground setting. Even Snape's voice lacked its usual ominous tone, appearing in relatively good spirits. The students erupted in murmurs. This was likely the first instance since their enrollment that a professor had been absent due to illness. The hospital wing, overseen by Madame Pomfrey, was renowned for its efficacy, rarely encountering ailments deemed incurable. Rumors circulated that its standards rivaled those of St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. As a proficient adult wizard, it was uncommon for professors to suffer such maladies. Moreover, students who had visited the infirmary just the previous day recalled that Lupin was not present. What is wrong with Professor Lupin? Dean Thomas inquired anxiously. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson in respecting your teachers, Mr. Thomas, Snape replied with a chilling smile. I am not Professor Lupin. I do not possess such amiable qualities. Disrupting class and showing disrespect will cost Gryffindor 10 points. My apologies, Professor, Hermione quickly interjected. We are merely concerned for Professor Lupin's health. He is not in mortal danger, Snape said slowly, his tone frigid enough to conjure frost in the air. Now, Miss Granger, please enlighten us on Professor Lupin's previous curriculum. Professor, we have studied Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows, and we were about to begin. Silence, Miss Granger. I did not request your commentary on my teaching plans, Snape interrupted, his hollow, emotionless black eyes sweeping across the class. I merely wish to ascertain what Professor Lupin has inadequately covered. But he is the finest defense against the dark arts teacher we have encountered. Seamus Finnegan exclaimed loudly. An ardent admirer of Lupin's demonstrated prowess. You have merely encountered him, Mr. Finnegan, Snape replied, his face inscrutable. You are far too easily satisfied. I maintain that dealing with Redcaps and Grindylows is the domain of first-year students. Now, today we shall discuss. He flipped through the textbook, searched for a moment, and then uttered 2 words. Werewolves. Apologies, Professor. Hermione rose once more. According to the syllabus, we should be studying hippogriffs. Miss Granger, may I inquire if you are the teacher or I? Snape pressed his thin lips together. I'm addressing all of you. He barked at the class, including Hermione. All students lowered their heads and retrieved their textbooks. Turn to page 394, the chapter on werewolves. Now, his voice escalated toward a roar. Even Ron, typically defiant, complied. Who can tell me the difference between a true wolf and a werewolf? Snape inquired, a strange glimmer in his eyes. Aside from Hermione and Andre, no hands were raised. Was there a hint of mockery in Snape's tone, as if to suggest that Professor Lupin had not yet imparted this distinction to third-year students? Apologies, Professor, we have not yet reached that chapter. If you would be so kind as to enlighten us, we are prepared to take notes and learn. Andre stood and responded politely. Good, Mr. Camichael. Where are your parchment and quills? Snape seemed to struggle to contain his temper, bellowing at the class. In a flurry. Within half a minute, every student had their quills and parchment ready. For the remainder of the lesson, they diligently took notes on werewolves. Referencing the textbook while Snape roamed the classroom, scrutinizing their work and occasionally offering scathing critiques. Poorly explained, he remarked, that is inaccurate. Kappas are predominantly found in Mongolia. Professor Lupin claimed 80%, yet in reality, the figure is less than 30. Finally, the bell for class dismissal rang, and a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Each of you shall write an essay on the identification and extermination of werewolves, due next Monday morning. It must fill 2 sheets of parchment, Snape concluded. Everyone exhaled, bolting from the classroom, and Andre distinctly heard Harry let out a deep breath. I sincerely hope Professor Lupin recovers swiftly, though he can be a bit irritable. He is far preferable to Snape, he heard Stuart Ackerley complain. Andre, come with me, Hermione urged, pulling him swiftly to an empty classroom on the 4th floor. What is it, Hermione? Andre sensed that the events of the recent class had prompted her to discuss something significant. I wish to talk about Professor Remus Lupin, she stated. Andre, you are aware, aren't you? Her tone was resolute, seemingly oblivious to the presence of her boyfriend. In this regard, Andre could fully comprehend Ron's irritation at being lectured by Hermione, now a friend. After all, most normal individuals would not appreciate such a tone. However, it was evident that Andre was no ordinary individual. As a recluse reborn, he possesses a formidable resistance to tsundere women and, to a certain extent, harbors a fondness for such personalities. If you are referring to the true identity of Professor Remus Lupin, then yes, Andre had no intention of concealing this from her. In the original text, this astute girl deduced Lupin's werewolf identity long before anyone else. I believe Professor Snape's choice of lesson and the assignments he set today were also aimed at this purpose. Hermione, in her agitation, tousled her already unruly brown hair, including the detailed explanation he had previously provided about the wolfsbane potion. I find it utterly incomprehensible why Professor Dumbledore would agree to hire a werewolf as a professor. I am not certain, Andre shrugged. In fact, he was well aware that, for Dumbledore, Lupin, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, was far more reliable than a pureblood applicant. However, I can assert with certainty that Dumbledore could not possibly be unaware of his werewolf identity. Was the prophecy you made concerning Harry genuine, Andre? Hermione suddenly recalled the debate between Andre and Professor Trelawney regarding wolves and dogs during their first divination class. I am certain I truly saw a wolf, Andre nodded. After some discussion, Hermione persuaded Andre to temporarily withhold Lupin's identity, as she still held considerable affection and trust for Dumbledore. However, she soon lamentably realized that the situation was beyond the complete control of a third-year student. On the following night, a Hufflepuff student named Ernie Macmillan arrived outside Professor Remus Lupin's office for defense against the dark arts. Accompanying him were Ibycus Hemeris, one of Hufflepuff's spiritual leaders, and the renowned gossip queen of Hufflepuff, the Princess of Rumors, Hannah Abbott. Their purpose for coming was straightforward. A heated debate had erupted in the Hufflepuff common room regarding whether the Boggart's transformative spell was akin to the Patronus charm. The proponents and opponents argued fervently, and ultimately, Ibycus Hemeris suggested consulting a professor to resolve the dispute. Professor Remus Lupin, who had garnered favorable impressions among the Hufflepuff students, was deemed a suitable choice. The castle was deserted at night. Students were enjoying the warmth of the common room, relishing the fire and pumpkin juice, leaving only the hollow echoes of their footsteps in the corridor. The once vibrant suits of armor no longer sang lively songs, and the mischievous poltergeist was nowhere to be found. Even Filch and Mrs. Norris were absent, leaving them undisturbed. Knock, knock, knock. Ernie Macmillan rapped on the office door. No sound emanated from within. Professor Lupin. I am Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff student, hoping to seek your guidance on a matter. May I come in? He continued knocking persistently. Still, no response came, and the trio began to sense something amiss. I'll do it. Ibycus Hemeris stepped forward, knocked on the door, and pressed his ear against it. His expression grave and silent, seemingly intent on discerning something. Oh no, he suddenly leaped back. Ernie and Hannah were startled, yet simultaneously heard a faint howl emanating from the office. They could not immediately identify the source of the sound, but they could ascertain that it was not Professor Lupin's voice. Alohomora. Ernie Macmillan reacted swiftly, but evidently, a professor's office, fortified with protective enchantments, was not so easily breached. The unlocking charm proved ineffective. With great force, Ibycus Hemeris pointed his wand at the door, invoking the spell. Professors typically imbue their doors with numerous defensive unlocking spells to prevent mischievous students or ill-intentioned individuals from sneaking in to pilfer precious ingredients or magical tools. However, it was clear that no professor would specifically reinforce a simple wooden door with multiple layers of protection. Surely, no one would dare to use a battering ram on a door at Hogwarts, fearing the noise would summon students and faculty alike. Yet, this rationale did not apply to the Hufflepuff trio on this night. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott were driven by the noble intention of rescuing the professor, while Ibycus Hemeris was intent on escalating the situation. Thus, no one opposed the spell that generated a powerful physical impact through compressed air. In fact, there was no time to object. Before the splinters could settle, the three burst into the room, forming a small triangular formation, with Ibycus leading, followed closely by Ernie and Hannah. Hannah Abbott's face flushed with excitement. The office was quite modest, devoid of any luxurious decor, starkly contrasting with Gilderoy Lockhart's style from the previous year. The fire in the hearth burned brightly, with sparks dancing and crackling, infusing the room with warmth. A dilapidated suitcase rested against the wall, its label bearing remnants of the name R.J. Lupin, evoking a sense of ruin and neglect. An empty goblet lay on the desk, with just a trace of liquid remaining, still exuding wisps of warmth. Professor? Noticing Lupin's absence, Ernie exclaimed. Yet, he quickly fell silent as a large black wolf emerged from behind the imposing desk, with Ibycus Hemeris and Hannah Abbott raising their wands in unison. The wolf, however, exhibited no aggressive behavior, refraining from using its fangs and claws to carve a path to freedom. Instead, it stood still, gazing at them with a familiarity that sent shivers down their spines. An invading werewolf? Ibycus Hemeris's tone perfectly conveyed a blend of astonishment, anger, sternness, surprise, disappointment, and realization, eliciting empathy from Hannah and Ernie behind him. Should we still address you as Professor Lupin? Ibycus inquired. Hannah Abbott's mouth gaped open in disbelief, as if she could fit 3 slices of toast within. Stay vigilant. Raise your wands. Hannah, Ernie reminded her in a timely fashion, his gaze never leaving the werewolf before them. Remus Lupin? Then all 3 witnessed the wolf nod in affirmation, a gesture unmistakably clear. It must be said that the efficiency of Hogwarts faculty far surpasses that of the Muggle world's police. Within 3 minutes of Ibycus Hemeris forcibly entering the office, a united task force led by Dumbledore, including Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Fenton Eastwood, had cordoned off Professor Lupin's office and the corridors extending 20 meters on either side. But it was evidently too late. Before they arrived, dozens of students had already gathered at the scene, a number that continued to swell. The area beyond Dumbledore's cordon was packed with students clad in wizarding robes, various styles of nightgowns, donning sleep caps, wearing slippers, and even some barefoot. He wisely refrained from issuing a gag order, as such an event, witnessed by dozens of students, was beyond the control of a single headmaster. Even one as formidable as Dumbledore. What transpired? Andre, accompanied by Autumn, arrived at the scene, where Hermione, Harry, and Ron were already inquiring among the crowd. The students' unrest far exceeded that of the day when Black infiltrated Gryffindor Tower, their faces betraying evident concern and fear. What is happening? Why such a commotion? He posed a seemingly rhetorical question to Hermione. Ernie Macmillan and the others discovered that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. Hermione's complexion was far from pleasant. And Harry shared her sentiment. A werewolf? How could that be possible? Andre's expression was certainly worthy of an Oscar. How could this possibly be true? I too find it implausible, Andre, yet it is indeed a reality. Harry replied with a frown, evidently recalling Andre's earlier prophecy, uttering several thanks in quick succession. I believe we need not panic excessively. Andre maintained an air of calm, as if Professor Lupin had merely executed a routine animagus transformation. I am certain that Professor Dumbledore will provide us with a reassuring explanation. In fact, the news spread more swiftly than anyone could have anticipated. And the reaction within the British wizarding community exceeded even the expectations of the pureblood families covertly orchestrating this matter. At breakfast the following day, an unprecedented deluge of owls descended upon the great hall. Owls of all kinds, adorned with various feathers, swooped gracefully through the entrance, accurately delivering letters to their respective owners. Notes, letters, and even special editions of the Daily Prophet were mixed in with a few unmistakably red howlers, reminiscent of those used by Mrs. Molly Weasley during their second year. Yet this time, the recipients of the howlers were somewhat different. Dumbledore. The booming voice reverberated through the air, causing Dumbledore to struggle to maintain his typically gentle demeanor, his face paling as he gazed at the red envelopes bursting midair. The sender was evidently a meticulous individual, ensuring Dumbledore could not intercept the envelope, lest he employ any means to prevent the howler's explosion. A werewolf among the professors? A widespread werewolf uprising had just erupted in England. He may assist Black in entering the school. I am left with nothing but rage and astonishment. This act is a crime against thousands of students, the repercussions of which rival those of the Dark Lord himself. I deeply regret ever supporting your position as headmaster. The clamor echoed through the great hall, leaving all the students in stunned silence. After Dumbledore's defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald, how many years had it been since anyone dared to reprimand him so vocally? How many years since anyone had the audacity to send him a howler? It was likely impossible to count. Yet today, that record was abruptly shattered. Mr. Fritz Selwyn, Dumbledore's staunchest supporter on the school board, had sent a howler to Dumbledore. The shock of this was as potent as the Daily Prophet's pointed accusations against him. It is worth noting that this newspaper had not dared to show such disrespect to any headmaster of Hogwarts since its inception. As the red envelope turned to ash and fluttered to the ground, discussions among the students began to swell. After a night of rest, the anger that had begun to simmer now surged anew, with even some bold students daring to fix their gaze on Dumbledore, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. I am so very sorry. Dumbledore, a seasoned figure, swiftly regained his composure. His blue eyes, shielded by half-moon glasses, returned to a state of calm. His grand voice resounding through the hall. I must apologize to all of you. I have employed a professor who is ill-suited for the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. I do not wish to elaborate further. This was indeed my error. I earnestly seek your forgiveness. Dumbledore's humility, a marked departure from his usual stature, softened many students' gazes. Last night, the school had made an urgent decision to relieve Professor Remus Lupin of his duties as the defense against the dark arts teacher, with Professor Flitwick stepping in temporarily. I hope this will not affect your studies in the subject. This was indeed a hasty compromise made by Dumbledore in conjunction with family factions and the Ministry of Magic. He had originally intended to replace Lupin with Snape, yet the recently tarnished reputation of the White Wizard left him with little leverage against the pureblood families. Ultimately, Professor Flitwick seized this opportunity. The school will continue to strive to ensure your safety, and such incidents will not recur. Please have faith in your professor's capabilities, Dumbledore concluded. Well done, Ibikos. Andre raised his glass to toast to Ibikos Hermores, the butterbeer bubbling cheerfully. "This is all thanks to your plan, Andre," Ibikos replied humbly. "Had you not discerned his werewolf nature, we would not have had such a fortuitous opportunity." All right. Enough with the sentimentalities. Tonight is a celebration of our plan's success. So let us revel. Daphne Greengrass, shedding her usual ladylike demeanor, downed a full mug of butterbeer, her exuberance leaving others in awe. In summary, thus far, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Let us continue our efforts. Cheers. Andre raised his glass and drank deeply. Cheers. Everyone echoed in unison. Dumbledore faced considerable challenges. Despite the werewolf disturbances across England causing minimal immediate impact, they nonetheless heightened the wizarding community's vigilance regarding werewolves to an unprecedented level in over a decade. Andre's prophecy made during divination class, under reasonable dissemination, had nearly become a well-known fact among the Hogwarts populace. At this critical juncture, Lupin's identity was laid bare. Well, it is understandable that for the first time in decades, traces of red appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. However, Andre was not yet inclined to cease his troublesome endeavors. With the Dark Lords still some distance from awakening, it would be prudent for the White Wizards to remain vigilant. Andre, it has been confirmed that Dumbledore will personally visit the Quidditch pitch tomorrow, Draco Malfoy remarked breezily. Devoid of the wounded demeanor he had displayed when requesting a suspension for Gryffindor, it seems that Uncle Lucius has exerted considerable pressure on him. He can only appear in person to maintain order amidst the turmoil. Andre replied casually, securing his wand in the dragonhide holster on his left arm, meticulously checking all the combat gear he had brought, ensuring he was in optimal fighting condition. Let us not forget, I must protect my savior, right? Malfoy chuckled. Indeed. And thus I must ensure he is of value. Andre adjusted his robes, reminding himself to notify Ibikos and Daphne tomorrow. The publicity must be pursued. Rest assured. Malfoy nodded. I find you increasingly verbose. This is the third time you've mentioned it. Concealment was Andre's sole response. Hogsmeade, Honeydukes, basement, behind a pile of wooden crates. Andre emerged from the secret passage, his visage cloaked in dust. The concealed route from the statue of the One-Eyed Witch to the Honeydukes was no enigma to him. With a wave of his wand, he banished the grime and cast an invisibility charm upon himself, gliding forth with a sense of poise. How troublesome it was. He pondered silently. How could Harry endure traversing such a filthy passage time and again? It must have been decades since it had last been cleansed. With a hint of obsession for cleanliness, Andre mused. Today was neither a day of rest at Hogwarts nor a visit to Hogsmeade. And the absence of the vibrant throng of youthful witches and wizards rendered Hogsmeade somewhat desolate. Of course, this was relative. It was akin to comparing the Westlake during the May Day holiday to its usual state. After all, as the only purely wizarding village in Britain, Hogsmeade's commercial vitality rivaled that of Diagon Alley. The windows of the Three Broomsticks sparkled, and Madame Rosmerta still employed her mature charm and exclusive butterbeer to attract visitors from far and wide. The elegant wizarding apparel shop remained one of the liveliest spots, where fashion-conscious witches and stylish wizards lavished their galleons with abandon. Andre found no allure in these garments compared to Muggle fashion. The hogshead still bore a dusty, cracked wooden sign that seemed unchanged for a century. The explosions from Zonko's joke shop continued to serve as a reminder that toys and weaponry were, in essence, indistinguishable. Andre walked invisibly down the street, feeling a peculiar sense of disconnection. Although male and female witches passed by him intermittently, they cast their gazes beyond him, as if he were a mere specter in a parallel reality, utterly detached from this world. This sensation of invisibility starkly contrasted with his nocturnal escapades at Hogwarts Castle. The daylight invisibility evoked a profound feeling of abandonment by the world. He shook his head, his formidable mental fortitude and resolute will soon dispelling such futile emotions. He had come here to execute a crucial step in his plan, not to indulge in leisurely sightseeing or ponder the philosophies of life. On the outskirts of Hogsmeade, there stood a Ministry of Magic Auror station. Given Hogsmeade's significant status and its proximity to Hogwarts, a considerable number of Aurors were stationed here. This year, however, another structure had emerged nearby, informally dubbed a concentration camp by the Aurors. If Hitler were to have a spirit lingering underground, he would surely rise in indignation at such slander from the Aurors. The concentration camps of the Nazis primarily enacted slaughter and enslavement, yet within this place, the inhabitants faced horrors far more terrifying than the infamous Auschwitz. It is well known that Dementors feed on human joy and hope. Such positive emotions serve as their finest sustenance. Should a human be utterly incapable of providing this nourishment, Dementors would resort to their ultimate utility, the Dementor's kiss. Before any military action, provisions must be secured. This is an immutable principle in any realm, and the wizarding world is no exception. Since the Ministry of Magic required Dementors to patrol Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, it was only natural to prepare special rations. Certain individuals, provided for specific reasons, were designated as sustenance for the Dementors. These unfortunate souls were confined within the very concentration camp. Andre's figure glided like a specter, silently infiltrating the periphery of the concentration camp. The formidable intelligence capabilities possessed by his family greatly facilitated his endeavors, including a detailed map of the camp. Guided by the mental image of this map, he arrived at the entrance of a vast barack. At the threshold, 2 Dementors were departing, their hooded figures weightless as they vanished into the distance. This was the routine feeding or recharging ritual of the Dementors, targeting the wretched souls confined within the barack. The door appeared to be pushed open by an invisible force, only to close silently behind them. No one detected that the supervision of the Dementors did not rely on conventional watchkeeping. Fortunately, Andre had no intention of rescuing these individuals. He had come to sever their supply lines. Upon entering the barack, a harrowing sight met Andre's eyes, a multitude of human forms. Aside from their outward appearance, it was challenging to associate them with the essence of humanity. Their bodies lay motionless, sprawled on the ground, devoid of even the slightest movement. Their expressions were rigid, and their gazes hollow. If not for the faint rhythm of their heartbeats, they would have been indistinguishable from the dead. Clearly, this was a group teetering on the brink of collapse, and all Andre needed to do was give them a gentle nudge towards despair. In profound sorrow, Andre raised his wand, unleashing a barrage of crimson light that struck the prostrate humans. This was a counter-curse to the spells of sorrow and joy, designed to suppress positive emotions while amplifying negative ones. Andre acutely sensed the last vestiges of humanity and hope within them extinguishing, leaving only a palpable atmosphere of despair and silence. With a silent sigh, he stepped out of the barack. Not long after his departure, another cohort of Dementors entered. As if sensing the almost tangible negativity saturating the air, the lead Dementor gestured with its decayed left hand. They all began to lower their hoods. As October arrived, the weather at Hogwarts turned briskly cold. Students donned thicker robes, and the business of Andre's enchanted crystal ball heaters began to flourish. Influenced by him, Hermione also abandoned her familiar jam jar in favor of a more aesthetically pleasing specialized crystal ball. The weather had been dismal for the past few days, with fierce winds and overcast skies. Several trees in the forbidden forest had been uprooted, and even giants like Hagrid had to wrap themselves in large scarves to venture out to the Quidditch pitch to de-ice the brooms. While seated in the library, Andre was occasionally startled by the windows rattling violently against the wind, whereas Hermione and Autumn remained remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the external turmoil. It was as if, upon touching a book, they transcended into another realm. Yet, regardless of the dreadful weather, the Quidditch match would not be postponed, due to Slytherin's request for a reschedule. This round featured only Gryffindor against Hufflepuff. The match between Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter was undoubtedly a heavyweight clash. Rumor had it that the Weasley twins had placed bets on this match, with odds of 2-1 for a Hufflepuff victory and 0.8 for a Gryffindor win, while an unexpected match termination was set at 5-1. Andre jovially handed a pouch of 20 galleons to Autumn, declaring that being a prophet was not always beneficial, and it was important to support their friends. "Oh, you're only drawing more attention to it," Autumn replied, shaking her head in resignation. "Does Dumbledore not see through this? Even if he does, as long as there is no evidence, it matters little, even if the proof is circumstantial." Andre produced a badge from his pocket. "Look, a waterproof and dehumidifying badge, perfect for the impending rain." It was enough to recoup the 20 galleons. He grinned like a shrewd merchant. Autumn was utterly defeated by him. How had he become so irreverent? Upon awakening the next day, the weather was indeed as dreadful as anticipated. Howling winds accompanied torrential rain, battering the dormitory windows and obscuring visibility. It felt as though a colossal curtain of rain had descended, rendering anything beyond 5 feet indistinguishable. Andre's waterproof and dehumidifying badges were snatched up in an instant, and Stuart Ackerley, ever the instigator, encouraged him to produce more for sale in other houses. "This is merely a hobby, not a business endeavor. Do you understand?" Andre exclaimed, his previous demeanor slipping into that of a typical Shanghainese man from his past life. Thankfully, Stuart remained oblivious. As they entered the dining hall, the might of the weather outside became even more palpable. The need to open the door for the owls allowed the cold wind to rush in, laden with moisture, into the warm dining area. Andre noticed many shivering and hastily tightening their robes, while others employed various magical means to keep warm and dry, with an array of charms and devices at their disposal. One could easily compile a beginner's guide to warming and waterproofing techniques. Eat more. Andre and Autumn simultaneously placed generous portions of smoked meat onto each other's plates, sharing a knowing smile. The weather today is absolutely horrendous. Autumn lamented, in this kind of weather, how could one possibly catch the golden snitch? It is indeed challenging. Although I am merely a beater, I am not unfamiliar with the position of seeker. Thanks to you, Andre responded. Diggory may have the upper hand. Harry is too slender and could easily be blown off course, even with a Nimbus 2000. But what does it matter if the snitch is caught? Autumn shot him a playful glare. Did you not already have everything arranged? Haha, indeed. Andre chuckled softly. Let us simply wait and see. The day was marked by torrential rain and gusty winds, with Lee Jordan loudly announcing the weather conditions. The Gryffindor players entered the pitch, their scarlet robes soaked and clinging uncomfortably to their forms. Across from them, the Hufflepuff team, clad in canary yellow, appeared no better off, teetering precariously in the wind. The captains exchanged handshakes, and as Madame Hooch's lips moved, the players mounted their brooms and soared into the sky amidst the downpour. The rain was so heavy that even at such close proximity, Hooch's voice was inaudible. The stands were filled to capacity, as all students braved the elements to witness the first Quidditch match of the year. In contrast, the Ravenclaw students seemed the most at ease, their waterproof and dehumidifying badges effectively shielding them from the torrential downpour. As for the remaining wind, it posed little issue for those seated in the stands. Andre and Chio were seated at the junction of the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor sections, with Hermione nestled beside them. Both girls cradled the specially crafted warming crystal orbs that Andre had made for them, their eyes fixated on the figures darting through the air. Meanwhile, Andre silently counted down in his mind, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain to catch a glimpse of Dumbledore's long, silver beard. The sky appeared increasingly dark. Under the tempest, twilight descended far too early. The figures on the Quidditch pitch grew indistinct, forcing the students to squint in an attempt to discern the players' positions. Harry Potter was diving. Had he finally spotted the golden snitch? Lee Jordan's enthusiastic commentary filled the air, only to be abruptly interrupted as his tone took a dramatic turn. Oh, what is that? All the students turned in unison towards the sound, witnessing a swarm of dark figures gliding into the arena at the entrance. The torrential rain obscured their vision, rendering it nearly impossible to identify their true nature. Yet, the chilling sensation that swept through everyone's hearts allowed them to swiftly deduce the identity of these shadows, Dementors. At that moment, Andre looked up to the sky, where a figure clad in a scarlet robe was helplessly plummeting from above. Hermione reacted swiftly, casting a levitation charm to catch the falling Harry. Meanwhile, Andre and Chio instinctively drew their wands, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. They were not alone. The faculty members also summoned their patron muses, along with several powerful 6th and 7th year students. A myriad of patron muses surged towards the Dementors, yet none could overshadow the brilliance of a phoenix soaring in the sky. That was Dumbledore's Patronus. Through the rain, Andre caught sight of Dumbledore's ashen face. A throng of Dementors had invaded the school, a situation that would have significant repercussions for both him as headmaster and Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Fudge had always been a staunch supporter of Dumbledore. His mediation had played a pivotal role in Dumbledore's return to Hogwarts last year. However, Fudge's most likely successor, Rufus Scrimgeour, was a close ally of pureblood families and often opposed Dumbledore. With this turn of events, Dumbledore's circumstances would undoubtedly become more precarious. In his wrath, the phoenix in the air erupted with radiant silver light, its brilliance overwhelming the scores of other patron uses. Under such immense power, the Dementors in the rear began to retreat, fleeing from the Quidditch pitch, while the dozen or so in the front turned to ash beneath the silver glow. Have you heard? Harry Potter has fainted. Indeed, it is said he was affected by the Dementors. Did he faint from fright? How cowardly of him. If it weren't for the levitation charm, he might have been gravely injured. Such rumors began to spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts after the Quidditch match was abruptly halted. Students grew increasingly concerned about the safety of the school from the Dementors outside. And the atmosphere of panic reminiscent of last year's Chamber of Secrets incident began to seep back in. They formed queues to visit Harry in the infirmary, overwhelming him with their concern. Andre and Chio also paid a courteous visit, offering a few words of encouragement and a get-well card. In Dumbledore's office, all the faculty members congregated to discuss the grave incident involving the Dementors at the Quidditch pitch. Professor Flitwick spoke solemnly, though his high-pitched voice could hardly convey the gravity of the situation. The entire student body was now worried about whether the Dementors still heeded the Ministry of Magic's commands. Headmaster, what could have caused such a multitude of Dementors to enter the school? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why? Because they are hungry, plain and simple. Dumbledore maintained a facade of calm, though his demeanor revealed his distress. Reports from Hogsmeade indicated that the food supply for the Dementors had been exhausted. Exhausted? That amounts to over 100 individuals. Professor McGonagall gasped. The Ministry had prepared more than 100 sacrificial victims for the Dementors, all of whom were notorious criminals. Theoretically sufficient to last until the end of the academic year. However, the last batch had succumbed, having been kissed by the Dementors the previous afternoon. Dumbledore sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Oh, Merlin, the Dementor's kiss. Professor Sprout lamented. If not for the quick response today, there could have been students kissed on the pitch. Not so simple, Pomona. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. I visited those poor souls. Although their souls have been extinguished, traces of a sorrowful curse remain. He cast a meaningful glance at Professor Flitwick. Are you suggesting this is a conspiracy? Snape's dark brows knitted in concern. Who is responsible? I do not know. In fact, we cannot even disclose this information. My conclusion is drawn solely from my experience in magic and the expressions of those unfortunate souls in their final moments. There is no known reliable method to detect which mental curses were cast upon a group of souls before their demise. Dumbledore stated. So, this is purely conjecture? Flitwick pressed. Indeed, merely conjecture. Dumbledore exhaled in resignation, nodding in agreement. The immediate priority is to contact the Ministry of Magic to ensure such an incident does not recur. McGonagall asserted decisively. I have already dispatched an owl, and I can assure you that the Dementors will not engage in similar activities again. When we convened for this meeting, they were returning to their posts. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively at her, offering a reassuring smile. Headmaster, there is a matter that requires your attention, Professor Flitwick Eastwood spoke up, breaking his silence and capturing the attention of all present. Recently, some students approached me with a joint request to convey to you, Headmaster, in light of the recent chaos. They wish to establish a student patrol to safeguard the school and their own safety. Eastwood articulated smoothly, his smile impeccable. Nonsense. There are teachers present. What need have they for such a thing? Snape evidently opposed the proposal vehemently. Now, Severus. Dumbledore interjected, raising a hand to quell him. So, Professor Eastwood, which houses are represented in this request? The signatories include Mr. Hemorrhoids from Hufflepuff, Mr. Malfoy and Ms. Parkinson, Ms. Greengrass from Slytherin, Mr. Camichael and Ms. Zhang from Ravenclaw, as well as Ms. Granger and Mr. Potter from Gryffindor. Professor Eastwood replied respectfully. Very well, Professor Eastwood. I consent to their organizing training under the name of a student patrol. Dumbledore's gaze flickered at the mention of Harry Potter, halting the forthcoming remarks from McGonagall and Snape with a wave of his hand. Let Professors McGonagall and Eastwood take charge. Yes, sir, as you wish. Eastwood's demeanor remained impeccably formal. Andre, I can hardly fathom how you persuaded Potter to affix his name to the request. Ibycus Hemorrhoids chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Potter is far easier to handle than Dumbledore, Ibycus replied with a smile, clinking cups with him. You know Hermione Granger, don't you? Your second girlfriend. Ibycus laughed heartily. Honestly, your way with women is remarkable. Wrong. She is the third, Andre smirked. Who? This time, not only Ibycus but also Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne crowded around. Indeed, gossip transcended mere feminine interest. Miss Fleur Delacours, of whom you are all aware, Andre said, his smile radiating joy. Your methods are indeed subtle and effective. Miss Delacour is an undeniable beauty, rivaling your Chio. Ibycus and Malfoy expressed their envy. All right, enough with the show of affection. Just tell us, how did you convince Potter to sign on the request from our illustrious nemesis, Mr. Draco Malfoy? The charming tactics of Astoria Greengrass remain effective. I merely suggested to Hermione, during her conversation with him, that we had this concept in mind. The emphasis was on enhancing our practical combat skills, with courses designed around Dementors as hypothetical adversaries. However, we lacked joint applicants from Gryffindor to formally submit the proposal. Andre took a sip of butterbeer. Then, our enthusiastic savior voluntarily offered to co-sign, even without utilizing the 3 contingency plans that Hermione and I had devised. Cheers to our savior. Draco Malfoy raised his cup in salute. Thanks to Uncle Flant. Andre lifted his glass. Let us continue our efforts. Everyone raised their cups in unison. The next morning, the bulletin board in the hall was surrounded by students. A large parchment announced the school's decision to establish a student patrol team, which brought a sense of inexplicable comfort to those still haunted by the mass intrusion of Dementors during the match. Consequently, the registration process for the patrol team proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. What is this patrol team? It is an organization formed by students to patrol and protect the school, akin to a student militia. This was the most frequently occurring dialogue. How does the patrol team differ from last year's dueling club? The patrol team's hypothetical adversaries this academic year include Sirius Black, werewolves, and Dementors, providing a more targeted focus. Furthermore, the patrol team emphasizes collective organization rather than concentrating solely on enhancing individual combat prowess. This was the most elaborated response. In summary, the registration point was bustling with activity, receiving no fewer than 200 applications in a single day. Naturally, a portion of the female students sought merely to gain more opportunities to see Professor Flan Eastwood. After announcing the instructors for the patrol team, the proportion of female applicants surged by 13 percentage points. Andre, why did you propose establishing the student patrol team instead of reopening the dueling club? Hermione nestled against his arm, watching from a distance as the registration for the patrol team unfolded. Hermione, could you enlighten me on who we need to face and guard against? Andre asked in a tone reminiscent of a primary school teacher addressing a student. The fugitive Sirius Black, the potentially deranged werewolves, and the unpredictable Dementors. Hermione's response was spot on. What do you think is the most troublesome aspect of these opponents? Andre continued to guide her. It must be the unpredictability previously mentioned, right? Hermione, truly the genius girl of Hogwarts, aptly summarized and distilled the information. While Black possesses formidable combat abilities, he would not pose a challenge even to two professors working together. Even duelists of the caliber of Professors Flitwick and Snape could handle him alone. Werewolves exhibit great physical strength, yet they cannot silently infiltrate Hogwarts. No matter how high their magical resistance, it would merely be a joke against the combined spells of dozens or even hundreds of students. Dementors employ a peculiar combat style, but many are capable of effectively countering them. A powerful Patronus charm can potentially stand against 100. If prepared, they too can be easily vanquished. Well said. Andre applauded in admiration. Thus, the crux lies in their unpredictability. Can the patrol team address this issue? Hermione inquired, puzzled. At least partially. What we must do is ensure that the majority understand what they are facing and how to effectively prevent unexpected incidents. Andre's smile bore an undeniable authority. Andre, Draco, Harry, and Ibycus, as representatives nominated by each house, Professor McGonagall, and I would like to hear your thoughts on the student patrol team. Professor Flan Eastwood smiled warmly, embodying the amiable image of a professor who could easily serve as Hogwarts campus ambassador. I hope the patrol team can teach us some combat methods and spells, Professor. For instance, how to deal with Dementors. Harry Potter spoke up first, having been haunted by the Dementors due to the nightmares of his parents' murder. His greatest desire in joining the patrol team was to learn how to effectively combat their eerie abilities. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, there will certainly be explanations and practice regarding this aspect. Professor McGonagall maintained her usual icy demeanor, showing no signs of thawing. Many students in our house wish to further understand how to recognize and confront werewolves, Professor. Draco Malfoy declared loudly. You see, the recent werewolf incident and Professor Remus Lupin's situation have had a very negative impact among the students. Ah, that is certainly the case, Draco. Professor Eastwood nodded with a smile. How to empower younger students when facing werewolves will be included in the patrol team's training outline. Professor, many students in our house are concerned about the fugitive Sirius Black. Ibycus Amorius continued. Compared to others, he appears much more composed, being several grades above. If Sirius Black managed to infiltrate Gryffindor Tower, he could similarly breach other areas of the school. We wish to at least not be completely ignorant of his incursions and be able to respond accordingly. This indeed is a dangerous individual that warrants attention. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Sirius Black was once my student, and during his time, his combat prowess was exceptional. If a student were to encounter him one-on-one, it would indeed be perilous. Apologies, Professor, I have something to add. Andre raised his hand. Very well, Mr. Camichael, please proceed. Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards him. I believe that the patrol team, distinct from a targeted dueling club, should possess its own unique structure, such as tactical drills and patrols. He articulated thoughtfully. Tactical drills and patrol structure? Professor McGonagall expressed a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Professor. Andre nodded. Miss Hermione Granger from Gryffindor and I have discussed the characteristics of some of our adversaries, and their greatest advantage lies in lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. We are often either unaware of their whereabouts or unable to preemptively attack. Therefore, a suitable early warning system is essential for us. Excellent. And what about tactics? Professor, whether facing black, werewolves, or dementors, their combat abilities surpass those of most students. Without employing specialized combat methods and techniques, victory is unattainable. Thus, I propose incorporating tactical training into the patrol team's regimen. Very well articulated, Andre. You have considered this quite thoroughly. Professor Eastwood offered high praise. The patrol team indeed differs from standard personal combat skill enhancement training. We will certainly take your suggestions into account when formulating our training outline. Thank you for your contributions to the school. He elegantly smiled at the four students, exchanging a discreet glance with Andre that signified success. A splendid duet. On Thursday evening, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement, similar to the dueling club of the previous academic year. For long tables have been magically displaced from their original positions and neatly arranged against the walls. Colorful banners representing each house hang from the walls, and countless floating candles illuminate the space. Clearly, the house elves responsible for the decorations have adorned the entire hall as if it were the ceremony for the house cup. Unlike the dueling club, the students present today are not scattered haphazardly but are dressed in their respective house uniforms, forming four large, orderly formations. Even the most mischievous and rule-defying Gryffindor students, due to the presence of their head, Professor McGonagall, are behaving like attentive, obedient children. Professor Flant Eastwood ascends the stage, which, though simple, merely the teacher's bench minus the tables and chairs, ensures that all students below can see him. Dressed in a satin black robe that exudes an air of mystery and grandeur, he elicits a wave of enthusiastic screams from the female students. In contrast to Lockhart, the male students also applaud him vigorously. As the instructor of the Care of Magical Creatures class, his profound expertise in magical creatures has captivated the majority of students from all houses. Good evening, students. Professor Eastwood begins his captivating speech. With his admirable demeanor and graceful presence, he has been voted the best speaker at Hogwarts by the students. We have gathered here today for the founding ceremony and first training of the Hogwarts Protection Squad. Professor McGonagall and I are delighted to see your willingness to contribute to the safety of Hogwarts. We hope you will gain valuable insights during tonight's training. His brief address is met with thunderous applause, as not everyone possesses the potential to become a Percy, and the lengthy, tedious reports on cauldron bottom quality are not well received at Hogwarts. Now, please be quiet as we transition into our training session. Upon her arrival on stage, Professor McGonagall's enigmatic aura immediately silences the crowd. Dressed in a dark green robe, her hair is tightly pinned into a small bun at the back of her head. With her lips pressed firmly together, she gazes sternly at the hundreds of curious eyes below. Today, we will learn a technique specifically targeting werewolves. Although she does not use her wand to amplify her voice, her words resonate clearly in every ear. Can anyone tell me why werewolves pose such a challenge for ordinary wizards? It's due to their physiology. Hermione Granger, adhering to her usual habit during transfiguration classes, eagerly responds. Werewolves generally possess a high degree of magical resistance in their skin, and their bodies exhibit significant tolerance to spells. This results in ordinary wizards' magic often failing to achieve the desired effect against them. Furthermore, werewolves excel in close combat, utilizing their robust physiques and sharp claws, which happens to be the most critical weakness of typical wizards. Thus, they represent a substantial threat to ordinary wizards. Excellent, Miss Granger. However, I regret to inform you that this is not a classroom setting, so I cannot award you any points. Professor McGonagall appears quite satisfied, even managing a small jest, which astonishes the multitude of students below. Now, who can tell us how a wizard can effectively breach a werewolf's formidable magical defenses? Professor Eastwood seems unwilling to remain merely a backdrop. Ah, Mr. Hemorris? Professor, there are two methods. One involves using exceptionally powerful spells to completely dismantle a werewolf's defenses, while the other employs non-magical methods to weaken specific areas of defense before attacking those zones. Ibicus Hemorris calmly replies, and the group of Hufflepuff students behind him beams with pride. And what do you mean by non-magical methods, Mr. Hemorris? Professor McGonagall coolly interjects, dousing their enthusiasm. What methods do we possess that are more effective than standard spells in breaching magical defenses? There are numerous options, such as muggle bullets, which, when coated in silver, can effectively harm werewolves and hinder their powerful healing abilities. Additionally, intense flames or highly corrosive acids can also damage the werewolf's magical skin. Ibicus speaks with remarkable composure, unfazed. While Muggle bullets may not be suitable for us, flames and concentrated acids are readily accessible, especially when we are in a defensive position. Employing numerous such traps can effectively inflict harm upon werewolves. An outstanding response, Mr. Hemoris, Professor McGonagall commends. Today, we will introduce a spellcasting technique known as the combination charm, which, strictly speaking, falls under the non-magical methods you mentioned. Professor Eastwood continues, I trust you all recall the werewolf that abruptly appeared during the Hogsmeade weekend. It was none other than student Andre Carmichael who first stepped forward to quell the werewolf's assault. He utilized the combination charm at that time, with a swift motion. Hundreds of eyes in the hall turned towards Andre, who stands at the forefront of the Ravenclaw formation. Let us invite Andre to demonstrate the basic power of the combination charm. Professor Eastwood gestures invitingly. Andre bows respectfully, then draws his wand and steps onto the stage. Of course, we require a target. Professor McGonagall seems particularly lighthearted this evening, a tone unlikely to surface during her usual transfiguration classes. Giant, come forth. The summoning charm. A topic covered in fourth-year charms class is proficiently executed by all upperclassmen and a few lowerclassmen. However, summoning a giant weighing several tons differs significantly from summoning a feather quill or parchment. With a thud, a comatose giant crashes onto the stage, emitting a foul odor that causes students in the front rows to instinctively recoil a few steps. Fresh air. Professor Eastwood deftly flicks his wand to remedy the situation. Due to the difficulty in capturing werewolves, we enlisted the help of Professor Flitwick to capture this giant as our test subject. He pauses. Although there is a significant size disparity, giants and werewolves share a similar innate resistance to magic. Therefore, we will use this giant as the target for our spell, as its size is sufficient for 20 students to practice the combination charm simultaneously, he announces loudly. Now, let us have Andre demonstrate the combination charm he used to repel the werewolf. For a student, the giant is always a formidable opponent. Its towering stature, unmatched strength, and formidable magical resistance can easily leave even an upperclassman at a disadvantage. It has been noted that a 15-foot giant requires 3 adult wizards to simultaneously cast the stunning spell to ensure its incapacitation. Adult wizards, not students, which highlights the disparity in power. At this moment, the giant on stage appears significantly less intimidating than the one Andre defeated during his first year at Halloween. It stands merely 10 feet tall, suggesting it is likely an adolescent giant. It seems to have been captured after sustaining a severe blow to the back of its head, which has left it in this deep state of unconsciousness. Teachers also took into account that if an adult giant were employed, its formidable resistance to magic might render Andre's combination spell ineffective, leading to an embarrassing defeat that would echo all the way to Siberia. Andre drew his wand, directing it towards the thigh of the prostrate giant, ensuring the students below could see clearly. Freeze swiftly. Flame fiercely. Freeze swiftly. The wand danced gracefully at Andre's fingertips, weaving in a manner akin to a butterfly's flight, imbued with rhythm and elegance, reminiscent of juggling and magic. The sole distinction was that a patch of the giant's thigh skin cracked open under the influence of these 3 spells, flesh and blood laid bare, indicating a significant reduction in its magical resistance. Witnessing this spectacle, a murmur of astonishment arose from the audience. Andre bowed elegantly and returned to the forefront of the Ravenclaw formation. Outstanding. Professor McGonagall's praise, while commendable, lacked the warmth that characterized Professor Flint Eastwood's approbation. Yet, even the slightest hint of warmth in her voice served as a substantial encouragement to the one being commended. Professor Dumbledore had once remarked that a wizard who resolves every matter with magic is not a proficient wizard, and one who employs advanced magic for trivial issues is equally lacking. This is a universally accepted truth within the wizarding community. McGonagall concealed the fleeting smile that had escaped her, reverting to her typically stern demeanor in transfiguration class. Magic is not solely confined to the functions you learn in class. Some auxiliary aspects of spells are equally potent. For instance, Madame Krolf simplified the intricate order restoration charm into an automatic bed-making spell, while Mr. Dax employed the cleansing charm alongside the freezing charm to create a temporary ice tent. These are exemplifications of enhanced applications of spell characteristics. Professor McGonagall began to expound on practical minor charms, elaborating on the esoteric properties of spells. Ahem. Mr. Andre adeptly utilized the temperature-altering attributes of the freezing and flame charms. Professor Flint Eastwood interjected, keen to steer McGonagall back on track as she appeared to be straying significantly from the subject. Eastwood was correct. The The freezing and flame charms are quintessential representatives of spells with supplementary characteristics. McGonagall promptly redirected the discussion, continuing her lecture. The freezing charm operates by rapidly lowering the temperature of the air surrounding a specified object, forming a layer of ice on its surface to limit its movement. Naturally, the resulting ice formation is a direct consequence of this temperature drop. Conversely, the flame charm incites combustion in the designated object while simultaneously elevating its temperature. It appeared that McGonagall was beginning to recite content from Miranda Goshawk's standard spells, beginner's level. Professor, are you implying that Mr. Andre utilized these two spells' temperature-altering characteristics? Draco Malfoy unexpectedly raised his hand to question McGonagall, who, unusually, did not exhibit overt hostility, though disdain lingered in her gaze. Indeed, according to Muggle research, the skin of any organism comprises countless minuscule entities known as cells. As the organism's temperature fluctuates, the skin contracts and expands, thereby altering its heat dissipation area. This is a topic covered in the 6th grade Muggle Studies curriculum. Do not regard me with such incredulity, McGonagall exclaimed, disregarding her usual poise. Curious lower your students. Eager to ascertain whether McGonagall was indeed a Muggle impersonator, lowered their heads, shrinking back from her wrath. Given the intense and instantaneous temperature effects of the freezing and flame charms, the speed and extent of skin area adjustment could not meet the demands, inevitably resulting in mechanical injuries on the skin's surface, much like the Giants, where the skin appeared as if forcibly pulled apart. A chorus of resonated from the students below, marveling at the ingenuity and unexpected efficacy of this combined spell. Such skin had essentially lost its magical resistance. Whether faced with a stunning spell, the disarming charm, or the Cruciatus curse, these would all prove effective. All right, starting with the Hufflepuff students. Please come up in groups of 10, Professor Eastwood added. Under the arrangements of Professors Eastwood and McGonagall, groups of students began to take turns ruthlessly tormenting the giant. While familiar Ravenclaw peers encircled Andre, demanding he divulge his secrets. Andre, do share any effective combination spells you might know, Phileas urged amiably. Though the pressure behind his pat on the shoulder was anything but benevolent. Surely, with your scholar intellect, you must know more than one such devious trick? Clint's radiant smile flickered before him. Of course, Andre will spill. Sister Chio promised he would teach us. Lisa Dupin exclaimed, invoking the revered figure of Chio, rendering Andre utterly defenseless. All right, there are a couple of rather peculiar combination spells. Andre hesitated. What? Dozens of voices clamored in unison. Well, there's a leg-locking curse, leg stand still, paired with a dancing spell, Tarantaligra, which causes the target to jump about randomly with feet glued together. Alternatively, a hysterical laughter spell, laugh out loud, combined with mouth wide open, leaves the recipient unable to stop laughing. Of course, these are more effective against humans. The earlier combination of the freezing and flame charms remains the most potent. Andre conceded candidly, determined to bolster his classmates' combat prowess without reservation. You sly devil. The surrounding students regarded him with expressions akin to those observing a creature of the night. The training for the school's Quidditch team was in full swing, with a group of fervent trainees often seen in the corridors, brandishing their wands and reciting incantations, casting freezing and flame charms against the nearby walls. Although Hogwarts walls were specially enchanted, fortified against numerous spells, the relentless onslaught of combination spells inflicted considerable damage, resulting in an increased workload for Mr. Filch as he sought to repair the walls, leaving him little energy to address other student infractions. This brought considerable amusement to the Weasley twins. During the subsequent Hogsmeade weekend, students celebrated with exuberance, despite the harrowing lessons learned from the recent werewolf incident. Countless students who had undergone combination spell training were eager to test their newfound abilities against hapless werewolves. Thus, thousands of energetic students poured out of the castle, heading to Hogsmeade, though this time their spirits were taut and their wands were at the ready. However, Andre did not join the throng exiting the campus. Andre, aren't you coming with us? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion, with Chio standing behind her, mirroring her bewilderment. Oh, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. You all go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly. Andre reassured his two visibly disappointed friends. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Just wait for me at the Three Broomsticks. I promise I'll make it in time for lunch. All right then. The two girls appeared somewhat reluctant. After exchanging hugs with Chio and Hermione, Andre watched them pass through the imposing gates guarded by Dementors before turning towards Filch's office. There was a commotion inside the office, Evidently, he had returned there to recuperate after completing the necessary qualifications for visiting Hogsmeade Village. Andre adjusted his robe and knocked on the wooden door. Mr. Filch? Clearly taken aback by Andre's unexpected visit, Mr. Filch, the esteemed caretaker, had little prior interaction with the renowned student model. This was the first time in nearly 3 years that Andre had come to call. I sincerely hope I am not disturbing you, Mr. Filch, Andre said respectfully, his eyes catching the glint of the iron chain in Filch's hand. Stained with streaks of dark red, a clear indication of its frequent contact with blood. Mr. Camichael, you are far too courteous, Filch stammered, flustered. Before the illustrious heir of the Camichael family, a scholar renowned throughout the school, he felt utterly humbled. Moreover, as a mute, he felt an involuntary fear after witnessing Andre's astonishing combat prowess. As you can see, I am tending to my dear children. I sincerely hope that Headmaster Dumbledore will soon permit me to utilize them again. You know, some individuals are truly troublesome. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore's policies were rather lenient, Mr. Filch. The orderly operation of the school largely depended on experienced staff like yourself, Andre remarked with a slight smile. I have come today because I discovered that several Gryffindor students appear to be preparing to disseminate certain magical items that are on the prohibited list, and I wish to request your assistance in addressing the matter. Oh, who are they? Filch seemed to be hit with a surge of adrenaline, trembling with excitement. It's the Weasley twins. I believe you are familiar with them. They seem to be preparing to distribute something to Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Oh. I have long advised Headmaster Dumbledore that he is indeed a troublemaker, no less than those brothers. Where might they be? Filch set aside the iron chain and the waterproof rust removal ointment from Mr. Gravis, summoning Mrs. Norris. According to my sources, they are by the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 4th floor corridor, Mr. Filch. I trust you are quite familiar with that location. Harry, lacking the signed permission from his guardians to go to Hogsmeade, resigned himself to remaining within the castle, choosing instead to spend the day by the fireplace in the common room, engrossed in a book on classified broomsticks borrowed from Oliverwood. Hi, Harry. As he walked along the middle of the 4th floor corridor, he heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he spotted the Weasley twins peeking out from behind the One-Eyed Witch statue, waving at him. What are you up to? Harry asked, puzzled. Aren't you going to Hogsmeade? Ah. Of course, George drawled. We will certainly go, Fred naturally continued. Zonko's joke shop is eagerly awaiting our contribution to their astonishing sales figures. But to add a festive touch for you, George winked at him, we have made a tremendous sacrifice. Fred feigned a look of deep despair. To present you with an early Christmas gift, they announced in unison. What exactly do you intend to do? Harry asked, utterly baffled. This was not the first time he had encountered their maddening manner of speaking, yet he still struggled to grasp the essence of their words. Perhaps only Hermione could decipher their intentions, he thought to himself. Come with us, George cheerfully declared. You are in for a delightful surprise. Fred gestured towards an empty classroom nearby. Reluctantly, Harry followed them inside, filled with apprehension. Fred produced a square piece of parchment from his cloak and spread it out on an empty table. Harry, this is our Christmas gift for you. What? Harry stared at the blank parchment, feeling as though he were being made a fool of. This is the secret to our success, George proclaimed loudly. But we believe you need it more than we do, and we have memorized its contents. This piece of parchment? Harry felt his temper flaring. A Christmas gift? Ah, indeed. This small piece of parchment contains far more than any teacher could ever impart, Fred said in a tone of reverence. Once upon a time, we were just like you, carefree and innocent, George reminisced, closing his eyes as if to recall their youthful days, during which they had encountered some conflicts with Filch. Innocent? Harry found himself at a loss for words. He doubted that these two had ever been pure-hearted since the day they were born. We were caught by Filch and taken to his office, where a note on one of his desk drawers read confiscated items. Highly dangerous, George continued, still lost in nostalgic reverie. So, George threw a dung bomb to divert Filch's attention, while I opened that drawer and found this. Fred chimed in. We believe Filch is unaware of how to use it, but likely knows its potential use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deemed it dangerous. Well then, let us teach you. George pulled out his wand and tapped the parchment, declaring, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Spiderweb-like lines immediately appeared from where the wand touched, winding across the entire parchment. Then, words began to form at the top of the parchment in curvy green letters. Suppliers of magical mischief-making materials, Moony, Wormtail, Pafoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauder's map. This map reveals many secrets of the castle and indicates who is where. Like Filch, George proudly said, casting his gaze towards a small ink dot labeled Argus Filch. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Oh no, But it was too late. Filch's figure appeared in the doorway of the classroom. A cold smile etched across his sallow face. Mrs. Norris followed closely behind him, her tail held high in triumph as she called out to them. "Mr. Weasley, I am quite pleased you have solved this little puzzle for me. It took me quite a while to figure out how to use it," Filch said, grabbing the parchment. His voice surprisingly upbeat. "Potter," he turned his gaze to Harry, "you shall not escape either." Harry, disheartened, did not even notice that the classified broomstick had fallen to his feet. "All right, you two Weasleys." George awkwardly halted his hand, which had been reaching for his bag. "Stop fiddling with your things. Be honest. You will receive a detention notice." He strutted away, Mrs. Norris's eyes glinting with mockery as she called after them, following him. "What bad luck. How can Filch be so well informed?" Fred grumbled. "Who knows?" George shrugged. "Bad luck indeed. I told you not to carry too many dung bombs in your bag. It affects your fortune." "Mr. Filch, did everything go smoothly?" Andre greeted the jubilant Filch. "Did you find them there?" "Mr. Camichael, your information was remarkably accurate." Filch excitedly patted Andre's shoulder, displaying the parchment in his hand. "Caught red-handed, with the evidence." "Oh, what is this?" Andre pretended to observe the parchment with curiosity. "This was something I confiscated from a group of mischievous little boys nearly 20 years ago. I just never found a use for it. The two troublemakers from the Weasley family have indeed been quite helpful." Filch seemed to sink into a reverie of past glories. "Ah, yes, truly a marvelous magical product," Andre exclaimed, holding the parchment in his left hand, while his wand had slipped into his right hand from the sleeve of his robe. "These little dots represent people? So, besides the two of us, there is no one else around?" "Indeed, Mr. Camichael," Filch suddenly halted. A complete blank. Andre's tone turned stern, his expression grave, as he pointed his wand directly at Filch. He swiftly tucked the parchment into his bag with his left hand. "Ah, Mr. Camichael, greetings." Filch's demeanor softened instantly. "Have you not yet ventured to Hogsmeade?" "I was just about to go, Mr. Filch." Andre's wand discreetly returned to its sheath in his right hand as he bowed his head in respect. It seems even the name Nimichang has become a sensitive term. Successfully acquiring the Marauder's map, he watched Filch's figure wobble and vanish around the corner of the corridor. To be safe, Andre did not forget to cast a memory charm on Madame Loris as well, holding a form signed by Count Camichael. Andre passed through the Dementor's guard without hindrance. It seemed the faint aura of his Patronus deterred the Dementor from approaching too closely. Although he was walking, he still arrived at Hogsmeade swiftly. As winter set in, the village of Hogsmeade resembled a fairy tale that should only appear on a Christmas card, whether shops or cottages. Each was blanketed with a crisp layer of snow, and at every doorstep, wreaths made of holly adorned the entrances. Magical, unquenchable candles and twinkling stars hung from every tree. The temperature that day was quite low, and a significant wind ravaged the streets, flurries of snow striking against his cheeks. Instinctively, Andre wrapped his robe tighter around himself and hurried towards the three broomsticks. Upon entering, he was surprised to find the establishment bustling with patrons. It seemed the biting cold and snow had suppressed, if not extinguished, the enthusiasm of most students for shopping, driving them instead to seek the warmth of butterbeer. The tavern was packed, and the cacophony of chatter drowned out any meaningful sounds. Fortunately, Cho spotted him searching for someone at the entrance and waved him over. Cho and Hermione occupied two of the three chairs at a small round table in the corner, both wrapped in thick robes, each cradling a steaming mug of butterbeer. Their lovely faces were flushed from the cold, and the steam surrounding them lent an extraordinary beauty, momentarily leaving Andre mesmerized. "What are you staring at?" Cho teased, half shy, half annoyed, pulling him down into a seat. Hermione kindly reached over to loosen the scarf around his neck, which bore the initials H.G. Clearly a gift from her. "Andre, it's been a while." A gentle voice greeted him. Turning, he saw Madame Rosmerta, the proprietor of the three broomsticks, smiling brightly at him. He had visited this place several times, often sneaking out from the castle to buy butterbeer for parties, thus he was quite familiar with the renowned and beautiful owner. "Madam, it's been too long." Andre cheerfully acknowledged her. "The usual, please, a large butterbeer and 2 servings of sherry juice soda, no ice." Hermione dislikes sugary drinks. "But I do enjoy it, Andre, that's not fair," Chio chimed in mischievously, causing Hermione's face to turn crimson. "Andre, you are quite the lucky child," Madame Rosmerta teased as she clattered away on her high heels. "Honestly, Andre, did you have something urgent to attend to?" Hermione immediately began to delve into her curiosity. Chio blinked her sparkling eyes beside her, evidently interested in the topic. "Nothing much, I just received a Christmas gift." Andre took a sip of butterbeer. feeling a warm flow coursing through him, every pore relaxing. Someone gifted me a map from the gentleman of the moon face, big foot, sharp fork, and bugtail. Oh, thank you, madam. He heard the sound of heels striking the ground and turned to accept the plate from Madame Rosmerta, placing 2 cups of sherry juice soda before the girls, then returning the plate to her with an apologetic smile. All right, Andre, Madame Rosmerta is off to attend to others. Chio gently picked up her sherry juice soda. Now you can start talking, right? Very well. Andre lowered his voice, signaling the 2 girls to lean in closer. I acquired a map of Hogwarts Castle. This map not only reveals the entrances to various secret chambers and passages, but it also displays the names and locations of anyone within the castle. I have tested it. The invisibility charm and cloak have no effect on this remarkable magical item. He noticed both girls were frozen, their straws poised in surprise, their expressions blank. He felt a sense of satisfaction at their astonishment. Is it truly that marvelous? Hermione asked incredulously. Absolutely. I have personally tested it. Andre replied with unwavering conviction. Andre, where did you obtain this item? Chio's expression turned serious. Do not forget last year's notebook. The significance of this map is clearly not less than that of the notebook. Well, I assisted Mr. Filch with some minor troubles, and he presented this to me as a gift. Andre, of course, could not divulge the entire process, opting for ambiguity. After all, the 2 girls were unlikely to verify with Filch. It was something he had confiscated long ago and had not known how to use. I stumbled upon its use purely by chance. Moreover, Chio, he added, this item is entirely different from the Dark Lord's notebook. It possesses no consciousness of its own and merely fulfills its purpose as a map according to the creator's intent. In terms of practicality, it far exceeds that wretched Horcrux. Chio and Hermione still bore skeptical expressions. All right, let me put it this way. Andre sighed helplessly, yet the girl's genuine concern warmed his heart immensely. This map, in comparison to the Dark Lord's notebook, is akin to the disparity between a large electronic computer and an intelligent robot. Both girls, being muggles, had some understanding of this area, nodded in agreement. Andre, are you planning to hand it over to a professor? The potential misuse of this item is indeed alarming. Hermione, as expected, was the diligent student, immediately considering the implications of the map's powers in violating school rules. Rest assured, Hermione, trust me. I will not use it to defy school regulations. Andre tousled the girl's fluffy hair and kissed her forehead. I will utilize it where it should be used, such as monitoring whether Sirius Black has entered the school. Very well. Andre, you are always right. 2 rosy hues blossomed on Hermione's cheeks, nearly prompting her to bury her little face into the glass of sherry and soda. Wait, Andre, Hermione, look. Autumn whispered softly, casting furtive glances at the pair. They turned their gaze toward the entrance of the 3 broomsticks, just in time to see 3 figures stepping through the door. As the door swung open, a gust of cold wind accompanied by swirling snowflakes rushed into the snug haven. Everyone instinctively recoiled, and Madame Rosmerta furrowed her elegantly arched brows. However, her expression swiftly transformed into one of delight upon recognizing the newcomers. Minister, you have arrived. Minerva and Rubius, welcome. It has been quite a while since your last visit. Rosmerta, it has indeed been too long. Alas, matters have been overwhelming of late, replied a man of solemn demeanor, adorned with a dark yellow-green bowler hat and a finely striped cloak, none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Indeed, the school has been rather hectic as well, Professor McGonagall remarked, her countenance reflecting her own discontent. Hagrid, do not block the doorway. Of course, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid replied, laboriously maneuvering his massive frame through the tables, eventually settling at a round table in the corner after pushing 3 chairs together. Andre, Minister Fudge is here too, Autumn murmured from a distant corner. They will surely have something to discuss. It must pertain to the matter of Black. Hermione leaned in closer, sensing the palpable pressure on the Ministry of Magic, as many voices echoed their dissatisfaction over the perceived lack of effort in apprehending Black, particularly following his recent intrusion into the school. Andre feigned a conversation with the 2 girls, discreetly directing his gaze towards the table occupied by Cornelius Fudge. A pair of impeccably polished leather shoes indicated the presence of Fudge. The dark green robe partially concealed a pair of black mid-heeled shoes, presumably belonging to Professor McGonagall. A robust pair of rugged leather boots encased stout calves, a size only Hagrid could manage. Thus, the exquisite teal high-heeled shoes paired with delicately slender legs clad in nude stockings unmistakably belonged to Madame Rosmerta. It appeared that this would be necessary. Andre produced an object from his pocket. Is that not a wizarding item? Autumn inquired, puzzled. The plastic casing adorned with various buttons was evidently out of place in the wizarding world. Could it be a listening device? Hermione's understanding of the Muggle realm was evidently more profound than Autumn's. Indeed, it is a listening device. Andre replied triumphantly in a hushed tone, I've made enhancements. The listening end is equipped with flight capabilities and is also invisible. He meticulously adjusted the instrument in his hands while covertly observing the commotion at Professor McGonagall's table, as if he could perceive the location of the concealed listening apparatus. Moments later, a faint yet distinct voice emerged from the device, clearly adjusted to a lower volume. A small glass of valley water, came Madame Rosmerta's voice. Mine, responded Professor McGonagall. For pints of mead? Thank you, Rosmerta, Hagrid added. Then, Minister. Yours is the red currant rum? Thank you, dear Rosmerta, Fudge remarked. Do join us for a drink. Simply sit with us. Andre observed a pair of turquoise high heels glide towards a pair of black leather shoes, the calves bending forward, indicating that their owner had taken a seat. Minister. What brings you here? Inquired Madame Rosmerta. It's still about Sirius Black. The black shoes shifted slightly, betraying a hint of unease. The events preceding Halloween have placed an undue burden upon the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall's voice was somewhat frosty, perfectly in line with her demeanor. I know, Minerva. They have caused you considerable trouble. However, I am powerless in this situation. We must apprehend Black before Fudge offers an apology. To be honest, I never anticipated that Sirius Black would engage in such actions, Madame Rosmerta murmured. Andre noticed that the turquoise heel's right foot was tapping lightly against the floor, seemingly indicating that its owner was lost in contemplation. I never envisioned Sirius becoming that way. Had you told me he would ally with the Dark Lord, I would have ceased selling you butterbeer. Clearly, you were inebriated. You remain unaware of the worst he has done, Rosmerta. The black shoes scuffed the ground. Do you remember James Potter? Of course, anyone who knew them regarded them as brothers. They were closer than blood. Madame Rosmerta's light laughter echoed from the listening device, while Autumn and Hermione exchanged glances. Minister, are you suggesting that Black harmed James? No, it is far worse. Are you familiar with the Fidelius charm? Professor McGonagall interjected, her knowledge evident. Unless the secret keeper voluntarily reveals the secret, it remains undetectable to others. And Black was the Potter's secret keeper, even serving as Harry Potter's godfather. Are you implying that Black betrayed the Potters? Madame Rosmerta's voice was filled with astonishment. That filthy traitor. Hagrid's voice boomed, requiring no listening device to be heard. Andre saw Professor McGonagall's high heels stomp down forcefully on Hagrid's boot. When I rescued Harry from the rubble, he insisted I hand Harry over to him. Had I done so, poor Harry would likely no longer be with us. Hagrid evidently struggled to keep his voice down, yet the volume transmitted through the device was still louder than the others. He harmed more than one individual, Professor McGonagall added. Peter Pettigrew found him the next day, and he was slain by a single curse. Indeed, Rosmerta, came Fudge's voice. Black was imprisoned in Azkaban, and everyone believed him to be mad. Yet he managed to escape. The guards informed me he was muttering. He is at Hogwarts, before his flight. Then, he seeks revenge against Harry Potter? Madame Rosmerta's voice rose once more. At Hogwarts. He shall not succeed. Hagrid's tone was nearly a roar. All right, Hagrid. Connolly, let us depart. We have dinner with the headmaster to attend, Professor McGonagall's voice declared. Ender's peripheral vision caught sight of shoes moving in pairs. The turquoise high heels returned to the bar, while the other three pairs carried their owners out of the three broomsticks. Ender discreetly retracted his listening device. Hermione appeared visibly shocked by the conversation he had just overheard, her face a canvas of astonishment. It was hard to believe that this was reality. Autumn shook her head, her dark locks brushing against Ender's cheek. It was simply too incredible. Do you truly believe this? Ender fixed his gaze on their eyes. In truth, matters may not be as they have been portrayed. What do you mean, Ender? Hermione's eyes suddenly gleamed. Is there some insider information about the Black family? Hold on, Hermione, Ender replied without directly answering, handing the two girls their unfinished sherry sodas. Take a sip of water to steady your nerves. I still maintain my previous stance. Black is not here to kill Harry Potter. As he watched the two girls delicately sip their juice, Ender spoke softly. If I were him, Harry would not have made it this far. Hermione's eyes sparkled with realization. Whether it was the sudden ambush by Hagrid, who was holding Harry, or any attempt on Harry's life at Privet Drive, the odds of success were far greater outside Hogwarts. Moreover, Harry was now in his third year, and it seemed illogical for him to be mentioned only now. However, speculation cannot be deemed as evidence, can it? Sirius Black is currently a murderer. Autumn interjected gently yet firmly, dousing the two in cold water. I can assure you that very few are aware of this matter. It seems that everyone is keeping the truth about Harry Potter under wraps to prevent him from learning Black's true identity. Hermione, Ender's expression grew serious, regardless of the circumstances. We must ensure Harry learns the truth. This is a responsibility I fear must fall upon you. Why? Hermione's amber eyes widened in astonishment. Why should Harry know this news? Everyone is keeping it from him, aren't they? Since Black was once his father's brother and his godfather, his understanding of Harry's character traits far surpasses anyone else's. This is exceedingly dangerous. The flickering firelight cast shadows of lashes across Ender's face, obscuring his gaze from Hermione, who could only hear his deep tone. He has the right to know all of this, does he not? Very well, Ender. If you insist, Hermione bit her plump lower lip. I will find an opportunity to speak with Harry about it. A gust of cold wind swept into the three broomsticks, causing her to shiver. In the Gryffindor common room that night, the crowd had thinned, and the day's clamor was gradually giving way to stillness. Harry and Ron had also put away the wizard chess, preparing to return to their dormitory for rest. After all, there was potions class the next day, and they dared not be unprepared. Harry, could you wait a moment? Hermione suddenly spoke up. She leaned in her armchair by the fireplace, clutching a thick black book. With several sheets of parchment spread before her, evidently engaged in her homework. Sure. Harry hesitated before passing the chess set to Ron, allowing him to head back alone. While he took a seat across from Hermione. What's on your mind, Hermione? Harry, it's like this. Today, Ender and I went to Hogsmeade. Hermione paused, for some reason deliberately omitting Autumn from her account. We overheard some things at the Three Broomsticks that I believe you should know. Oh, what is it? Harry's interest peaked at once. Since Hermione had mentioned it, it was clear that the decision had been made jointly with Ender. Harry had always held Ender's abilities in high regard and was keen to learn more. It was about Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid, Hermione said, clenching her teeth as she recalled Ender's instructions, summoning her resolve. They said, Black was once Uncle James's best friend and your godfather. But he was the one who betrayed your uncle and into the Dark Lord. She finished her words in one breath, her face flushed with embarrassment. Burying her head in the large book, unable to bear looking at Harry's reaction. The fire in the hearth flickered, and the wood crackled. A spark leapt onto Harry's hand. Yet he remained oblivious. The moment Hermione's words escaped her lips, he seemed to plunge into a peculiar state. In an instant, he recalled Cornelius Fudge's expression upon seeing him after he escaped from Privet Drive, Mrs. Weasley's anxious warnings, Dumbledore's gaze upon him, and Professor McGonagall's meaningful looks all flashed before his eyes. He understood immediately why these individuals were so concerned for him due to a fugitive, and why they always spoke in veiled terms. Harry? Harry? What's wrong? When he regained his senses, Hermione's right hand was waving in front of his face. Her expression filled with concern. It's nothing, Hermione. I'm fine. Harry steadied himself with a forced calm. Sorry, I think I'll head to bed now. He paid no heed to Hermione's calls, hardly aware of how his feet carried him back to the dormitory, oblivious to how his hands completed his evening routine, and how he flung himself onto his bed. The scene before him gradually coalesced into a picture of his parents smiling at him, only to instantaneously morph into the wanted poster bearing Black's unkempt visage, spinning endlessly before his eyes. Black, he muttered silently, and without realizing it. He succumbed to a deep slumber. In the Ravenclaw common room, students were still immersed in the excitement of Hogsmeade weekend, either indulging in honeyduck sweets or displaying prank items from Zonko's joke shop, creating a lively atmosphere that lent a sense of life to the room, far more vibrant than the usual scene of students buried in their studies. Andre and Xiao chose a table nestled in the corner, their heads leaning together as they exchanged hushed whispers. To the uninitiated, one might presume this renowned couple of the school was engaged in sweet nothings. Yet those who could overhear would surely be astonished. Why must Hermione be the one to speak? Xiao rested her head on Andre's shoulder, exhaling softly, causing a delightful tingling sensation in his earlobe. You could easily find an opportunity to converse with Harry Potter. After all, you share numerous classes together. Because Hermione is far more suitable than I am, Andre replied, pulling her closer into his embrace. In terms of their relationship, Hermione is indeed one of Harry's closest friends lately, her words undoubtedly carrying more weight and trust than mine. More importantly, she is different from you. Different from me? Xiao inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity as she gazed at him. What do you mean? You possess the ability to accept all of my flaws, whereas Hermione has her own convictions. Andre sighed softly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. I can place my utmost trust in you, sharing my plans with complete openness. Yet I cannot extend the same to her. This is for both our sakes. You mean? You fear she might abandon you once she discovers what you did to Ron Weasley's father? Chio nuzzled his cheek, seeking a more comfortable position in Andre's embrace. A glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. You are, after all, lovers now. It is not merely that. Hermione's heart cannot accommodate the taint of my actions. Andre turned his gaze towards the window. The path I am destined to tread diverges too greatly from her ideals and principles. I can only strive to ease her burdens and allow her the freedom to pursue her true desires. For her. A nascent love pales in comparison to the value she holds dear. Chio lay quietly in his arms, her eyes shimmering like a fox from the ethereal realm. The corners of her lips curling into a vibrant smile. Harry was engulfed in an abyss of worries and nightmares, finding solace only in the late hours of the night. Rising at dawn with a photo album gifted by Dumbledore, endlessly flipping through images of his parents in Sirius Black, his eyes red and weary, caught between madness and despair. Ron and Hermione were deeply concerned, offering countless words of comfort, yet to little avail. However, his despondency did not ripple through the multitude of ordinary students at Hogwarts. As December unfolded, the winter snow danced and twirled, and before long, the Christmas holidays had arrived. Undoubtedly, Andre needed to return home. For the British, the significance of Christmas holds as much importance as the Chinese New Year. The only distinction lies in the fact that the hustle and bustle of the Hogwarts Express pales in comparison to the chaotic spring festival travel. This Christmas itinerary has been meticulously arranged, as he is to visit the renowned McFusty family with his parents. However, she would not be able to spend Christmas with him. The Zhang couple had persistently urged her to accompany them back to China, considering it both a festive journey and an opportunity for a family reunion. Hermione and Andre's relationship was still in its nascent stages, filled with infatuation. Yet, the Granger couple's beliefs proved even more rigid than those of the Zhangs, resolutely denying her request to spend Christmas at Andre's home. Thus, she too had to bid farewell to Andre with a kiss at platform 9 3/4, much like Chi. Andre, are you ready? Inquired Count Carmichael. Their family was already at Carmichael Manor, preparing to embark on their journey to the Hebrides, home to the McFusty family. For wizards, travel does not entail the cumbersome burden of excessive luggage as it does for muggles. Clark held a magically enhanced suitcase, containing all their belongings with ease. Furthermore, the McFusty family, being a pure-blood lineage that has thrived for generations, would undoubtedly provide excellent hospitality. The Hebrides, isolated and distant from the mainland, lay over 1,000 miles away from London. Given the considerable distance and the fact that Andre had never been there, it was clear that apparition was not a feasible option. The mode of transportation they would employ was a magical key sent in advance by the McFusty family. Seeing that their preparations were complete, Count Carmichael produced a small model of a black dragon, instructing the three of them to grasp a corner each. After synchronizing their pocket watches, he lowered his head and intoned, 3, 2, 1. Andre felt as if something blunt had hooked beneath his navel, a force pulling him upward. Lifting his feet off the ground. Although there was no pain, a sudden sharp sound pierced his ears, reminiscent of an explosion. While his vision blurred into a chaotic swirl of colorful shapes, he felt himself on the brink of fainting. After an indeterminate passage of time, he abruptly sensed solid ground beneath his feet, instinctively adjusting his balance to stand firmly. Glancing to his side, he saw Lady Camichael cradled in the arms of Count Camichael, both maintaining their composure, though Mr. Camichel's glasses were slightly askew. "Young master," Clark whispered, pointing at Andre's front. Hastily, Andre smoothed out the creases in his attire. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention, and he looked up to see a well-dressed, middle-aged man striding towards them. "Stephen, old classmate. Long time no see." The man greeted cheerfully, shaking Count Camichel's hand with vigor. He then turned to Lady Camichael and Andre, saying, "Irina, it's wonderful to see you. The flower of Ravenclaw is even more exquisite than before. Gareth, it's been too long." Mr. Camichael embraced the middle-aged man warmly. "Uncle Gareth, good day to you." Andre bowed formally. "You're far too formal, my boy, that won't do." Mr. Gareth McFasty laughed heartily. "Gareth, where is Catherine? Is she at home tending to Lilith?" Lady Camichael inquired with a smile. They were all old classmates from Hogwarts, familiar with one another and filled with warmth, devoid of any pretense. "Catherine has been busy in the kitchen since dawn, preparing for your visit," Mr. McFasty stated, though his expression revealed a hint of discomfort. Both Andre and the Countess Camichael were taken aback. Lady Catherine McFasty was renowned for her beauty and grace, admired among the pure-blood aristocracy, much like Lady Irina Camichael, and was a figure many sought to emulate, except for her extraordinary culinary skills. Typically, pureblood families with centuries of lineage employed numerous house elves to handle such domestic tasks, ensuring their culinary standards remained average within aristocratic circles. However, Lady McFasty cherished the art of cooking, only taking the reins when close friends visited. Given that she only cooked a few times a year, her skills were somewhat unrefined. Seeing the pallor on the faces of the Camichael trio, Mr. McFasty managed a wry smile, aware of their past culinary misadventures. Yet, his deep affection for his wife prevented him from discouraging her enthusiastic efforts. He could only muster a weak smile, saying, due to time constraints, she has only prepared soup and dessert. A collective sigh of relief escaped the three. Andre inwardly grumbled, wishing Mr. McFasty would finish his sentence, fearing another hunger pang. Externally, he expressed, what a pity. We won't have the chance to fully appreciate Aunt Catherine's culinary prowess. Mr. McFasty chuckled awkwardly, then added, aside from your family, Catherine has invited another household. Oh, who might that be? Count Camichael inquired with curiosity. Since Lady McFasty had few close friends, it was likely someone familiar. As they rounded the hedges outside McFasty Manor and approached the villa's parlor, Andre's keen eyes immediately spotted a striking silver-haired figure seated gracefully. A visage he often yearned for. The Delacours family from France, Mr. McFasty replied with a smile. Sensing Andre's warm gaze, the tall figure turned, revealing a breathtaking smile. In an instant, a girl, resembling the elegant figure but slightly shorter, dashed into his embrace. Andre, brother! Little Gabrielle exclaimed with a cheerful lilt, then conspiratorially whispered, brother-in-law. Gabrielle? How delightful to see you. Andre chuckled, kneeling to pinch her rosy cheeks and tousling her gleaming silver hair. Rising, he was met by the identical face of her sister. They exchanged smiles, a moment of unspoken sweetness enveloping them. In the reception room of the McFasty family, the host warmly engaged the Camichael and Delacours families in lively conversation. Reminiscing and sharing laughter, their bonds deepened by years of acquaintance. Yet, Lady Camichael and Lady Delacours occasionally cast furtive glances toward the corner, exchanging knowing smiles when their eyes met. In that corner, Andre and Fleur sat comfortably, Andre holding Fleur's delicate hand with ease while Gabrielle playfully darted between them. Why didn't you tell me you'd be here for Christmas? Andre inquired, both surprised and delighted. He had been in constant correspondence with Fleur, who had kept her holiday plans a secret, leaving him to assume she would be vacationing with her parents in warmer climes. I wanted to surprise you, Fleur replied, her demeanor far more relaxed than that of Autumn or Hermione. It's our Christmas celebration. Brother. It's a celebration for three, Gabrielle chimed in, squirming in Andre's lap. I'll be going to Beauxbatons next year. We get to celebrate Christmas together. Of course. Andre stroked Gabrielle's hair, as silvery as her sister's, popping a grape into her mouth. Whatever you say goes. If your sister disagrees, I'll stand up for you. Don't spoil her too much. Fleur chuckled, playfully tapping Andre's arm. This child might become spoiled. Sister is mean. Gabrielle squeezed closer to Andre, declaring, brother is a good person. Andre rolled his eyes at the ceiling in exasperation. It seems the one who dotes on you the most is indeed yourself. Suddenly, an idea struck Furong. By the way, Andre, I heard that the most renowned feature of the Hebrides Islands is the Black Dragon. She recalled the illustrious title of the McFasty family in the wizarding world, dragon tamers, reputed to command the fiercest of dragons. The Hebrides Black Dragons are indeed ferocious, particularly known for their fire control abilities. Andre seamlessly transitioned into the role of a Ravenclaw scholar. They are arguably the most aggressive breed of dragons in existence, possessing unparalleled fire manipulation skills that could rival even the Hungarian horntail. Were it not for the horntail's south natural advantage in close combat due to its spines, it might not rank higher than the Hebrides Black Dragons. Mr. McFasty has quite the challenge ahead. Furong marveled. To tame such a formidable group of dragons while ensuring that muggles remain oblivious is no small feat. The McFasty family's title of Dragon Tamers was not simply bestowed. It was earned through their unique methods. Andre chuckled as he affectionately patted Gabrielle's head, the little girl sweetly placing a grape into his mouth. Thank you, Gabrielle. I want to see the black dragons. Seizing the moment while feeding him, Gabrielle leaned in close to Andre's ear and whispered, No way. Furong interjected, knowing her sister all too well after growing up together. A glance at Gabrielle's antics revealed her intentions. Gabrielle, you must stay at Uncle McFasty's estate and not wander about. But brother, the little girl, fully aware of her predicament, began searching for allies. Her large eyes brimming with tears, prompting Andre to feel a pang of sympathy, though he steeled himself. Gabrielle, it truly is dangerous. How about I take you to do something else? You're bullying me. If you don't agree, I want to let you be my brother-in-law. The little girl's excitement caused her voice to rise. The term brother-in-law caught the attention of the adults, who paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Congratulations, congratulations. Mrs. McFasty beamed at her two close friends. Andre and Furlong truly make a splendid pair. When shall we celebrate with a drink? Mr. McFasty, reverting to his youthful antics, began to jest with his friends about toasting. Let us count 5 meals for the engagement and 10 for the wedding, rounding up to 20. Sound good? Absolutely. As long as Adrian agrees to give Furlong to Andre, I'll treat for 30 meals. Count Camichael laughed heartily. Then consider it done. Mr. Drackle added with a grin. Looking at Furlong, does my approval even matter? If I say no, she'll likely be at your home by dawn. Gabrielle, a mischievous little sprite, giggled incessantly. Andre playfully ruffled her hair with his left hand while firmly holding Furlong's delicate hand with his right, causing a blush to bloom on her fair cheeks. After enjoying lunch prepared by Mrs. McFasty, though everyone wisely only sampled the soup and dessert, it was time for a midday rest. The host and guest retreated to their rooms, enveloping the McFasty estate in a profound tranquility, broken only by the whistling of the cold wind through the window seams. Furlong's guest room was located on the east side of the second floor. Although it was midday, she felt no inclination to sleep. Hearing a soft knock at the door, she gently opened it, and like a fledgling returning to its nest, she flung herself into the embrace of her visitor. Furlong, how before Andre could finish his sentence. He was silenced by the fervent kiss of the French maiden. Since the summer vacation, Andre and Furlong had not met again. Although they communicated daily, this was nothing short of a torment for two individuals engulfed in passion. Andre, accompanied by Autumn and Hermione, fared somewhat better, whereas Furlong nearly succumbed to a malady of longing. Their prolonged kiss lasted a good 10 minutes before they reluctantly parted. Andre, I miss you so much, Furlong whispered, nestled against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I miss you too, Furlong, Andre replied, gently caressing her silken hair and tightening his embrace around her slender waist, drawing her closer. Now, confess honestly, what is this Miss Granger you mentioned in your letter? Furlong feigned anger. Andre found himself at a loss for words, though he was not lacking in courage. Discussing a new affection in front of a woman with whom he shared a deep connection felt somewhat awkward. All right, I want to press you. Furlong laughed lightly. She had long since uncovered the details about her two rivals, both from Muggle families, who posed no real threat to her standing with Lady Camiche. She was pleased to display a sense of magnanimity. You didn't sneak over just to see me, did you? Of course, I came to see you. I've missed you. Andre continued to flatter her. Is there nothing else? Furlong shot him a playful glance, causing his heart to skip a beat. Well, I would like to invite you to join me in hunting a black dragon. Faced with such a clever and charming girlfriend, Andre had no choice but to capitulate. Furlong was utterly taken aback by the unexpected proposal from her boyfriend. Would you be willing to accompany me? Andre maintained his elegant smile, seemingly unaware of the astonishing nature of his words. But that is exceedingly dangerous, Furlong insisted, anxious for the safety of her beloved, fearing that recklessness might jeopardize his precious life. However, I have my reasons for going, Andre gently but firmly reiterated. I am prepared and will not encounter danger. But I need your assistance, my dear. All right. Furlong tossed her shining silver hair back and smiled at Andre, instantly making her decision. Let us sneak out quietly so as not to disturb Gabrielle and the others. The Hebrides Islands, situated in the midst of the ocean, boasted ample moisture and a temperate climate. Even during Christmas, the winds were not biting. Evergreen forests layered upon one another, weaving into a vast and dense tapestry of vegetation. Had they not known they were in the North Atlantic, Andre and Furlong might have believed they had been magically transported to the Amazon rainforest. Andre and Furlong were both imbued with an illusion spell, akin to the most sophisticated camouflage, rendering their agile forms nearly undetectable as they navigated through the forest. On this excursion, they were dusted with the McFasty family's specially formulated powder, allowing them to mask their scent and avoid detection by the keen noses of wild beasts. Furlong, we are approaching Talk Peak, Andre whispered. Mr. McFasty mentioned that this area is densely populated with black dragons. We must remain vigilant. Andre, what is your plan? Furlong inquired with curiosity. We must entice the black dragon out first, Andre replied confidently. The Hebridean black dragon has a particular fondness for venison, and I happen to have brought a whole red deer. He retrieved a meticulously bound red deer from a small box he carried. This red deer, a specialty of the Hebrides, was noted for its graceful stature and rich crimson coat, representing a significant portion of herbivorous fauna. Not only did it possess the swiftness of the deer found in the Muggle world, adept at using its long antlers for combat, but its exceptionally high body temperature seemed almost fiery. Its delectable flesh had long been celebrated as a culinary delight in the wizarding realm. Most importantly, for the black dragon, the red deer was indeed a gift bestowed by Merlin himself. Andre and Furong moved a few steps forward, emerging from the thicket into a breathtaking vista, where a small lake unfolded before them. The surface of the lake lay still, mirroring the azure sky, resembling a piece of exquisite blue jade. The verdant trees on the shores provided a gentle cover, and the dense glow grass swayed in the breeze, hinting that, come nightfall, this place would transform into a dreamlike realm, far removed from the mundane world. How beautiful! Furong exclaimed, captivated by the scene. Perhaps it was a woman's innate appreciation for beauty that rendered her unable to divert her gaze from the tranquil waters. Furong, be cautious, Andre intoned gravely, his attention not on the lake but on the opposite shore. Following his gaze, Furong observed that the landscape had transformed. Instead of the small expanse they had first encountered, they now faced the foothills of Tok Peak. Although vegetation still adorned the area, it was far less dense than on their side, with large boulders protruding conspicuously amidst the lush green, creating an unsettling contrast with their pale hues. Dominating the stark scene was a formidable Hebridean black dragon. This marked Andre's first encounter with a genuine adult dragon during his 2 lifetimes. Prior knowledge gleaned from books and tales shared by Hagrid had failed to convey the true magnitude of an adult dragon's presence. It was only upon standing before this colossal creature that he comprehended why confronting a dragon was regarded as a hallmark of a supreme wizard. The pale rock upon which the dragon lay was not entirely flat. It bore a slight depression at its center, where the black dragon rested. Measuring over 30 feet in length, it far surpassed any giant creatures Andre had previously encountered. Its sheer size exuded a formidable aura capable of instilling fear in the faint-hearted. The dragon's body was covered in tightly packed scales, dark and rugged, evidently offering formidable defenses against physical attacks. Its wings were folded against its back, and rows of spine-like ridges jutted upwards, showcasing the unassailable majesty of this extraordinary being. Andre, you cannot possibly intend to provoke it yourself, Furong exclaimed, her concern palpable as she beheld the dragon's imposing presence. Of course not, Furong. Until I have wed you, how could I dare to perish? Andre jested, attempting to alleviate their shared tension. He then waved his wand and uttered, puppet at will. A green light struck the red deer he had recently summoned, causing it to wobble unsteadily before finally rising to its feet. The puppet spell, a highly advanced incantation, came with significant limitations. It required the caster's mental prowess to far exceed that of the subject in order to succeed. Thus, most wizards reserved it for weaker magical creatures, as even the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort would find it challenging to control powerful beings. Consequently, it was often dismissed as a rather superfluous spell. However, once successfully cast, the puppet spell allowed the caster to dominate every action of the subject, severing the connection between the subject's brain and all its muscles. The subject could see, hear, and feel emotions, yet could not exert control over any part of its body. In essence, the subject's fate, including life and death, rested entirely in the caster's hands. As was the case with the red deer now, the deer staggered a few steps before its gait became more fluid, meandering along the shore of the lake while occasionally bending down to nibble on tender branches and shoots, seemingly lost in the ecstasy of foraging. Utterly oblivious to the slumbering dragon across the water, the black dragon, reclining on the rocks, caught a whiff of its preferred prey, twitching its nostrils and opening its violet eyes. What met its gaze was a red deer, blissfully unaware of the peril it faced, engrossed in its feast. The surrounding tranquility suggested that within this expanse of existence, only it and the unsuspecting quarry mattered. Suddenly, the deer seemed to sense something amiss, lifting its head while still chewing on the grass. Upon sighting the immense form and the wide-open eyes of the dragon, it unhesitatingly turned to flee. How could it let its prey escape? The dragon rose, its jaws agape as it let out a fearsome roar, unfurling its wings to cross the lake. In its estimation, although the deer fled swiftly, it would need to circle the lake's edge, while the dragon could soar above, ensuring that it would capture the deer before it vanished into the dense woods. The once placid lake, shimmering like a beautiful gemstone, was suddenly disturbed by the powerful winds generated by the dragon's wings, sending ripples across the surface. The glow grass bowed submissively before the majestic creature, revealing the swiftly fleeing prey. As a dominant force among magical beings, the dragon, though lacking true intelligence, exhibited many habits akin to humans, such as an affinity for cooked food. Unlike most magical creatures that favored raw flesh, even certain dragons had their preferences, like the Hungarian horntail. Notorious for dismembering its prey before consumption, black dragons stood apart. They possessed an exceptional knack for merging hunting with culinary art, creating a remarkable skill set. Now, hovering above the lake, the black dragon's violet eyes reflected the image of the panicking deer as it opened its mouth wide. A blazing fireball began to coalesce within its throat, gradually intensifying. In mere moments, a ball of fire, radiating terrifying heat, formed, its white hue signaling an extraordinary temperature and formidable potency. Perfect, the temperature is just right, the dragon thought, confident that it could achieve optimal cooking results. Just as it prepared to unleash this fireball, a flash of color on the opposite shore caught its peripheral vision. In an instant, the dragon's seasoned instincts triggered a warning, a human wizard. It was a trap. Unfortunately, the dragon had no chance to reconsider its fate. Andre burst forth from the woods, too preoccupied with seizing this fleeting opportunity to ponder whether his disillusionment charm could adapt to the swift changes in hue. Raising his wand, he shouted, "Tightly bind." The binding spell. This rarely employed incantation, due to its brief duration and relatively long preparation time, was typically reserved for ambushes or for subduing large magical creatures. Generally, formidable beings like the Hebridean black dragon required the coordinated efforts of 6 to 7 qualified adult wizards to be restrained for any length of time. Thus, it was often deemed less efficient than a permanent stunning spell. Yet at this moment, it was Andre's best option. This binding spell was not aimed at the wings or the body. Andre understood that his magical power was insufficient to fully restrain an adult black dragon. Therefore, he seized an exceptionally rare opportunity, targeting a particularly vulnerable area, the dragon's head. As the dragon prepared to unleash its fireball, an invisible force suddenly clamped its jaws shut with such intensity that it could not respond in time. However, the fireball already poised to erupt could not be contained. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the dragon's nostrils, projecting several feet outward as if a volcano had detonated within its skull. As the life force was obliterated, it swiftly ebbed from its corporeal form, unable to support its immense weight, the entire body plummeting into the small lake. "Furong, quickly!" Andre shouted while casting the binding spell. To ensure the black dragon's subjugation, he exerted every ounce of his strength into this incantation, rendering him incapable of casting other spells for a short while. The remainder depended on Furong. Having rehearsed their combined attack tactics countless times during the summer, they were nearly in sync. Just as the binding spell took effect, she unleashed her flawlessly executed armor-breaking combination spell. Ice Seal, Fire Spell, Ice Seal. The black dragon was not a mere serpent, and Furong was no Professor Flitwick, inherently. Her armor-breaking combination spell would inflict no harm upon the black dragon. Yet, as the dragon's life waned, its magical resistance rapidly diminished. The combination spell successfully breached the armor on the dragon's thigh, and a jet of blood erupted forth. Everything returns to the river. Furong retrieved the crystal vial that Andre had entrusted to her, and began to collect the gushing dragon blood. Within mere seconds of the black dragon being bound and sinking into the lake, dozens of liters of this invaluable blood had entered the vial, which she had enchanted for seamless collection. Observing the black dragon's lifeless form drifting in the water, both Andre and Furong exhaled a sigh of relief. The hunt for the black dragon had been exceedingly perilous, had it not been for Andre's impeccably timed binding spell and Furong's intuitive cooperation. Acquiring this vial of dragon blood would have been far from easy. If the black dragon had regained its wits, the youthful couple would undoubtedly have faced injury or even death. "Andre, what else do we need to collect?" Furong inquired, her gaze fixed on the dragon's carcass. She remained perplexed as to why her boyfriend insisted on personally slaying a black dragon, speculating that he must urgently require some fresh dragon materials. "This is sufficient. Just this will do," Andre replied with a smile, taking the crystal vial from her and shaking it lightly. "This is the very reason I sought out the black dragon." "Dragon blood?" Furong was further astonished. Given the Camichael family's resources, could they not procure a few liters of dragon blood? Even the rare black dragon blood? "No. What I desire is the pure dragon blood that lingers on the brink of life and death, imbued with pure fire essence," Andre clarified, shaking his head and embracing Furong. "I owe you so much. Had it not been for your assistance, I would never have been able to obtain it alone." What distinguishes this from ordinary dragon blood? Furong, who excelled in transformation and spells, was not particularly knowledgeable about potions and had only a basic understanding of the various uses of dragon blood. Solid form. Andre, unreserved in her presence, readily unveiled the mystery. The unrefined blood of a dying black dragon resembles that of a unicorn, while it extends life. It also condemns one to eternal curse. Simultaneously, it would temporarily restrict one's transformation abilities, even for an animagus. For certain wizards adept in transformation, it could be likened to poison. The untainted fire essence within this vial of black dragon blood would serve as a bane to any dark arts. You intend to use this blood, Furong surmised his intentions. Compared to Chio and Hermione, she possessed broader and deeper knowledge, thus she could likely deduce who he was targeting. Precisely. Andre beamed radiantly. I have meticulously prepared a gift for an esteemed elder. I am certain someone will be exceedingly grateful. Christmas in London, at Chio's residence. As dawn broke, Chio awakened from her slumber. The previous night had been Christmas Eve. After enjoying a lavish dinner with her parents, she had nestled in bed, conversing with Andre through a two-way mirror until nearly 3 in the morning, leaving her sleep far from ample. Yet, she awoke with boundless anticipation for her Christmas gifts. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a mountain of parcels piled at the bedside. That rascal Andre, so mysteriously secretive, refusing to disclose what gift he has for me. Chio muttered. Last night, Andre had worn a mysterious smile, urging her to prepare for a gift yet refusing to reveal its contents, much to her chagrin. Oh, a beautiful cheap house set from my parents. My wardrobe can scarcely accommodate it. She joyfully unwrapped a parcel. Penelope sent her a book entitled 99 Love Tricks to Capture a Man's Heart, having heard that her relationship with Percy Weasley was progressing splendidly. Hermione gifted her a complete set of sketching quills. Indeed, she was a diligent scholar. One by one, the gifts from friends and family were unwrapped and tossed onto the bed, yet Andre's gift remained elusive until the very end, a long, tightly bound parcel. Chio could tell without unwrapping it what lay inside. She had long admired it in Diagon Alley and had often dragged Andre to admire it during their visits to Hogsmeade. The firebolt held an unparalleled allure for any Quidditch player, particularly for her, a seeker reliant on speed. With trembling hands, she opened the package to reveal a streamlined, gleaming broomstick hovering in midair, perfectly suited for her to ride, identical to one she had seen countless times before. The only difference, the top of this broom lacked the golden engraved serial number, indicating it was a custom order. Instead, a small line of golden script read, "To my beloved, Chio, Andre Carmichael." Alongside the broomstick lay a small card, "Chio, Merry Christmas. I hope you adore my gift. This broom is a special order. Let us each have one as we strive to win the Quidditch Cup for many years to come. Yours lovingly, Andre." Chio tightly grasped the broomstick's handle, a smile of pure joy gracing her lips. Simultaneously, Harry Potter was marveling at the perfection of the firebolt. Incredible, nearly flawless. Ron gazed enviously at the broom in Harry's hands, his eyes wide with desire, as if he wished to seize it for himself. This is the best broom in the world. Of course, it's unbelievable, Harry murmured. His Nimbus 2000 had been shattered during a match when a Dementor invaded the pitch, leaving him to practice on a clean sweep 7. This had only heightened his anticipation for a superior broom. Although he had inherited his parents' fortune, he was not wealthy enough to indulge in a new broom, and he never expected that on Christmas, his dreams would come true. Who gave it to you, Harry? Ron suddenly recalled something. Was there a card? No. I was too lost in joy to notice. By the way, what is with you? You sound like Hermione. Hermione got swept away by that Carmichael fellow. I have to contemplate things more carefully now. Perhaps it was the burden of losing his father or the realization that Hermione was closer to Andre, but Ron was decidedly more composed than in the original story. Are you suggesting this broom might be dangerous? Harry was not dim-witted. Rather, he often found his and Ron's intellect overshadowed by Hermione's brilliance. I can hardly fathom who would gift you something like this, Ron nodded. Perhaps only Dumbledore or Carmichael could afford it. But Carmichael's gift is here. Could it truly be Dumbledore? He did give you the invisibility cloak. Impossible. The invisibility cloak was my father's. He merely returned it to me. He splurged excessively on me. Harry shook his head. Then do you think it would be prudent to have Professor McGonagall examine this broom? If there is any malevolent curse attached to it, it would indeed be perilous. After much deliberation, Ron, despite being a fervent Quidditch enthusiast, concluded that the safety of his friends should take precedence. No, it wouldn't he do. Who knows how long Professor McGonagall might take to inspect. If we miss the match against Ravenclaw, I'll have to compete on a clean sweep 7. which would pale in comparison to Cho Chang's Nimbus 2000. Harry resolutely dismissed the idea. This academic year marked the final term for Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, and their ambition was to send him off with a championship victory. Having already succumbed to a Dementor in their first match, they could not afford to lose a second. All right, but you should practice flying it low for a while first, to ensure it's in good condition, Ron conceded, his principles considerably less rigid than Hermione's. And as a fellow Quidditch fan, he quickly surrendered to its mindset. But if all goes well, you must allow me to ride it for a bit. Absolutely, Harry replied with unusual eagerness. Well done, Prunk, Andre remarked, patting the head of the swift shadow eagle. The eagle, content with a piece of jerky in its beak, affectionately rubbed its wings against Andre's cheek. Before him lay 3 lifeless owls, their bodies devoid of life. The fatal wounds suggested the work of some predator-esque talents. Perhaps Prux. What a splendid flying broom, Andre remarked, gently caressing the elongated parcel that had fallen to the ground, turning to the silver-haired lady beside him with a smile. You see, I've incurred no loss at all. I exchanged an abnormal one for a perfectly functional one. In a sense, I've profited. You are incorrigible. The silver-haired girl responded with a shake of her head, her hoarse voice laced with an alluring tone. How could you send Prunk to hunt down owls? If others found out, what would you say? Aside from you, only my parents and a few relatives know. Even Cho is unaware. Who would have the heart to betray me to Dumbledore? Andre playfully tapped Fuyong's nose. Besides, as long as I don't issue a command. It's simply a perfectly normal firebolt. By the way, Fuyong suddenly donned a skeptical expression. How did you know someone would gift a firebolt to Harry? Merlin told me. Do you believe it? Andre smiled, suddenly kissing the alluring lips of the lady before him, effectively silencing her remaining questions. Christmas was indeed delightful. Hermione was an intelligent individual. Yet more importantly, she was steadfast in her principles. Andre elegantly devoured the roasted dragon meat before him, which was, in fact, sourced from the black dragon he and Fuyong had slain. The dragon's carcass had been retrieved from the lake that very night by Mr. McFusty's men, and at dinner, the black pepper black dragon meat was served as a sumptuous dish. Should I infer that you hold Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter in contempt? Fuyong, more restrained than Andre, nibbled delicately on her dragon steak, unlike his unabashedly greasy indulgence. You seem utterly unconcerned that they might alert the professor about that firebolt. I am not the least bit worried. The trio is incomplete without Hermione, and they are often destined for failure. Little Gabrielle began to nudge his arm in discontent, prompting Andre to put down his knife and fork to cut her dragon steak. Harry was a quintessential risk-taker, completely oblivious to the great dangers lurking beneath potential rewards. Ron, lacking initiative, would not question Harry's resolve to keep the firebolt from Professor McGonagall. Therefore, regardless of whether they considered the dangers involved, I remain unperturbed by the possibility of my actions being discovered. This is precisely why I insisted on Hermione returning home for Christmas. Do you think they should be given a lesson in Muggle finance? How to balance risk and reward? Fuyong inquired with a smile. No. That would be utterly futile. There's an old Chinese saying, rivers and mountains may change, but human nature is hard to alter. Andre shook his head repeatedly, continuously serving Gabrielle salad and soup. What about when Hermione returns to school? Are you going to tether her to your belt, preventing her from interacting with those 2 risk-takers? Fuyong teased with a sly wink. Of course not. However, with Harry's character, he should have attempted it multiple times by then. And they could easily use that as an excuse to placate Hermione. Though she is principled, if Harry has tried riding it numerous times without incident, her insistence on further inspection would not be prudence, it would be nitpicking. Andre had a keen understanding of Hermione's personality. Even if the plan deviated, he was confident in his ability to persuade her. Time flew by quickly, and the brief Christmas holiday seemed to vanish in an instant. Despite nightly escapades to Fuyong's room, Andre still felt the pangs of longing from half a year's worth of yearning. Alas, the time for parting was upon them. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Fuyong and the endearingly closer Gabrielle, Andre boarded the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4, returning to the familiar castle. Hey, mate. How was your Christmas? Stuart Ackerley greeted Andre excitedly. I heard you want to see a dragon? Indeed, a purebred Hebridean black. Andre replied with a smile. Cho, standing nearby, unconsciously touched her wrist and smiled blissfully. On her wrist was an inconspicuous black bracelet made from the fine scales of the black dragon's chest. She had one. Hermione had one, and Fuyong had one. They all aided in the flow of magical energy. Andre, Cho. Phileas strode over, greeting them, though his demeanor was far from cheerful. It's delightful to see you back. Hey, Phileas, why the long face? Stuart exclaimed cheerfully. Happy new term. Thank you, Stuart, Phileas replied with a strained smile. Our next match against Gryffindor may not bode well. Not well? Andre feigned surprise. Is someone injured and unable to compete? Not at all. We're all in good health. Provided you and Cho are fine, Phileas clarified earnestly. We can field our full-strength team. Then what is there to worry about? Stuart exclaimed. Upon hearing that there were no non-combat losses on their side, his fearless spirit surged anew. What do we have to fear? We were champions last year. Gryffindor is merely our defeated foe. Things are not so simple. Stuart, Phileas' expression grew somber. They now possess a significant advantage. Their seeker, Harry Potter, has acquired a firebolt. A firebolt? Are you serious? Stuart gasped in shock. That new broomstick? The darling of international competitions? How could Professor McGonagall possibly allow him to have such a broom? It wasn't he a gift from Professor McGonagall. It was a Christmas present from someone else, Phileas replied. He refuses to disclose who gave it to him. But I secretly observed his adaptability training, and the speed is unparalleled compared to the Nimbus. I must say, the firebolt is undoubtedly the finest broom currently available. Cho will likely feel immense pressure. Phileas, there is no need to worry about that, Cho said with a gentle smile. They have a firebolt, but we have one too. We have one. Phileas inquired eagerly. Clearly, the new broomstick has placed an immense psychological burden on Harry Potter. What I mean is, I have acquired a firebolt as well. A splendid Christmas gift from Andre. Cho's smile radiated with sheer joy. I have already undergone adaptive training during the Christmas holidays, and I am certain that my broom is no less impressive than Harry Potter's. Indeed, Phileas, there is absolutely no need for concern regarding this matter. Andre chimed in, stating that both Chio and I possess a new firebolt, custom-fitted to our physiques, which undoubtedly enhances our flying experience to a level superior to Harry's. Thus, it is we who have the advantage of 2 firebolts against 1. This should be the ones worried. Aha, then there is no problem. Phileas laughed merrily, confident that as long as they were not at a disadvantage on the broomsticks, the Ravenclaw team could triumph over any opponent. So, Phileas, when shall we commence our first training session? Stuart Ackley seemed quite eager. For every Quidditch player, the allure of observing, touching, and even attempting to ride a firebolt is utterly irresistible. Let us make it tomorrow evening, shall we? Phileas could hardly conceal his delight, evidently looking forward to the 2 firebolts belonging to his house team. It's settled then. In just a few days, we will face Gryffindor. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and the 4 turned to see Hermione rushing towards them. Miss Granger, remarked Stuart Ackley, rarely witnessing such a flustered demeanor from Andre's second girlfriend. Hermione paid him no mind as she grasped Andre's hand firmly. I'm sorry, Chio, but I need Andre's help with something. Andre could only smile helplessly at Chio as he was pulled away by Hermione. What is the matter, Hermione? He inquired, intrigued by the rare sight of the usually composed Gryffindor's agitation. I need your help, she stammered, a blush lingering on her cheeks, likely a result of having forcibly dragged Andre away from Chio. Yet, the urgency in her eyes completely overshadowed her embarrassment. Ron has lost his rat. Lost his rat? What happened? Andre's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that the creature sensed danger and fled? Or was it possible that Sirius had seized the opportunity to snatch it away? In any case, Scabbers has vanished. There are bloodstains on Ron's bed, along with some of Crookshank's fur. Ron is convinced that Crookshanks killed Scabbers. Hermione's face was a picture of distress. She had immense faith in her clever cat. Feigning death. Andre deduced immediately. If an animagus were to perish at the hands of a mere cat, it would indeed be the height of absurdity. Have you searched everywhere? We've scoured every conceivable place, and there is absolutely no sign of Scabbers. It's possible that Crookshanks really did it. Hermione was on the verge of tears. This might very well be Hogwarts' first case of student pets turning against one another in centuries. Do not worry, Hermione. This does not necessarily mean that Scabbers is dead. I believe that with Crookshank's intelligence, if he truly intended to eat Scabbers, he would not have left behind those few tufts of fur. Andre attempted to soothe Hermione, though he had not anticipated the ineffectiveness of purely logical reassurances in such a scenario. Even though Hermione was renowned for her logical prowess, she was still, after all, a girl. Andre gazed helplessly at Hermione, who was sobbing in his arms, and after much effort, he managed to soothe her tears. Perhaps this was her way of expressing the impending loss of a cherished friendship. It's all right, Hermione, don't cry. I will surely help you find it. He whispered softly in her ear, and in that moment, she seemed to relax completely. This was the profound trust of a young girl in her companion amidst her confusion. Andre, "Are you certain that the rat poses a threat?" asked Fronte Eastwood, as their small group traversed the edge of the forbidden forest under the cloak of night. The sky above Hogwarts was devoid of stars, dark and oppressive, akin to Snape's black robes. The forest was still, the trees standing silently, evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure. "I am certain. This is the most logical explanation I can conceive," Andre responded with a nod. "During my visit to Azkaban, I brought along a month's worth of the Daily Prophet to entertain my uncle and aunt, and I also gave a copy to Black, after which he promptly escaped. I've investigated, and aside from Fleur and myself, no one else visited Azkaban during that time. It was summer, and the only news about Hogwarts came from the Weasley family, who are hardly noteworthy. The only plausible explanation is that rat." "Then, Andre, how do you know Black is not here for Harry Potter?" questioned Ibiakos Hemorius. The group, called upon by Andre for an important task, remained bewildered. "Don't you think it would be easier to deal with a first-year Potter than a third-year?" Andre replied wearily, having answered this question countless times. "If I were Black, I would have sought to eliminate Potter during his first year, rather than waiting so long. Moreover, tonight's operation is merely precautionary. If that rat is innocent, the situation will be much simpler." "All right, we have no objections. You may plan this operation," Ibiakos conceded, and Draco Malfoy, Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, and others stepped back, forming a circle around Andre. Professor Fronte Eastwood ventured deeper into the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. This location had been meticulously chosen by Andre. Situated at the forest's edge, it was a small clearing surrounded by dense thickets, ensuring that any minor disturbances went unnoticed by outsiders. Most importantly, it was in close proximity to Hagrid's hut, where, according to the original text, Scabbers was hiding. "Scabbers, come forth." Andre raised his wand, mentally conjuring the image of the rat. The others prepared their spells with the urgency of impending confrontation, their gazes fixed intently on Andre. After a few moments, a rustling sound pierced the air, and a rat darted swiftly from the direction of Hagrid's hut. As it landed, several red sparks struck it simultaneously. "Sleep now." The collective stunning spells cast by 6 high-achieving students would surely affect even a creature of dragon caliber, let alone a mere rat. Scabbers fell to the ground, unconscious. "Is that it?" Ibiakos retracted his wand and approached. Indeed, Andre's gaze immediately fell upon the rat's right front paw, where a toe was missing. It was undoubtedly Ron's rat. Then, "Everyone step aside," Professor Eastwood's voice rang out. Andre turned to see that he was accompanied by a creature he had encountered in Care of Magical Creatures class, presumably having gone to fetch it. "I shall handle the Animagus. I possess some experience in this matter." He stepped forward, raising his wand over the unconscious rat. A dazzling blue and white light erupted from Professor Eastwood's wand, and the rat's small form began to contort, akin to a time-lapse of trees growing, revealing a tightly shut-eyed man in its place. "Indeed, Peter Pettigrew. I recognize him. He was something of a celebrity during his time at Hogwarts," Professor Eastwood declared firmly. The man was not particularly tall, living up to his moniker Wormtail, with sparse, disheveled hair and a large bald spot atop his head. His robes were filthy, and his skin was far from clean, resembling a muddy laborer who had just emerged from a construction site without the benefit of a wash. The others encircled the Animagus, though Pansy, Daphne, Astoria, and other girls kept their distance, fearful of the filth that clung to him. "It seems the truth of the matter diverges significantly from what we believed," Ibiakos remarked, shaking his head. "Perhaps the entirety of Britain has been deceived by this man for 12 long years." "Indeed, the entirety of Britain," Andre shrugged. "Aside from Sirius Black, perhaps we are among the first to uncover the truth." "Wait." Seeing Professor Eastwood preparing to awaken Peter Pettigrew, Andre quickly intervened. "What is it?" Professor Eastwood turned, a look of confusion on his face. To him, being surrounded and wandless, Pettigrew appeared to be utterly trapped. However, Andre was acutely aware of how this diminutive man had evaded capture before the eyes of Snape, Lupin, Black, and the Gryffindor trio. While he had utilized Lupin's transformation as a werewolf to escape, it also indicated his profound mastery of evasion and concealment. After all, anyone subjected to the relentless training of the Whomping Willow for several years would emerge as a master of avoidance. Andre could not guarantee that the 7 or 8 of them could successfully restrain a rat intent on fleeing on such a dark night. Fortunately, he had prepared accordingly. "I have prepared some gifts for Mr. Pettigrew. I believe you will find them rather agreeable." Andre retrieved a crystal vial from his robe, containing the blood of a black dragon he had hunted during the Christmas season. Such meticulous planning was intended to impede Pettigrew's escape. "Wild black dragon blood," He shook the vial, then grasped the unconscious Pettigrew's chin, forcing his mouth open, and administered approximately 20 milliliters of the blood, signaling that they could awaken him. Revive quickly. Professor Eastwood immediately cast a spell, rousing the unconscious man. Peter Pettigrew opened his eyes, revealing orbs glistening with slickness, his dark pupils darting frantically. He seemed to instantly grasp his predicament, instinctively attempting to transform and flee, only to discover that his usual animagus transformation had failed him. Do not struggle, Peter. Professor Eastwood sighed. Since we dared to awaken you from your slumber, we are fully prepared for what lies ahead. Fonte, it's been a long time. Peter Pettigrew's voice quivered, as though he had just witnessed something overwhelmingly terrifying, inspiring an immediate sense of disdain in those who beheld him. Especially Draco Malfoy, and several girls wore expressions of undisguised disdain. Ahem, this is Mr. Peter, who has feigned death for 12 years, willingly playing the role of a timid ninja turtle. Everyone, please pay attention. Andre felt compelled to remind his somewhat lethargic classmates that this individual was not to be underestimated. Who knows what secrets lie beneath his seemingly cowardly exterior? Malfoy and the others suddenly became aware, feeling a hint of shame. Astoria Greengrass shyly glanced at Andre, sticking out her pink tongue. Peter, my old classmate, it's been a long time, Professor Flant Eastwood remarked, as if greeting an old friend reunited after 20 years. His tone laced with a hint of cheerfulness and ease. I am truly glad to see you alive. We all shed tears over your untimely demise back then. I almost died, squeaked Peter, his eyes darting around, seemingly attempting to recognize the identities of those before him. Ah, you are the esteemed Mr. Andre Camichael. Indeed. It is I, Mr. Peter, Andre replied, his smile radiant enough to illuminate the dark forbidden forest. It seems we have known each other for 3 years now. We might as well be considered old friends. Not just you, Andre. I also have a history with Mr. Peter, Draco Malfoy interjected with a grin. If we're being honest, I met Mr. Peter on the very same day as you, on the Hogwarts Express, which is where most of us began making new friends. Ah, Mr. Draco Malfoy. The noble Malfoy. Little Peter still appears to be a coward, Peter stammered. Back then, Malfoy and I were quite good friends. I cannot imagine my father would have a friend like you. Draco's expression changed instantly to one of disdain. I do not have a habit of misidentifying my uncle. All right. Everyone, let's be serious. Professor Flant Eastwood clapped his hands, urging silence. The forbidden forest fell into a hush, the night devoid of even the sound of owls. 7 or 8 individuals formed a circle, gazing down at the small figure of Peter on the ground as if he were a corpse. The oppressive atmosphere was indeed unbearable for an ordinary person. Flant, my old friend, you won't do anything to an old classmate, will you? Peter squirmed uneasily. Enough, Peter. No need to struggle, Flant Eastwood said kindly. You've consumed quite a bit of Black Dragoness blood. Although your potion's grades have never been stellar, you should understand its effects, right? Black Dragon's blood? Flant, you are quite generous. Peter resignedly ceased his struggles, lying still on the ground, gazing innocently at the group. I've been meaning to ask, why did you capture poor Peter? He hasn't harmed anyone. You liar. Draco Malfoy's temper was far from pleasant, but Andre timely restrained him, preventing further outbursts. Draco, maintain your composure. Andre patted his shoulder and stepped forward, crouching down. Peter, we are also old acquaintances, and I would prefer to be straightforward. You see the situation at hand. I hope you can cooperate with us. We merely wish to ask a few questions. Notice, there are no Potters among us, are there? Peter's eyes widened momentarily, only to quickly revert to his timid, cowardly demeanor. Respected Mr. Camichael, I have never offended the powerful Camichael family. In truth, Mr. Peter, we are merely satiating our curiosity, Andre chuckled lightly. We've come to the Forbidden Forest at this late hour to converse with you. Surely, you wouldn't deny us a story, would you? We are quite interested in the events of 12 years ago. Of course, if you're reluctant, Andre straightened, turning toward the castle. Professor Dumbledore should still be awake. I am certain he would not deny a few inquisitive students a visit. Mr. Camichael, what is it you wish to know? Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Peter trembled uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that this small man had once possessed the courage to betray his friends to the Dark Lord. Do not be anxious, Peter, Andre reassured him. Just a few trivial inquiries. Draco, unable to tolerate Peter's cowardice, approached and kicked him sharply. Stop trembling. If you do, I will hand you over to the Dementors. Draco's kick struck Peter's side, causing him to roll on the ground, unable to suppress a groan. However, upon seeing Draco's fiery gaze, he curled up, stifling the pain. I recall. Peter, You were supposed to have died 12 years ago, Andre remarked leisurely, seemingly oblivious to Draco's fierce kick. Yet, his wand remained unwaveringly aimed at Peter. Could you elucidate the reasons for your resurrection, dear Peter? Mr. Camichael. Peter gasped, his beady black eyes darting. It was Black. Black betrayed the Potters and sought to kill me. I was fortunate to escape. Liars. Draco bellowed, and at that moment, a shadow leaped from beside Professor Flant Eastwood, colliding with Peter's left side. It was the magical creature, Shieji. You are lying, Peter. Professor Flant Eastwood began slowly. Surely you are aware of Shieji's abilities. While we do not possess Veritaserum, its effects are scarcely inferior to that potion. You would do well to be honest. It truly was Black who sought to kill me. I was just lucky to escape. Peter cried in pain. The Shieji stood still, indicating the truth of his words. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson even lowered their wands. While Andre's expression remained unchanged as he wiped the mud from the soles of his shoes onto Peter's face, leaving a trace of dirt on his light-colored hair. Peter. Playing with words is unwise. You must tell us who betrayed the Potters. Who was responsible for the massacre of all those muggles? With the Shieji present, Peter dared not speak falsely. But I truly had no choice. The Dark Lord forced me, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with deep grievance. And what of this? Andre bent down to roll up Peter's sleeve, revealing the unmistakable dark mark. Surely, this was not forcibly branded upon you by the Dark Lord? And no. Peter's voice sank. But I truly had no choice. No choice? Ibicus Hermorius interjected coldly, what could possibly compel you to become a Death Eater? Peter fell silent, tightly closing his mouth, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if he were convinced that these individuals would not harm him. From this perspective, the Shieji is certainly inferior to the Veritaserum, for it cannot compel others to speak. Very well, Senior Peter. If you choose silence, I shall extract the truth from you. Andre dusted off the soil from his robe. Do you believe you still hold value for us, that we would not dare to act against you? Peter remained silent, but his eyes unmistakably conveyed a sense of invulnerability. It seems, Mr. Wordtail, you have indeed made no progress. Andre smirked coldly. Perhaps Dumbledore was correct in this regard. Among our quartet, you are undeniably the most inept. Far inferior to Lupin and Black. Astoria. He snapped his fingers. Excruciating. Astoria Greengrass stepped forward, her trembling hand raised with a wand, aimed directly at Peter. This step had long been agreed upon for her to execute. A family member could never be